Chapter 1886. Auntie Liu's words. Xu Laowu touched the manual in his satchel. This Epidemic Prevention Manual, compiled by Lin Motion, was the standard for all epidemic prevention work. It detailed specific handling procedures for various situations. Members of the Epidemic Prevention Battalion all treated it as scripture. Lin Motion had repeatedly emphasized during training that everything must be done by the book. Zhao Gui was reinforcement dispatched from the main bureau a few days ago to assist at the grassroots level. This area had originally been his and Li Ziyu's jurisdiction, so he knew the local situation intimately. Thus he was assigned here again to accompany the quarantine inspector on patrols. Foot patrols were routine for Zhao Gui, especially since this was his old territory. He knew it like the back of his hand. The streets had been swept clean. The New Life movement had cracked down hard on street sanitation. The garbage and excrement that used to be everywhere had vanished. Though due to funding constraints, the road surfaces hadn't been paved and remained a mixture of dirt and broken stone. Each Bayajia district now bore the obligation to maintain smooth road surfaces. Every 3 to 5 days, each household had to send someone to fill in potholes, so the streets weren't as uneven and muddy as before. Walking down the street, Zhao Gui felt rather proud, quite a sense of returning home in glory. However, his current getup didn't feel glorious in the least. The white isolation suit looked like mourning clothes, and the thick mask covering his face was stifling. Xu Laowu kept an eye on the epidemic prevention posters and notices at each intersection, checking if any needed supplementing. The propaganda section had rush-printed several thousand epidemic prevention posters and plastered them everywhere throughout the urban area and suburbs, and had also painted hundreds of wall slogans. Walls were emblazoned with, "Kill rats, eliminate the 4 pests, bathe more, change clothes often, eliminate fleas, report fever promptly to quarantine inspectors, private burial is strictly prohibited." Passing a residence plastered with conspicuous red seals, Xu Laowu carefully examined the seals, then looked at the densely packed bamboo splinters inserted along the wall tops, not to prevent theft, but to ensure that if anyone climbed over, it would be detected. South Scissors Lane had already reported several suspected cases and had established sealed isolation zones. According to epidemic prevention regulations, once someone fell ill, both housemates and contacts were sent to Guangzhou Island for isolation, and their residences and shops were sealed. Only after confirming no infection and lifting quarantine could the seals be removed. After sealing, the relevant Bayajia, beat police, and epidemic prevention team members had to conduct key monitoring of these locations to prevent unauthorized entry, regardless of the intruder's motives. Such behavior could easily cause secondary infection. South Scissors Lane No. 1 Isolation Zone, first morning patrol, situation normal, Xu Laowu recorded in his logbook. This location required 3 daily patrols. South Scissors Lane was mostly residential, originally not a busy area, so the market slowdown from epidemic prevention hadn't affected it much. But under epidemic prevention publicity, residents had noticeably reduced their outdoor activities. In the past, households here mostly kept their doors open during the day, but now every house had its doors tightly shut. The streets had grown much quieter. Even the formerly relatively bustling public wells and tea stalls had few people. "Even the public wells barely have anyone," Xu Laowu remarked. "This disease No. 1 really is serious." Walking to the public well, he spotted a woman doing laundry. Zhao Gui recognized her. This was Auntie Liu, a resident activist on this beat. During the recent Bayajia head adjustment, she had been recommended by the police station to become the Pajia group leader here. Auntie Liu saw them approaching and called out from a distance, greeting them. Gui, Gui." Zhao Gui was somewhat bashful, mumbling, "Auntie Liu. I'm not some unmarried maiden. What are you blushing at me for?" Auntie Liu teased him. She wiped her hands on her apron and stood up. "How come you're back?" "Where's AU? I was temporarily transferred here to help," AU went to Lingao for training. He's the lucky one, Auntie Liu clapped her hands. Got himself out of the hard work. Her expression darkened. Who could have expected the city would have a major epidemic? Zhao Gui wanted to say something comforting to Auntie Liu, but being tongue-tied, he thought for a long while without knowing what to say. It was Xu Laowu who spoke up. An epidemic isn't that scary. As long as we do the epidemic prevention work well, there's nothing to fear. Easy to say, but the situation is just too frightening, Auntie Liu sighed. In broad daylight, not a soul on the streets, every household with doors locked tight, shops only open for a few hours. Alas, even during past epidemics it was never like this. How's the situation today? Xu Laowu asked. Nothing wrong in this district, said Auntie Liu, but I heard old Mr. Feng up ahead is very sick, probably won't make it. Does he have a fever? Xu Laowu immediately became alert. No fever. I heard they called a doctor who said it's just old age. If he passes away, don't forget to have them report to the police station, Zhao Gui reminded her. Right now the authorities have rules. Burial can only proceed after a death certificate is issued. I know, Auntie Liu nodded. I understand the official procedures. She suddenly lowered her voice. There have been quite a few rumors on the streets lately. What? What are people saying? Zhao Gui's ears immediately perked up. An important part of police work was collecting street rumors, which were then compiled and forwarded to the Political Security Bureau for sniffing out any asterisk conspiracies. All kinds of things. Auntie Liu looked around, then pulled Zhao Gui and the others to a wall corner, speaking softly. Some say all the ditch digging and sewer cleaning the Australians did throughout Guangzhou disturbed the city's dragon vein, damaged the feng shui. That's why there's an epidemic. Zhao Gui shook his head. Digging ditches and cleaning sewers is a good thing. Those ditches are so smelly, so filthy and clogged up. Every rain the dirty water backs up. Xu Laowu, being somewhat educated, was also unconvinced. Since ancient times, dragon veins have been great mountains or major rivers like the Yangtze. Whoever counted drainage ditches and sewers as dragon veins? Nonsense, nonsense. There's more. Auntie Liu didn't bother arguing but continued. They also say it's because of the sorcery case exposed a few months ago. That sorcerer conjured a plague demon, and now the plague demon is out harming people. Talk of plague demons and drought demons was popular at the time. Such rumors circulating among common folk weren't surprising. Auntie Liu went on. They also say. She lowered her voice to barely a whisper. The Baldy bandits are acting against heaven's will, a sea serpent defying the true dragon, a heinous crime, so heaven sent this great epidemic to punish them. They say the mandate of heaven rests with the great Ming, and the Baldy bandits won't last long in Guangdong. Zhao Gui jumped in fright and quickly said, You mustn't say such things. Xu Laowu also said, Auntie Liu, you can tell us, but don't go saying this outside. Auntie Liu said, I know that. If I don't tell you, how will the Elders' Council know what's being said out there? There should be some countermeasure to deal with these rumor mongers. Xu Laowu felt only disgust. He thought, You've been a Pagia group leader for just a few days and you're already so eager to flatter the Australians. He mocked her. Auntie Liu, I hadn't realized becoming group leader would make you so red-hearted and loyal. I don't draw any pay from the Australians. Auntie Liu glanced at him. What kind of red-hearted loyalty would that be? She gathered up the clothes she had washed. Whether the Australians are the true dragon or not, I'm just a simple woman. I don't understand and don't dare say. But since they came to Guangzhou, they've really let us common folk live some peaceful days. Saying a few good words about them, probably no one can find fault with that. Xu Laowu gave a few dry laughs, knowing this woman wasn't to be trifled with, and said no more. Here's what you wanted, Auntie Liu said, taking a small paper bag from a basket beside her. 25 in total, you'd better count them. Inside the folded craft paper bag were rat tails. Each Pagia district had to submit a certain number of rat tails daily as proof of rat extermination. Xu Laowu accepted it somewhat distastefully and placed it in his specimen isolation box. These Australians really had nothing better to do. Rat killing was one thing, but collecting rat tails too. That was fine. Going to battle meant taking heads for credit. But the problem was, every week each district also had to submit one complete dead rat. Collecting and transporting dead rats was also the epidemic prevention team member's job. Last week, by the time he finished his rounds, he had collected a whole isolation box of dead rats. He had no idea what Chief Lin wanted the dead rats for. They all said Chief Lin cut open the rats' bellies and hearts, then examined them carefully through some kind of mirror. But what use that served, no one knew. "These Australian rat traps are pretty handy, just too few," said Auntie Liu. "Some people are just greedy, won't even spare a rat trap. They claim they lost it and insist on getting another one from the Bayagia. We don't even have enough for one per household. Isn't that infuriating?" Zhao Gui already knew about this, but the higher-ups had no solution either. He could only say, "If they want to catch more rats, that's always good. I'll apply for a few more later." Their chit-chat with Auntie Liu wasn't finished when shop owner Zai came running over urgently. He was also a Pagia group leader in South Scissors Lane, with jurisdiction up ahead. "You too," spotting Zhao Gui and Xu Laowu, he called out loudly. "There's a situation," both men stiffened. When a group leader came running to say there's a situation at a time like this, it was certainly no small matter, either a suspected case or a discovered abandoned corpse. When shop owner Zai, panting for breath, reached them and explained, it was exactly as expected. An unidentified corpse had been found in an alley in his district. Where exactly? East Branch Alley 7 off Scissors Lane. Zhao Gui was startled. He knew that name all too well. Wasn't this exactly where he and Li Ziyu had discovered the headless corpse? Xu Laowu said, "Let's go take a look." In the past, unidentified corpses found on the streets were sent to Xuangshan Temple to await identification. If unclaimed, they were then sent to the Liuhua Bridge crematorium. But now, roadside corpses all had to be treated as possible plague deaths, with a whole set of procedures before being sent to the crematorium. Author's note: Monday's update will be Section 5 of Volume 7, Liangguang Campaign. End of chapter. Chapter 1887. The abandoned corpse. Everything in East Branch Alley 7 remained as before, as if Zhao Gui had just patrolled here yesterday. The only change was that the roads were more level than before and the garbage had vanished. "Hey Gui, look over there." Shop owner Zai patted Zhao Gui on the shoulder and pointed at something ahead covered with reed mats. Xu Laowu instantly felt a sense of foreboding. "Looks like a corpse." Zhao Gui's expression was also grim. "Let's take a look." Shop owner Zai stayed far away. Xu Laowu and Zhao Gui, bound by duty, could only approach and use a stick to lift one corner of the covering reed mat. Sure enough, a corpse. "Damn it, how many is this now?" Xu Laowu cursed as he used the stick to push aside the reed mats and garbage covering the body, then shouted at Zhao Gui, "Hey, where did this come from? Do you recognize this person? Looks unfamiliar. Honestly, it would be strange if they looked familiar. This is clearly someone who died of illness and the symptoms match. Who would dump a diseased corpse in their own district this time of year? They all run off and dump them somewhere else on the sly." Zhao Gui wore an expression of disgust. He waved shop owner Zai over. "Is this person from your street?" Shop owner Zai shook his head. He didn't recognize them. Judging from the corpse's clothing, this appeared to be a poor commoner. "I'll set up the cordon. You hurry and call for people," Xu Laowu said as he took the warning tape. "Since this is a disease death, it's my responsibility now." Although the Elders' Council had recently collected all the vagrants and beggars in the city, roadside bodies had noticeably decreased compared to previous years, and the deceased were mostly acute illness patients. After police issued body identification notices, family members usually claimed bodies within 3 to 5 days. However, after plague appeared, unclaimed roadside corpses had begun increasing due to fear of infection. Then a new situation arose that Lin Motion hadn't anticipated. After regulations for quarantine and isolation of plague patients and contacts were announced, unidentified roadside corpses increased even further. He later understood from grassroots quarantine inspector reports that because regulations required everyone in close contact with a patient or deceased person to be forcibly isolated, once a plague patient or death was discovered, often an entire household, old and young alike, couldn't escape and would be collectively transferred to Guangzhou Island for quarantine. Truth be told, this isolation was little different from imprisonment. The Guangzhou Island isolation camp was no sanatorium. An entire family living in thatched huts regardless of wealth or status, surviving on porridge, exposed to sun, river winds, and heavy rain. Never mind wealthy families, even ordinary common households couldn't bear it. The elderly, children, and the frail who couldn't endure would fall ill within 3 or 4 days, and some died just like that. As the first batches of people who had completed isolation returned, the terrible conditions on Guangzhou Island spread throughout the city. This made common people, who already feared isolation, even more unwilling to go. Late Ming commoners couldn't possibly have a sophisticated understanding of isolation. They simply believed they had been placed on some blacklist, treated as infection sources, subjected to house arrest, facing discrimination even after release, not to mention the death threat they faced. They simply didn't believe that anyone sent to isolation would receive food or medicine. They assumed isolation meant being penned up to quietly await death. Under this mentality, large numbers of family members had begun privately abandoning patients and corpses of the deceased. Thus they occasionally found corpses in sitting positions, clearly still alive when family members had put them out. And to prevent bodies from being recognized, these people often chose locations far from home for secret dumping. In the past, this would have been very difficult. During daylight, one couldn't go around carrying living people or corpses. At night, once street gates closed, no one could pass through. But after the Guangdi temple forces had been disbanded, the street watchers who had guarded the gates had all gone to Guangzhou Island for training. The police couldn't spare enough people to manage the street gates, and the city's Bayagia organizations weren't tight enough. Many street gates stood unattended, doors wide open. This gave corpse dumpers their opportunity. Night patrol officers had already caught people dumping bodies multiple times during nighttime hours. This couldn't be allowed. Lin Motion was furious. He issued strict punishment regulations and also stipulated that whenever a household member went missing, the household would automatically be treated as having experienced an illness death and subjected to isolation procedures. This somewhat curbed the chaos. At the same time, he ordered various Bayagias to take turns guarding street gates. However, personnel were simply insufficient, and hastily deployed quarantine inspectors couldn't all be strict gatekeepers. Though private body dumping had greatly decreased, it hadn't stopped entirely. Unidentified corpses still appeared every few days. And Guangzhou's household registration management could barely track permanent residents, let alone unregistered population. Trying to trace these bodies' origins was like searching for a needle in a haystack. "Comrade Huo, what do you think we should do?" Zhao Gui returned with some people and asked. "As usual, we'll finish the patrol and see if any household is missing someone." "I estimate we won't find the source," Xu Laowu said helplessly. "According to regulations, after 24 hours, regardless of whether anyone claims it, the body must be cremated. If someone actually came to claim it, that would really be seeing a ghost. They can handle things here. Let's continue patrolling. Send this to the processing station first. When today's patrol is done, we'll handle everything together." The so-called processing station was the corpse processing station. Actually, the Liu Bridge crematorium that had always handled unidentified corpses. In the past, unidentified corpses from both Guangzhou prefecture counties were burned here. A group of undertakers had originally operated under Guangdi Temple Forces jurisdiction. The Paupers Cemetery for Guangzhou's 1 prefecture and 2 counties was also located here, specifically managing the death portion of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Those who died without money or land for burial could find a spot in this mass grave, layered with who knew how many bodies for burial. If lucky enough to encounter a wealthy household doing charity by donating coffins, one might even get a thin coffin for burial. For unclaimed roadside bodies or solitary deceased with no family or friends, only cremation remained, collecting the ashes in a clay pot and being done with it. Due to epidemic prevention work requirements, Motian had taken over this place. Corpses of disease deaths discovered during quarantine patrols, whether roadside bodies or from identified households, were all concentrated here for cremation. The corpse collection team arrived quickly. Like Xu Laowu, they belonged to the Epidemic Prevention Battalion, taking turns doing corpse collection work. Although someone had suggested Motian use the undertakers from the former Guangzhou temple forces who had completed quarantine, Motian had rejected this. The reason was that these beggar undertakers had long had the habit of stripping clothing and belongings from corpses, merely a moral issue in normal times, but deadly during an epidemic. Until they completed training and reform, he decided to temporarily use only the Epidemic Prevention Battalion. At least they had all gone through several months of training. The corpse collection team all wore full-body isolation suits, thick masks, and oilcloth gloves. Carrying hooks, ropes, and stretchers, they uniformly placed corpses in oilcloth body bags before moving them, reducing secondary infection during transport. The reed mats and garbage covering the corpse were also placed in rattan baskets, sealed, and sent to a designated location for burning. After the corpse was cleared, the epidemic prevention team would spray disinfectant. Watching the corpse collection team working busily, Xu Laowu recorded in his notebook, discovered one abandoned corpse with suspected disease number 1, followed by time, location, discoverer, and handling results. These troublesome people. He closed the notebook, muttered a couple of things, and followed Zhao Gui to the next alley. Officers! Officers! Help! After just a few steps, they heard a crying voice shouting. A young man came stumbling toward them. Isn't that Leifu? Zhao Gui was startled. Wasn't your family already in isolation? How did you get out? Leifu's family's neighbor had died of disease number 1 the day before yesterday. Not only was the neighbor's family isolated, because it was discovered that people from Leifu's household had gone in and out of the deceased's home while they were ill, his family had also been isolated together. They were scheduled for transfer to Guangzhou Island's isolation camp this afternoon. To prevent isolated personnel from escaping, as soon as someone was declared personnel awaiting quarantine isolation, police or National Army soldiers would be posted at their doorway for house arrest, forbidding entry or exit until they were shipped off. The sergeant guarding the door let me out. Something happened at home, Leifu said through tears. My grandfather hanged himself. What? Both Xu Laowu and Zhao Gui were shocked. What happened? Grandfather had seen many neighbors die these past days, their bodies and graves all gone, all burned. He was already unhappy about it and hadn't spoken for several days. After our family was isolated the day before yesterday, he kept muttering to himself, saying things like rest in peace in the earth. Just now hurry and take us there. Xu Laowu and Lao Zhao followed Leifu, rushing toward the alley. There was nothing special about the scene. At least Zhao Gui couldn't see anything unusual. The deceased had a certain level of education and had left a suicide note. The meaning was very clear. The old man believed that being isolated meant plague had already descended upon his family. As an old man with 1 foot already in the grave, he couldn't possibly escape such calamity. Even if he fortunately survived the plague, he didn't have much time left anyway. Rather than dying of illness and being burned to ashes, better to end himself quickly. While he wasn't yet sick, he could end his own life and at least leave behind a whole body for proper burial. This, Zhao Gui found it incredible. He committed suicide because he was afraid of getting sick, afraid of cremation. Could it be staged? For the pure proletarian Zhao Gui, if the Australians hadn't arrived, his future would have been nothing but selling his labor, doing odd jobs. He probably couldn't have married or had children, and in the end, whether from old age and failing strength or catching some seasonal sickness, he would have died. The Byagia would have sent him to Liu Bridge for cremation. Agui, you think this family's being isolated, with no one coming in or out, and they're not short of food or medicine. Who would bother killing an old man for no reason? Though he couldn't see Xu Laowu's face behind the thick mask, Zhao Gui could sense he seemed to be smiling bitterly. I actually think this case can basically be confirmed as suicide. These people, you having lived the good life under the Elders' Council for so long, don't really know anymore how these people think. Author's note: tomorrow's update will be Section 6 of Volume 7, Liangguang Campaign. End of chapter. Chapter 1888. The difficulty of changing customs. Zhao Gui was momentarily tongue-tied. After standing dumbfounded for a while, he could only say, "Let's still have the criminal investigation comrades come take a look," and walked out in silence. The criminal investigators came, examined the scene, and confirmed it was definitely suicide, issuing a death certificate. But though he died by suicide, because it occurred during the isolation observation period, he was still classified as a suspected case. Leifu's grandfather was unable to achieve the rest in peace in the earth he had envisioned. Amid the wailing of his family, he was placed in a body bag by the corpse collection team, loaded onto a cart, and transported to Liu Bridge for cremation. Leifu's father and Leifu wept as if they would die, desperately pleading. They kowtowed and tried to bribe with silver. Zhao Gui and Xu Laowu also found it hard to bear, but the rules were set by the Australians, and with everyone watching, covering up this matter wouldn't be easy. If something went wrong, the lightest punishment would be entire family exiled to the miasmatic lands of Taiwan. To them, no different from having the whole family beheaded. They could only steel their hearts and act according to regulations. Watching the old man's corpse being loaded onto the corpse collection team's whirlwind-style two-wheeled cart, Xu Laowu filled out the corpse tag, tied it to the body bag, and tore off one half to give to Leifu. 3 days from now, take this slip to Liu Bridge to collect the ashes. Leifu's father, kneeling on the ground, stiffly accepted it. But Leifu's grandmother snatched it, tore it to shreds, and glared with tear-swollen eyes, cursing. "Who needs your fake kindness? You've already burned him to ashes, what's there to collect? You plague-ridden, no-good-end cropped cun, sooner or later the court will have you all executed by 1,000 cuts, ground to dust and scattered." As she spoke, she flung her hand and the paper fragments scattered like snowflakes over the two men. "This is paper money burned for you." Leifu's father was frightened out of his wits. The Australians' decisive handling and ruthless methods were famous. The days when hanged corpses hung at every crossroads weren't so long ago. With his old mother cursing like this, Agui was okay. He was kind-hearted, but the other one, who could say? He quickly gestured to Leifu. "Leifu, help your grandmother inside." Then he hurriedly apologized to Xu Laowu and Zhao Gui, saying his mother was overcome with grief and momentarily confused, asking both of them not to take it to heart. Forget it, forget it. Xu Laowu and Zhao Gui only felt fed up and fled Leifu's home as if escaping. Xu Laowu felt only a suffocating sensation in his chest. Looking at Zhao Gui, his face was also dark. Neither knew what to say. The two carefully patrolled the remaining portions of the district, then slowly headed toward the temporary epidemic prevention station. Unexpectedly, halfway there, they spotted a naturalized citizen from the epidemic prevention station running toward them in a panic. "Finally found you. Quick, there's trouble at the epidemic prevention station." The epidemic prevention stations had been newly established, mostly occupying public buildings like temples, ancestral halls, and guild halls in the city. Besides epidemic prevention personnel, there were also dedicated doctors and health police. This was where they worked, treated patients, and rested. Corpses of disease deaths or suspected disease deaths collected from various places were also temporarily stored here, waiting to be transported out by boat at night. The epidemic prevention station for this area had occupied the Shanxi Guild Hall. That haunted back garden had naturally become the morgue, because the area was large and there was a river dock in the back alley. Not only were corpses from this district temporarily placed here, but corpses collected by nearby stations were also brought over. Xu Laowu really wasn't used to resting at the epidemic prevention station at night at first. He always felt the yin energy was too heavy. After a while, he grew accustomed. The daily epidemic prevention work left him so exhausted that he basically fell asleep the moment he lay down. What the hell, so many things today? Xu Laowu grumbled to himself, but his feet weren't slow. He and Zhao Gui rushed to the epidemic prevention station, finding a crowd of citizens already gathered at the entrance, clamoring and pressing at the gate. The police at the gate had already raised their batons but didn't dare act. The doorway was all commoners, and they hadn't attacked or tried to force their way in. They just shouted. Moreover, there were simply too many people at the door. Since no one had expected epidemic prevention stations would be mobbed, the guards had only batons. "What's going on? What's all the commotion about?" Xu Laowu ran to the doorway and shouted. The crowd instantly fell silent, everyone turning to look at him with expressions of, "Finally someone in charge has come." "Ray, reporting. These citizens are asking to see you. They want to protest." The sentry's face had gone pale with fear. "Officer," an old man who appeared to be the group's leader stormed up to him, full of anger. "This quarantine has already aroused heaven's wrath and people's resentment. If this continues, I say this great song is doomed." "What audacity!" Xu Laowu was shocked. Who dared say such things? "Ever since Guangzhou's liberation." "May I ask, officer, what does liberation mean?" The old man very rudely interrupted him. "Liberation means releasing the people from being hung upside down. Liberation means attacking tyrants like Jai and Zhou." Xu Laowu gave the standard answer provided by the Elders' Council. "Ha! Releasing the people from being hung upside down. Attacking tyrants. I have never heard of any dynasty in history releasing the people from being hung upside down by digging up graves and violating corpses, nor any dynasty attacking tyrants by burning bones to ashes." The old man grew more agitated as he spoke, nearly poking Xu Laowu in the chest. Do you know that defying the Elders' Council's orders is the same as rebellion?" Xu Laowu instantly understood. These people were protesting the cremation policy. "You dare defy the Elders' Council's edict? Are you not afraid of the iron fist of the Great Song's people's dictatorship? Rebellion! You treacherous ministers and thieves don't even deserve to accuse us." The old man shouted even louder. "The people do not fear death. What's the point of threatening them with death? You baldy bandits. With such perverse actions, can't you see this plague is precisely the doom of your—" He couldn't finish his remaining words. Zhao Gui had already brought 2 police officers, blowing their whistles as they ran over, using batons to disperse the onlooking crowd. They rushed to the old man and struck him down with one blow, publicly shouting reactionary slogans, "Arrest him." Zhao Gui usually mumbled when speaking, but when arresting people and announcing charges, he was particularly fluent. The 2 police officers immediately acted, stuffing a hemp ball into the old man's mouth and dragging him away without further ado. Seeing the batons already striking down, if they kept making trouble and brought the White Horse Squad or something, no one would have a good outcome. The crowd scattered instantly. Xu Laowu saw the troublemakers at the door disperse and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But then Dr. Fu Wubin came rushing out in a panic from inside. This Dr. Fu was no ordinary person. Though young, he was the personal senior disciple of the true-born Dr. Lius, known for integrating Chinese and Western medicine. After arriving in Guangzhou, he had been practicing on his master's behalf for several months and had already made quite a name for himself. He was also the supervising doctor for several epidemic prevention stations in this area. "What happened?" Fu Wubin asked. Xu Laowu actually wasn't clear himself, but an epidemic prevention team member answered. "Comrade Fu, Do you remember 3 days ago during patrol, the one we caught burying a corpse secretly? His family's on Scissors Lane. This team member was wrapped tightly from head to toe, his expression invisible. One could only see a forehead covered in sweat, whether from heat or anxiety. I remember. The household in East 15 Branch Alley, a private school. A young Ziyukai died, a typical plague patient. The family didn't report it but secretly dragged him out and buried him during the patrol interval. I went with Comrade Dagging from your station to dig him up and cremate him. Fu Wubin was somewhat angry. Is today's mob their family's doing? Exactly them. The epidemic prevention team member's voice carried a note of helplessness. That old man just now was that Zhu, Ming Dynasty Ziyukai's father. He wasn't around when we went to handle the corpse. These past 2 days he's been coming to the door every day demanding an explanation, but the sentries have been turning him away. Then today this old fellow called a bunch of people to come together, all people dissatisfied with the cremation policy. Just those with records for secretly burying bodies include several households. Next time this happens, don't panic. Though you're the Epidemic Prevention Battalion, you're still part of the National Army, the claws and fangs of our great song, Fu Wubin said to the workers. Just beat them back. If they dare make more trouble, handle it strictly as assault on officials. Chief Liu said extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. You don't need to worry. I'll report this. Now hurry back to your work. Fu Wubin was angry for good reason. Because of this policy of collecting disease-death corpses, epidemic prevention team members clashed with citizens almost daily, with constant conflict. Considering that people's moods weren't good when someone in the family had died and then had to be sent to isolation, Motian had called on the epidemic prevention team and police to be more understanding. Don't talk back when cursed, and let minor physical pushing and shoving slide rather than treating everything as assaulting officials. However, conflicts had only intensified under the epidemic prevention team and police's tolerance and accommodation, from verbal abuse and shoving to now actually mobbing the epidemic prevention station. How could Fu Wubin, who had received a complete modern education and was young and spirited, endure this? Fu Wubin's report was another bucket of ice water on the already overwhelmed Motian. These commoner matters really were hard to handle. No wonder Liu Xiang always said, matters concerning people's livelihoods must be handled with the utmost caution. Suddenly, 2 words he had previously detested bubbled up from the bottom of his heart. Troublemakers. Having grown up in the city since childhood, Motian was after all still too young, and he had followed a purely academic path from medical school to hospital, with limited contact with grassroots society. As a doctor, he had naturally witnessed all sorts of absurd troublemakers in hospitals in the old timeline. In his view, this was merely due to individual greed and character issues. He hadn't considered the social emotions and psychology of the entire society, nor did he have any concept of what these measures meant in late Ming times. Even in the old timeline's 1980s New China, cremation wasn't an easy topic. Mandatory cremation policies had still caused considerable turmoil at the rural grassroots level, with cadre mass relations becoming tense. And that was after decades of cities universally adopting cremation and national leaders personally advocating it by example. In this era, his proposal that all disease-death corpses be cremated was nothing short of a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The backlash was far beyond his expectations. Author's note: next update will be Section 7 of Volume 7, Liangguang Campaign. End of chapter. Chapter 1889, Motian's Anguish during the Song and Yuan dynasties. Cremation was quite common among ordinary people. After Zhu Qiujing established the Ming Dynasty, he considered cremation a barbarian custom and vigorously promoted burial while prohibiting cremation. But by the mid to late Ming period in southern regions, funeral customs had begun showing certain improper trends. Leaving corpses unburied and private cremation were both expressions of this. However, Leaving corpses unburied was mostly motivated by seeking sites with good feng shui, and those who opposed cremation were mostly Confucian believers with strict family traditions. These two groups overlapped significantly. Those who chose cremation were mostly people who couldn't bear late Ming's extravagant funeral customs or couldn't afford good feng shui burial sites. In short, families in poor economic circumstances. In the views of many at the time, burning corpses was treatment reserved for the destitute, for those who froze or starved to death on roadsides, and for executed criminals with no one to bury them. By comparison, those who opposed cremation and those who left corpses unburied naturally wielded greater power of opposition and agitation, not to mention that he was also digging up already buried disease-death corpses for burning. The proposal to cremate disease-death corpses had encountered no opposition among the elders. This gave Lin Motion, who didn't pay much attention to popular sentiment, the illusion that everyone supports this. When he encountered sporadic resistance during initial policy implementation, he still thought it was merely temporary backlash from the people, not worth worrying about. He hadn't expected contradictions to sharpen so severely. Ancient China wasn't without relief measures for frequent plagues. On the contrary, feudal governments intervened in popular epidemics through various means, distributing medicine, praying to gods, establishing charitable institutions. Though due to theoretically misguided directions, these often had little effect. But compared to Lin Motion's current methods of household disinfection and mandatory cremation, they clearly possessed a more obviously charitable nature and were easier for people to accept. Originally, aside from a minority of naturalized citizens from Hainan and local citizens who had received modern medical care, ordinary people were already fearful and suspicious of the modern medical methods brought by the Elders' Council. Add in these coercive, tyrannical policies, and if not for the Fubo army providing backing, his policies would have been impossible to implement. In fact, even with the Fubo army's full support, the situation he faced was already very unfavorable. Son of a... I'm just a healthcare worker. How did I get dragged into this changing customs business? Lin Motion looked with anguish at the public sentiment reports sent up from below. Family members of disease victims secretly dumping or burying corpses, elderly people committing suicide to avoid cremation, accusations of epidemic prevention team members entering homes and peeping at women, with women even hanging themselves over this. Violent resistance to isolation and lockdown measures, people trying to escape from the Guangzhou Island quarantine zone and drowning en route. Rumors spreading that the isolation policy was about penning people up to starve. There was even talk that the Elders' Council was burning people alive for sorcery. The propaganda department had already urgently launched a larger-scale publicity campaign. The Joint Governance Office's propaganda teams and the large number of sentiment monitors, both new and old, deployed by Elder Qin had infiltrated street corners, brothels, and tea-houses everywhere, promoting the principles of plague causation, transmission routes, and the necessity of isolation. This had somewhat eased the initially tense atmosphere. But with low administrative capacity, precision management was impossible when executing policies. They could only adopt one-size-fits-all approaches that grassroots personnel could understand and execute. This inevitably led to the old problem of too tight when controlling, too loose when relaxed. Under this one-size-fits-all approach, all of Guangzhou had been thrown into chaos. Lin Motion didn't know much history, but he still knew about the popular uprisings in Jiangnan during the early Qing over the Q-wearing issue. He couldn't underestimate citizen resistance just because he had powerful force behind him. Though in Guangzhou City, whether the National Army, the Sword-Drawing Squad, the White Horse Squad, or the National Police, all now followed his commands. If large-scale unrest truly occurred, as long as he ordered suppression, these machines of violence would show absolutely no hesitation. But the consequences of firing would also be his to bear. If Guangzhou citizens' opposition to his health policies triggered large-scale unrest, a few deaths naturally meant nothing to an elder like him. But earning an evaluation of rash work, inciting popular revolt, would mean never being allowed to independently lead any work again. What to do? Lin Motion looked at the pile of sentiment reports and daily epidemic prevention reports accumulated on his desk, his heart tormented. Should he ease up a bit? The thought kept circling in his mind. After all, there was plenty of wasteland in this timeline. He could designate a barren hill in the far suburbs as a cemetery for disease victims. Deep burial of corpses, wire fencing around the cemetery on all sides. This way, though still involving mandatory funeral policies, at least he wouldn't have to cremate corpses anymore, and resistance to epidemic prevention would be much less. Once this thought arose, he could no longer sit still. He pulled back the map curtain on the wall and began studying it carefully. He was deep in thought when the messenger brought the latest correspondence. Lin Motion skimmed through them, and one was from the testing laboratory at Lingao General Hospital. His spirits immediately rose. The test report had arrived. Last week, he had sent rat tissue samples captured from the Dongxinju and various locations throughout the city back to Lingao General Hospital for bacterial culture to determine the source of plague infection. He quickly tore open the report. The test results confirmed his estimate. Plague Yersinia pestis had been found in tissue cultures of rats captured on the Dongxinju. Tissue cultures from rats at all other locations had not detected plague Yersinia pestis. Damn! He slammed the desk hard and shouted, "Someone come!" The secretary immediately appeared at the door. Draft and order. Recipient, Commander of Changzhou Island Quarantine Camp. Upon receipt, he is to immediately burn the Dongxinju at the quarantine anchorage. Burn it completely clean, not a single plank left, understand? Yes, Chief. Order the Epidemic Prevention Battalion. All confiscated goods, equipment, and clothing associated with Xingfu Mountain Goods Store and Dongxinju are to be sent to Liu Bridge for burning. Yes. After the secretary left, Lin Motion slumped back in his chair. The direct infection source had been cut off, certainly good news. However, since plague had already spread, the epidemic would by no means subside. He had a premonition that the epidemic's peak had not yet arrived. Once the epidemic escalated, epidemic prevention measures would need further escalation. Thinking about the conflicts ahead, Lin Motion's head ached even more. Should he abandon the policy of cremating disease victims? Lin Motion was deliberating before the map when the secretary came in again, somewhat excited, stammering. "Ray reporting, Chief. Chief Wen. Wen is here." Lin Motion jumped in surprise. Among the dozens of elders in all of Guangdong, there was only one surnamed Wen. Wen Dacey, regional governor of Guangdong, concurrently chairman of the Military Administration Committee and civil administrator, additionally titled Great Song Pacification Commissioner of Lianguang. He was Guangdong's highest local administrative official. Since arriving in Guangzhou, Wen Dacey had rarely appeared at local administrative work meetings. Though he frequently appeared at various public occasions, such as the commendation ceremony for naturalized cadres, the founding assembly of the Guangzhou Chamber of Commerce, on specific administrative matters, Chief Wen's presence in Guangzhou City was very faint. Including the witchcraft case that had caused citywide uproar, he had only visited Comrade Liu Xiang afterward and reminded Comrade Liu Xiang to take care of his health and strengthen his studies. He neither participated in nor guided the entire case investigation and trial. His attitude was completely one of ruling without interference, to the point that Guangzhou's naturalized cadres only knew of Mayor Liu, not of Regional Governor Wen. In Lin Motion's view, Chief Wen's lack of involvement in Guangzhou was a good thing. Since ancient times, being a county magistrate right next to the provincial capital was the hardest job. When superiors loved to interfere, local leaders couldn't get things done. Chief Wen was supporting Liu Xiang's work through his actions. "Please come in quickly." Lin Motion hurried to straighten his wrinkled clothes. He hadn't had a proper bath or rest in a week. Being a doctor had its benefits. The elders basically all knew him and relationships were pretty good. This was naturally because no one in this timeline dared offend doctors. Chief Wen, Lin Motion went to greet him. Old Lin, no need for formality. When Daisy grasped his hand and studied his face. Your complexion doesn't look good. You need to rest. Thank you for your concern, Chief Wen. How could I possibly sleep? Though Lin Motion knew this was just typical leader's small talk, when Daisy was the first person in days to ask about his health, and he couldn't help feeling moved. Epidemic prevention work isn't done in a day. If you ruin your health, how can we continue our epidemic prevention work? When Daisy said with a smile. Sit, sit. The two sat on the sofa, the most luxurious piece of furniture in Lin Motion's office, meant for him to catch a little sleep anytime, anywhere. Lin Motion knew that when Daisy had specifically passed through plague-infected streets to come to his office, naturally not just to exchange pleasantries, most likely he wanted to understand the epidemic situation. He immediately organized his thoughts and began briefing Wen Daisy on the epidemic. He gave a concise introduction to the current situation, countermeasures taken, and problems encountered, especially mentioning the various obstacles encountered in cremating disease-death corpses and conducting household investigations. I always used to think these old customs were merely laughable, but now I see they're really treated like golden rules in the minds of common people. He then spoke of the elderly man who had committed suicide out of fear of being cremated after dying of illness. I truly can't understand. Even if one is at death's door, life is still continuing. Besides, he wasn't even infected. Just to ensure having a coffin after death, he was willing to end his own life. I really can't fathom this thinking. When Daisy lit a cigar, listening to his complaints with a slight smile. For the matter of cremating corpses, who knows how many citizens in Guangzhou are cursing me to drop dead? Lin Motion thought of the pamphlets recently confiscated by the police, depicting him as a demon or monster, and couldn't help becoming emotional. Lu Xun really knew what he was talking about. Author's note. Tomorrow's update will be Section 8 of Volume 7, Lianguang Campaign. End of chapter. Chapter 1890 Progress Through Setbacks. Whether Lu Xun knew what he was talking about, we won't discuss, when Daisy said. What do you plan to do now? Public resentment is boiling. The sentiment reports don't look optimistic. There's even a trend of denying all the good policies we've implemented since entering the city. Lin Motion couldn't help waxing lyrical. My personal disgrace doesn't matter, but all the efforts of so many comrades will have been in vain. When Daisy smiled without speaking, this was obviously a preamble, and what would follow was surely, considering the overall situation. I'm thinking about whether to establish a special infectious disease cemetery somewhere sparsely populated in Guangzhou's suburbs, where all infection deaths would be uniformly buried. Of course, we'd need to take sanitary measures, corpses disinfected first, then deeply buried, ensuring they don't become new infection sources. This way we could both ease citizens' hostile sentiments and achieve the isolation effect. When Daisy laughed after hearing this and set his cigar on the ashtray. Comrade Lin Motion, what do you think all of us abandoned our comfortable 21st century lives and came to this timeline to do? Lin Motion was taken aback. His thinking was actually simple. He just hadn't wanted to spend time in a hospital working his way up to associate director, then director. He said, nothing more than seeking glory and riches. Of course, there's also an element of realizing personal ideals. Glory and riches, for us now, that's too easy. If all we wanted was that, why would we bother coming to this filthy, chaotic medieval city, risking plague infection to do all this? Whether Guangzhou's common people die from plague or starvation, how is that our concern? Lin Motion hadn't expected Wen Daisy to speak so bluntly. We came to this timeline, whatever each person's purpose may be, to do just one thing, build a new world. When Daisy waved his hand and declared loudly. Whether our comrades want to found their own schools and become academic powers, become landlord tyrants who bully men and seize women, become high officials whose every call is answered, or just to build a maid ethnography museum. Without smashing the old world and building a new one, none of it can be done. Lin Motion stared at Wen Daisy in astonishment. He had had little interaction with Chief Wen. He'd only heard him give formal speeches at public occasions and had never spoken with him privately before. Precisely because we want to build a new world when plague is spreading, we stay in the city, working and living under its shadow. You're here racking your brains. If you ask me, simply burning Guangzhou to the ground, people and buildings alike, is there any cleaner, more convenient purification measure than that? Now Lin Motion trembled slightly. He realized when Daisy wasn't saying this as mere big talk, he had genuinely considered it. That doesn't seem appropriate, he said quietly. Of course it's not appropriate, but it's still an option as a last resort, Wen Daisy said. But here's the thing, since we're going to build a new world, we inevitably have to destroy the old world. If we spend all day hesitating, worrying about what the natives will think, not wanting to offend this person, wanting to respect that custom, then what did we come here for? Lin Motion understood Wen Daisy's meaning. But popular sentiment, yes, popular sentiment must be respected. Wen Daisy nodded. Tell me then, purely in terms of fighting plague, which is more advanced, our epidemic prevention measures or traditional methods. Naturally, our methods are more advanced. Exactly. We clearly possess advanced technology and methods. We represent the direction of development, yet we should compromise and yield to meaningless, even ignorant and backward, self-harming traditional customs just because they're popular sentiment. Don't you find that strange? Lin Motion thought. That's exactly what I think. But the fact was, it was hard to handle. He had always firmly believed that violent methods weren't all-powerful. The Qing dynasty's Q order was indeed implemented through ruthless methods, but the consequences were decades of anti-Qing uprisings one after another. Before Lin Motion could answer, Wen Daisy continued, "What we're implementing now is merely cremation of disease victims' corpses, at most a technical epidemic prevention measure. It doesn't even touch the edges of changing customs. If we back down today, whenever future livelihood measures encounter citizen opposition, should we back down too? Besides, if we back down today, the families of those whose corpses were burned yesterday will have complaints. Why is it that just one night later, the old Wang family next door doesn't have to be burned? Won't all our previous work be wasted? You know the propaganda personnel are still out there explaining only by cremating disease-death corpses can we cut off the infection source. If tomorrow it becomes centralized deep burial is also fine, wouldn't what the propagandists said before become lies? With orders changing morning and evening, where would our credibility be? Lin Motion nodded. These words touched him. Have you read Peter the Great? Haven't? Then let me recite a passage for you. It made a deep impression on me when I read it. When Daisy thought for a moment, then recited, "Most important is the people. Drag them out of the swamps of ages, pry open their eyes, poke them in the ribs. Beat them, twist them, teach them, make something of them. Travel thousands of miles through snow, trudge through mud. Destroy, build." Looking back, he truly felt a bit horrified. Hey, what kind of mountain is that hasn't been moved yet? He smiled meaningfully. Before us is exactly such a mountain. I understand now. Lin Motion had made up his mind by this point. The epidemic prevention measures already announced cannot be changed. When Daisy took a deep puff of his cigar and asked, "What kind of citizens in Guangzhou do you think are currently opposing cremation of disease victims' corpses?" Lin Motion was momentarily puzzled, then said, "All citizens oppose it, I believe. Looking at the sentiment reports, there's opposition everywhere. The Chamber of Commerce has also come to persuade. I'd say those who truly, strongly oppose cremation are those who can afford decent burial plots and coffins. As for most citizens busy all day, earning barely enough for 3 meals with no provisions for the morrow, do you think they're so sensitive about what happens after they die?" Well, Lin Motion hesitated. That may be so, but the concept that one's body, hair, and skin come from parents and mustn't be damaged is also universally accepted by common people. That only shows we haven't grasped control of the discourse, Daisy said. I think we should start precisely with this portion of lower-class people who can't read yet still hold Confucian mindsets. How do we do that? Motion was now grasping at straws. Chief Wen's earlier words had certainly dispelled his hesitation and strengthened his resolve to continue strictly implementing all quarantine and epidemic prevention measures. But the problems he faced remained unsolved. He still had to confront the possibility of conflicts from insisting on cremating disease-death corpses. How are the ashes of disease victims being handled after cremation now? Abandoned corpses are buried on site. Those with relatives can collect the ashes with their corpse slip and do whatever they want with them. If they want to buy land for burial, that's not prohibited, Motion said. Actually, that counts as resting in peace in the earth too, but many people simply don't come to collect the ashes. In the end, it's still handled as an unclaimed corpse. Among disease victims, the poor must be the majority. Yes. Bubonic plague is mainly transmitted by fleas, and lower-class people have nearly 100% flea infestation rates, Motion said. If we had adequate public bathhouses, that situation would improve considerably. You see, more lower-class people die. After these disease victims are cremated, there's nowhere to bury them. Even if there were, it would just be in the pauper's field. The pauper's fields in Guangzhou, I've seen them. Mostly bones piled on bones, pits that can't even be dug deep. Never mind bones being washed out when the rain is heavy. Sometimes a newly buried body is dug up by wild dogs that very night. It's really no different from leaving the corpse in the wilderness, just self-comfort. We should work on their afterlife matters. So, didn't you want to establish a disease victim cemetery? That plan is good, we should still build it. Pick a place with good feng shui. Make the buildings and landscaping refined. In short, no less impressive than the family cemeteries of wealthy households. Any disease victim's ashes whose families can't afford burial themselves, whether they have relatives or are unclaimed, can all be buried in the public cemetery. Of course, if rich people want to, they're welcome too. Everyone gets a headstone. The cemetery will have a disease victims memorial hall with public memorial services in all 4 seasons. What ordinary person ever gets this kind of treatment? Though the body was cremated, at least they're resting in peace in a site with excellent feng shui, with offerings made in all seasons. This way we'll occupy the moral high ground, Motion exclaimed. Exactly, Daisy said. Common people's thinking is actually very simple. They want to benefit. Even a tiny advantage can comfort quite a few people. When all is said and done, what right do urban poor in this timeline have to fuss about what happens after death? Sharing a pauper's grave piled with other corpses is their final destination. All this talk about body, hair, and skin that mustn't be damaged is just people parroting each other without thinking. If we give them a real, tangible benefit and they see it for themselves, they'll naturally be grateful to us. Besides, providing paupers' graves has always been considered charity. Even those pedantic Confucians can't find fault with it. Chief Wen, you're absolutely right. Motion suddenly felt as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun, nodding vigorously with excitement. I think we can even make it more solemn. For instance, have Mayor Liu conduct public memorial services, have Taoist Kui perform a few Jiao rituals, organize a grand salvation ceremony. Besides, New Taoism, Buddhism, and Catholicism can both get involved. All beings are equal, all religions should be equal too. Daisy smiled. I believe there are plenty more ideas to come up with. Since we can't bring ourselves to use fire to burn down the old world and rebuild afresh, at least we can make progress through setbacks. Author's note. Tomorrow's update will be Section 9 of Volume 7, Liangguang Campaign. End of chapter. Chapter 1891. Epidemic Escalation. Epidemic Escalation. After Daisy departed, Motion penned a note to Kui Hantang, explaining his urgent need to locate a feng shui treasure site in the suburbs. somewhere suitable to serve as a charitable cemetery for the epidemic's victims. He requested Kui Hantang's assistance with the site inspection. He then composed a second note to Shen Ruiming, calling for prosecution of those recently detained for mobbing the epidemic prevention station and violently resisting quarantine inspectors' attempts to enter private residences. Prosecute under the charge of obstructing official duties or endangering public safety. We must create a powerful deterrent. After handing these notes to the messenger, Lin Motion exhaled deeply. Since matters of principle could not be compromised, perhaps in their specific implementation he could incorporate something to soothe the public's hearts, a memorial service perhaps. Yet with the city gripped by panic, gathering the masses for such an event hardly seemed prudent. This really is difficult. Fu Wubin, roused from slumber by the crackling loudspeaker broadcast, yawned cavernously. His eyes struggled open, but the instant recognition of his surroundings jolted him awake. He dressed with brisk efficiency and began his ablutions. A new day had dawned, and there was work aplenty awaiting him. Doctors and nurses from Bahrain General Hospital, Mao Army General Hospital, and Hong Kong Naval General Hospital had been streaming into Guangzhou one after another, reinforcing the frontline epidemic prevention efforts. Even so, the gaps in the city's health department remained vast. Since the plague's outbreak, personnel shortages had multiplied alongside mounting epidemic prevention pressures. The various epidemic prevention stations and newly established infectious disease treatment centers still lacked sufficient resident doctors. Given the specialized nature of infectious disease management, most personnel stationed at these locations came from the Epidemic Prevention Battalion. Having a few medics assigned was already considered favorable, though in Lin Motion's estimation, these medics from crash courses were scarcely distinguishable from ordinary epidemic prevention team members. Anything remotely serious required summoning support from the Guangzhou General Hospital. Implementation of isolation and cremation policies met constant obstacles, and every department cried out for more hands. Fu Wubin struggled to keep his leaden eyelids from drooping while his hands moved with practiced speed. A towel draped around his neck in the manner he'd learned from old Zai. He brushed his teeth rapidly while his mind was already churning through the day's tasks. His role was to serve as a roving physician for the epidemic prevention stations. With the health department's limited capabilities, stationing a dedicated doctor at each location was impossible. Instead, they had adopted a district system. One physician permanently based at a central station would make rounds among 5 or 6 surrounding epidemic prevention posts. Fu Wubin had earned his physician certification through the lineage disciple pathway, but by health department regulations, traditional Chinese medicine lineage disciples were required to undergo modern medical training. Thus, he had visited Bahrain General Hospital multiple times for advanced study and had absorbed the principles of modern medicine. His understanding of infectious diseases hovered just above the level of popular science. Yet facing naturalized citizens who needed to learn what bacteria even meant from scratch, his expertise was more than sufficient to impress. Besides, he had earned a Class A diploma, marking him as a bona fide intellectual among the naturalized citizens under the Elders' Council's administration. And everyone knew that though this Dr. Fu was young, he was an Elder's personal disciple, quite possibly a future senior cadre in the health department. No one dared treat him lightly. Though he bore the title of station doctor, the health department possessed no effective treatment for plague. His duties consisted primarily of diagnosing suspected cases, verifying that epidemic prevention measures had been properly implemented, completing the daily paperwork Lin Motion demanded, and educating the naturalized citizen workers engaged in epidemic prevention. This last task, training, was the most crucial. As the epidemic intensified, prevention work grew heavier, and the ranks of deployed personnel had swelled dramatically. These naturalized citizen workers not only knew nothing of epidemic prevention, They possessed scant basic health knowledge and harbored varying degrees of fear about their work. Simply issuing orders and demanding execution would likely cause problems. When it came to changing customs, mistakes could be tolerated, but health work was a matter of life and death. Better they understand a little than remain wholly ignorant. Comrades, in our previous studies we learned the principles of microbial pathogenesis. Today we'll examine one of the most severe infectious diseases in the health epidemic prevention system, plague, which we designate disease number 1. This is a classic bacterially caused illness. Let's learn about the pathogen, pathogenesis, and key points for prevention and treatment. Fu Wubin wrote 2 large characters, Chinese letter, plague, on the blackboard in his best professional manner and commenced his lecture. I know that in the quarantine and epidemic prevention training sessions previously organized by the Elders' Council, some comrades gained preliminary understanding of key prevention and treatment points for common infectious diseases such as plague, cholera, bacterial dysentery, and smallpox. But I'm aware you must still have many questions, especially since most of you had no background in health or microbiology before attending those sessions. Director Zhao has therefore instructed me to deliver another lecture on the fundamentals of these diseases. But truthfully, the Council's training sessions already covered this in considerable detail. This is merely a review. The causative bacterium of plague is called Yersinia pestis. No, not 123 Army. Fu Wubin glanced at the notebook of a medic in the front row and turned to write Chinese letter, Yersinia on the blackboard. Why such a strange name? The medic mumbled, somewhat embarrassed, and scratched out a few lines in his notebook. Fu Wubin recognized him. This was Zhu Qiujing, whom his master Lius had pulled from the river upon entering Guangzhou and subsequently saved through surgery. The man had originally practiced medicine himself. After being rescued, he had persistently sought to become Liu's disciple. Seeing his determination, Lius had agreed, making Zhu Qiujing Fu Wubin's junior brother. However, because his origins remained unclear, he had only been assigned to work as a receiving physician at Runchitang's Guangzhou branch. Yersinia is named after a medical pioneer of our great song, judging by the name, probably a Semu person. Fu Wubin tugged at his dress code collar. He remained deeply uncomfortable with Lingao-style cadre uniform collars. But that's beside the point. Comrades needn't necessarily remember the bacterium's name. Prevention and treatment are what we most need to focus on. Allow me to introduce the plague Yersinia. What's with you, comrade? Which department are you from? Why are you blocking me at a time like this? Do you know what I'm here to report? This matter is stipulated in the quarantine and epidemic prevention implementation measures. I can even request to see your epidemic prevention team leaders directly. Just as Fu Wubin was lecturing enthusiastically, a commotion erupted at the main entrance. He set down his book and peeked outside. The medic Zhu Qiujing in the front row had already risen to his feet, his expression darkening with displeasure. What's all this shouting? If you have something to say it calmly. This is no way to behave, Zhu Qiujing called toward the gate. Though he had only recently joined the cause and remained a new naturalized citizen, he had personally witnessed the brilliance of Australian medicine. Lius had taken him as a disciple, but offered guidance only in traditional Chinese medicine, saying little about Australian techniques. Zhu Qiujing therefore treasured every lecture and training session the health department organized. When Fu Wubin's class was interrupted, he seated in the audience, felt angrier than the man at the podium, especially when he looked and saw it was merely a quarantine inspector at the door. Fu Wubin gestured for everyone to remain calm and walked over. I'm the Central Station doctor. What's the matter? Comrade, the quarantine inspector, seeing a doctor had arrived, ignored the sentry and saluted. I'm from Station 16. I have an urgent situation to report. A crowd had already gathered. Fu Wubin said, we have procedures for how we do things. Unless it's extremely urgent, making such a commotion is itself a violation of procedural principles. This is extremely urgent. The quarantine inspector's face flushed crimson as he thrust a document forward, loudly declaring, "One suspected case of pneumonic plague discovered." What? What? Yu Qing hadn't heard clearly. Have him repeat that. But Fu Wubin had heard. He was stunned, nearly dropping his teaching materials. Several cadres who had attended the training class blanched at the words pneumonic plague and leapt from their seats, running to the door. Quarantine Inspector Xu Laowu reporting, "One suspected case of pneumonic plague discovered in South Scissors Lane." Fu Wubin snatched the document from the inspector's hands. Plague contact history, acute onset, high fever, cervical lymph nodes, bloody sputum, gram-negative bacillus. He felt his hair standing on end. Messenger, report to Epidemic Prevention Battalion headquarters immediately. What about his plague contact history? Why wasn't he isolated? Fu Wubin demanded, staring hard at Xu Laowu. According to Lin Motion's latest requirements, the quarantine inspector responsible for each district had to conduct not only street patrols, but also regular household inspections. The moment a suspected case or contact was discovered, mandatory isolation had to be enforced. The patient had contact with a fur peddler while purchasing goods, but he didn't recognize that peddler. They only stood in line together. Xu Laowu's expression was one of profound frustration. That peddler was confirmed shortly afterward, but this patient today, because he didn't recognize the man and they'd only exchanged a few words, he forgot all about it afterward. When I went to inspect, he didn't mention it. His family knew nothing. Who could have imagined he would become infected like this? And that peddler. What's his current condition? Yu Qing asked. Beside him, Fu Wubin wanted to ask why peddlers, a profession clearly designated for special monitoring, could still permit such a situation to occur. But after a moment's reflection, he felt the question was pointless. His lips moved once or twice, but he said nothing more. Still in isolation at the infectious disease hospital, Xu Laowu said. But I've never been to the infectious disease hospital, so I don't know his current condition. Author's note. Next update will be Section 10 of Volume 7, Lianguang Campaign. End of chapter. Chapter 1892. Guangzhou under the shadow of plague. Guangzhou under the shadow of plague. If this case was confirmed, that peddler was almost certainly doomed as well. Fu Wubin sighed silently. If this patient had contracted the disease merely from exchanging a few words of conversation, then the fur merchant had very likely developed pneumonic plague too. And with so many days having passed, he might already have septicemia. Perhaps he was already beyond saving. Let us hope this suspected case can be ruled out as pneumonic plague. Everyone present prayed in silence. After a long pause, Fu Wubin finally managed to stammer. Quick, quick, report to Director Lin. The results arrived swiftly. Lin Motion studied the report on the first pneumonic plague case. Well, what had to come would come. Since he had accepted this explosive assignment, this was unavoidable. He immediately began issuing new quarantine and epidemic prevention regulations. The epidemic had launched its counterattack. The next phase might soon bring an outbreak. Moreover, the previous measures he had implemented, rat extermination, strict quarantine of the fur trade, could no longer halt the droplet transmission route of pneumonic plague. The source of infection would likely shift from primarily rats and fleas to primarily human-to-human transmission. He had hesitated for weeks, reluctant to unveil this document that would be considered shocking by this timeline's standards. But now he had no choice. Without deploying sufficiently harsh measures, no one could predict how the epidemic might develop, or whether Guangzhou would become a dead city. According to the regulations Lin Motion had been implementing, a quarantine system had gradually taken shape. Yet these measures remained far from sufficient. Before them, after all, stood Death's advocate, against whom humanity had struggled for millennia without success. One could imagine that a considerable number of ordinary soldiers participating in frontline quarantine would not live to see final victory. But this was no time for soft-heartedness. Lin Motion's next measures wouldn't merely fail to protect these ordinary quarantine personnel. they would expose them to even greater danger. The outbreak of pneumonic plague and the accelerating daily increase in infections had completely silenced certain elders who had been making snide remarks. Support for his work now poured in from all sides with unprecedented vigor, and when Daisy had even telegraphed every department and elder throughout the province, demanding they provide every convenience, Lin Motion undertook more detailed district divisions, preparing to implement martial law in districts where pneumonic plague cases had appeared. The street patrol system was converted to mandatory household inspections, and he requested additional quarantine inspectors from Hong Kong. He required each inspector to visit every individual household during each patrol. Once a suspected case was discovered, the patient and close contacts were to be immediately and forcibly isolated. At his discretion, houses of infected persons would be burned, with compensation provided. Citizens were gradually accepting the isolation policy, evidence that the propaganda department's work was indeed vital. The next phase of tightening would still require the propaganda department's continued assistance. All traffic checkpoints would strengthen quarantine, with non-essential trade completely prohibited. The small portion that remained would have to undergo strict quarantine and disinfection procedures. Vagrant shelters would be established to take in drifters and beggars, striving to eliminate their current status outside household registration. Bathhouses, inns, entertainment venues, even coffin shops and slaughterhouses would all be sealed or placed under strict control. The stricter new quarantine regulations had barely been published when all of Guangzhou erupted in uproar. Never mind local citizens being unable to accept them, even Mayor Liu's expression turned exceedingly grim. As long as these measures were implemented, the fiscal pressure on Guangzhou would explode to a degree he found unbearable. A few months of this, and the municipal government would face bankruptcy. Fortunately, Lin Motion had repeatedly emphasized in his reports to Lingao that epidemic prevention work required the full cooperation of the Elders' Council. Guangzhou alone could hardly pull through, which gave Liu Xiang considerable leverage when requesting funds from the central government. Besides, everyone understood the fundamental question: money or life. So despite their displeasure, they still had to cooperate fully with implementation. If even they themselves were reluctant about the isolation policy, one could well imagine how much resistance there would be among the populace. Lin Motion's group returned from inspecting the newly built disease victim cemetery. The site was located at Yantang, at the foot of Baiyun Mountain, not far from the urban area. Hui Hantang had specifically gone to see it, rambling at length about the feng shui considerations in the site selection and design. Neither Lin Motion nor Liu Xiang had any interest in his pontifications. They cared only about how many people could be buried here. The planned burial capacity was 4,000 plots. Combined with wall niches and flowerbed burials, the total capacity would accommodate roughly 10,000 urns of ashes. Lin Motion thought this number should suffice. If it's not enough, we're probably not escaping either. The name Disease Victim Cemetery proved too morbid, so the cemetery adopted the name of the old charitable institution under the Guangzhou Prefecture office that had managed paupers' graves and collected roadside corpses, the Liu's Garden. It was named Liu's Garden Cemetery. Workers were cutting terraces into the hillside and laying slope protection stones. Architect Zhai Runjai, urgently transferred from Lingao, was responsible for the project's design and construction. Reflecting that his first architectural commission in Guangzhou was actually a cemetery, this designer, who had dreamed of building countless thousand-year Reich structures, predictably wore a dark expression. Naturally, he wasn't in a good mood toward Lin Motion and the others either. Despite Liu Xiang's repeated assurances that the design should be bold, the materials refined, and funding is no concern, Zhai Runjai could muster little enthusiasm. The cemetery grounds included 3 small religious buildings, 1 Buddhist temple, 1 Taoist temple, and 1 Catholic church. The Taoists were dispatched by Qi Hanteng. Monks were found locally from temples. As for priests, when the Jesuit missionaries heard that the Black Death had broken out in Guangzhou, they came of their own accord like flies drawn to carrion. Though their medical skills were useless against plague, they remained determined to save as many souls as possible and had rushed to the city. Liu Xiang directly assigned these missionaries to the cemetery as caretakers, incidentally performing mass at burials. This arrangement drew protests from the missionaries, because the deceased hadn't been baptized in life. Holding requiem mass at burial was meaningless. Lin Motion had no interest in such doctrinal disputes and returned early to his office. Walking back, he observed that due to pneumonic plague transmission, stricter quarantine and isolation measures were already being enforced. The streets, which had still shown some signs of life before, had lost their once bustling crowds, so desolate it sent chills down one's bones. Every household had barred its doors. Garbage blew across the streets in the wind, a scene of utter desolation. The once thriving marketplace had lost all signs of vitality. Though most shops remained open, hardly any customers lingered inside. Owners and workers wore worried expressions. The market depression caused by large-scale quarantine and isolation was beginning to manifest. Lin Motion knew that the Chamber of Commerce had petitioned Liu Xiang a few days earlier for tax exemption over the next 6 months. The affected industries touched every sector, from lofty foreign merchants earning fortunes daily to humble craftsmen and peddlers. Everyone was suffering. The only exception was coffin shops. They had received a modest windfall from large orders placed by epidemic prevention stations for thin cremation coffins. Switching to specialized cremation coffins was another of Lin Motion's innovations to reduce cremation resistance. Previously, the corpse collection teams had used oilcloth body bags. These required custom manufacturing from raw materials to finished products at the United Logistics Uniform Factory in Hong Kong. Not only were costs high, but they gave people a feeling of cheapness. Having a coffin was at least more dignified than being placed in a bag. The latter, in many minds, was no different from being wrapped in reed mats, the after-death standard for the destitute. Switching to thin coffins constructed from miscellaneous woods could not only be manufactured locally, but was also considerably cheaper. However, this small prosperity was utterly insignificant compared to the market depression. According to police reports, many urban poor were beginning to have difficulty making a living and had to rely on relief to survive. Moreover, the middle and lower middle classes were also experiencing varying degrees of hardship and urgently required assistance. Relief grain now had to be shipped daily from Hong Kong to Guangzhou. Liu Xiang had said with a bitter smile at yesterday's municipal government work meeting. The Elders' Council thought Guangzhou was a milk cow. Turns out it's a dying cow on its last legs. Not only is there no milk, but we have to keep giving it blood transfusions. But as long as the milk cow stays alive, there'll be milk, Lin Motion replied. If it dies, there's nothing left. Guangzhou's currency reform had completely stalled. Commercial circulation had nearly ceased. The silver lining was that the anticipated problems of currency shortage and unscrupulous merchants hoarding goods for profit hadn't materialized. The plague bacillus had destroyed all such possibilities. The series of new policies promoted by the Guangzhou municipal government had also ground to a complete halt. All human and material resources had been diverted to epidemic prevention. The work of fighting the plague was enormously complex. The Epidemic Prevention Battalion, investigation teams, quarantine camps, infectious disease hospitals, epidemic prevention stations, the crematorium, and now the cemetery. He had to oversee everything. Exhausted, he returned to the Epidemic Prevention Command Center of the Health Department. Before stepping into the buffer zone to remove his isolation cloak, he couldn't help frowning again. An envelope hung at the door. Today's epidemic report had arrived. He wondered if the numbers would improve his mood. There was some good news. Cremation policy implementation proceeding smoothly. All disease deaths and suspected disease deaths in the city have been cremated according to regulations. Propaganda front achieving significant results. The proportion of citizens accepting the Elders' Council's isolation and cremation policies is gradually increasing. Resistance to isolation, escapes during isolation, and secret burial or dumping of corpses have essentially disappeared. Street sentiment monitors in all districts deserve great credit. The Plague Isolation Ward at the Infectious Disease Hospital has identified 24 pneumonic plague cases. Scattered pneumonic plague cases have begun appearing across various districts, and the numbers show an upward trend. Motians studied the document with a gloomy expression. His greatest fear had come true. With the appearance of pneumonic plague, the incidence and morbidity rates that had been trending toward stability, even slight decline, had shown a marked jump. The epidemic was rebounding. Author's note: next update will be Section 11 of Volume 7, Lianguang Campaign. End of chapter. Chapter 1893. Leading by example, Lin Motion was convinced that pneumonic plague had not just appeared in the past 2 days. Their quarantine network, laughably crude by modern standards, had simply failed to detect it. Yet even within areas covered by the network, pneumonic plague cases had emerged in clusters, almost simultaneously, indicating a massive outbreak might already be underway. Lin Motion stepped out of the health department gate, feeling utterly spent in body and spirit. Getting anything done here was truly difficult. He had thought that in a place like Guangzhou, where elders congregated, he would at least draw less fire than externally stationed elders like Zhao Yingong. He hadn't expected this work would still make him universally despised, yet there was no alternative. The relatively mild quarantine methods employed before hadn't halted the plague's advance. Daily numbers of newly confirmed cases and deaths hadn't significantly decreased, and now with pneumonic plague appearing, matters would only worsen. Fortunately, Guangzhou's current weather was warm, buildings were well ventilated, and his newly announced mandatory disinfection orders for residential buildings would help. Pneumonic plague shouldn't rage as fiercely as the old timeline's Manchurian epidemic. He still had a chance. Life on the streets was growing ever more desolate. Lin Motion now walked the streets daily to observe. Though everyone advised him to stay indoors to avoid infection, he knew that quite a few epidemic prevention team members and related workers had already fallen ill and died. Mu Min had reported at a meeting that major vacancies now existed among Paigia heads and Beijing positions. Aside from those who had died of illness, many people adamantly refused to continue serving as these grassroots officials. If he himself went into hiding, it would devastate the morale of workers risking their lives on the front lines. The streets lay silent. Since the stricter epidemic prevention regulations had taken effect, that noisy, cheerful city of Guangzhou had gradually sunk into a terrible, deathly stillness. From far away came the sound of pushcart wheels rolling, corpse collection carts, particularly jarring in the silence. Lin Motion wore his isolation suit and thick mask. Even so, the epidemic prevention team members, National Army soldiers, and police on street duty could recognize him. They knew this doctor with the guards was a chief. An elder patrolling the streets served well to calm hearts. Thus not only did Lin Motion do this, but other elders also appeared in public from time to time. Even elders from somewhat unrelated departments did the same. On the days when new cases reached new highs, elders from the Legal Affairs Department still held court to hear cases. Of course, he wasn't entirely unprepared. Liu San had already secretly arranged for a batch of low-temperature preserved streptomycin injections to be shipped from Lingao. Though expired, they should retain some efficacy. Should any elder become infected, they could be used immediately. Lin Motion was walking down the street when he faintly heard an agitated young man's voice ahead. Everyone knows cremation violates human ethics, but if we don't do this, it could bring disaster upon all the city's elders. He thought it was another quarantine inspector clashing with residents. Turning to look, he saw it was actually a young commoner arguing with a tearful old woman. But looking more closely, the young man's eyes were also red-rimmed, and his voice was beginning to tremble as he spoke. He walked slowly toward them. The patrol officers and epidemic prevention team members immediately stood at attention and saluted upon seeing an elder. He waved his hand and stepped forward. "Elder, don't be sad. Once someone has died of illness, crying won't help, and there's also the danger of spreading disease. Let them take him away quickly." Seeing the old woman about to cry again, he instinctively moved to help her. The quarantine inspector saw this and was alarmed, quickly pulling him back. "Chief, this household just had a disease victim removed." Lin Motion started and stepped back accordingly. He continued, "The saying goes, rest in peace in the earth. But now, for the sake of millions of citizens in our Zhu Qiujing, for the living, we inevitably cannot attend to the deceased. Ethics are important, but the lives and safety of millions of souls are more important. I hope you can understand, Elder." As he spoke, he slowly bowed to the old woman, a gesture that somewhat masked the awkwardness of his having retreated a step just moments before. The patrol officer, quarantine inspector, and young man were all startled. The old lady didn't know who Lin Motion was, but these three knew. Since the Elders' Council formally took over Guangzhou, there had never been a precedent of an elder voluntarily bowing to an individual citizen. Elder Lin had broken precedent, and to a completely illiterate old lady at that. The young man's knees went weak and he nearly knelt, then suddenly remembered that the great song didn't follow this Coutwing custom. After a long pause, he managed to say in a trembling voice, "Chief, I can see you've been very active in absorbing the Elders' Council's spirit. Did you come from Guangzhou?" Lin Motion was somewhat puzzled. Judging by the young man's attire, he obviously wasn't a naturalized citizen. "And no, but my eldest brother is a Beijing and I'm currently a page ahead for this district. We are very supportive of the Elders' Council's edicts." The young man's new speech wasn't yet fluent. "Yesterday my father passed away from illness. When my mother heard he would be taken away for cremation, she couldn't bear it. But the plague. We understand." As he spoke, tears threatened to fall again, but everyone understood his meaning. "You've done the right thing," Lin Motion said softly. "Cremation doesn't mean we fail to honor the deceased. In this disaster, even when quarantine workers sacrifice themselves, cremation is unavoidable. I myself am no exception. When the plague is extinguished, we will definitely erect a monument to honor those citizens and martyrs who gave their lives fighting the plague. Take good care of her." The propaganda department naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. The story of Lin Motion bowing to a disease victim's family member quickly made the newspapers. The propaganda department seized the momentum to launch a new offensive. Guangzhou's newspapers were soon filled with reports like Elder Lin Motion bows 3 times to family of epidemic zone victim. Elder Lin personally visits epidemic zone, addresses leaders at all levels of quarantine battalion, and Elder Lin Motion inspects epidemic zone. The people of Great Song are invincible. It must be said that Lin Motion had struck an excellent pose. Elder Qin also capitalized on the momentum to hold a grand memorial service at Lu's Garden Cemetery for workers who had died on duty, which could be called the height of mourning honors. A special edition of the Yangcheng Express was subsequently published. Under the powerful propaganda, offensive, and relentless suppression by military and police, resistance to the isolation and cremation policies finally began to diminish. "Tell them to take this down." Lin Motion finished another day of patrol and entered the health committee door wearily. While reaching for the day's epidemic report, he pointed at the bulletin board displaying a newspaper featuring a large photo of himself. This newspaper had been posted for quite a while, and Lin Motion still found the propaganda about himself somewhat nauseating. Today he finally couldn't help himself and took the initiative to request the newspaper's removal. "Yes, Chief." The sentry snapped to attention and saluted. Where's today's epidemic report? Lin Motion looked at the document folder at the door, empty. A comrade from the office already took it, the sentry explained. Then it should be on his desk. Lin Motion thought this as he walked toward the command center, but from far away he could already hear a commotion. What's all the noise about? Lin Motion said, somewhat displeased, quietly reproaching the jubilant workers. Chief, wonderful news. A messenger lifted a document with an excited expression, obviously today's epidemic report. Since the pneumonic plague outbreak, this is the first time our compiled daily death toll has decreased. Lin Motion staggered and stepped back, but finally a trace of a smile appeared on his pale face. A turning point at last. I don't have to worry about being sent back to teach anymore. Though he hadn't expected the epidemic to gradually fade and disappear starting today, at least this was a good omen. Lin Motion took the report from the messenger's hands. Not only were death numbers starting to decline, though the decrease was small, but the number of people being isolated on Guangzhou Island was also decreasing, and even the escape rate had dropped. Escape incidents from Guangzhou Island had occurred more than once. Some succeeded, others failed, but every escaped isolated person was placed on a wanted list, especially at road checkpoints. Initially, escapees who were caught were simply sent back for re-isolation for 12 days. But as the number of escapees increased, and many were never found again, creating enormous hidden dangers, the handling of escapees grew harsher. Not only could sentries at the quarantine camp shoot escapees on sight, but after being caught and re-isolated, they would also face exile to Taiwan after their isolation ended. After implementing this measure, escapes from isolation had decreased dramatically. After all, spending 12 days in a quarantine camp versus being exiled overseas were worlds apart. And as publicity intensified, citizens better understood the purpose of quarantine isolation, and resistance had lessened considerably. Last week there had been only 3 escape cases from isolated personnel, all of whom were captured. Lin Motion looked at the confessions attached. Each could be called pitiable or understandable, but rules were rules. He annotated the report as usual, handle according to precedent. After experiencing panic, all of Guangzhou was gradually calming down. All kinds of epidemic prevention work were becoming more professional, policy implementation was growing smoother, and epidemic fluctuations were beginning to stabilize. Lin Motion and the elders in Guangzhou were gradually finding everything proceeding well. Some policy innovations that had originally been extremely difficult to advance, such as demolishing buildings to clear silt, were now gaining more and more support under the grand cause of epidemic prevention. Many citizens and shops that had previously refused to cooperate had signed agreements under strong public pressure, just waiting for the plague to end before beginning demolition and silt clearing. Liu Xiang was also preparing to use epidemic prevention as justification to implement a series of urban construction projects inside and outside the city, and to use the opportunity to pressure local gentry and wealthy households into voluntary donations. If I don't make their hearts tremble, they won't know how to write Liu. Liu Xiang clicked his abacus in his office. End of chapter. Chapter 1894. Epidemic Relapse. Fu Wuben donned his isolation suit and arrived at the gate of the quarantine camp's ward area wearing a stern expression. This was the isolation zone for patients confirmed to have bubonic plague, also called Zone 2, to distinguish it from Zone 1, which was reserved specifically for pneumonic plague patients. Essentially, once a patient entered Zone 1, they were simply waiting to die. Patients in Zone 2 at least had some chance of survival. Whether bubonic plague or pneumonic plague, the doctors possessed no treatment methods. They could only provide supportive care and distribute placebos. Occasionally, they would brew traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions for testing, all of which invariably failed. Whether a patient in Zone 2 survived depended primarily on their physical constitution. But this was a matter beyond prediction. Fu Wubin had personally witnessed a young man as strong as an ox die within 48 hours of onset, and also seen a white-haired, impoverished, sickly old man recover and leave Zone 2. As his master always said, treating illness had both scientific aspects and elements of luck. The guard at the door, wearing isolation clothing, checked his credentials and let him through. The ward resembled a prison more than a hospital. Outside the bamboo and barbed wire fence walls stood several watchtowers. Pairs of sentries wearing masks stood armed with live ammunition. Orders had been given that anyone crossing the warning line inside the walls could be shot. The hastily constructed isolation camp was naturally lacking in comforts. Long rows of wooden sheds roofed with reed mats and planks, with packed dirt floors beneath. The only thing that seemed upscale was that they were all private rooms, though this so-called privacy merely meant each bed area was partitioned and enclosed with reed mats. The room was permeated with a powerful smell of disinfectant, noticeable even through the Wu Lion-style mask. The ward lay silent. Some room doors stood open. Not only were there no patients, but even the bamboo beds the patients had slept on were gone. Obviously, these were patients who had died the night before, taken straight to cremation along with their beds. Sunlight streamed down from glass skylights in the roof, making the room brightly lit. Fu Wubin walked through it, yet felt waves of chill. He didn't stop until he reached the room with Yao Hongji written on the door sign. He had come here today specifically to question this man. Not long ago, Guangzhou's health department had discovered that the steadily declining death toll had recently shown fluctuations. Lin Motion found this strange. He hadn't relaxed the quarantine and epidemic prevention measures. If anything, he had supervised them even more strictly. And with martial law in place, population movement had nearly stopped. Why would there suddenly be a rebound? He believed he needed to find the cause. Fu Wubin was here to carry out this task. Because of his master Liu San's connections, Fu Wubin maintained extensive contacts with Guangzhou's traditional Chinese medicine community. He knew quite a few doctors, from famous physicians to the lowest, bell-ringing doctors. Anyone who could make a living in Guangzhou, he could claim to have met. This patient was a receiving physician at a small herbal medicine shop. He had been diagnosed with plague a few days ago, but his condition wasn't serious. He had now passed the danger period and was in the observation phase of recovery. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would be able to leave the hospital and return home in another 10 days or so. The reason Fu Wubin had come to find him was that during his investigation, he had discovered that among people who had been in contact with him, 7 or 8 were confirmed plague cases, an absurdly high number. It was obvious. He had been in contact with plague patients and had transmitted the plague to others. Dr. Yao, quite a few plague patients have been isolated recently, and several had contact with you, Fu Wubin said to the patient lying in bed. Officer, with the plague raging, there's naturally no shortage of people seeking medical treatment. Yes, when citizens get sick, naturally our great elders' council provides medicine and treatment. Fu Wubin narrowed his eyes, his tone gradually sharpening. Do you know what a plague patient looks like? Yao Hongji could see the visitor meant business. His heart sank. After thinking it over, he replied slowly, my medical skills were passed down through my family. Some patients, according to their pathological mechanisms, don't qualify as plague. So you're saying you don't recognize what plague looks like? Yao Hongji's heart jumped. In fact, quite a few patients afraid they had caught the plague had secretly come to see him, and he had prescribed medicine for them. If he admitted he couldn't recognize plague, wouldn't that be what the new regime called practicing medicine illegally? He quickly corrected himself. Well, the Elders' Council has also trained us. Naturally, I can recognize it. Since you can recognize it, Fu Wubin's tone grew colder. Then you should also know that when you suspect plague, you must report it immediately upon seeing it. This, Yao Hongji was sweating now. For many suspected plague patients, he indeed had not reported immediately. Instead, he first treated them with traditional medicine, collecting a consultation fee. This wasn't just him. All the doctors he knew did the same. The better ones would report to quarantine inspectors after collecting their fee. The worse ones simply ignored the matter entirely. "Officer," Yao Hongji rolled out of bed and began pleading, "my family also needs to eat. In past years, epidemics were exactly when we could earn a few buns worth of money. But now everything is on high alert. The moment they see someone coughing, they immediately send them to the quarantine camp. All our patients have been lost and we can't earn a single coin. Is the Elders' Council going to feed my whole family?" "That will naturally be taken care of," Fu Wubin said, helping him up. "Dr. Yao, do you like the ocean?" Yao Hongji looked at him in bewilderment, not knowing how to answer. Though the sea wasn't far from Guangzhou, he had never specifically gone to see it, let alone considered whether he liked or disliked it. "In a few months, you'll be gazing at the ocean from the Kaohsiung Health Station. The Elders' Council will take care of your whole family's food and drink forever." While Fu Wubin was interrogating Yao Hongji, Lin Motion was carefully reviewing the report on newly infected persons. The sudden increase in infections and deaths puzzled him, but he quickly discovered that his speculation was accurate. Several more local traditional doctors had been infected and died in several epidemic hot zones. He recalled reports from the past few days. It seemed there had been slightly more doctors falling ill and dying recently. This raised his alarm. The sacrifices of naturalized citizen medics, quarantine inspectors, and police were understandable, since they fought on the front lines daily, coming into contact with patients almost constantly, with extremely high risk of infection. But local traditional doctors, their business was currently very limited. Why would their morbidity and mortality rates be so high? He had noticed this anomaly for several days and had assigned the investigation team to discover what was happening. The information finally came back. Many local traditional doctors had not been strictly following quarantine regulations. This phenomenon had actually existed all along, but hadn't been prominent during the severe epidemic period. Now that the epidemic was improving daily, the impact of doctors as infection sources had become more obvious. It didn't take many. Just a few doctors could cause a noticeable fluctuation in death numbers. Lin Motion was furious the moment he heard this. The quarantine regulations clearly stipulated that all epidemic prevention activities were unified under the Health Committee's Epidemic Prevention Battalion. These people presuming to diagnose and treat such a dangerous infectious disease, concealing cases, that itself was illegal, and they dared brazenly admit it, then justify themselves with such arguments. Outrageous. He couldn't let this slide. Lin Motion immediately wrote Liu San a memorandum, tactfully but firmly stating his position. If these traditional doctors could actually cure the plague patients in their hands, he would never interfere. But if they possessed no special skills, any doctor who dared do such things again, he, Lin Motion, would absolutely ensure that person could never practice medicine again. Liu San examined Lin Motion's letter with some displeasure. Actually, Liu San had already heard about this matter. He just hadn't realized these doctors had caused such a significant mess. Previously, some local senior traditional Chinese doctors had requested to participate in the fight against the plague, and he and Lin Motion had politely declined. Regardless of these traditional doctors' motives, noble or otherwise, their half-baked understanding of epidemiology and modern medicine, combined with their deeply ingrained traditional medicine habits, might actually make them less suitable than blank-slate quarantine inspectors. But wasn't Lin Motion reaching a bit too far? Public health matters could be overlooked. After all, finding someone willing to charge forward carrying the explosive pack wasn't easy. But traditional medicine was definitely under his jurisdiction. Was Lin Motion genuinely angered by those doctors, or was he using this as a pretext to eliminate traditional Chinese medicine? Liu San pondered this, thinking for a long while before finally composing a memorandum to Lin Motion that carried both self-reproach and assurance. Integrating the city's traditional Chinese medicine practitioners was actually something Liu San had been planning for some time. His plan to implement a traditional Chinese medicine physician certification exam in Guangzhou had been drafted long ago. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to formally announce it. He might even use the occasion to establish a physicians' association, bringing all traditional Chinese doctors and modern-trained new physicians under one umbrella. The justification was perfectly righteous: unified management, elimination of illegal practice and quarantine violations. Though more and more people were recognizing the Elders' Council's modern medicine, the mainstream view in Guangzhou remained one of suspicion and fear toward modern medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine still held great potential. Lin Motion's suggestion actually presented an excellent opportunity, and it would be a shame not to seize it. This plague war had now continued to the point where both sides had completely shown their hands, but the plague's tricks held no more secrets for Lin Motion. One side penetrated everywhere, the other remained watertight. One advanced step by step, the other defended all fronts. Under the combined resistance of modern epidemic prevention concepts and strong execution capabilities, even if the plague could temporarily gain the upper hand, it couldn't push its offensive forward endlessly. End of chapter. Chapter 1895, Rebirth. Rebirth. All wars must end. As the weather gradually turned cooler, newly reported cases decreased daily. On November 10th, the daily report showed 0 new cases for the first time. In the Epidemic Prevention Command Center, the health department workers who had toiled for months erupted in thunderous cheers. A smile also appeared on Lin Motion's face. Before this, he had been constantly anxious, fearing that his textbook handling contained some flaw. After all, he had been neither an epidemic prevention professional nor had he majored in infectious disease studies. All his measures were based on accumulated knowledge from memorizing textbooks in medical school, materials from the library, and a small booklet called Epidemic Prevention Basics that Ryan had compiled in Guangzhou. This pamphlet could barely be called a book, essentially just whatever Ryan thought of when he wrote it, but for Lin Motion it proved invaluable. These were all practical, hands-on resources, distinct from theoretical book knowledge. Though he harbored some private complaints about Lius, overall he was grateful to all his colleagues in the health department. In the darkest days, when rumors flew thick, only the health department had given him unreserved, complete support. Whether in manpower or resources, they had given their all. Among the Guangzhou municipal government personnel, the one Lin Motion was most grateful to was his clansman, Deputy Mayor Lin Baiguang. Not only had he fully supported his work, but he had also provided invaluable guidance on practical operations, experience that proved priceless. "Don't slacken. The war isn't over yet," Lin Motion told the workers. "The smoother things go, the less we can slacken. The disease could return at any time." Lin Motion intensified his supervision work. Epidemic prevention had now continued for over 3 months. Whether municipal government, naturalized cadres, police, National Army soldiers, epidemic prevention battalion members, or health personnel, all had been working continuously in a state where they had no rest except for sleep. Each person worked at least 12 hours every day. The high-intensity work had left them all in a state of extreme mental and physical exhaustion. With the situation gradually improving, complacency could easily set in, and one moment of complacency could very well cause the epidemic to rebound. "I know everyone is very tired, but no matter how tired, we must persist," Lin Motion said constantly to frontline workers during his inspections. "This is the final decisive moment." Even he himself felt he could barely hold on. For months on end, he had hardly slept a full 8 hours. Most of the daytime, Lin Motion was outside inspecting. Since their technical means were limited, even ineffective, the only solution was to rely on systematic management to cut off the epidemic's spread. But this kind of systematic management demanded a great deal from personnel. Facing hastily assembled epidemic prevention workers of limited ability and quality, all Lin Motion could do was lead from the front, and lead by example. By constantly appearing on the front lines of epidemic prevention, he could both supervise whether their work was being properly implemented and boost morale through his presence. Facts proved his approach effective. During the peak period when almost everyday epidemic prevention personnel fell ill, and someone died every 3 to 5 days, the morale of the epidemic prevention team remained high. Now he had to grit his teeth and persist to the very last moment. "Dr. Lin, Xu Qiujing won't make it. He says he wants to see you." During his routine inspection of the Guangzhou Island quarantine camp, the supervisor reported this to him. Xu Qiujing had fallen ill not long ago. He had been extracting samples from corpses at the epidemic prevention station when he suddenly felt headache and fever. He was immediately confirmed to have contracted bubonic plague. After being isolated in Zone 2 of the quarantine camp, because he was a health worker and counted as Liu San's disciple, he was given refined sulfonamide. Though sulfonamide only had an inhibitory effect on plague bacillus, there had been clinical cases of successful treatment. However, Xu Qiujing had suffered appendicitis about half a year ago and undergone surgery. His body was weak and he finally couldn't hold on. Lin Motion felt secret regret. Though this Xu Qiujing was Liu San's disciple and reportedly quite accomplished in traditional Chinese medicine, he wasn't at all resistant to modern medicine. In fact, one could say he studied it diligently. He had always been active on the front lines of epidemic prevention, an excellent candidate for cultivation. "I'll go over right away." Since Xu Qiujing wanted to see him one last time, he definitely had to go. This wasn't merely to fulfill a dying wish. It was also a comfort to other naturalized citizen epidemic prevention personnel. The dying Xu Qiujing was emaciated, his eyes tightly shut. He didn't open them until a medic quietly told him Dr. Lin had arrived. "Chief Lin, how's your health?" Lin Motion sat down on a bamboo stool beside him. "I won't make it." Xu Qiujing closed his eyes, seemingly gathering strength. "About to go, there are some heartfelt words I want to say. Don't be so negative, focus on getting well." Xu Qiujing smiled bitterly and shook his head slightly. "Chief, you don't need to comfort me. I'm at the epidemic prevention station every day." "I know." Lin Motion felt sadness in his heart. He thought, if I just had 1 box of streptomycin, I could save his life. But I don't even have a single dose. A strong sense of powerlessness gripped his heart. He sighed. Yet he also felt somewhat surprised. After all, Xu Qiujing had no real connection with him. At this moment of departing life, shouldn't he want to see his savior and master Liu San instead? Xu Qiujing seemed to have guessed what Lin Motion was thinking. He said slowly, "I originally wanted to see Master one more time, but Master is in Guangzhou, and even if he rushed over immediately, I couldn't wait for him. Fortunately, you're the same, Chief Lin. You're also an elder." This statement was peculiar. Lin Motion couldn't help becoming curious. "If you have something important to say, telling me is the same. I'll pass it on to Liu San afterward." "I was originally from Shanxi. I know that. Actually," he said, gasping, "I came to Guangzhou on orders." Lin Motion's eyelid twitched. "Shanxi on orders." He couldn't help standing up to ask, "You're one of the Chuang King's men?" Xu Qiujing nodded weakly, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "I originally came as a spy. From central China to here is thousands of miles. Even if you became a spy, what could you do?" I'm just one of the Chuang King's idle pieces. Such idle pieces there are who knows how many." He panted a few times and continued, "Use medical skills to establish oneself, cultivate connections with officials, wait quietly for change. So that's how it is." He hadn't expected that shortly after arriving in Guangzhou, he would contract an abdominal illness and nearly drown. Yet by chance he was saved by Liu San. Not many days later, the Ming Dynasty's Guangzhou prefecture became the Australians' domain. "So the Chuang King knows about the Elders' Council." "He's heard 1 or 2 things," Xu Qiujing said, "but he's seen quite a lot of Australian goods." "And why are you telling me all this?" Xu Qiujing paused to catch his breath, then smiled slightly. "Since I became a disciple under Chief Liu, I've seen and heard quite a lot in Guangzhou. Since ancient times, countless heroes have vied for the realm, but but like the Elders' Council, where everything is done for the common good, treating the people like one's own children. I've read a few books too. I've never seen the like. Speaking this passage had taken great effort. After finishing, he involuntarily closed his eyes. Only after a while did he open them again and say, I followed the Chuang king in rebellion merely to find a way to survive in these chaotic times. I never thought rebellion could be like this. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. He said, what a pity 3 times, then paused before continuing. I won't live to see the realm at peace. With those words, he passed away peacefully. Lin Motion's heart was filled with mixed emotions. All the hard work, resentment, and grievances of these months were now released. Justice existed in people's hearts. We are stronger than all our enemies, not because of cannons, not because of warships and steam engines, but because we always know where our foundation lies. That is the common people, those whom the Elders' Council dragged out from the swamps of ages, prying open their eyes. He rose and bowed to the body, instructing the epidemic prevention team members. Send him for cremation. Make sure to record his name and history. 2 full weeks passed after his return from the quarantine camp, before the Guangzhou Special Municipality Health Committee convened its final general meeting on fighting the plague. It announced that given new plague cases had ceased to appear, and the mortality rate had remained 0 for consecutive days, martial law would be lifted at 0 on November 20th, and military and police would dismantle all roadblocks. The final document Lin Motion received was the list of personnel who had died on duty. He quietly looked at each name. Some were naturalized citizen health cadres with bright futures. Some were medics who had just graduated from school. Some were epidemic prevention team members. Some were National Army soldiers on temporary assignment. Zhu Qiujing's name was also among them. Though Lin Motion had never treated them equally as true comrades throughout the entire process of fighting the epidemic, he knew these people were worthy of being called heroes. They had placed almost unconditional trust in Lin Motion and the Elders' Council behind him. In the series of stringent requirements he had formulated, requirements that exceeded this timeline's conditions, they had marched forward resolutely, never to return. Perhaps he could finally obtain what he had always wanted, but at this moment Lin Motion felt no excitement. What he held in his hands was, after all, a list of lives that had once fought under his command, and he was ultimately still a doctor who retained a trace of reverence for life. Though Lin Motion could comfort himself with reasoning like, if not for their sacrifices, many more people might have died. He knew that the martyrs on this list had, in a certain sense, died because of him. Suddenly, cheers erupted outside, followed by the crackling of firecrackers. These were the cheers of citizens who had kept their doors shut and hadn't been on the streets for a long time. They surged onto the streets, jumping for joy. Police and epidemic prevention team members tore off the thick masks from their faces and joined in the celebration. The people celebrated the end of the plague with unprecedented joy and exuberance, and also celebrated this city's rebirth. End of chapter. Chapter 1896. Following the vines, no one noticed that in a quiet alley nearby, 2 men dressed as laborers were watching them with cold eyes. Looks like the Stone Elder's magic didn't come true, said the one who appeared to be a dock coolie, looking at the man across from him. It's been how long, and the plague barely killed anyone before it fizzled out. Your so-called sorcery was completely useless. Don't you see how much trouble this plague caused the Baldy bandits? The other, who looked like a porter, glared back. Just look at how many shops closed, months of closure. How much silver did the Baldy bandits lose? Does your master still think we only talk empty words? Save that for bragging to the Stone Elder, the coolie said with a contemptuous smile. As for empty words, that's exactly what they are. You think this plague was caused by those Taoists your people got to place evil objects in the 6th meridian drainage. Let me tell you straight, this was bubonic plague. The Baldy bandits, not knowing any better, imported furs from Liaodong, and the plague came in with the furs. It has absolutely nothing to do with your grave-digging nonsense. If not for the sorcerer the Stone Elder invited, you can stop mentioning that sorcerer. His days are probably numbered. The Australians are going to parade him in public with an open trial and sentencing. Heads will probably roll all over Guangzhou City. As he spoke, the laborer leisurely pulled a box of big production cigarettes from his jacket, fumbling for matches while saying, "The Baldy Bandits' defenses are getting tighter by the day. These underhanded tricks probably won't work anymore. We'll have to think of other ways with the Baldy Bandits' money." "You mean the counterfeiting business?" The laborer snickered, blowing a smoke ring. "I really don't know what to say about the Stone Elder. Of all things, why does he have to counterfeit currency? Let me advise you on behalf of Mr. Paul, counterfeiting, you people can't pull off." The porter's face was unconvinced. He laughed coldly. "In that case, please enlighten us, sir. What schemes can be worked with the Baldy Bandits' currency?" "That's not Mr. Paul's specialty either. But your great Ming has people who are good at it. Please have the Stone Elder consult more with those Shanxi fellows at the Shanxi banks." He wanted to say more, but looking up, he saw several patrol officers strolling toward the alley with their batons. He shook his head, quickly pressed a small wax pellet into the porter's hand, and walked off with his head down. The porter watched his retreating figure with a sneer. He lowered his head to light a big production cigarette, took a few puffs, then picked up his carrying pole and also walked toward the alley exit. After martial law was lifted, the entire municipal government immediately started operating at full speed. Too many matters had accumulated. Just the important items before Liu Xiang numbered several: the trial and closure of the witchcraft case, the civil service examination that had been postponed due to the plague, the second public security rectification campaign. Because the witchcraft case itself was deeply entangled with the Guangdi Temple forces, and the Guangdi Temple forces, as a criminal organization entrenched in Guangzhou for many years, were actually connected in countless ways to many other criminal and public security cases. One could say they actually played the role of the general mastermind behind all kinds of criminal elements in Guangzhou. When Shen, Ruiming, and others organized the case files, they found the overlapping portions were extremely numerous. Many interrogation records involved the Guangdi Temple forces. "This isn't just pulling up a radish and bringing up mud, it's more like pulling peanuts," Shen Ruiming said, flipping through case files while making marks with red and blue pencils. "Pulling peanuts," Zhang Yunmi, who was helping him organize case files, tilted her head and asked, "Have you ever seen peanuts being pulled from the ground?" "No. When you pull that thing up, there are many peanuts attached above it, and sometimes the vines extend very deep and far," Shen Ruiming said, pointing at the case files. "Such a case where everything is interconnected, it's really rare. Weren't you a lawyer before? You should be well informed." Shen Ruiming thought to himself, "I was a lawyer, not working in the prosecutor's office. Such nest cases I really hadn't had the chance to see. One name would be connected to multiple cases, and one case would involve many names, like countless spider webs overlapping and interweaving together. Some cases even involved events from many years past, touching all aspects of society." After discussion, the elders in Guangzhou decided to use the witchcraft case as an entry point. Through deep investigation of the Guangdi Temple forces, they would use this case to conduct a thorough spring cleaning of Guangzhou at the social level. Guangzhou was the first major city the Elders' Council had entered. Before entering the city, the Elders' Council's reputation was merely that of a group of reputable sea merchants, or pirates. After raising the flag of rebellion, they had become treacherous rebel officials. The witchcraft case was an excellent opportunity for the Elders' Council to thoroughly win over Guangdong's popular support. The cases involving kidnapping for mutilation and trafficking of women and children mainly harmed the urban lower and middle-class commoners. Public anger was immense, the scope of harm was wide, and they seriously affected social stability. Thoroughly investigating and prosecuting these cases would not only rid the people of scourges, but would also serve as an excellent entry point for winning the support of the common folk. Once the Elders' Council won the people's hearts, any groups trying to stir up trouble in Guangzhou would become water without a source, trees without roots. Through case investigation, they would concentrate forces and mobilize the masses to thoroughly eliminate the influence of the Guandi Temple forces. Especially through interrogating the Guandi Temple forces, they would conduct a thorough cleansing of many years-old unsolved cases, further winning the hearts of the common people. Through the investigation of the witchcraft case and the Guandi Temple forces, they would dig deeply into the backgrounds to justifiably deal with a group of non-cooperative gentry. Finally, they would use the sensational effects of this case to deflect blame northward, pointing the beneficiaries of the kidnapping for mutilation trade at feudal princes, eunuchs, and Ming emperors. The historical fact that Ming emperors loved alchemy was well established, and combined with damning materials like Zhu Qiujing nearly being strangled by palace maids and the red pill case, they would completely drag Ming orthodoxy off its pedestal and place it entirely on the opposite side of the masses. Liu Xiang instructed the propaganda department to write extensively about this case. The more terrifying the relevant reports, the better. Combined with physical evidence and photographs, this trump card, they would hold traveling exhibitions. The more frightened the masses, the more propaganda could transfer their fear and hatred of the case itself to hatred of the Ming regime. The root cause of these bloody cases was this corrupt, backward society. They would seize the opportunity to accelerate social transformation. Taking this as an opportunity, the Elders' Council would completely establish a firm foothold in Guangdong. The police department began working day and night. There were simply too many prisoners to interrogate. The interrogation site was moved from within the city to the Ming Army barracks at the Eastern Parade Ground. Prisoners in shackles were escorted there in batches. The former yamen runners of Guangzhou's one prefecture and 2 counties, whether retained or retired, were all summoned according to roster. Commanded by cadres from the police bureau's pre-trial section, interrogations were conducted at 13 locations day and night. At night, bonfires were lit in front of the doors. Prisoners arrested in various cases, as well as bosses and key members of the Guandi Temple forces, were first stripped of their clothing and subjected to whipping on the rack. Then they were hung up for interrogation. The former yamen runners showed off their skills, applying extreme torture. Finger presses and leg clamps creaked and groaned, and screams, moans, and roars echoed on the wind, like a great hammer pounding the hearts of the gentry and wealthy households along the road from the Great East Gate's Dongao Avenue to Yunyan Street. Those who fainted under severe torture were dragged to the parade ground and revived with straw fires, then given strong liquor to restore their consciousness. When their bodies could no longer endure the torture, medical personnel would treat them to prevent death. The interrogations were conducted based on currently held leads. Since entering the city, various departments had gathered many similar leads while handling various affairs, especially in the brothel industry rectification case and the kidnapping for mutilation case, where large amounts of leads had emerged. But either evidence was lacking, or there was no substantial content, making detailed investigation impossible. Now, after Shen Ruimings' organization, all were brought out for questioning. The investigation followed the principle of following the vines. Any confession obtained during interrogation that touched on leads to other cases was immediately compiled and handed to relevant personnel for continued questioning. Liu Xiang's instructions were, investigate every lead until there are no more confessions. After several days and nights of interrogation, more and more people were implicated. The case files recording confessions had piled up. Investigators worked non-stop to sort through these confession leads and organize them into concrete threads. Soon, they discovered the first useful lead to a years-old cold case. This case was the one Zai had personally come to Mu Min to report several months ago. The matter of the Wenlin Academy board director setting up the scholar surnamed Wang. This had been done on Mo Rongxin's instructions. Zai herself had identified him. But based on her word alone, they obviously couldn't convict. This interrogation, however, unexpectedly revealed the whole story from a boss among the Guandi temple forces. It turned out that Mo Rongxin had arranged this through Gao Tianqi, spending 500 taels of silver. Gao Tianqi had his subordinates find a few swindlers who specialized in setting up gambling traps to lure Scholar Wang into gambling, and had found a frivolous young man who posed as a John to seduce Zai. Since specific names were involved, summons were immediately issued, and the several gamblers and the frivolous young man were all arrested. 40 heavy strokes each, and they suddenly remembered everything. "Director Mu, should we arrest Mo Rongxin?" Someone came to ask for instructions. "Not yet. Monitor him first. If there are any signs of him leaving Guangzhou, arrest him immediately." Mu Min looked at a row of shelves by the wall. The shelves were divided into compartments, each with a small wooden placard bearing a name. These compartments held varying numbers of paper slips, each slip bearing a case file index number, all cases related to that person. Mo Rongxin's compartment had slips piled up, at least 30 or 40. Another compartment for old master Zhang Ejiao also held quite a few. These two white gloves of Guangzhou's gentry and wealthy households had apparently been stained quite black indeed. Mu Min knew Mo Rongxin couldn't escape. However, some people's compartments were still empty, especially the critical evidence, or at least leads that could open a breakthrough, that Liu Xiang hoped to catch. The compartment for the eldest young master of the Liang family still had not a single slip of paper. End of chapter. Chapter 1897. A new assignment, don't worry. Once we arrest those two frontmen, all of the Liang family's hidden treasures will come to light. Mu Min spoke with unwavering certainty to the somewhat anxious Liu Xiang. During our interrogation of Madame Han Kaioji, the old bawd from Fengchen Courtyard, we discovered that Officer Zhang Ejiao's wife became a sworn goddaughter of Master Liang's concubine, the father of that young Master Liang. That's no shallow connection. You'd better keep close watch on them. Don't let anyone else escape or commit suicide, Liu Xiang complained. Gao Lingxiang, the head of the Guandi Temple gang, still hasn't been captured. Not being able to execute him publicly at the trial is truly regrettable. We're pursuing him with all our resources right now. The likelihood of him fleeing Guangzhou is slim. After all, the plague lockdown kept the city under martial law for quite some time. Besides, Gao Lingxiang has a family in tow, which means he can't have gone far. What a pity that Gao Tianqi took his own life. He got off too easily, Liu Xiang said resentfully. If we don't eliminate Gao Lingxiang, we won't be able to satisfy the people's demand for justice. Mu Min remained unmoved by this sentiment. Based on the evidence they had gathered, Gao Lingxiang was nothing more than a spoiled young master. In terms of notoriety, he couldn't even compare to his villainous younger brother, Gao Lingquan. There was absolutely no evidence linking him to the witchcraft case. Moreover, he had only held the position of chief gang leader at the Guandi Temple for a few months at most. Rather than saying the people resented him personally, it would be more accurate to say they despised his title of chief gang leader. Still, Mu Min chose not to argue the point. She understood Mayor Liu's state of mind all too well. As time passed, the shadow of the plague gradually faded, and Guangzhou's residents returned to their usual bustling, noisy routines. The epidemic prevention teams in their gray gowns and oversized face masks, along with the heavily armed National Army soldiers patrolling the streets and alleys, had all vanished. The curfew had been lifted. The dreadful sound of two-wheeled corpse carts rumbling through the lanes had finally ceased, and people breathed sighs of relief. They had managed to escape the plague god's clutches with their lives intact. Those who had lost family members still wore mourning white, but the living mostly counted themselves fortunate for having survived. The collective relief following the catastrophe, combined with an urgent desire for release, had packed every tea house and restaurant to capacity. The only disappointment was that all the brothels inside and outside the city, whether official courtesans or private prostitutes, had been shut down for a vice trade rectification. Many patrons had no choice but to venture to White Swan Lake beyond the city walls, seeking out the Tonka boat brothels for their moments of pleasure. For now, the Australian police hadn't extended their reach there. Amid this near-carnivalesque atmosphere, an undercurrent of suppressed anxiety still lingered. In the tea houses and tea stalls, people spoke in hushed tones about the recent citywide manhunt. Before the plague even erupted, the forced roundup of the Guangzhou Temple's men had already left the city's residents slack-jawed in amazement. This was the local power that neither provincial governors nor viceroys had dared provoke for years, wiped out overnight by the Australians. Every gambling den and hideout had been swept clean in an instant. Even those fortunate enough to evade arrest dared not resume their former trades. After the plague subsided, the Australians' appetite for arrest seemed to grow even greater. Every day brought new apprehensions. Police and National Army soldiers hurried through streets and alleys, smashing down doors and dragging people away. Some were seized on the main thoroughfares in their shops or in tea houses. Among those taken were both gentry of great houses and ordinary merchants and commoners, but the largest group consisted of the street thugs, the city foxes and social rats, along with the idle vagrants who served as hangers-on and muscle for the brothels and wealthy households. All of them, it seemed, had been implicated in that recently sensational witchcraft case. In the tea houses, some learned elders who had read their histories adopted mysterious, hushed tones as they recounted the witchcraft case of Emperor Wu of Han, explaining how that affair had led to the execution of tens of thousands, eliciting gasps of astonishment from their listeners. Meanwhile, public opinion officers were stationed in various establishments, ceremoniously reading aloud the special serialized supplement from the Yangcheng Express covering the Maojia in serial murder case. This serialization had frankly moved beyond the bounds of reportage literature. It contained lengthy passages describing the criminal acts in a style that was purely naturalistic, enough to give many readers nightmares that night. None of this, however, concerned Cui Hantang. Ever since the witchcraft case concluded, he had been busy staking out territory for himself. First, he struck while the iron was hot by submitting a special report on the issue of Guangzhou's feng shui. After some extended discourse on Guangzhou's feng shui, he solemnly proposed the following. First, rename Zhenhai Tower, Tower for suppressing the sea, to Tanhai Tower, Tower for surveying the sea, because the character Zhen, suppress, carried connotations of subjugation, which from a feng shui perspective would suppress Guangzhou's royal aura. This had been the deliberate intention of the Ming Dynasty when they constructed the tower. Second, strictly prohibit any excavation or logging on Yuexiu Hill to prevent damage to the mountain's dragon vein. Third, construct a Taoist temple at the ancient breach on Man's Saddle Mountain to repair and guard the dragon vein. Fourth, when conditions permitted in the future, build a large feng shui tower in the center of Guangzhou for tourists to visit, something like the Canton Tower of later eras, combining tourism, cultural entertainment, and multiple other functions. This would both amplify Guangzhou's dragon energy and demonstrate the might of the Senate. Unexpectedly, no sooner had this report been drafted than the recently arrived elder Li Zhuoxian demolished it point by point at the meeting. To preserve face for new Taoism and Archpriest Cui, the meeting ultimately approved only the first and second proposals, the second passing under the pretext of environmental protection. The third was to be considered by the municipal government at its discretion, while the fourth was mercilessly rejected. As for the proposal requesting that new Taoism take over the old Taoist temples, the meeting indicated it would be revisited later. Old Cui schemed to absorb the property and personnel of Guangzhou's various temples through this takeover was forced into temporary suspension. However, his other motion, to hold a grand jiao ritual for those who had perished in the witchcraft case and the recent plague, one of impressive scale and momentum to fully win over the hearts of the people, passed smoothly. Yet his original plan of government builds the stage, new Taoism performs, became government builds the stage, the three teachings perform. Damn it. Doing it alongside the bald donkeys is bad enough, but what's the meaning of dragging the foreign religion into this too? Xu Hantang stared at the memorial ceremony plan, now mutilated beyond recognition, nearly tearing his topknot right off. Dissatisfied though he was, this ritual ceremony was still New Taoism's first public appearance in Guangzhou, an excellent opportunity to spread their influence. And so the rotund Taoist grew busy indeed. Abandoning his usual lazy habits, he hauled the young Taoist disciples out of their beds before dawn each day, having King Yun and Xia Oqian drill them on Taiji sword forms and music. In the afternoons, he would produce a flat, rectangular box and gather them to watch something on it, requiring them to practice the movements they observed. Xu Hantang himself was also run ragged. Beyond sending telegrams to Archpriest Dai Yi at Lingao headquarters requesting personnel, he had in recent days made whirlwind visits to several elders. Lin Beiguang of the Comprehensive Governance Office, Wu Mu of the Political Security Bureau, Pei Lixiu of the Purple Dawn Building Entertainment Company, Zhang Yikun of the Grand World, and Ding Ding from the newspaper, engaging each in lengthy conversations. However, when he confidently went to visit Liu Xiang, hoping to secure that prime feng shui site on Man Mountain, Mayor Liu dismissed him in just a few sentences. "Brother Hantang, I've thought about this for a long time after you left, and I think you make an excellent point. Guangzhou's Dragon Vein really does need protection. I've already decided to change the plaque on Zhenhai Tower. Chairman Wen is even going to write the calligraphy himself. I've also had the Municipal Bureau put up signs on Yuexiu Hill, no logging, no unauthorized burials. That splendid mountain has been covered with graves and stripped bare of trees. It's quite unsightly. So I've decided to first clear away the wild graves, then plant trees. We're going to turn Yuexiu Hill into Guangzhou's Grand Park, which means I can't give you Man Mountain after all. It's part of the Dragon Vein, you know, it has royal aura. We can't just dig it up willy-nilly. What if we damage the Dragon Vein? You understand, yes." Xu Hantang knew Liu Xiang had changed his mind. He had no choice but to lower his stance and settle for less. "Ah yes, Mayor Liu is absolutely right, yes indeed. Haha, the Dragon Vein, well, certainly shouldn't be disturbed, shouldn't be disturbed. Mayor Liu, you are truly far-sighted, truly. Extraordinary. However, you see, our new Taoism has over 20 people of both sexes all crammed into that tiny courtyard at the Grand World. It was crowded to begin with. And now, to properly conduct your memorial ceremony, I've had to call in over a dozen more people from Lingao. We truly have nowhere to put them. Might you perhaps, Liu Xiang thoroughly enjoyed watching Xu Hantang squirm. Seeing this portly man grovel before him filled his heart with secret satisfaction. He had lost face over that possession incident, and this Archpriest Xu had gone around boasting about it, leaving Liu utterly humiliated. If he didn't extract some compensation now, how could he live up to his dignity as mayor? Still, he couldn't be too hard on him openly. After all, the fat Taoist had helped him out before. As long as he remained in Guangzhou, Liu could manipulate him at will any time. No need to fear him flying away. With that in mind, Liu Xiang spoke up, wearing his characteristic smile as usual. "Haha, old Xu, what are you saying? We're practically brothers. There'll be plenty of time ahead. How about this? During the recent entry into the city, we seized several temples, both Taoist and Buddhist. The monks and Taoists all ran off. If you don't mind them being a bit rundown, how about I allocate the Wuxian temple to you? It's not small at all." "Well, excellent, excellent. Thank you, Mayor Liu, thank you." The rotund Xu pounded his chest enthusiastically. "Are you free this evening? Dinner's on me at Purple Dawn Building." Liu Xiang knew when to stop. No need, no need. You've helped me out quite a bit too. This small matter is nothing. I still have to prepare for the public trial. Why don't you go tidy up the temple first? The memorial ceremony and public trial are the main events in our social governance efforts right now. Oh, and that Liu's Garden Cemetery at Yantang. Send some of your people to perform a ritual there when you have time. Of course I'll go there, I'll go personally. But the land for building a temple at the cemetery really needs to be approved soon. The land is no problem, I'm at your service whenever. But your new Taoism's land purchase payment needs to be in place too, said Mayor Liu. You see, the Catholic Church was quite prompt. Their money has already arrived in our account. I'm actually holding off on approving their paperwork right now. Otherwise they'd snatch up all the best locations. End of chapter. Chapter 1898. The Temple of the Five Immortals. The Temple of the Five Immortals. You gave the land to the Lingao Church ages ago. Xu Laowu thought bitterly. You foreign-worshipping lackey. He thanked Liu Qiujing profusely and exited the mayor's residence. When he reached the corner, he spat. Petty man, drunk on his own success. Sweet words when he needs someone, cold shoulders when he doesn't. What a piece of work. But he couldn't help worrying. It seemed Liu Qiujing bore a grudge over being embarrassed in front of him, having just helped him solve the cult problem and now receiving this bureaucratic treatment. Who knew what the future held? What a headache. Still, acquiring the Temple of the Five Immortals was no small matter. Liu Qiujing's comment about it being a bit run-down was mere courtesy. The temple was in fact one of the largest Taoist complexes in Guangzhou, sprawling in size with numerous halls and chambers. Both inside and outside the city walls, it possessed countless temple properties. Such a fat prize was naturally something Liu Qiujing wouldn't easily relinquish. Given the restrictions of religious policy and concerns about appearances, he couldn't simply order the national army to burst in and expel all the Taoists. Unfortunately for him, this particular temple contained no spirit tablets of current or past emperors, so Liu Qiujing had no grounds to charge them with opposing the Senate. Therefore, after entering the city, he had a gallows set up at the intersection in front of the temple gate, where people were hanged daily. Every few days, the temple was subjected to sanitation inspections and household registration checks. A few sanitation police were posted at the entrance. Any Taoist who spat or littered while stepping outside would be strictly penalized. The old abbot couldn't withstand this harassment, having also heard rumors that the Australians planned to rectify religious landlords. He quietly gathered his trusted disciples, packed up the valuables, and fled. With the people gone, the temple was classified as ownerless. Though the old Taoist had absconded with all the property deeds and title documents, these had all been issued by the Ming. The Great Song naturally had no obligation to recognize them. The thousands of mu of land outside the city and the 100-odd properties within it couldn't be taken along. Liu Qiujing had new deeds drafted, and just like that, everything fell into the municipal government's hands. Xu Laowu led King Yun, Zhu Qiujing, and their party to take possession of the temple with considerable self-satisfaction. After the abbot's escape and the cutting off of funds, the remaining Taoists had scattered, each packing up and leaving. Only a few laborers with nowhere else to go still lived in the temple, receiving a small monthly stipend of money and grain from the municipal government to maintain the grounds. When Xu Laowu arrived with his documents to take possession, the laborers naturally dared not object. He had them lead the way on a tour of the temple complex and was very pleased indeed. Setting aside its grand scale and abundant buildings, the storeroom alone, filled with all manner of ritual robes, ceremonial implements, and the 10,000+ volumes of Taoist canon filling the scripture library, constituted a treasury. Among them, it was said, were numerous lost secret texts. Old Liu's actually quite loyal. Seeing these rich stores, Liu Qiujing rose slightly in Xu Laowu's estimation. Filled with excitement at having his own piece of turf, he began calculating how to allocate the various buildings and chambers, which courtyard he would occupy, what renovations and modifications to make, and of course setting aside quarters for Archpriest Zhang and Archpriest Dai. Propriety had to be observed. Most importantly, I need Archpriest Dai to quickly issue me an appointment letter as head of New Taoism for Guangzhou, no, Guangdong, and abbot of the Temple of the Five Immortals. He thought to himself, never mind the details, first occupy the territory. Yet what concerned him most was something Archpriest Zhang had mentioned in a recent letter. In that letter, Archpriest Zhang had instructed him to find, while staking out territory for New Taoism in Guangzhou, a suitable plot of land for establishing elementary and secondary schools affiliated with the New Taoist movement. In the old timeline, each of Japan's religious sects ran their own primary and secondary schools. Not only do Catholicism and Protestantism have church-run schools, but even the various Buddhist sects have their own secondary schools. This is advanced experience we should emulate. Considering that the Senate is generally hostile toward religious affairs, this plan should be kept confidential. During your time in Guangzhou, pay close attention to and acquire suitable plots so that we may implement this when the time is ripe. From every angle, this temple did appear to be a suitable location for running schools, Xu Laowu thought. However, establishing primary and secondary schools was probably off the table for at least 10 years. Setting up a training school for Taoist disciples might be more feasible. A medium-sized motor sail vessel docked at the Tianzi Pier. Over a dozen young people in blue-cloth Taoist robes disembarked, both men and women, each carrying bundles of various sizes. Among them were several close-cropped young men in Zhongshan suits, carefully hoisting wooden crates. The group gazed curiously at Guangzhou City in the twilight haze. A pudgy Taoist hurried out from a sentry booth at the pier to greet them. The young man at the head of the group extended his hand. Archpriest Xu, good to meet you. I'm Fu Meng. I'm here to deliver the projector. Xu Laowu didn't recognize Fu Meng, but from the way he addressed him, this was clearly an elder. Judging by his youth, he was probably one of those middle school students who had played hooky to join the transmigration. While exchanging pleasantries, Xu Laowu ushered everyone into several sedan chairs, and the party headed straight for New Taoism's new home in Guangzhou, the Temple of the Five Immortals. The temple stood in the western part of the city, not far from Purple Dawn Building. The place was in fact quite famous. In ancient times, besides Yuexiu Hill, there were 3 other ancient hills within the city, Pashan, Yushan, and Fanshan. Of course, to call them hills was an exaggeration. They were really just slightly elevated mounds. While Yushan had been leveled when the city expanded during the 4th year of Tianyu in the late Tang, the other 2 hills remained. Pashan, where the Temple of the Five Immortals stood, was home to the Immortal Stone Grotto scenic spot, one of the 8 sites of the Ram City. The temple in this timeline had been built in the 10th year of the Hongwu reign, 1377 CE, serving as a shrine of the grain spirits honoring the 5 immortals, the 5 grains. According to legend, during the reign of King Yi of Zhou, 5 immortals riding 5 goats with grain stalks in their mouths descended upon Guangzhou. They presented the grain to the people of Guangzhou, blessing the city to never suffer famine. After speaking, the immortals ascended to the heavens, and the goats turned to stone. Thus Guangzhou came to be called Ram City, or Sui City, City of Grain. To commemorate the 5 immortals, people built this temple, sculpting statues of the 5 immortals riding goats for worship inside. After alighting from their sedan chairs, the visitors beheld a north-facing Taoist temple with green glazed tiles, its main hall featuring a double-eaved hip-end gable roof of delicate, refreshing elegance. Following the deep alley and climbing the steps, they reached the ceremonial gate, above which hung a large plaque inscribed with the 4 characters Ancient Temple of the 5 Immortals, said to have been personally written by the late Prefect Dong. The temple complex was quite grand indeed, with over a dozen halls and chambers, including a spirit wall, memorial archway, mountain gate, central hall, rear hall, eastern and western studios, the Hall of the Three Primes and covered corridors. Qi Hanteng arranged for everyone to rest and take tea in a small room beside the ceremonial gate, then personally led them on a tour, since they were curious about the temple. Past the gate was the central hall. In the 21st century, only the foundation and remnants remained, but in this timeline the central hall stood perfectly preserved, a majestic 5-bay structure. The central hall was locked shut at the moment. Qi Hanteng led the group around the foundation to the rear hall. This rear hall spanned 3 bays measuring 12 meters wide, extended 3 bays deep for 10 meters, and rose 7 meters high. It featured a double-eaved hip-end gable roof covered with green glazed tiles. The main ridge was decorated with meander patterns at each end, with 2 opposing, inverted owl-fish figures in the middle and a treasure ornament at the apex. Carved on the main purlin were the characters reading 12th day of the 11th month of the 16th year of Jiajing in the Great Ming. The walls served as partitions, with latticed doors and windows that were ingeniously airy. The bracket sets were simple in decoration, exhibiting the distinctive local character of Guangzhou. On the eastern side of the rear hall, a piece of red sandstone protruded. Qi Hanteng pointed to it. "Come, come, behold the temple's guardian treasure, the Immortals' footprint. This is an ancient site listed among the 8 sites of the Ram City alongside Immortal Stone Grotto and Cavern of the 5 Immortals." Everyone pressed forward to look. They saw a large hollow in the rock surface filled with clear, still water, nothing particularly remarkable. Qi Hanteng explained, "This is actually an erosion mark from the Pearl River's floodwaters in ancient times. Folk legend interprets it as a footprint left by one of the Immortals." "What? The Pearl River used to flow here?" Fu Ming found this incredible. "That's right. Over 1,000 years ago, the Pearl River flowed right past this Pashan, and this spot was a ferry crossing. In the Jin Dynasty, it was called the Ancient Ferry of Pashan." Qi Hanteng was recycling information he had recently heard from Li Zhuoxian, presenting it now as his own. "I see." At the top of Pashan behind the rear hall stood an ancient structure in the style of a city gatehouse. Its base was constructed of red sandstone, rising 7 meters high with a passageway through the middle resembling a city gate. Above it, a building with massive eaves formed a spacious, stately pavilion that appeared both majestic and elegant. There hung a great bell, suspended within the tower. The bell stood 2 persons tall with a diameter exceeding 2 meters. It appeared extraordinarily heavy, yet remarkably, it was suspended by only a single kudzu vine. Seeing Fu Ming's astonishment, Qi Hanteng explained, "Legend has it this vine is connected to Lu Dongbin. In ancient times, a high official was being carried through here in his sedan chair when the rope binding the carrying poles snapped. He ordered his bearers to find rope within half an hour and repair the poles. The bearers were frantically searching when an old man suddenly appeared by the roadside. The old man pointed to a kudzu vine on the rocky cliff and said, 'Use that vine.' The bearers thought the vine was too thin and short, assuming the old man was playing tricks. Then suddenly, the old man vanished. Only then did the bearers realize they had encountered an immortal. They hastily pulled down the vine to bind the poles. Strangely enough, the more they wound it, the longer the vine grew, only running out when the poles were thoroughly secured. At the post station, the bearers examined the vine carefully and found 3 characters carved at its tip, Lu Dongbin. Only then did they realize it was a divine vine bestowed by Immortal Lu. Later, when Pashan established the Temple of the 5 Immortals and built the Great Bell Tower, they needed rope to hang the bell. The bearers donated the immortal vine, and that slender kudzu vine has suspended the several thousand caddy bronze bell rock steady ever since. Though everyone disbelieved the legend of Lu Dongbin, the fact that a single kudzu vine held up that massive bell was undeniable. Fu Ming couldn't resist striking the great bell once. The sound rang out powerfully. The square well below the bell's mouth also hummed and trembled in resonance. Fu Ming was about to strike again when Qi Hanteng stopped him. "This bell is used to summon help in emergencies such as fires. It produces resonance because the bell's mouth is positioned directly above the square well opening at the center of the base. When struck, the sound travels out through the arched gateway, spreading the bell's toll for 10 li around. It is therefore forbidden to ring except in emergencies. There is also a saying that whenever this bell sounds, plague will sweep through the city, hence it is called the Forbidden Bell, and this tower the Forbidden Bell Tower. Ah, have I broken some taboo then? Fu Meng knew Guangzhou had just experienced a plague outbreak and couldn't help feeling somewhat worried. End of chapter. Chapter 1899, Swallowing the whale, no need to worry. This is all superstition, and we don't encourage it. Qi Hanteng laughed heartily, then bellowed. Jiang Ziya is here. Fu Meng had no idea what that was about, but the spectacle dampened everyone's enthusiasm for striking the bell, and they each returned to their rooms to sort their belongings and rest for a while. Qi Hanteng's current mood was rather like that of a nouveau rich showing off a newly purchased villa to his guests. Among the confidential mail that had arrived with this batch of visitors were 2 letters of appointment. One was from New Taoism, bearing the seal of Dea Qianzi, the official stamp of New Taoism, and the authentication seal of the Religious Affairs Office. It formally appointed Qi Hanteng as chief priest of the Guangzhou diocese and abbot of the Temple of the Five Immortals. The second was from the Organization Department, appointing him chief of the first section, New Taoism Division, Religious Affairs Office, concurrently serving as superintendent of the Temple of the Five Immortals. He admired these 2 appointment letters in his office, feeling quite pleased with himself. Having one's own territory really did feel different. Next, he had even greater plans to execute. He was just calculating how to extract more benefits from Mayor Liu's imminent religious reform, when King Yun came to report that they had caught a spy. A spy just days after moving in. Qi Hanteng found this strange. Could this be retaliation from Master Shi's people? He said. Bring him here. Before long, King Yun and the others dragged and shoved a middle-aged man into the room. He wore a patched Taoist robe and a worn dongpo cap that had burst its seams, looking quite destitute. Master, this is the spy. He's been lurking suspiciously on the streets outside the temple for several days now. I spotted him earlier, and today when he snuck in, I nabbed him. After speaking, she looked expectantly at Qi Hanteng, her expression clearly saying, praise me. Before Qi Hanteng could speak, the man on the ground began crying out his innocence. Great State Preceptor, I've been wronged, State Preceptor. Qi Hanteng hastily called out. Hold on, hold on. Our great song has no such thing as a State Preceptor. This poor Taoist is merely one of the directors of the Great Song's Taoist Council, hehe. The man didn't understand what director meant, but guessed it must be someone with authority and quickly explained. Director, please hear me out. This humble Taoist was originally a priest of this very Temple of the Five Immortals. After the abbot fled, there was no one to manage the temple, and I had no choice but to take my disciples to seek refuge with Abbot Liu at the Temple of the Three Primes. However, our traveling funds ran out these past few days, and we've suffered no small amount of abuse from the laborers there. When I heard that perfected Master Qi was establishing a new sect here, I came specifically to join you. First, because I could not bear to leave my old temple. Second, because a wise bird chooses its tree. Ah, I understand now. So this Temple of the Five Immortals was originally your territory and you've come back to stake your claim. Qi Hanteng suddenly comprehended. The Taoist responded hurriedly. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. In the past, this humble one was merely a priest of this temple. Perfected Master Qi's Taoist powers are profound. I could never hope to match them. How would I dare aspire to be abbot? I only beg that Archpriest Qi take us in and give my disciples and me a bowl of rice to eat. We will certainly work hard sweeping the courtyards. As he spoke, his knees buckled as if to kneel. Qi Hanteng's original inclination was to avoid unnecessary complications. However, learning that this Taoist and his disciples numbered only 3, and considering that he himself didn't speak the local language while his disciples knew little about Guangzhou, taking in a few locals could prove useful. He agreed on the spot. After all, with his numbers, he had nothing to fear from any trouble they might cause. Qiujing waved his wide sleeve magnanimously. "Please rise, no need for such formality. Since you wish to stay at the Temple of the Five Immortals, we are family now. May I ask the honored friend's name, and how many fellow practitioners are still wandering outside?" The scrawny old Taoist couldn't possibly kneel with Qiujing supporting him like this, so he took the opportunity to stand up. Doing his best to speak in Cantonese Mandarin, he replied, "Reporting to the director, this poor Taoist, this humble one's secular name is Zhang Haodao. People call me Haodao Ren, honest one. Originally there were several dozen of us in the temple, but after the abbot fled, everyone scattered. Only I and 2 disciples remain, staying at the Temple of the Three Primes. There are also some young Taoists dispersed among various temples with nowhere to go, barely scraping by, but they fear the awesome might of the great song and dare not come over. Haodao Ren, he, how interesting, ha ha ha." Qiujing couldn't help laughing. The old Taoist didn't understand what amused him so, but could only join in with awkward laughter. When his laughter finally subsided, Qiujing remembered the old man was waiting for a response. He quickly instructed the Taoist that his people could return, and told him to bring his disciples back as well. After Archpriest Haodao left, Qiujing's eyes rolled as he called Qingyun over to give her some instructions. She acknowledged and left the temple. Qiujing then summoned Xia Oqian, asking her to tidy up the vacant rooms and side chambers for the old Taoist and his disciples. There were plenty of empty rooms anyway. Before long, Archpriest Haodao returned with 2 scrawny young Taoists in their teens. The young Taoists naturally had to perform their kowtows and pay their respects. Qiujing instructed Qingyun to lead them to get settled. Archpriest Haodao murmured a few words to his disciples, then headed out again. He didn't return until lamplight time in the evening, with 4 young Taoist disciples carrying various large and small bundles following behind him. Qiujing had some ability in reading faces. A quick glance revealed no one of villainous countenance. He sent a young disciple to get them settled, and kept only the old Taoist in the front hall for questioning. It turned out that Haodao Ren's family had been temple Taoists for generations, with his grandfather's generation already serving in this very temple. By the standards of that lineage, he was quite versed. Not only was he reasonably literate, he could actually recite several Taoist scriptures. This was quite an anomaly among the late Ming's lay Taoists. As far as Qiujing knew, apart from the Celestial Master tradition at Longhu Mountain, the Zhenwu Temple at Wuding Mountain, and the then powerful Quanjin sect, most other Taoists were essentially amateurs. Not only could they not cultivate, they barely knew any Taoist classics. Few could even recite the Daedejing or Huangtingjing, essentially just landlords and farmers wearing Taoist robes. This Haodao Ren was not only versed in the Daedejing, Huangtingjing, and Zhu Qiujing, but was also skilled in talismanic arts, physiognomy, and feng shui geomancy. Against the backdrop of the era's general decline in Taoist practice, he was like a goose appearing amidst chickens. This man could be very useful indeed, Qiujing thought. At the very least, he could be delegated to handle many Taoist ceremonies and rituals, sparing Qi the effort of doing everything himself. As for the rituals that Daoqianzi had modified beyond recognition, with Archpriest Haodao's level of mastery, relearning them shouldn't prove too difficult. That night, Archpriest Haodao stayed up late to pay his respects to Qiujing, presenting him with a treatise on Guangzhou's feng shui. Qiujing flipped through it and felt most gratified. Seeing his keen interest, Archpriest Haodao cautiously inquired about Qiujing's plans for protecting Guangzhou's feng shui and dragon veins. Archpriest Haodao had originally hoped to use this topic as his stepping stone to advancement. New regimes, after all, especially valued the idea of receiving heaven's mandate. However, at the mention of dragon veins, Qiujing's expression soured. Not only had Liu Xiang been noncommittal about his suggestions, but according to Archpriest Dai Yi's telegram, even Lingao headquarters had people attacking him for promoting feudal superstition, making alarmist claims, and caring about ghosts rather than the common people. This had triggered yet another debate about the value and significance of religion, resulting in a thick special issue of the Kaiming Star, Morning Star. The religious affairs sector in Lingao was left thoroughly embarrassed. Director Wu had complained at length to Archpriest Dai, saying they were making trouble for no reason, will eventually get us all implicated, and that he had to draw a clear line with them. Seeing Qi Hantang's displeasure, Archpriest Haodao wisely refrained from pursuing the topic further. He did, however, receive several books on the complete new Taoist rituals. Study and practice these well with your disciples. Yes, yes. Thank you, Abbot, for bestowing these precious texts. Afterward, over a dozen of the temple's scattered former Taoists gradually returned, one after another, seeking Qi Hantang's shelter. Most were lower-ranking priests who had possessed little savings. Sent to become Taoists as children, their skills amounted to little beyond serving their masters, cleaning, and serving as extras during ceremonial performances. After scattering, they scraped by however they could, taking shelter in various temples or with acquaintances among the wealthy households. Charity food was hard to eat and wouldn't last forever. Now, hearing Archpriest Haodao's news, they came flocking back. Qi Hantang took them all in, and so the various parties settled into the Temple of the Five Immortals. Every morning, Qi Hantang led the disciples in practicing Taiji boxing, Taiji sword, and meditation in the small plaza before the temple's central hall. After returning to their quarters, they studied cultural subjects. Following Australian custom, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday were for Lingao's cultural education editions of elementary physics, elementary biology, and elementary geography. The Ministry of Health's compilations Traditional Chinese Medicine Knowledge and Simple Treatment Manual. Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday were for studying the Daidejing, Qingjing, and Huangtingjing, naturally including the editions revised by Archpriest Zhang Yingchen. Afternoons featured rotating lessons in practical skills such as painting, calligraphy, medicine preparation, musical instruments, massage, and handicrafts. Weekends were devoted to physical exercise. Leisure time occasionally included basketball, badminton, and singing Taoist ballads for entertainment. The temple's miscellaneous affairs were also managed by the disciples on rotating shifts, with daily duty rotations. In the temple's vacant spaces, vegetable gardens were cultivated, with disciples taking turns at gardening. Before long, the entire Temple of the Five Immortals was running in perfect order, much to the surprise of Liu Xiang, who was busily preparing his religious reform initiative. I didn't expect this Archpriest Qi actually had some real skills, Liu Xiang remarked. Qi Hantang himself was kept busy on multiple fronts, drilling the Lingao disciples and the newly recruited Taoists in the rituals for the memorial ceremony, particularly the Jiao ritual. He was determined to stage the grandest Jiao ceremony Guangzhou had ever seen. To this end, he had even sent letters to all the temples within the city, requesting they simultaneously establish altars for their own Jiao rituals. At the same time, he was preoccupied with preparations for establishing the Guangzhou Municipal Taoist Federation. Indeed, he was already calculating how to unify all of Guangzhou's Taoist community under his control. This project was something he had personally lobbied for, though naturally it had required some unsavory dealings with Mayor Liu. The general principle was that Mayor Liu would seize the temple's properties, the vast lands, the rented shops and residences. New Taoism, in turn, would use the Taoist Federation as the vehicle to bring these temples under a new management system, thereby gaining complete administrative control over the old Taoist temple network. End of chapter. Chapter 1900, The Public Memorial. The public memorial. After intensive planning and preparation, the public memorial ceremony officially entered its implementation phase. According to Liu Xiang's plan, The memorial could not be permitted to take on too strong a religious character, especially not one favoring any particular sect. Xu Hantang's original proposal to erect a ritual altar at the memorial site and conduct an 18-day Grand Luotian Jiao to pacify souls, pray for blessings, and reassure the populace was therefore rejected. You can hold your 18-day Grand Luotian Jiao inside the Temple of the Five Immortals, Liu Xiang said. You have to understand my position. If I let you take center stage, I won't be able to function as mayor. His attitude was so sincere that Xu Hantang couldn't even voice a complaint. He could only curse the beasts in the Senate under his breath, then take his marked-up zone schematic and schedule back to revise his plans. After deliberation, the memorial ceremony was scheduled for December 1st. The venue was set at the Hapi waterfront outside Zhenhai Gate. Riding the momentum of the law and order crackdown, Liu Xiang had dispatched several hundred police and soldiers a few days earlier. Under the pretext of environmental hygiene improvement to prevent epidemic spread, they carried out forced demolition operations. All the ramshackle hovels stretching from outside Zhenhai Gate down to the riverbank were razed, and the residents were all transported to refugee camps on Hong Kong Island. This decisively eliminated a public order blind spot. After a month of screening and purification, this batch of bottom-rung urban residents would be resettled. Those who had previously held legitimate occupations could remain in Guangzhou to earn their living. Those without proper work would be sent to newly established New Life farms in Kaohsiung, Jeju, Hainan, and other locations. These farms were jointly operated by the Agricultural Reclamation System and the National Police, specifically designed to receive the urban dregs cleared out during the mainland offensive campaigns. By now, the area outside Zhenhai Gate had been reduced to bare ground, restored to its original state as riverside flats. December was already the Pearl River's dry season, the waters having receded far, while the sand of the riverbank had dried into firm ground, entirely suitable for mass gatherings. Laborers used large stone rollers to flatten and compact the ground, then laid down a layer of sand and gravel. Carpenters then rushed to erect temporary scaffolding and platforms. Though the memorial site installations were all temporary, a small monument of reinforced concrete and granite blocks was being constructed on the precise location of the former Maojia Inn. This would commemorate the victims of the 6.5 Maojia in mass murder case. As this was the first major public event since entering the city, Liu Xiang took particular care. He specifically instructed the municipal bureau to maintain order at the site to prevent stampede incidents. Concerned about the potentially massive crowds of spectators, the public trial, sentencing, and execution segments were omitted entirely. The memorial subjects include not only the Maojia Inn victims, but primarily those who died or were martyred during the plague. Executions would somewhat miss the point, explained Fang Fei, who had come from Lingao to plan the event. Liu Xiang surveyed the site with a satisfied gaze. Splendid indeed. Though the platforms and scaffolding were entirely wooden, they had been draped in black and white fabrics, creating an effect that was both dignified and elegant. Several thousand potted chrysanthemums had been temporarily rented from florists around Guangzhou, arranged in formidable grandeur. The central altar, hastily constructed, held an incense burner and wreaths. The overall approach was to embody Liu Xiang's guiding principles of simplicity, solemnity, and no feudal superstition. Therefore, while the altar featured an incense burner, no incense or candles were actually lit. The gesture alone sufficed. At the very center, chrysanthemums and black and white satin ribbons had been fashioned into a large character, Dian, libation. Behind this Dian character hung 3 long spirit-summoning banners of white silk with black ink inscriptions, reading respectively, "Victims of the Guangzhou Plague, personnel martyred fighting the plague, and victims of the Maojia in case." On either side of the altar stood 3 ritual platforms arrayed with ceremonial implements, representing New Taoism, Catholicism, and Buddhism. After considerable lobbying, Xu Laowu had secured for New Taoism a platform slightly larger than the other 2 religions. The moment Liu Xiang emerged from Zhenhai Gate, he was startled by the turnout. So many people. He had originally assumed this memorial ceremony wouldn't draw many spectators, and had specifically instructed Mu Min to have the Beichang ward chiefs mobilize the populace to attend. This mobilization seems to have gone overboard, he murmured to himself, watching the crowds being desperately held back by sweat-drenched National Army soldiers on both sides of the street. In truth, Liu Xiang had greatly underestimated the spectating habits of people in this timeline. Public cultural entertainment was severely lacking in this era, so whether it was a street fight, a court session, or a public execution, crowds of onlookers seeking amusement invariably gathered. Once word spread about the municipal government's memorial service, the whole city was stirred up. Without any need for mobilization, people came in droves with their elderly and young to observe the ceremony. This forced Mu Min to summon the navy as well to help maintain order. Liu Xiang's sedan chair arrived at the foot of the main platform, and he mounted it with an imposing air. On stage were the various elders of the Guangzhou municipal government: Lin Beiguang, director of the Comprehensive Governance Office; Mu Min, chief of the municipal police; Wu Mu, director of the Political Security Bureau; Meng Xian, director of finance; Ai Jixin, director of taxation; Zhang Shangji, director of industry and commerce; Judge Liang Xinhu, and so forth. Where there were officials, there must also be social luminaries. Leading the group was Master Gao Zhu himself, dressed today in a plain blue Taoist robe, the picture of austerity. Behind him followed delegates from the Guangzhou Municipal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Zhang Yu's father, being a representative, had also come to personally attend this grand occasion. The gentry and great households, despite having all received notifications, had merely dispatched branch relatives or concubine-born sons to appear. Not a single principal from these families was present. However, Liu Xiang noticed a very positive change. Not one household that received notification dared skip sending someone, something unprecedented in the past. At least they're beginning to understand our power, Liu Xiang thought. Once we've compiled all your dirty secrets, I'll slaughter you fat sheep one by one. When the hands of his watch pointed to 9 o'clock, a drum roll as dense as sudden rain broke out. Mu Min, bleary-eyed and harboring severe resentment, suppressed the urge to yawn as she walked slowly toward the podium. Originally already chronically sleep-deprived, she had been forced by the pathologically excited elder Liu to pull several all-nighters preparing for this event. As she passed Liu Xiang, she glanced at his excited, yet slightly nervous little face and barely restrained herself from slapping him. Mu Min first gave a brief summary of the witchcraft case. As her voice broadcast across the entire venue through the microphone, the spectating citizens' emotions were gradually stirred up. The crowd began to ripple with agitation, and some even began shouting angrily. The National Army soldiers maintaining order and the plainclothes agents mixed into the crowd grew tense, with police constantly running back and forth and calling out loudly to maintain discipline. When Mu Min finished, Lin Motion gave a speech about the recent plague prevention work. Compared to Mu Min's somewhat routine address, Lin Motion's presentation was far more emotional, particularly when speaking of those who had sacrificed themselves in the prevention efforts. He choked up multiple times, unable to continue. On stage and off, everyone sighed. Those who had lost family and friends in the plague were now openly weeping. After the speeches, Liu Xiang announced the commencement of the memorial ceremony proper. Dense drum rolls sounded again, followed by the strains of a requiem played on military bugles, the melody prolonged and solemn. The Fubo Army Requiem used the taps tune, which had always been employed in memorial ceremonies for fallen Fubo Army soldiers. First to appear before the crowd were 2 rows of Fubo army soldiers in gray uniforms, broad-brimmed hats, pale blue puttees, rifles shouldered, bayonets gleaming. They marched out from behind the podium with slow, powerful steps, 1 step, then a pause in formal parade cadence. As the music played, the formation passed before the podium in measured steps. Liu Xiang was first to rise, followed immediately by the entire assembly. Civilian officials saluted with their eyes, military officers and police rendered military salutes. When the formation reached the altar, the soldiers formed up in files of 3 at the officer's command. Once the formation was set, the officer barked, "Ready, fire." The 3 soldiers at the easternmost end raised their rifles, gripped the stocks, stepped their left feet half a foot forward left at a 70-degree angle, aimed their rifles skyward and pulled the triggers. The instant the shots rang out, they returned to attention. Following identical commands, the remaining soldiers executed the same movements in sequence before marching off in formation. Rifle shots thundered, gun smoke drifted. The bugles began to keen. After the wreaths were presented, Wen Daci, Liu Xiang, Lin Beiguang, Mu Min, Wu Mu, Meng Xian, Ai Jixin, Zheng Shangji, Liang Xinhu, Chen Si, Zhang Yikun, and others slowly stepped forward, pausing before the wreaths to gaze solemnly, carefully adjusting the satin ribbons. Then all participants in the ceremony bowed 3 deep bows toward the spirit banners of the martyrs, honoring their magnificent achievements. At the same time, the leadership of the Guangdong Greater Region, the Guangzhou municipal government leaders, and representatives from all sectors of society paid deep tribute to the innocent victims of the mass murder case, and the citizens who had perished in the citywide epidemic, expressing heartfelt condolences to the families of the deceased. The entire assembly then observed 3 minutes of silence. Before the moment of silence had even concluded, an earth-shaking wail arose from among the watching citizens. Family members of the deceased, some prostrating themselves and weeping loudly, others surging forward in emotional outbursts, had to be restrained by police and soldiers. Some even produced spirit money and firecrackers to burn and set off on the spot, but were stopped by nearby police. After the morning activities, Mayor Liu delivered a speech calling on all ethnic groups of the city to transform their grief into strength, to vigorously promote reform and development in Guangzhou, and to strive to build Guangzhou into the premier city of the southern region. Liu Xiang then announced the conclusion of the memorial ceremony. He followed this by declaring, "In light of the rampant witchcraft and vicious beggars that had plagued Guangzhou, the practitioners of harvesting the living and maiming, who had offended heaven's harmony, and the ignorant populace whose worship of evil spirits had brought about pestilence, the Senate of the Great Song's Guangzhou district government had specially invited virtuous persons from the city's 3 teachings to perform rituals here, to deliver the souls of Guangzhou's departed citizens, and to pray for blessings upon the living." Watching monks and Taoists perform their rituals and chant their sutras was one of medieval society's most popular entertainments. The performance and entertainment aspects had become so integral to the religious ceremonies of monks and Taoists that an observer couldn't tell them apart. The spectating crowds immediately divided into 3 groups, surrounding each of the 3 teachings' ritual platforms until they were packed beyond capacity. The largest crowd naturally gathered around New Taoism. Taoism, particularly the Celestial Master tradition, was renowned for its elaborate, complex ceremonies. The ritual vestments and implements were vivid and splendid, the Taoist music often quite beautiful, and if the officiating priests happened to be handsome and sang well, the crowds flocking to watch them perform the Jiao ritual would fairly break down the doors. End of chapter. Chapter 19:01, Teaching Through Divine, means the new Taoist platform stood out immediately. Ringed by colorful banners proclaiming national peace and prosperity, and reverence to heaven, prayers for blessings, the ritual stage bristled with scripture streamers. At each corner hung or stood curious objects unlike anything the crowd had seen before, most notably, a massive horn-shaped speaker from which Daoking ballads poured forth, the same melodies the Taoists had been singing through the streets these past days. The crowd had witnessed ritual performances before, knife mountains, fire walking, cloud tower ascents, and the like, but never such an elaborate theatrical stage. Intrigued by the novelty, spectators found spots to stand or sit, settling in to wait. Vendors wove through the masses, hawking snacks, seeds, and sour plum soup with practiced voices. The scene buzzed with extraordinary vitality. Soon, a procession of Taoists emerged from behind a curtained enclosure near the riverbank. Leading them came a portly priest resplendent in ceremonial robes embroidered with gold and silver thread, a purple gold lotus crown perched upon his head. Instead of the traditional court tablet, however, he bore a strange black rod. Behind him, young disciples advanced in two orderly rows, blue-robed boys and green-robed girls, chanting ancient melodies as they processed forward. Though they sang without apparent effort, their voices carried with crystalline clarity to every corner of the plaza. I bow my head to the void, the unsurpassed way, great compassionate deliverer from suffering. Divine light shines 100 billion rays through dark chaos, spreading clouds of mercy, sprinkling the rain of Dharma. The gorge stone's cold netherworld, the prison without interval, the blood lake, blood sea, blood basin pool. The jade register grants great amnesty to all sinful souls, release them from sinking, untold kalpas of suffering. A Taoist priest in the crowd nodded to himself, murmuring, "These Australian Taoists also follow the great way of the Supreme Lord. Listen, they're chanting the Yuan Shi Tianzun's true scripture for saving all from the blood lake." His companion merely nodded in silent acknowledgement. The procession mounted the altar, but instead of performing the traditional invocation, the young disciples divided by gender, forming two flanking columns. The portly priest advanced to the altar's center and drew back the curtain, revealing a long offering table. Strangely, no three animal sacrifices graced its surface, only simple offerings of fragrant flowers, fresh fruits, and water. Behind the table hung a portrait of the three pure ones. Before this sacred image, the priest did not kneel. He simply held 3 sticks of sandalwood incense, bowed 3 times, and placed them in the burner. The 2 Taoist observers stared in disbelief. The younger tugged at his elder companion's sleeve, stammering, "Ma master, he didn't even kneel before the 3 pure ancestors." The old Taoist merely shook his head with a heavy sigh. Then Archpriest Kui took center stage, clad in ritual robes with a wooden sword thrust through his sash. His expression radiated righteous solemnity. When he intoned his memorial oration, his voice rang like a great bell, nearly drowning the commotion at the platform's edges. The memorial proclaimed, "Alas! In this moment when Guangzhou submits to our rule and the great song rises anew, evil ones emerged, harvesting the living, maiming innocents, practicing Gu witchcraft and curses to hex the elders. Yet our great song holds heaven's mandate. The dragon energy of the Ram City gathers once more. The elders of the great song are heaven's chosen, naturally blessed by passing spirits. These ghost cavern tricks found no purchase against them." Enraged and humiliated, the fiends unleashed pestilence upon the common folk instead. Our innocents suffered this fell harm. Where shall wandering ghosts dwell? How shall roaming spirits find peace? I make this vow to deliver departed souls and roaming ghosts, composing this funeral oration for their transcendence. I ponder the sorrow of those afflicted by Gu poisoning, the grief of subjects struck by plague, and all the netherworld's resentful spirits. May they hold penitent hearts and cherish thoughts of goodness, sincerely repent and reform, comprehend life and death, abandon rancor for virtue. May they be reborn in the pure land or transform into human form, escaping the bitter path, transcending ice and fire, perfecting the great way, returning to nature. Only then may the work of salvation succeed in accordance with the way of heaven and earth. I have bathed in incense, walked barefoot with hair unbound, set the pure altar with fragrant flowers. The lotus waters birth talismans of fire refinement. The mist of incense rises like the Milky Way of heaven. Lanterns and candles array themselves in the pattern of the dipper. The ritual platform embodies the numerology of heaven and earth. Radiant light illuminates all. Fire responds to the morning star. Brilliance rivals sun and moon, shining through the 9 darknesses. Vestments of gold and purple, silk sashes coiled with dragons. The altar soars high, 9 upon 9 forming the citadel. The memorial tablet bears inscriptions of thunder. The commands carry mysterious song. Celestial music rises on all sides. Bells and chimes play in harmony. In my left hand I hold sweet dew, the willow branch dripping sap. In my right I carry the jade talisman, its spells intricately carved. My feet tread the 8 trigrams, stepping through the void to receive the departed. I worship the 5 elders breaking open the prison to save the dead. Water and fire refine and save. The bright moon illuminates their souls. The pure sea washes their forms. I sprinkle sweet dew to pacify their hunned souls. I command the jade talisman to restore their spirits. They mount the platform of the 7 stars, performing the ritual protocol of Dizang. My lips chant divine incantations. My sword transforms into talismans. Celestial mist enfolds them. The 3 flowers gather at the crown in flames of light. The 5 chi return to the origin on a lotus throne. I drink water from the 3 rivers and spray it as the mist of the mysterious heaven. I dance in the primordial garments, conjuring shadows of the great void. I summon heavenly warriors as generals who open the prison gates. I call celestial youths to guide souls across the blood lake. The 5-colored gold banners summon souls and call the dead. When the souls return, may they peacefully proceed to the human path to be transformed into bodies. The 7-colored sandalwood incense captures souls and gathers fortune. When the souls return, may they peacefully enjoy human virtues and be reborn as the worthy. With vermilion brush I inscribe the talisman. With golden ink I write the register. Fire and candle blaze bright, illuminating all directions. Transform resentment and dissolve guilt. Pray for peace and safety. I make this oath to the underworld. May the departed souls never again wander there. Cultivate virtue, practice goodness, pacify heart and establish destiny, to repay the virtue of heaven and earth, to inherit the transformation of yin and yang, to greatly save the netherworld, to fulfill the vow of Dizang, bowing in supplication to the azure mystery. I worship the heavenly worthy. I prostrate before the Bodhisattva. With humble will I deliver the departed spirits. May they be reborn soon and return to peace. With this text I make offering to the departed souls. Alas, please enjoy, partake of our offering. Hear the Dharma and be delivered. Universal salvation to all departed spirits. Xu Laowu shook the 3 pure ones' bell, chanting his incantations in a resonant voice. He wielded the sword in one hand while treading the dipper steps. Flames burst from his mouth, purifying the 4 directions. When he completed the deliverance ritual, he sheathed his sword and stood at attention. The talisman in his palm ignited spontaneously. He shouted, "The Lord of Mount Tai has thrown wide the ghost gate. Why have you not yet been reborn?" A column of black vapor erupted from the platform, accompanied by piercing, ear-splitting shrieks. Within the roiling darkness, countless ghostly figures seemed to writhe and dance. Spectators trembled. The more timid collapsed in fright, covering their eyes. Moments later, the black vapor dispersed. Though the sky remained clear and cloudless, a rainbow now arched horizontally above the platform, resplendent in 7 colors. Those at the front felt faint moisture in the air, subtle yet unmistakable, cool and indescribably comfortable, like sweet dew descended from heaven. They stood transfixed. Those in the back rows, unable to feel that cool, fragrant sensation, discussed the rainbow with great animation. The young Taoist exhaled a turbid breath and said, "Master, this priest possesses profound Taoist arts." He turned for his master's response, only to find the old Taoist wide-eyed throat making weak, heh-heh sounds. He'd nearly fainted from shock. The young Taoist hastily supported him, alternately thumping his back and rubbing his chest until the old man recovered enough to sit slumped on the ground, speechless. After Xu Laowu departed, 16 new disciples mounted the stage, 8 male, 8 female. Spectators wondered what sorcery would follow, but the disciples simply formed 2 rows in crisp blue practice uniforms. Standing proudly among them, sword drawn, was a tall green-robed Taoist, none other than Elder Fu Meng, who had joined at the perfect moment. Music poured from the loudspeakers. Elder Fu gave a long whistle, drew his longsword, and loosened his topknot. He moved gracefully to the music, dancing and singing. The disciples joined with clear voices. I grieve in divine sorrow, loosening the reins toward Fusang. Gently I stroked the long sword, jade pendants chiming, raising my cup to drink the turbid river. High I fly in peaceful soaring, pure breath commanding yin and yang, roaming all about, among stars and Milky Way unending, sun and moon together shining. Green clouds my robe, white rainbow my sash, my long arrows shot at the heavenly wolf. Fu Meng's martial arts background shone through brilliantly. His hybrid performance, Taiji sword forms blended with square dancing moves, dazzled the eye. Elders unfamiliar with the backstory couldn't help but admire. How dashing and handsome. When did New Taoism acquire such a figure? First ghosts and spirits, now a variety show. What exactly is Archpriest Qi doing? Mu Min surveyed the memorial scene. What trace of solemn dignity remained? The entire affair had devolved into a temple fair. While New Taoism staged its lively performance, the Buddhists across the way refused to be outdone. Symbols clashed as monks chanted sutras in unison, performing flower forms and other entertainments that attracted considerable crowds. The Catholics, however, could only muster elderly nuns from the Lingao convent in black robes singing hymns. Their entertainment value paled in comparison. An open-air mass lacked the mysterious atmosphere of a towering, cavernous cathedral. Though the newly appointed Bishop of Guangzhou, Ma Yanchen, exerted himself completely, performing the full requiem mass with the most supremely solemn bearing, attendance was sparse. Only a few hundred Guangzhou church members participated below. While relatives still grieve, strangers have already begun to sing. Such is life, nothing more, Liu Qiujing remarked, assuming a pose of deep contemplation. This memorial ceremony is one thing, but bringing in the 3 great religions for this performance, won't the Senate? Lin Beiguang voiced some concern. Teaching through divine means merely serves the education of the masses, Liu Qiujing replied. At this stage, the cultural level of the masses remains universally low. Religious belief can educate and restrain them quite usefully. I believe the Senate majority will understand, so long as we don't publicly declare support for any particular denomination. He called out, Chief Mu. What is it? Next, Archpriest Qi will conduct an 18-day Grand Luotian Jiao at the Temple of the 5 Immortals. Assign some National Army soldiers and police to help maintain order. And make sure to count the days carefully, not 1 day fewer. Mu Min recognized Liu Qiujing's intent to needle Archpriest Qi. 18 consecutive days of ritual would surely exhaust him. Still, the Archpriest had flesh to spare, he could probably endure. Suppressing her laughter, she replied, Understood, I'll definitely assist and supervise him. All right, the memorial is handled. Now for the trial phase. He looked at Shen Ruiming. How do you plan to arrange it? Personnel composition first. Liang Xinhu will preside as judge. I'll serve as prosecutor myself with young Elder Zhang as my assistant. Any other requirements? Should we arrange associate judges or jurors? Associate judges and jurors, I don't think that's necessary. We fundamentally follow the civil law system. Jury trials belong to the common law tradition. Moreover, given current social conditions, that would essentially give local gentry a green light to interfere with the judiciary. You're a woman in traditional thinking. Women embody benevolence and compassion. And you're also an elder. Having you appear as defense counsel couldn't be more appropriate. To be honest, I really don't want to defend these beasts. Just reading the case files makes me want to vomit. Zhang Yunmi still harbored psychological resistance. Shen Ruiming offered further encouragement. Liu Qiujing and Liang Xinhu also rallied her, finally stabilizing her emotions. Today's meeting essentially served as a director's conference. A thorough review of trial procedures for tomorrow's public trial of the 13 principal defendants, ensuring optimal effect. All legal documents had been carefully revised, opening statements, indictments, defense briefs, even confessions and witness testimonies. Shen Ruiming's requirement: no loopholes, no logical problems, complete in every detail. The first 2 points proved relatively easy. After all, they had solid evidence and weren't fabricating false cases. But complete in every detail, those 4 words presented real difficulty. The prisoners had endured countless torments, tortured to the brink of death and back, all to extract specific details from their memories. The prisoners had all privately accepted a deal: confess and follow trial procedures. In exchange, Shen Ruiming guaranteed 2 things. First, they would not suffer death by 1,000 cuts. Second, after death, their bodies would not be handed over to Xu Laowu for disposal. The latter prospect seemed to frighten these cold-blooded killers even more than the former. Nevertheless, Shen Ruiming insisted on preparing contingency plans, particularly for gathering witness testimony and physical evidence, in case any defendant suddenly recanted or testimonies contained discrepancies. This is our first lesson in modern law for Guangzhou, indeed, for all the people of the Ming. A legal education. Mere success is insufficient. Our standard is perfect and flawless, Shen Ruiming declared. Chapter 1902. The public trial. These words caught Shen Ruiming somewhat off guard. He genuinely hadn't considered this. In his recollection, elders had served as defense counsel only during the simplified tribunal's establishment and the maidservant case. In all other instances, defendants essentially spoke for themselves. Although the Senate permitted defendants to find their own advocates, few could afford one, and even among the gentry, few knew this provision existed. Shen Ruiming pondered briefly before replying. Nearly all the elders in Guangzhou are extremely busy. As I mentioned earlier, only young Elder Zhang is available to assist. Perhaps I should handle the prosecution alone and assign the defense to Elder Zhang. Liu Xiang considered this. Can young Zhang handle it? This case is as bloody as a Thai horror film. Setting aside her lack of practical legal experience, can a young girl even stomach this? We'll see how it goes after I meet with her. Fundamentally, this trial is a grand performance we're staging for Guangzhou natives. Without one of the principal players, the show will lose much of its impact. In that case, let's hold a meeting tomorrow. Liu Xiang reflected further. The memorial ceremony alone still felt somewhat lacking in its effect of educating the masses. Adding a grand-scale public trial would clearly enhance that. Early the next morning, Shen Ruiming washed up, grabbed his briefcase, and headed to the Guangzhou municipal government. He'd originally assumed the elders would relax somewhat after taking the city. To his surprise, he arrived last in the conference room. Face reddening slightly, Shen Ruiming greeted several elders, noticed Zhang Yunmi had already arrived, and nodded to her. "How are you feeling? Ready mentally?" "Oh dear, actually in the old timeline I was just an elementary school student. At Fangqiati I mainly studied foreign languages. I'm completely clueless about law. Haven't you been helping me organize case files lately? That makes you something like a law firm's legal assistant." Shen Ruiming waved his hand, signaling Zhang Yunmi not to interrupt. "I know you want to say you have no experience and so forth. Don't worry, everyone starts as a blank slate. Back when I first went to court with my mentor," seeing Shen Ruiming beginning to wallow in self-congratulation, Zhang Yunmi quickly redirected the conversation. "Legal work is rather specialized, isn't it? I've never had any contact with this kind of knowledge. If I botch the defense attorney's job, that wouldn't be good. Besides, for this pack of heartless, inhuman creatures, I really can't muster any enthusiasm to defend them. It's actually not as difficult as you imagine, and you don't need to write a defense brief. In reality, this trial is only superficially a trial. Its essence is merely a grand performance staged for the natives." Since no natives were present, he didn't worry about being overheard. Of course, grand performance isn't a pejorative term here. Rather, it means this is a modern legal education lesson for the citizens of Guangzhou. Your appearance as defense counsel is an important component of our judicial trial. Using this as a template will show the people how to properly conduct legal proceedings. This benefits the people and also lightens our own workload. Shen Ruiming further explained the trial's key points. The public trial, public sentencing, and public execution would enhance native participation. Although adopting the common law systems, jury trial, might seem more conducive to mass participation, given current social conditions, it would essentially give local gentry a green light to meddle in the judiciary. You're a woman, in traditional thinking, women embody benevolence and compassion, and you're also an elder. Having you appear as defense counsel couldn't be more appropriate. To be honest, I really don't want to defend these beasts. Just reading the case materials makes me want to vomit. Zhang Yunmi still harbored psychological resistance. Shen Ruiming offered further encouragement. Liu Xiang and Liang Xinhu also rallied her, finally stabilizing her emotions. Today's meeting essentially served as a director's conference, a thorough review of trial procedures for tomorrow's public trial of the 13 principal defendants, ensuring optimal effect. All legal documents had been carefully revised: opening statements, indictments, defense briefs, even confessions and witness testimonies. Shen Ruiming's requirement: no loopholes, no logical problems, complete in every detail. The first 2 points proved relatively easy. After all, they had solid evidence and weren't fabricating false cases. But complete in every detail, those 4 words presented real difficulty. The prisoners had endured countless torments, tortured to the brink of death and back, all to extract specific details from their memories. The prisoners had all privately accepted a deal: confess and follow trial procedures. In exchange, Shen Ruiming guaranteed 2 things. First, they would not suffer Lingchai death by 1,000 cuts. Second, after death, their bodies would not be handed over to Kui Hantang for disposal. The latter prospect seemed to frighten these cold-blooded killers even more than the former. Nevertheless, Shen Ruiming insisted on preparing contingency plans, particularly for gathering witness testimony and physical evidence, in case any defendant suddenly recanted or testimonies contained discrepancies. This is our first lesson in modern law for Guangzhou, indeed, for all the people of the Ming. A legal education. Mere success is insufficient. Our standard is perfect and flawless, Shen Ruiming declared. The day of the public trial arrived swiftly. For several blocks around the Guangzhou Municipal Court, crowds packed so tightly that not even water could trickle through. The scene resembled a temple fair, as everyone wanted to witness how the Australians would interrogate these criminals. The special serialized supplement from the Yangcheng Express covering the Maojia in case had been running for days. Each new edition was snatched up immediately. Within 2 or 3 shichen, 4 to 6 hours, crude pirated copies printed with clay movable type and ink would appear, produced by the same people who used to print the Dibao Court Gazette. The extensive network of public opinion officers had also been tirelessly stationed in tea-houses, taverns, and by wells in front of and behind houses, continuously sharing various secrets from the materials they'd been issued. Thus, even before the trial began, public sentiment had been fully mobilized. At this moment, a sea of people surrounded the Guangzhou Municipal Court. The National Army and police maintaining order had no choice but to set up a cordon around the perimeter, forbidding entry to the streets surrounding the court. Many people simply climbed onto rooftops, using distant views to satisfy their curiosity. Vendors squeezed through the crowds, loudly hawking cigarettes, seeds, Australian candies, braised chicken feet, duck necks, and chicken and duck heads. Crude pamphlets were also for sale, collected and pirated reprints of the Yangcheng Express supplements. "Chief, it's almost time," the secretary reminded Elder Liang Xinhu, who had been resting with his eyes closed in a rattan chair. Today he was formally dressed, a black judicial robe with a badge on his chest depicting balanced scales beneath a morning star, somewhat reminiscent of the Ming and Qing Busy rank badges. Liang Xinhu nodded and rose. The secretary hurried to place a Song-style black gauze cap with long lateral wings on his head, then handed him a thick mock-up of the Imperial Legal Code. A mock-up because the code hadn't actually been compiled yet. Once completed, a single dictionary-sized volume wouldn't suffice. This was merely a prop. This ensemble could be described as a fusion of past and present, East and West, fully embodying the Senate's progressiveness in jurisprudence. Liang Xinhu's expression remained serene, his bearing dignified as he walked into the Guangzhou Municipal Court. In the gallery, many elders and quite a few Guangzhou gentry had already arrived. Liu Xiang was absent today, replaced by Lin Beiguang. Among the local gentry, Master Gao Ju naturally wouldn't decline, though he could only be considered a merchant. Several prominent gentry figures with substantial reputations had come, not stewards or branch family members, but the heads themselves. The courtroom had been converted from a traditional gongtang, public hall, originally accommodating only 50 or 60 spectators. Today, to expand the event's influence, all chairs had been removed except for the reserved gallery. The room was now packed. The luckiest had squeezed all the way to the iron railing of the trial area. White Horse Battalion soldiers maintained order inside the court. Though spectators competed to squeeze forward for a better view, and though there were extraordinarily many of them, the gleaming bayonets kept the crowd in basic order. When the judge appeared, an immediate stir rippled through the crowd. Like a wave, it rapidly propagated from inside the court to the surrounding streets. "All rise for the judge." The sudden loud voice startled everyone. Fortunately, interpreters positioned throughout the crowd by the propaganda office informed spectators that this was a loudspeaker specially arranged by the Senate, allowing those unable to sit inside to know in real time what was happening within. The crackling noise from the loudspeaker continued for some time, but soon quieted. The crowd outside also seemed to sense something and gradually fell silent. Liang Xinhu strode to the judge's bench, settled into the high-backed chair, raised the gavel and struck it 3 times. "Court is now in session." Liang Xinhu's secretary served as the court clerk for this trial. After reading the courtroom rules, Shen Ruiming also entered through the aisle and took his seat at the prosecutor's table. Zhang Yumi's appearance caused a stir among the crowd inside. First, few were familiar with the concept of defense counsel. Although Guangzhou had so-called litigation masters, they generally didn't appear in court. Moreover, litigation masters typically only handled civil cases. For such a major criminal case, ordinary people would avoid it like the plague, so who would volunteer to involve themselves? Besides, the Maojia case was utterly depraved. What possible reason could there be to defend it? Second, there was naturally the stir caused by her identity as a female elder. That female elders existed among the Australians was no longer news in Guangzhou, but this female elder before them was not only beautiful but young, and she was appearing as a litigation master. This was truly shocking. Have the Australians gone mad? Providing defense for such criminals, drag them out and slice them to pieces, feeding their flesh and organs to pigs and dogs would be too good for them. And bringing such a pretty young lady to serve as advocate, these Australians really are imaginative. Too tall, and her feet are too big too. Chapter 1903. Shen Ruiming's Indictment. The buzzing commentary reached Zhang Yumi's ears, making her slightly nervous at her first appearance in such a major public venue, especially since she'd learned enough Cantonese to detect the flirtatious mockery in their words. Her face flushed deeper. Fortunately, having spent considerable time in Guangzhou and having taught classes to naturalized cadres, she developed substantial immunity to being the center of attention. She simply acted as if she hadn't heard, focusing on organizing the documents in her hands. The courtroom was packed to capacity. Zheng Huan had arrived before dawn to queue, and now his wish had been fulfilled. He'd squeezed right to the front. This case had begun with the disappearance of his niece Mingnu. He often reflected on this, feeling lingering fear and gratitude, along with a touch of pride. If he hadn't gone to Li Ziyu for help back then, the case probably wouldn't have been discovered for quite some time. Zheng Huan had been preparing for the civil service examination, but when the plague struck months ago, the exam was naturally suspended. Zheng Huan and his family had stayed at home, rarely venturing out. His father's business had actually prospered. More deaths meant better sales of incense and candles. So the epidemic had benefited the Zheng family somewhat. During the plague, no one in the Zheng family fell ill. But Zheng Huan's brother-in-law, who ran a tea-house business with extensive contacts, contracted the plague and died. His wife had tougher luck and survived, but because she was implicated in the witchcraft case, she'd been detained. According to Gao Changjiu's acquaintances in the bureau, she would face at minimum exile to Jeju Island or Taiwan or somewhere similar. The fate of this adulterous couple gave Zheng Huan considerable satisfaction. But with his brother-in-law dead, his 3 nephews became orphans, now being cared for by Zheng Huan's parents. The daily expenses were considerable. Still, the family lived together harmoniously and contentedly. After the epidemic ended, the tea house his brother-in-law had left behind was permitted to reopen, but there was no one to manage it. According to Zheng Huan's father, Zheng Huan should take over as shop manager. As an uncle managing the tea house to raise his nephews to adulthood was something outsiders certainly couldn't criticize. Although the Wanqingliu tea house was small, business was decent. Moreover, the waiters and cook there preferred this arrangement and had approached the Zheng family hoping Zheng Huan would take charge. However, Zheng Huan had his heart set on the civil service examination. Being a tea house manager was too boring. So he refused to take over, which enraged his father, who called him, refusing to eat the meat right in the pot while dreaming about the painting on the wall. He even threatened to burn his study materials. But Zheng Huan's mother was more perceptive, scolding her husband. Though you can eat this meat now, this pot ultimately belongs to Huazi and Chengzi. They don't share the Zheng surname. Won't he have to give it back to them someday? What will our boy do then? Zheng Huan's father had no rebuttal to that, finally managing after a long pause. His civil service exam isn't guaranteed either, while the tea house at least brings in some income. This big family can't survive on his empty talk. Ultimately, both sides compromised. Zheng Huan could take the civil service exam, but until he passed, he'd serve as tea house manager. Fortunately, the waiters, cook, and purchaser were all experienced hands, so Zheng Huan would basically just sit watch. This meant far less time for studying, leaving Zheng Huan downcast these past few days. Still, he persisted in his exam preparation. Hearing the Maojia in case would be publicly tried today, he'd risen early and rushed over to attend. His chosen directions for the civil service exam were taxation and judiciary. According to the reference books, both categories were closely related to Australian law. Observing the trial might help with the exam. On the other side of the iron railing was the courtroom, with the reserved gallery on either side. The lords seated there were of varying heights and builds. Zheng Huan didn't recognize any of them, nor was he particularly interested. But his gaze kept being drawn to the Australian woman seated behind the defense counsel placard. Liang Xinhu repeatedly struck his gavel and called for order. When this had little effect, the retained Yamen runners, now all police, simultaneously shouted for court decorum, finally suppressing the clamor. Bring in the suspects. Following the order, White Horse Battalion soldiers escorted the prisoners in one by one through a side door, lining them up behind the defendant's railing. The prisoners wore neither shackles nor fetters, nor were they made to kneel. They simply stood. This was no novelty. Guangzhou residents who'd seen Australian trials knew this was their custom. But these evidently evil-to-the-core villains were not called criminals, but suspects. This puzzled the spectators. Zheng Huan, however, knew that according to Australian law, until a court pronounced them guilty, they were called suspects rather than the definitive criminals. Though from his observations of Australian judicial practice, the distinction between suspects, criminals, and criminal elements wasn't always particularly clear, but in court and in documents they were fastidiously precise about such terminology. Today's defendants were the principal perpetrators of the child harvesting case, including Wu Zhiqi and Fu Wen. Each was flanked by 2 White Horse Battalion soldiers. The Great Song Australian Provisional Court of Guangzhou City, defendants Wu Zhiqi, Fu Wen, and 11 others are charged with kidnapping and murder. The court is now in open session. After Liang Xinhu declared the proceedings open, he first had each defendant state their names and other information. Those outside also heard through the loudspeakers that the prisoners had been brought in, immediately stirring into commotion. Particularly agitated was a group of victims' families dressed in white mourning clothes gathered outside the venue, who now prostrated themselves in loud wailing. Some grew hysterical, eyes reddened, and tried to rush inside. Hired monks and Taoists were also outside chanting sutras, making the scene extraordinarily lively. Police and National Army had already been notified. Victims' families could do whatever they wanted outside the venue as long as they didn't disturb order, but they absolutely must not storm the court. In Ming and Qing court trials, incidents of enraged mobs beating defendants to death on the spot were not uncommon. Setting aside the fact that such deaths would inevitably raise legal issues, with so many people present, any chaos would certainly cause a stampede. So National Army soldiers tightly surrounded them, preventing any extreme actions. Liang Xinhu read out the rights and obligations of the defendants. Shen Ruiming exchanged a glance with Liang Xinhu, rose to his feet with ramrod-straight posture, every bit the image of righteous conviction. He took up the documents and read loudly. The Special Dispatch Prosecutor's Office of the Great Song Australian Provisional Guangzhou City hereby brings charges against defendants Wu Zhiqi, Fu Wen, and 11 others for kidnapping, enticing, murder, grave robbing, desecration of corpses, intentional injury resulting in death, fraud, practicing medicine without a license, manufacturing counterfeit drugs. Defendant Wu Zhiqi, in conspiracy with defendant Fu Wen, on a certain day of a certain month of 1635, at the vicinity of Xiaoshi village outside Guangzhou City, kidnapped victim surnamed Fan, on a certain day of a certain month of 1635. This gang's crimes were beyond enumeration. The charges alone numbered in the dozens, and the indictment ran to over 100 pages. Simply reading the entire indictment took over 2 hours. Though it took considerable time, the case details were so horrifying that even though many had already received case information through various channels, most, whether the elders in the gallery or the naturalized citizens and common people inside and outside the courthouse, were hearing the complete picture for the first time. Anger spread through the crowd. Had spectators not been strictly prohibited from bringing any throwable objects into the court, these 13 suspects would probably have been bloodied by now. The following is the presentation of evidence. To make this an ironclad case, and fully embody the investigative and trial philosophy of determining cases based on evidence, the entire trial team had invested considerable thought into the evidence presentation phase. Besides summoning 15 key witnesses, they also read aloud testimony materials from approximately 19 other individuals. Just the witness questioning and testimony reading consumed the entire morning. Though it was December weather, standing in the crowded room for several hours of presentations had left Shen Ruiming's clothes under his judicial robe completely soaked with sweat. Nevertheless, such a thorough prosecution was a rare experience for Shen Ruiming. He was even becoming intoxicated by his own performance. He paced confidently through the courtroom, now passionately vehement, now low and melancholy, now erupting in righteous fury to directly rebuke the suspects, now delivering extended interior monologues about law and justice. The spectators below watched entranced, periodically erupting in applause and cheers. Liang Xinhu secretly wondered, Had Shen Ruiming perhaps trained as a stage actor? By the time the witness testimony phase concluded, it was well past lunchtime. Liang Xinhu announced a recess, with court to resume at 1 p.m. Though the court had recessed, the spectating crowds refused to leave, who knew if they could squeeze back in later. This only benefited the vendors who sold various snacks and refreshments. Back in the rest room, Shen Ruiming had stripped down to just his shorts, even the waistband of which was soaked through. Liang Xinhu remarked, "You certainly gave it your all. You were performing the Cain mutiny." Still intoxicated by the pleasure of his oration, Shen Ruiming enjoyed having a maidservant wipe his back while saying, "This is an excellent opportunity for us to spread legal education." He rose, threw on a dressing gown, took a sip of kvass, his tone and expression highly animated. What is the modern legal system? What is feudal superstition? This is precisely the opportunity to demonstrate to everyone. When the afternoon trial resumed, it was still the evidence presentation phase. With special approval from the Guangzhou municipal government, a projector was used to display crime scene photographs in the courtroom. For the vast majority present, even though they'd heard many details, even though gruesome scenes were commonplace in this timeline, the actual crime scene photographs still sent chills down many spines. Accompanied by Shen Ruiming's somber narration, it was as if a frigid wind swept through the courtroom. Chapter 1904. The verdict: excavated mass burial pits, half-decomposed corpses stacked in neat rows, children's bodies with eyes, facial features, and organs carved out, mud and sand mixed with bone fragments, the cauldron used for boiling bones. Though all were limited clarity black and white glass plate photographs, the vivid details still made many spectators unable to look directly at the screen. This is physical evidence number 291, a life-capturing gourd. Shen Ruiming's voice accompanied images of the gourd, both full view and close-up on the screen. This is number 292, corpse pills discovered inside the gourd. According to suspect Wu Ziqi's confession, corpse pills were made by mixing the body fat of victims with other substances and refining them. A deathly silence fell over the gallery. Yet Shen Ruiming knew that horror, terror, and the anger they spawned were fermenting among the crowd. He was secretly pleased. This is physical evidence number 778, the Great Medicine. According to suspect Fu Wen's confession, he manufactured this so-called aphrodisiac from the remains of victims mixed with medicinal herbs. Members of his gang sold this aphrodisiac in Guangzhou at 2 taels of silver per pill. At this point, Shen Ruiming keenly noticed that one distinguished gentleman in the reserved gallery had a face that suddenly contorted, as if he just swallowed excrement. It seems he's one of those who took the medicine, Shen Ruiming thought. Though the physical evidence presentation represented less than 1/10 of the actual content, the quantity was still staggering. By the time the full presentation concluded, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Judge Liang Xinhu then began questioning the defendants. Defendant Wu Ziqi, did you clearly hear what the prosecutor just said? Upon hearing Wu Ziqi's affirmative response, Liang Xinhu continued, recount the facts of the case. Wu Ziqi had long since abandoned any hope of survival. Cowed by Cui Hantang's sorcery, he'd already agreed to confess everything, asking only that after death his 3 Hun and 6 Po spirits be preserved. Now he poured everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. Fu Wen knew his crimes were heinous beyond redemption. Besides, these past days he'd been living in an endless hell. Now he only sought a quick death, answering whatever was asked without reservation or quibbling. A few accomplices, however, believed their culpability was limited and harbored hopes of leniency, so their testimonies were evasive and their words slippery. Shen Ruiming didn't take this too seriously. He had more than enough evidence in hand. These petty tricks were useless. When all the suspects had finished their statements, he looked toward Liang Xinhu. The latter indicated with his eyes that he understood, then said, "Defense counsel, please make your statement." Zhang Yunmi had been somewhat nervous when she first sat down in the courtroom, but by the time it was her turn to speak, she'd calmed completely. She rose to her feet, first acknowledging Liang Xinhu with a nod, then began speaking confidently. The defense brief had been worked out in advance with Shen Ruiming, Qi Hanteng, and others. The crimes of Wu Zhiki and the others were indisputable. The defense would focus on their starting point, that is, their motives. Zhang Yunmi emphasized that the defendants' actions had been driven by superstitious ignorance, that their thinking was childish and laughable, simultaneously condemning it as a deviant path while not tarring all religious activities with the same brush, a balance that had required considerable effort from Qi Hanteng. Apart from Wu Zhiki and Fu Wen, the other defendants had been in subordinate positions and should receive lighter sentences. This argument was well-reasoned and well-substantiated. It both effectively provided a defense for the accused and skillfully accommodated the emotions of the spectating masses. Both the elders present and the citizens inside and outside the courtroom showed expressions of approval. By the time all procedures had been completed, dusk was already approaching. In the old timeline, a case like this would have taken at least 3 days to try. To maximize the trial's social impact, while also avoiding putting too much pressure on the police to maintain order at such a mass event, Shen Ruiming and Liang Xinhu had deliberately accelerated the proceedings. After announcing a 10-minute recess, Liang Xinhu returned from the back of the court to the judge's bench and delivered the verdict on the spot. Defendant Wu Zhiki was found guilty of all 21 charges including premeditated murder and kidnapping. Multiple counts, combined sentence, death. Defendant Fu Wen was found guilty of all 23 charges including premeditated murder and kidnapping. Multiple counts, combined sentence, death. The remaining defendants were sentenced to death, with only 3 accomplices receiving lifetime hard labor. He then announced that a mass public trial would be held the following day to deal with other individuals connected to the case. After reading all the verdicts in the name of the Senate and the people, Liang Xinhu barked, "Take them away." Immediately, several dozen of the retained Yamen runners, now police, came forward with shackles. The 13 prisoners were shackled right there in court and escorted out. Because Zheng Huan had been inside the courtroom, he was among the last to leave when the crowd dispersed. After a whole day, his legs and waist felt numb and he could barely walk. His lips were dry and cracked, and the half portion of glutinous rice chicken he'd eaten at noon seemed to have vanished without a trace. His bladder was practically bursting. The moment he emerged from the court, he broke into a run toward the Wanqingliu tea house. In the old days, he would have simply relieved himself in any alley, but now he dared not be so casual. With great difficulty, he held it until he reached the tea house, then slipped behind to the urinal jar by the back wall and emptied his bladder with tremendous relief. Having adjusted his clothes, he sauntered leisurely from the back toward the front of the shop. Evening business at the tea house was relatively quiet. Sitting behind the counter, he had little to do besides tidying the accounts and chatting with customers. The Wanqingliu tea house had few daytime patrons who drank alcohol. They came for tea and dim sum. But in the evenings, customers would order a pot or two of wine, either drinking alone or gathering with a few friends. After Zheng Huan took over as manager, he'd purchased several Australian oil lamps from the Grand World, illuminating the shop brightly. Though the expense was considerable, it proved very helpful for attracting evening business. Guangzhou's public order still couldn't compare to core areas like Lingao, Chengmai, and Qiangshan. But after the Guandi Temple gang had been cleaned out, crime and criminal incidents in the city had plummeted by 60%. For shops and residents, it was a transformative change. After the plague ended, Liu Xiang, wanting to stimulate nightlife and restore Guangzhou's commercial atmosphere as quickly as possible, had pushed back the street gate closing time from dusk to 9 in the evening. Zheng Huan was going through the accounts when he suddenly noticed that Yuan Shizhi's name had been erased from the credit board. He asked, "Old he, did Yuan Shizhi come by?" Yuan Shuzhai was a regular at the tea house, barely qualified as a scholar. His background was similar to Zheng Huan's, also from a community school. But from age 15, when he first sat for the child student examination, right up to now past 50, he was still just a Tengsheng child candidate. When he went visiting, he was still addressed as young friend. Zheng Huan knew nothing about Yuan Shuzhai's family background, who his parents were, whether he had relatives. But ever since Zheng Huan had started hanging around his brother-in-law's shop scrounging food, he would occasionally see Yuan Shuzhai, something of a fixture at the Wanqingliu tea house. He'd heard people gossip behind Yuan's back, that Yuan had failed to gain entry to the scholar class and couldn't make a living either. So he'd grown ever poorer, mortgaging even his house and moving into a temple to share a bed with monks, and had supposedly been taken advantage of by the monks. Tea house customers often teased him about this. Yuan Shuzhai would never respond with harsh words, merely forcing a dry laugh to deflect. Unable to make a living, and having never passed even the basic examinations, he couldn't even find work as a tutor. He could only set up on the street writing letters for others, drafting correspondence and contracts for people, scraping together a few coppers for a bowl of rice. His life must have been truly wretched. Having no home or career, Yuan Shuzhai practically lived at the tea house. His washcloth and such were stowed there, and he came each day to wash up, since hot water was convenient here, as it was for most of the neighborhood's regular customers. He also took his 2 main meals at the tea house. Of course, with his income, ordering a proper dish of glutinous rice chicken was out of the question. Usually he would order a pot of tea and eat it with flatbread bought on the street. On the rare days when his earnings were good, he might order a bowl of pig's blood congee to go with the flatbread. That was a feast. Wretched though his life was, he would occasionally run up a tab of a few tens or 100 copper at the tea house. Yet his credit was impeccable. Whatever was chalked on the board would be paid within a month. So Zheng Huan's brother-in-law had treated him reasonably well, letting him occupy a seat as long as business wasn't too busy. But this time his tab had remained unpaid much longer than usual, though the recent plague offered some excuse. After the plague lockdown ended, he still hadn't come to the shop to wash up or take tea. Everyone assumed he'd probably died. The 70 coppers he'd owed before the plague were likely a lost cause. He was a veteran waiter here, having worked nearly 30 years since starting as an apprentice. He said he came by this morning. His leg was a bit lame, but he seemed in good spirits. As soon as he walked in, he paid his tab. Caught a plague and ended up with a lame leg. That's a strange thing, one of the customers remarked. Another man drinking wine said he was beaten until his leg was crippled. Everyone let out an "oh." This old Yuan is usually a cautious fellow, but during the plague the whole city was out of work. He's a man with no roof over his head and not an inch of land. When he got desperate enough, he actually turned to stealing. And not just anywhere, he stole from Master Mo Rongxin's estate. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This Master Mo, the steward of the academy, was known as one of Guangzhou's tyrants. Though the Australian's arrival had somewhat diminished his prestige, his accumulated authority still commanded fear. What happened then? What could happen? First he had to write a confession of guilt, then came the beating. They say they broke rattan canes on him. Old Yuan is over 50 and has never eaten his fill in his life. How could he survive such a thrashing? I hear his bones were injured. It was only because the monks at the temple where he was staying remembered old times and took him in to recover that he managed to survive at all. Tusk, I think the monks weren't remembering old times but old feelings, if you know what I mean. Laughter erupted in the tea house, and even the air seemed to light. If his leg was beaten lame, how does he have money now? As it happens, the customer continued, relishing the gossip, old Yuan is an old acquaintance of Agui. Do you know Agui? I know him, used to be a day laborer, often did odd jobs for old Master Zhang's household. Then I heard he molested one of Master Zhang's maidservants and got thrown out. Zheng Huan naturally knew Agui. Ever since Li Ziyu had become a police officer, Agui had become practically his shadow, following him everywhere. He'd even rented a room from the Li family, spending all his spare time doing chores for them, practically a servant of the Li household. Hearing the discussion, Zheng Huan pricked up his ears, wanting to hear what Agui had been up to. Li Ziyu was away training in Lingao. If Agui did anything improper, it could seriously implicate him. He's a police officer for the Australians now. I hear he made some merit and is quite full of himself. That fellow is wishy-washy, can't get a complete sentence out, can barely string words together. You'd better watch what you say about that now. He may not be able to string words together, but he swings his baton slick as anything. Getting to the point, what does him knowing Agui have to do with anything? What does it have to do? This Agui is now the sidekick of Li Ziyu, the #1 star of the Guangzhou Municipal Police Bureau. Though he's just a lowly patrolman, even the old big shots greet him politely when they see him. This Agui saw that old Yuan had been beaten and crippled and decided to stand up for him. Now Master Mo has really kicked a hornet's nest. Exactly, the speaker was spitting with enthusiasm. What good can come of crossing people from the Yamen? This Agui told old Yuan to go file a complaint at the police station, listed 2 charges, illegal detention and intentional injury. Either one of those, according to Australian law, if proven, and Master Mo's looking at several years in prison. See how clever this Agui is. Nothing good comes from official doors, that's just how it is. Speaking of which, Master Mo wasn't exactly a good person either. But in the past he had the Guandi temple backing him, so his spine was stiff. Now that's all over. The moment old Yuan, egged on by Agui, filed the complaint, there was an injury assessment right away. They determined it was minor injury. The police immediately went to summon Master Mo for questioning. Now Master Mo was terrified. He tried to send his steward as a proxy, but that didn't fly. In the end, he had to go to the station himself to accept disposition. He had to pay compensation and fines both. Only after bleeding quite a bit of money did he escape prison. No wonder old Yuan looked so well last time he came, and was so free with his money. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out shiny silver dollars. Now that he's got this connection to Agui, when he steals in the future, won't he be even bolder? Well, not exactly. The speaker continued with relish. Old Yuan still had to sit in the lockup for 15 days for stealing. Then both sides lost. I think old Yuan didn't lose at all. He's a bachelor with nothing to his name. Sitting in lockup for 15 days is nothing to him. Those handfuls of silver dollars and banknotes, though, those are real. In my opinion, Master Mo lost face this time, and he's going to want it back. He's a man with a reputation in the city after all. Give it a rest. Master Mo's in-laws, the Gao family of the Guandi temple, they're completely finished. What kind of big shot is he now? I think he probably won't even be able to keep his position as steward of the Wenlin Academy. If he loses the academy stewardship, won't Master Mo be heartbroken? Who wouldn't be? Just the rent from those shops and lands, how much income is that every year? As the old saying goes, a new emperor brings new ministers. Now that the Australians rule Guangzhou, a fat prize like the Wenlin Academy, how could they let an outsider touch it? Never mind Mo Rongxin, even Elder Zhang probably can't hold onto his position. I'd say the Wenlin Academy will soon answer to Master Gao Ju. Chapter 1905, The Public Trial Assembly. Director Ding, are you asking how many of these crowd members are actors? Mu Min said. Ding Ding coughed once. He who makes the first clay burial figures, will he have descendants? Stirring up popular sentiment certainly produces good results, but... Before she could finish, Gao Lingquan, who'd been protected by police on the platform, somehow suddenly tumbled down from the stage. Seeing their enemy fall, the common people below grew even more frenzied. They surged forward, wanting to tear at Gao Lingquan's flesh. In an instant they broke through the cordon, swallowing Gao Lingquan beneath the crowd. Mu Min grabbed her walkie-talkie. This is number 1. Protect Gao Lingquan. At her command, the White Horse Battalion below unsheathed their bayonets. The gleaming blades formed a line, instantly forcing the frenzied crowd back. Several police officers hurriedly dragged out the limp Gao Lingquan and sent him back up to the platform. By now, he was barely recognizable as human. His face was swollen, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. His hair was completely disheveled, with over a dozen tufts torn out by force, leaving his scalp spotted with bald patches like ringworm. In some places, the scalp itself had been torn away, streaming blood. His clothes had been completely shredded to strips, one arm hanging limply, clearly broken, and both hands were bloody, several fingers having been bitten off upon close inspection. Though this wasn't her first time attending such a struggle session, Ding Ding was still startled by Gao Lingquan's wretched state. Dragged onto the platform, whether from extreme shock or some internal injury, Gao Lingquan now lay limp on the ground like a dead dog, unable to stand. On and off the platform, voices surged, the chaos intensifying. Liang Xinhu called for order repeatedly from the stage. With difficulty, he managed to lower the noise somewhat, but below the crowd remained in an uproar. Mu Min quickly grabbed her walkie-talkie. "Judge Liang, hurry and pronounce sentence. We can't let him die at the hands of the crowd." Allowing Gao Lingquan to be killed by the masses would certainly be cathartic, with strong theatrical effect and great propaganda value. But it would amount to the Senate legitimizing lynching, seriously undermining the Senate's legal foundation. Liang Xinhu, of course, understood this reasoning. If they let him be beaten to death and then pursued legal accountability against the common people, that would be a lose-lose situation. He hurriedly turned his amplifier to maximum volume and loudly read the verdict. Based on the confirmed evidence of multiple counts of rape and indecent assault of women under particularly egregious circumstances, and intentional injury resulting in death, he was sentenced to death. The moment the verdict was announced, a thunderous cheer erupted from below. Again, people tried to climb onto the platform to seize Gao Lingquan. Liang Xinhu ordered the White Horse Battalion to clear a path with bayonets. Several police officers hastily lifted Gao Lingquan and headed toward the gallows. By now, Gao Lingquan showed no reaction, allowing himself to be manipulated like a puppet. The police officers quickly slipped the noose over his neck, and with a click of the trapdoor, the entire venue erupted in thunderous cheers. Still unsatisfied, people surged toward the gallows. Those with great grievances who felt their anger unvented wanted to use the knives and axes they'd brought to dismember the corpse, but were again driven back by National Army bayonets. In the venue, some cried, some shouted, some laughed. Chaos reigned. Some set off firecrackers, others burned spirit money. The defendants awaiting trial below the platform were pale as ghosts. Even those who'd boasted, "In 18 years I'll be a fine man again," began to twitch. At this rate, if the Australians relaxed their guard for even a moment, they would be torn apart and devoured alive. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Mu Min immediately radioed for the Navy sailors on standby to enter and maintain order. At the same time, she ordered that people could exit but not enter the venue, and had the weak, elderly, women and children dispersed in batches. Zheng Huan crouched atop a mound, watching this heart-stopping scene. It was his first time witnessing such a spectacle. He found it both novel and vaguely sensed an incredible power. Common people were not merely fish on a cutting board. As long as someone took the lead, they too could unleash astonishing energy. "I won't leave. I won't leave. Even if you beat me to death, I won't leave. Husband." Suddenly, a piercing cry rang in his ears, startling him. He saw below the mound 2 police officers pulling and tugging at a woman dressed entirely in mourning white, clutching a spirit tablet. She had apparently fallen. Her mourning clothes were covered in mud and sand, with footprints from being trampled. She was drenched in sweat, her face frighteningly red. She cried out, "I won't leave, I won't leave. I want to watch that dog thief Mo Rongson die." The police were also sweating profusely, trying to persuade her. "You're a woman alone. You nearly got trampled to death when you fell just now. You were lucky. Whatever grievances you have, the chiefs have avenged them for you. If you fall again and lose your life, what revenge can you speak of then? Even if I die, I'll die content. Please, two constables, have mercy. The woman absolutely refused to leave. Zheng Huan, seeing her clutching the spirit tablet and begging piteously, couldn't help but feel compassion. He shifted aside and said, "Officers, let this elder sister come up here to sit. It's safe here, she won't fall." Then he said to the woman, "Elder sister, if you don't mind, squeeze in here for a bit." The woman thanked him and quickly climbed up, sitting down beside Zheng Huan. Seeing she'd found a stable spot, the police stopped trying to evacuate her. "Thank you, young fellow. No need for thanks." Zheng Huan, mindful of propriety between men and women, and because she was a widow, didn't speak much with her, turning his gaze to the trial platform. Here, the prisoners below the platform were brought up one after another. After the earlier interrogation and execution, the crowd's emotions had been fully aroused. Each time one came up, the entire venue roared death sentence. By the end, even the reading of charges was drowned out. Before the prosecutor could open his mouth, there were already shouts of death sentence. Each time a prisoner was verified and executed, dropping with a thump through the trapdoor, the entire venue erupted in cheers. This killing frenzy infected even the elders on the platform. Liang Xinhu's pace of judgment noticeably quickened. "Don't get swept up by the emotion of the venue. Take them one by one." Mu Min continuously transmitted orders from the command platform via walkie-talkie, controlling the rhythm and emotions. The 15th prisoner brought to the platform was none other than Mo Rongson. He'd been arrested only a week earlier. Even before the plague broke out, he'd already been placed on the key surveillance list. Truthfully, up until his arrest, he still couldn't figure out why they wanted to arrest him. As Mo Rongson saw it, the Australians were targeting him simply because they coveted the Wenlin Academy's property. Though losing this lucrative asset would be bone-piercingly painful, if the Australians gave even a hint, he was certainly not someone who didn't know when to advance or retreat. As for his marital alliance with the Gao family, he could simply have his son divorce Gao Tianqi's daughter. Unexpectedly, the Australians had unceremoniously arrested his entire family. Before Mo Rongson could even begin to comprehend what was happening, he was thrown into prison and severely interrogated. Only then did he understand. The Australians were going to dig up his very roots. Minute questions about trivial matters from years and decades past, one by one. Some things were so long ago he'd completely forgotten them, and the interrogator had to remind him before he could vaguely recall. Originally, he'd still harbored some hopes, since he hadn't been directly involved in the witchcraft case itself, thinking the Australians merely coveted his property. But when the interrogator placed before him confession after confession documenting his past evil deeds, Mo Rongson knew he couldn't escape. The Australians were going to settle accounts with him for everything. Quibbling, denial, feigning madness, and playing dumb. He tried them all. But ultimately he couldn't withstand the Australians' severe torture. Mo Rongson finally confessed, including all his connections with the gentry over the years and all the dirty work he'd done for them. Perhaps because he was in despair about his own and his family's future, Mo Rongson frantically implicated every single gentry member in Guangzhou, pouring out everything, whether verified fact or mere hearsay. All the scandals he knew. The harvest far exceeded Mu Min's imagination. Hearing the name Mo Rongson, Zheng Huan secretly nodded. This old fellow was no good either. Mo Rongson had controlled the Wenlin Academy for years, eating meat himself while feeding the scholars dishwater. This was common knowledge throughout Guangzhou. But only when the prosecutor began reading the charges did Zheng Huan realize he'd known only the surface. Mo Rongson was not merely a greedy academy steward, but a villain with several lives on his hands. When the prosecutor read about how Mo Rongson had instructed gamblers to lure Scholar Wang into gambling, then violated his wife Lady He, ultimately driving Scholar Wang to suicide, suddenly the mourning-clad woman beside him stood up and cried out, "I am Lady Wang Nei He. This beast in scholar's clothing set up a scheme that drove my husband to his death, then sold me to a brothel." Because the mound was some distance from the trial platform, Hizai shouted with all her might, her voice piercing, her eyes nearly bursting. She raised the spirit tablet. "Mo Rongson, so you too have your day. Look at this tablet. He's come to take you away." She then burst into wild laughter that gave Zheng Huan goosebumps all over. Her cry caused a stir in the venue. The aggrieved families all began wailing. Over a dozen scholars from the Wenlin Academy joined in angry shouting from below. Some were good friends of Scholar Wang. Others had protested in the past when their benefits from the academy had been embezzled. To say they harbored deep personal hatred for Mo Rongson would not be accurate, but in all these years at the academy, with Mo Rongson controlling academy affairs, acting tyrannically and practicing nepotism, their hopes of advancing through study had been utterly destroyed. This hatred was no less than Hizai's. Following this, the crowd's emotions, which had just begun to calm, ignited once again. Bricks and stones rained down upon Mo Rongson. Seeing the situation turning bad, Liang Xinhu hurriedly pronounced sentence. The police immediately dragged the trembling Mo Rongson from the platform toward the gallows. Heedless of the sea of heads before her, Hizai, with strength she didn't know she possessed, clutched the spirit tablet and desperately pushed through the crowd. The crowd, whether out of sympathy or awed by her determined gaze, parted to let her through all the way to the gallows. The noose was just being placed around Mo Rongson's neck. Chapter 1906. Public trial continued. One Hizai raised the spirit tablet high, staring directly into Mo Rongson's dead fish-like eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "Go down to the 18th level of hell." At that very moment, the trapdoor opened and Mo Rongson's body dropped down. The venue immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Even Zheng Huan, who had no connection to Mo Rongson, couldn't help but join in the cheering. Bai Defan was on guard duty before the gallows. Taking advantage of his colleagues all being occupied with the crowd, he turned his back and swiftly used a hidden dagger to cut off one of the corpse's hands, stuffing it into a prepared oilcloth bag and tucking it into his chest. He quietly moved aside, and seeing Hizai collapsed on the ground as if all strength had drained from her body, gasping on the ground, he hurried over to help her up, slipping the oilcloth bag into her hands. "Aunt, by marriage, you should go back now. It's too crowded here. Please take care of yourself," Bai Defan added. "Don't think of doing anything foolish." Hizai was beyond words, only nodding bleakly. Bai Defan called over a colleague and instructed him to escort Hizai out. Zheng Huan's mood was both excited and curious, but he had no time to keep watching. The sun was already beginning to set westward, around 3 in the afternoon. He'd been gallivanting outside all day, and if he didn't get back to the Wanqingliu tea house to watch the evening business, his parents would have words for him. Even old He at the shop would natter on about one who accepts another's trust should be loyal to one's duty. He squeezed out of the venue and ran back to the Wanqingliu tea house, which was already packed. Many people, like him, had just come from the venue and were all discussing the exciting events. When Zheng Huan returned and settled behind the counter, old He immediately rushed over to ask him about the day's public trial. "I heard they hanged many villains and scoundrels. Is it true?" "It's true." Zheng Huan nodded and named some of those who'd been executed. Old He's eyes lit up and he couldn't stop grinning, repeatedly saying how wonderful it was. Being a waiter was not easy work. Every day one had to deal with all manner of people, and the status was very low. Being bullied for no reason, receiving unwarranted beatings, these were common occurrences. And waiters couldn't get angry or upset. After being beaten, they still had to put on a smiling face. The street thugs, the city foxes and social rats, didn't dare provoke the great households or even ordinary people with some power, so they used bullying waiters and shop assistants as their way of establishing their authority. Old He had suffered no small amount of abuse from these people in the past. With the great song here, everything is better, a bright and clear world, Old He sighed with emotion. Even work feels more energizing. Before he could finish, someone outside called for a waiter. Old He hurried over to serve them. Zheng Huan began organizing the accounts when he suddenly heard someone call, Huan. Only Agui spoke in such a halting manner. Zheng Huan looked up and sure enough it was Agui. Since it wasn't his shift, he was dressed in civilian clothes today, and beside him was someone who disappeared for quite some time, Yuan Shizhai. Seeing him, Zheng Huan was somewhat startled. Yuan Shizhai was someone who, regardless of season, always wore a torn dongpo cap on his head and an old dark-colored silk robe so worn that the right sleeve and seat were both torn. On his feet were a pair of old red silk shoes, toes poking out as usual. His face was thin and dark, his beard streaked with gray. Now, however, his clothes and hat were all new and he'd even put on some weight. His spirits were excellent. As for the legendary lame leg, that seemed to have disappeared as well. Agui, what brings you here? Zheng Huan was both surprised and pleased. Agui was Li Ziyu's follower, an unofficial member of their little circle. Moreover, as Zheng Huan was now acting as the tea house's manager, propriety required some hospitality. Come, have a seat. Zheng Huan was about to call for someone to get them a table when Agui said, I didn't come to drink tea. Is there somewhere we can talk privately? Zheng Huan wondered what he had to say privately. And why bring Yuan Shizhai? He nodded. All right, let's talk inside. Inside the shop was an accounting room. Zheng Huan showed them in and lowered the bamboo curtain. Then Agui haltingly explained. Knowing that Zheng Huan was preparing for the civil service examination, Yuan Shizhai also wanted to take it. But he knew nothing of Australian learning and hoped to learn from Zheng Huan as his teacher, to receive some instruction. Zheng Huan understood, so Agui had come to help a friend. It turned out that after Yuan Shizhai had injured his leg, Agui had stood up for him and helped him obtain compensation. The detention center, seeing his injuries were serious, had even arranged for a bone setter to treat him. When he left the detention center, his injuries had mostly healed. With nowhere else to go, he'd returned to squat in his temple. Now that he had money, the monk's attitude improved as well. He passed some comfortable days in the temple. Agui would sometimes come to visit, chatting with the monks at his side. Agui knew Yuan Shizhai's learning wasn't exactly stellar, but in this era where most people were illiterate, being able to read and write counted for something. So he suggested that old Yuan take the civil service examination. The Australian civil service exam requirements are quite low these days. To become a policeman, you don't even need to be literate. But sir, at your age, becoming a police officer isn't possible. Why not try for a clerk position or something? It's respectable and you won't be bullied anymore. The monk also advised him. Old Yuan, at your age you can't just keep drifting like this. This time Agui happened to stand up for you, but next time you get beaten and injured or beaten to death, who's going to save you? Bury you? Probably the police bureau's corpse collection team. Think about it. Is your life really worth living like this? You can read and write a decent hand. Go take the Australian clerk examination. At least you'll have food and clothing. After hearing both of them, Yuan Shizhai said nothing, but his eyes rolled rapidly. His long-dormant ambitions were stirring again. He thought, since this is my situation anyway, why not give it a shot? Being a clerk for the Kun bandits doesn't sound bad. As for whether the Kun bandits would be defeated in the future, who cares? It wasn't as if the great Ming would come back and prosecute a mere clerk. Worst case, he could abandon his post and flee. However, to take the civil service exam, one needed to know the examination content. Yuan Shizhai had spent a lifetime taking the child candidate examination and didn't even know what the provincial examination looked like, let alone the Australian civil service exam. He asked Agui, but Agui didn't know either. He'd passed the police exam purely through running. Then he thought of Zheng Huan. Zheng Huan was preparing for the exam, and he understood Australian affairs. Consulting him couldn't be wrong. Agui stuttered and stammered through various polite phrases. Zheng Huan responded to each, secretly pleased. Speaking of experts in Australian affairs in Guangzhou, besides their little band of brothers, who else was there? Agui certainly had good judgment. Now that he'd made good, he still remembered to look after his friends. He was definitely someone worth knowing. But looking at Yuan Shizhai, Zheng Huan felt troubled. He didn't know exactly how old Yuan was, but he'd heard people mention that old Yuan was born in the Wanli era and was now over 50. This age was no problem for the Ming civil service examinations. As long as you could move and remembered how to write examination essays, you could enter the examination hall at 70 or 80. It could even become a beautiful tale. But Zheng Huan remembered that the Australian civil service examination explicitly required applicants to be no older than 40 sway. Old Yuan, I have no problem tutoring you, but at your age. Zheng Huan looked troubled. An old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 li. Besides, I'm not old. I'm in my knowing destiny year in the prime of my life. What's the problem? Yuan Shuzhai didn't even blush when lying. All right. Zheng Huan thought the Australians couldn't verify when someone was born anyway. Reporting one's own birthday was the only option. But the Great Song Civil Service examination is completely different from the bogus Ming's imperial examinations. Your belly full of old learning is certainly impressive, but it has nothing to do with Australian learning. You'll have to start from scratch. Yuan Shuzhai laughed helplessly. When was I ever qualified to take the Ming examinations? I sat for the child candidate exam dozens of times and never even made supplementary student. It's precisely because the Kun people's system differs from the Ming examinations that people like us have any chance of turning our fortunes around. These words struck a chord with Zheng Huan. With his level of accomplishment from community school, he had no hope of an examination career either, and he wasn't someone content with being a small craftsman, so he would probably have used examination preparation as an excuse to avoid work. After his parents passed, there was an 8 or 9 in 10 chance he would end up in Yuan Shuzhai's situation. Thinking of this, he felt a sympathetic kinship. Besides, old Yuan had after all studied and taken exams for decades more than him. His experience with essay writing was considerable. When it came time to write the Shenlun policy essay, his experience could be useful. Chapter 1907. Public trial continued. Tu Hezai raised the spirit tablet high, staring directly into Mo Rongxin's dead fish-like eyes, and said through gritted teeth, "Go down to the 18th level of hell." At that very moment, the trapdoor opened and Mo Rongxin's body dropped down. The venue immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Even Zheng Huan, who had no connection to Mo Rongxin, couldn't help but join in the cheering. Bai Defan was on guard duty before the gallows. Taking advantage of his colleagues all being occupied with the crowd, he turned his back and swiftly used a hidden dagger to cut off one of the corpse's hands, stuffing it into a prepared oilcloth bag and tucking it into his chest. He quietly moved aside, and seeing Hezai collapsed on the ground as if all strength had been drained from her body, gasping on the ground, he hurried over to help her up, slipping the oilcloth bag into her hands. "Aunt, by marriage, you should go back now. It's too crowded here. Please take care of yourself." Bai Defan added, "Don't think of doing anything foolish." Hezai was beyond words, only nodding bleakly. Bai Defan called over a colleague and instructed him to escort Hezai out. Zheng Huan's mood was both excited and curious. He was stretching his neck to see who would be next to swing, when suddenly a person climbed onto the trial platform. From a distance, he couldn't make out the face, but from the clothes it looked like a scholar. The police on the platform called out anxiously, "What are you doing climbing up here? Get down." But this scholar refused to descend. Instead, he dropped to his knees on the platform with a thud. The police thought he had some grievance to air and said, "If you have a complaint, go to the police station's reporting office." The scholar remained unmoved. First he kowtowed several times with resounding thumps, then stood and shouted loudly to the crowd below, "This unworthy one is Xu Laowu, a fellow student of the late scholar Wang at the academy. Brother Wang died unjustly and cannot rest in peace. Though I was at the academy, I knew Master Mo's every word and deed in detail, yet I dared not speak a single word in protest. Today, by the grace of the great Song's wise magistrates, Brother Wang's grievance has been avenged and our bright world restored. Henceforth I am willing to serve as the vanguard of the Senate, through mountains of swords and seas of fire, I swear to follow unto death." With that, he drew a dagger from his sleeve. Before the police could react, he had undone his topknot and cut off his hair with one stroke. Tossing it aside casually, he leaped down from the platform. The entire venue immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. This scene was so dramatic that not only was Mu Min stunned, even Ding Ding was dumbfounded. After a long moment, Shen Ruiming's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Ding Ding, did you arrange for this person?" "No, we didn't arrange any plants." Ding Ding shook his head, then looked at Mu Min, who gave him a very clear denial. On this side, Zheng Huan was also watching with his heart stirred. This scene was so sudden and so astonishing. As Xu Laowu dashingly tossed aside his hair and leaped down, Zheng Huan momentarily felt the impulse to cut off his own hair as well. The trial continued, but Zheng Huan had no more time to watch. The sun was already gradually setting westward. It was past 3 o'clock. He had been gallivanting outside for an entire day. If he didn't get back to the Wanqingliu tea house to watch the evening business, his parents would have words for him. Even old he at the shop would natter on about one who accepts another's trust should be loyal to one's duty. He squeezed out of the venue and ran all the way back to the Wanqingliu tea house, which was already packed. Many people, like him, had just come from the venue and were all discussing the exciting events. When Zheng Huan returned and had just settled behind the counter, old he immediately rushed over to ask him about the day's public trial. "I heard they hanged many villains and scoundrels. Is it true?" "It's true." Zheng Huan nodded and named some of those who had been executed. Old he's eyes lit up and he couldn't stop grinning, repeatedly saying how wonderful it was. Being a waiter was not easy work. Every day one had to deal with all manner of people, and the status was very low. Being bullied for no reason, receiving unwarranted beatings, these were common occurrences. And waiters couldn't get angry or upset. After being beaten, they still had to put on a smiling face. The street thugs, the city foxes and social rats, didn't dare provoke the great households or even ordinary people with some power, so they used bullying waiters and shop assistants as their way of establishing their authority. Old he had suffered no small amount of abuse from these people in the past. With the great song here, everything is better, a bright and clear world. Old he sighed with emotion. Even work feels more energizing. Before he could finish, someone outside called for a waiter. Old he hurried over to serve them. Zheng Huan began organizing the accounts when he suddenly heard someone call, Huan." Only Anguish spoke in such a halting manner. Zheng Huan looked up and sure enough it was Anguish. Since it wasn't his shift, he was dressed in civilian clothes today, and beside him was someone who had disappeared for quite some time, Yuan Shuzhai. Chapter 1908, Civil Service Examination, Part 1. Hizai raised the spirit tablet high, staring directly into Mo Rongxin's dead fish-like eyes and said through gritted teeth, "Go down to the 18th level of hell." At that very moment the trapdoor opened and Mo Rongxin's body dropped down. The venue immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. Even Zheng Huan, who had no connection to Mo Rongxin, couldn't help but join in the cheering. So Zheng Huan told Yuan Shuzhai, "Old Yuan, since that's the case, let's study together. Just make sure we register for different positions so we don't end up competing against each other. Since you have no fixed abode, why not work here at the tea house? That way we can see each other morning and evening and discuss our studies together. Plus you can earn a few coins for expenses, have a livelihood." Yuan Shuzhai shook his head. "I still have some money left. I'm already grateful enough that you're not charging me tuition. Helping out at your family's tea house is the least I can do as a student." "Very well then," said Zheng Huan. "In that case, stop calling things Great Ming or Kun people. The bogus Ming is the bogus Ming, and Australian chiefs are Australian chiefs. If you want to be an official of the great song, you need to change how you speak first. I hear they've added interviews this year. If you slip up out of habit and violate protocol, your life might be in danger." Yuan Shuzhai quickly responded, "Brother Zheng teaches wisely. I shall certainly remember. I'll test for an Australian. No, a great song Jinchi degree." So Yuan Shizai used the money left over from his medical treatment to pay the Zheng family for rent and board, and moved into the back of the Wanqingliu tea house. Actually, this wasn't the Zheng family home, but the residence of Zheng Huan's former brother-in-law Cao Zhuguang. After Huang Ping was arrested and his brother-in-law passed away, his mother had moved in under the pretext of looking after her grandchildren. His father, busy making and selling candles, still lived at their original home. Though the Cao family had some distant relatives in the clan, they were intimidated by Zheng Huan's connection to Li Ziyu, and no one dared make trouble. The Cao residence was much grander than the Zheng home, with many more rooms. They rented out a side room to Yuan Shizai. During the day, Yuan Shizai kept accounts and wrote menu boards for the tea house. In the evenings, he studied with Zheng Huan. Following the study materials, they wrote practice Shenlan essays, memorized general knowledge, and worked on mathematics. From the moment Yuan Shizai moved into the Zheng household, he became a recluse, never going out, forgetting to eat and sleep as he prepared for the civil service examination. The Australian Song Civil Service examination content was extremely diverse, but patterns could be found. The verbal comprehension, logical reasoning, quantitative relationships, and data analysis sections all followed discernible rules. As for the separate Shenlan section, it was somewhat similar to the old policy essays. Reviewing mainly required using more of the illusions and viewpoints that the Australians favored. When he first flipped through the Australian Shenlan study materials, his head spun. The exam completely ignored the 4 books and 5 classics of Confucian classics. It was all miscellaneous learning. At first glance, it seemed somewhat like Mohism. For instance, the logical reasoning followed methods derived from the Mohist concepts of names, propositions, and explanations. As for economics, science, and such, these were also Mohist ideas. Of course, there was more than just Mohism. There were quite a few legalist perspectives too. This Ming Dynasty from among the Australian sages who said freedom is not unlimited freedom. Freedom is the power to do anything the law permits. This was clearly legalist thinking. There was even some content from the school of diplomacy and the agriculturalist school. Only Confucian learning was barely touched upon. It seemed the Australians had quite a few issues with Confucius. Thinking of this, Yuan Shizai established his first principle for the Australian civil service exam, anti-Confucian and skeptical of antiquity. Yuan Shizai hadn't felt this alive in a very long time. Having a goal had seemingly brought him back to life. The power of belief was truly not to be underestimated. At his desk, Yuan Shizai hung 2 lines he had written himself for encouragement. Those with determination will ultimately succeed. Break the cauldrons and sink the boats. The 103 passes of Qin shall belong to Chu. Heaven does not disappoint those who try. Sleep on brushwood and taste gall. 3,000 UA soldiers can swallow Wu. Zheng Huan was also infected by this old scholar's enthusiasm and secretly began competing with Yuan Shizai. Zheng Huan's mother was pleased to see such an atmosphere in the house. Every day she prepared meals on time and brought them to their rooms. When she came to collect the bowls, she often found the food untouched and long cold. When absorbed in reading, one truly became lost in it. Their only leisure activity besides studying was playing with Mingnu. After Mingnu was rescued, the court had arrested her stepmother and exiled her to Jeju Island. Her guardianship was transferred from Cao Zhuguang to Zheng Huan's parents, with Cao Zhuguang paying monthly living expenses. Cao Zhuguang had been clamoring to sue, but when the plague arrived, he died. Now even his house and shop had been taken over by the Zheng family. The Zheng family's circumstances had naturally improved considerably. The elder Zhengs and Zheng Huan's uncle naturally doted on the 3 grandchildren as much as they could. Li Ziyu and Zhang Yu also spoiled them terribly, always buying them clothes or treats, raising the 3 children plump and adorable. Yuan Shizai had always loved playing with children. Whenever he took a break in the courtyard, he would inevitably play with Mingnu and the boys Huazi and Chengzi. Despite his age, Yuan Shizai was quite a child at heart himself, playing all sorts of little games with Mingnu. Mingnu called Yuan Shizai Grandpa. From a distance, they looked like a picture of grandparent-grandchild joy. Once Mingnu said, "Grandpa, let me ride you like a horse." Yuan Shizai got on all fours and crawled around the courtyard with Mingnu on his back. When Mingnu's grandmother saw this, she was furious and came over to spank Mingnu. Yuan Shizai quickly shielded Mingnu behind him, panting, "Not her fault, not her fault, I was teasing her. Don't blame the child." Sometimes Yuan Shizai would also teach Mingnu to read. He said, "Little girl, now that you've studied, I'll test you. The character Hui in fennel beans, how do you write it?" Mingnu racked her brains thinking. After waiting a long time, Yuan Shizai said earnestly, "Can't write it. I'll teach you. Remember, these characters should be remembered. When you become someone's wife and keep household accounts, you'll need them." Finally Mingnu thought of it and said happily, "Is it the grass radical on top with the character for return underneath?" Yuan Shizai looked extremely pleased, tapping the table with his long-nailed fingers and nodding. "That's right, that's right. Actually, the character Hui has 4 different ways to write it. Did you know that?" One day, the Yangcheng Express published a special civil service examination issue. Since taking over the Wanqingliu tea house, Zheng Huan had subscribed to the Yangcheng Express, partly so customers could read it while he served as commentator, an important means of attracting patrons, and partly to stay current on Australian policy developments. People like Zheng Huan had already begun to realize the importance of information. Getting this special issue, Zheng Huan treated it like a treasure. It not only listed in detail all the recruiting departments, positions, and requirements, but also provided detailed explanations. For those taking the civil service exam, it was nothing less than an examination guide. Chapter 1909, Civil Service Examination, Part 2. That evening, Yuan Shizai and Zheng Huan studied the newspaper carefully, looking for positions that met their qualifications. There were quite a few vacancies this time. Zheng Huan first looked at the police recruitment. The requirements were still low, but he felt that competing physically with those crude embryos would be a disadvantage. After looking through everything, he felt the taxation bureau position suited him best. He had grown up helping his parents with business and was skilled with the abacus. The newspaper stated that those proficient with the abacus would be given priority. Moreover, Li Ziyu had said the Taxation Bureau was one of the Senate's most powerful departments, offering good pay and plenty of oil and water, a unit with a future. So he secretly made up his mind to apply for the tax administrator position. Yuan Shizai, on the other hand, was troubled. The multitude of positions dazzled him. He was literate, and the Australians valued this. But at his age, many positions were unsuitable. He dragged Zheng Huan over to help analyze his options. Zheng Huan suggested he choose between Civil Affairs and the Sanitation Environmental Hygiene Bureau. Yuan Shizai thought about it. Civil Affairs naturally managed the populace's birth, aging, sickness, and death, a position of great power but hard to test into. He'd have no advantage competing against young people. The Sanitation Bureau was equivalent to the Palace Purification Bureau, managing sweeping and cleaning matters, but after all, it was an official position. Presumably, he wouldn't have to do the work himself, just direct subordinates. Being a small team leader in the Yamen shouldn't be a problem. Those other applicants probably wouldn't want to apply for such lowly positions, which would work to his advantage. So Yuan Shizai decided to apply for the position of inspector at the Sanitation Bureau. Looking at the application requirements, this recruitment differed from the previous police recruitment in that it had educational attainment requirements. Anyone with a Ming academic degree, of any kind, was considered equivalent to Class B diploma academic ability. Those from community schools or private academies who hadn't obtained a degree were considered equivalent to Class C diploma academic ability. This Class C diploma academic ability covered the requirements for the vast majority of positions. Both Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizai cleared this threshold. Besides educational attainment, applicants needed a certificate from the Bayajia Neighborhood Administrative System, where their household was registered, confirming they were permanent residents of that ward and precinct, followed by a stamp from the local police station. Shop guarantees were not required. This posed a problem for Yuan Shuzhai. Having no fixed abode, he had never registered a household. "That's no hindrance," Zheng Huan said. "Tomorrow I'll just register you under the employee regulations into the Wanqingliu Tea House's collective employee household." The household registration problem was solved, but getting the certificate from the police station proved difficult. Why? Because the application requirements explicitly stated, no criminal record. Yuan Shuzhai had recently been processed for theft. This criminal record would screen him out immediately. Yuan Shuzhai sighed and groaned, losing all enthusiasm for studying. Zheng Huan also felt very disappointed. He was thinking of how to comfort him when suddenly a light bulb went on in his head. He asked, "Old Yuan, when you were processed by the police station, did you have a household registration?" "I had no fixed abode back then. Where would I get a household registration? Only when they first started household registration did I settle a temporary one at the temple I was staying in. Later the monks kicked me out and that was gone." "Then it's easy," Zheng Huan said. "Since you didn't have a household registration then, you just have a case file for a rootless Yuan Shuzhai. When you register your household tomorrow, just change your name. Call yourself Yuan Shu." That was indeed a method. Yuan Shuzhai hesitated, "But quite a few people know about my offense. Even in the tea house many people know." "You don't understand. When officials do business, the first thing they look at is documents. As long as the name on the document doesn't match, who can say you are Yuan Shuzhai? You are Yuan Shu." Chapter 1910, Civil Service Examination Part 3, "The name Yuan Shu isn't good." Yuan Shuzhai shook his head. "Too many people know my name. If I change it rashly, people will surely be suspicious. Fortunately, most people only know how to say it, not how to write the 3 characters. Today I'll change it to characters with the same sound but different writing." He thought for a moment and said, "I'll call myself Yuan Shuzhai. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter imply comfortable knowledge rather than the original characters." Saying so, he picked up brush and ink and wrote 3 large characters on rough bamboo paper. Zheng Huan secretly thought, "What an old fox." The next day, he went to the police station to register his household under this name. From there, he obtained his household registration certificate and non-criminal record certificate. His theft case had been handled by the Municipal Bureau's Public Security Section. According to regulations, the case file of a process person should be copied to the police station of their household registration. But since Yuan Shuzhai had no household registration back then, the file remained in the Municipal Bureau's archives. The local police station naturally couldn't find his criminal record. He slipped through easily. Finally, the day for civil service examination registration arrived. Because Yuan Shuzhai felt he looked a bit old and his hair was graying, he dyed his hair the night before and applied some rouge to his face to make himself look radiant with youth. The next day, the 2 of them arrived at the registration site together. The registration location was at the former Guangzhou Prefectural School, a place neither this old man nor young man could have entered in the past. The prefectural school had now been taken over by the education department and was being prepared as Guangzhou's first secondary school. For these few days, it was loaned to the municipal government as the civil service registration site. The courtyard was already packed with people registering. Unlike the police exam, those who came were almost all men of gowns and caps. Regardless of the quality of their clothes, at least everyone wore a long gown. There were absolutely no short-coated types. Large bulletin boards stood around the courtyard listing the recruiting departments, positions, and relevant requirements. The content was identical to the Yangcheng Express Public Exam Special Issue. Zheng Huan and his companion naturally didn't need to look again, but for many, this was their first time seeing the full recruitment news. Dazzled by the dense list of positions and requirements, they struggled to take it all in. Must subscribe to the newspaper. Many in the crowded throng silently swore at that moment. After reading, many people still didn't understand what the relevant positions actually were, and surged toward the inquiry desk to ask about specific job responsibilities. Over a dozen naturalized cadres were overwhelmed. Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizhai were very composed, calmly taking their household booklets and proof materials to the registration desk. At this moment, Zheng Huan saw a scholar with short hair but wearing a wash-faded blue scholar's robe. Looking closely, wasn't this Xu Laowu, who had publicly cut off his topknot at the trial assembly a few days ago? Since Xu Laowu publicly cut his hair, he had instantly become a celebrity in Guangzhou and even appeared in the Yangcheng Express. Although quite a few people felt gratified by his actions, many privately mocked him as fishing for fame, or simply cursed him as crazy for officialdom. Of course, many also felt that regardless of whether he was being opportunistic, the Australians would inevitably award him an official post. However, half a month after the trial, Xu Laowu remained a poor scholar. No Australian had come to seek him out for a government post. Xu Laowu continued to sport his short hair and go to the Wenlin Academy every day to comment on current affairs. People on the street couldn't help pointing at him. His fellow students at the academy, however, didn't mock him. They had suffered Mo Rongxin's oppression and exploitation for years, and his stepping forward had vented some anger for everyone. Not content with silence, Xu Laowu immediately carried out another heroic feat at the academy. After Mo Rongxin, Zhang Ajiao and others were arrested, several gentry members remained on the academy board, and the miscellaneous workers, stewards, gatekeepers, cooks, and various other personnel in the academy were all the original staff. The moment Xu Laowu arrived at the academy, he rallied some scholars to rise up, driving out all the relatives and cronies stuffed in by the various gods of the academy. Those who refused to comply were beaten bloody on the spot by the scholars. How could the surviving board members dare to contend with him? They all played deaf and dumb. Subsequently, he organized the scholars to sign a joint petition to Liu Qiujing, requesting the municipal government to take over the academy. Liu Qiujing had already been eyeing the Wenlin Academy greedily. Xu Laowu's rebellion was exactly the golden opportunity he sought. He immediately agreed and took over the Wenlin Academy. Xu Laowu then submitted another petition. Mo Rongxin and others had controlled the academy for years, and every janitor, cook, steward, and accountant was a personal crony, each enriching themselves. He suggested pursuing every stolen coin and investigating to the end. Liu Qiujing agreed completely. Swatting tigers and flies, the flies' accumulation was not necessarily small. He immediately ordered the police bureau to detain all relevant academy personnel, demanding they voluntarily return stolen goods. Reportedly, they effortlessly recovered tens of thousands of taels of silver, dozens of properties, and countless fields. Xu Laowu had rendered another meritorious service for the Senate. Naturally, Liu Qiujing didn't want to let go of such an activist and intended to recruit him into the system. But Lin Baiguang reminded him that this didn't fit the cadre hiring procedures. Since Guangzhou now had a civil service examination system, he should enter through that channel. This is better for us and for him. Otherwise, he'll wear the hat of advancement through luck for the rest of his life. Actually, I think we need more opportunists. Opportunists are disparaged as opportunistic because they lack conviction and act purely on calculations of interest, Lin Baiguang said. Xu Laowu's two actions seem decisive, but actually contain elements of playing to the gallery. The exposure is high, the risk extremely low. Although they had a positive effect, his motives deserve a question mark. Besides, he was at the Wenlin Academy for years and never rose up to protest anything. We kill Mo Rongxin and suddenly he pulls this stunt. I'm very skeptical of his motives. Although Liu Qiujing agreed with his view, he hesitated. But we shouldn't chill people's hearts. I don't oppose absorbing him into our system, but it's best to let him enter via the public exam route. So Liu Xiang instructed someone to communicate privately with Xu Laowu, telling him to take the civil service exam. Having received the chief's hint, Xu Laowu naturally wouldn't let it pass. Today he eagerly came to the exam site. Xu Laowu was a man of ideas and good at gathering information. Although the naturalized cadre who told him to take the exam didn't specify which position he should apply for, he still applied for the position of clerk in the Municipal Government General Office. Because he heard this department was directly commanded by Mayor Liu and Deputy Mayor Lin. Zheng Huan saw the look of satisfaction on his face, presumably because he had already secured an internal guarantee from the chiefs. While envious, he couldn't help but feel a secret disdain. Arriving at the registration desk, Zheng Huan quickly completed his registration, but at Yuan Shizai's turn, a problem arose. The naturalized cadre saw that the household document Yuan Shizai provided stated his age as 40, but the guy looked at least over 50. This recruitment had a specific age requirement, must be under 40 sway. The naturalized clerk at the registration desk said impatiently to Yuan Shizai, "You're getting on in years, old man. What are you thinking? Go home and hug your grandchildren. Why are you joining in the fun blindly?" Hearing this, Yuan Shizai exploded. He was terrified of not being able to take the civil service exam. If he couldn't, all his efforts these past months would flow down the river, and he would have no chance to turn his life around. He hurriedly shouted loudly, "What distinction is there between old and young in serving the great song? This humble one considers himself to have some ability and is determined to serve the Senate. Why can you not fulfill our earnest desire to serve? Is the rule of the Senate inferior to the bogus Ming? In the bogus Ming, even octogenarians could take the imperial exams. Why must our Senate cut off people's path of advancement based on age?" His shouting resonated with many scholars nearby, especially the older ones. They chimed in one after another. Some simply started making a ruckus at the registration desk. When the police on duty moved to drive them away, several old men lay down on the ground and wailed loudly. For a moment, the registration area was in chaos. The naturalized clerk was sweating bullets. These individuals, though all had dyed hair and rouged faces, were visibly advanced in years and virtue. If something untoward happened, wouldn't it damage the Senate's prestige? Just as things were about to blow up, Elder Dong Yizhai, originally responsible for administration and general affairs at Fangqiati, appeared. He had been sent by the Education Department to Guangzhou to prepare educational institutions. The Education Department had great ambitions in Guangzhou, wanting not only to promote basic education, but also to rapidly build secondary schools and such. Of course, building schools was one thing. Claiming several prime pieces of real estate in Guangzhou City was the real priority. Because he was an education elder, he had been asked to help host the civil service exam. The chief examiner appointed by Liu Xiang was Zhang Yunmi, principal of the Guangzhou Cadre Management School. But Zhang Yunmi knew nothing about organizing exams and had to ask for help. Naturally, Dong Yizhai didn't help for free. Liu Xiang promised full convenience regarding land use for the education department. Hearing the commotion outside, he came out to investigate. The moment he emerged, the naturalized citizens immediately cleared a path, and the scholars instantly fell silent. "What happened?" Dong Yizhai asked. The naturalized cadre at the registration desk hurriedly explained the situation. "The regulations clearly say under 40 sway. The age on his household registration is obviously problematic," the cadre said awkwardly. "I understand their feelings, but the rules are set." Dong Yizhai looked at these elderly men with their dyed black hair and unnaturally flushed faces, trembling yet still wanting to come out to take the civil service exam. He thought, they are all poor scholars who have been frustrated all their lives. Participating in the public exam is probably their last effort to turn their fate around. To deprive them of this is indeed somewhat cruel. He pondered for a moment, then said, "Feng Tang grew old easily. Li Guang had a hard time getting enfeoffed. I'll make the decision here. Since they have the ambition to serve our Senate, Anyone under 60 sway and in good health may apply. That settles it. This was truly a golden word settling the universe. Yuan Shizai immediately shouted, "Long live the great song! Long live the Senate!" Immediately everyone followed suit, shouting. The entire registration area roared like a tsunami, cries of "Long live" ringing out in a continuous wave. Chapter 1911, Civil Service Examination Part 4. Dong Yizhai had felt a certain satisfaction in the moment, the quiet pleasure of wielding authority for the people's benefit. But his contentment proved short-lived. That same afternoon, Shen Ruiming arrived bearing objections, his accusations sharp. Dong had arbitrarily altered the regulations and violated the principle of governing by law. The reprimand stung all the more because Dong himself had set the original age restrictions. Others piled on, questioning the integrity of the household registration process, where people simply allowed to report whatever age they fancied. Mu Min's face darkened considerably at the implication. Eventually, Lin Baiguang intervened to defuse the situation. The examination, he reminded them, served dual purposes, not merely to identify talent, but also to win the hearts of the people. The elderly applicants had demonstrated sincere eagerness to serve. Such enthusiasm warranted encouragement, not dismissal. Moreover, literacy in traditional society remained exceedingly rare. Imposing age barriers would only shrink an already meager pool of qualified candidates. He proposed a measured compromise. Issue an immediate public notice stating that, in response to overwhelming popular demand, the age restriction would be lifted for this examination. Any citizen over 18 years of age, in sound health and without significant disability, could apply. Those who had misrepresented their age during household registration must correct the record before the examination date. Failure to do so would result in disqualification and potential legal consequences. As for prosecuting the candidates who had caused disturbances at the registration site, Lin counseled restraint. The current public sentiment can be harnessed to our advantage. Some matters benefit more from leniency than severity. Otherwise, we lose sight of our governing principles and the very purpose of our laws. On examination day, Yuan Shizai and Zheng Huan rose before dawn. Zheng Huan's mother had long since prepared 2 traditional examination baskets. For generations, candidates entering the imperial examination halls had relied on such provisions. Whether sitting for the college examination, the provincial examination, or the metropolitan examination, the format remained unchanged, 3 sessions of 3 days each. Though the schedule was called 3 days, candidates in truth entered the hall the evening before the first day, received their examination papers at midnight during the Zai hour, and submitted them on the morning of the 3rd day. Within the examination compound, candidates faced more than intellectual challenges. They had to eat, drink, sleep, and attend to bodily functions, all while confined to their narrow cells. Every necessity, from bedding to food, had to be brought from home. The contents of examination baskets varied dramatically based on family wealth, creating a stark divide between rich and poor even before the first stroke of the brush. The Zheng family had never produced a scholar, and Zheng Huan had never attempted the college examination. The 2 bamboo baskets his mother procured had been borrowed from elderly neighbors, relics from an old Ziyukai who had spent his life shuttling between study and examination halls. Decades of exposure to wind, rain, smoke, and flame had rendered the woven bamboo a dim, indeterminate shade between dark yellow and brown. Yet for all their age, the baskets remained sturdy. Zheng Huan's mother had assembled the traditional requirements with meticulous care. The 4 treasures of the scholar's study, a copper lamp, a canopy cover, a door curtain, a small stove, candlesticks and snuffers, scroll cases, charcoal for the stove. She had also packed supplementary provisions: sweet cakes, lotus seeds, dried longan, roasted rice, preserved vegetables, candied ginger, medicinal asafoetida. The inventory exceeded the capacity of a single basket, necessitating an additional bedding roll. Wealthy families naturally employed servants to transport such loads to the examination gate. Once inside, a few coins secured the services of hall attendants or veteran soldiers to carry everything to the assigned cell. Families of modest means relied on their own labor. The truly destitute could barely scrape together enough rice and vegetables, managing only the barest essentials. Zheng Huan found himself caught between laughter and exasperation. The newspapers and registration announcements had made it abundantly clear. This civil service examination consisted of a written test followed by interviews for those who qualified. The written component would last only a single day, with lunch provided by the government. There was simply no need for such elaborate provisions. After considerable persuasion, he finally convinced his mother to abandon the cumbersome examination baskets. He wrapped only the essential writing materials in a simple cloth bundle. "I've noticed the Australian cadres and soldiers all carry canvas shoulder bags," Zheng Huan remarked. "So practical for carrying things. A pity there's nowhere in the city to purchase one." Just then, Zhang Yu arrived accompanied by a shop assistant bearing a food box. Knowing this was Zheng Huan's examination day, he had specially prepared a selection of fine pastries from his establishment. "Huan, may you triumph at the first unfurling of your banner instant success," Zhang Yu declared. The two friends clasped hands firmly. Warmth flooded Zheng Huan's chest, an emotion beyond articulation. For the past 6 months, Zhang Yu had paved every path toward this examination, expending both money and effort purely out of friendship, expecting nothing in return. To have secured such a friend, what more could any man desire? He nodded, too moved for words. "Ziyu hasn't yet returned from Lingao," Zhang Yu continued. "If he were in Guangzhou, he would certainly have come to see you off." He offered a few more encouraging words to Yuan Shizai. Then, to everyone's delight, even little Mingnu emerged to offer auspicious phrases, wishing both uncle and grandpa would soar skyward in a single flight and astonish the world with one cry. Her innocent well-wishing moved Yuan Shizai to tears. A man without family, he had never known the warmth of kinship. To receive such tender care from this child stirred something profound in his heart. "Good girl," he managed, voice thick with emotion. "Grandpa will definitely soar to the heavens." The declaration prompted laughter all around. With farewells exchanged, Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizai set forth on their examination journey. The civil service examination had been scheduled at the former Great Ming Guangdong Tribute Courtyard, known as the Gongyuan. The number of available positions had attracted an unprecedented surge of applicants. Over 2,000 admission tickets had been issued. No school in Guangzhou possessed sufficient capacity to serve as an examination venue. Wei Bifu, a retained official from the previous regime who had served as Guangzhou prefectural vice magistrate and now held the position of general office counselor, had suggested repurposing the original Guangdong Tribute Courtyard. Located on Dashi Street, the compound featured 5,000 examination cells, more than adequate for all candidates. Even to the time-traveling senators of the 21st century, the tribute courtyard represented an architectural wonder, an unbroken expanse of buildings, magnificent in scale and ambition. Every senator who visited Guangzhou, Liu Xiang included, made a point of touring this remarkable structure. At this moment, Zhang Yunmi, chief examiner for the civil service examination, stood atop the Minjuan Tower, surveying the endless sea of black roof tiles stretching before her. The tower served as the examination compound's highest vantage point, allowing proctors to monitor the entire venue. For this first civil service examination, it would function as the invigilation headquarters. Given that this marked the Senate's inaugural large-scale unified examination, all involved parties treated it with utmost gravity. Liu Xiang had initially proposed deploying the National Army to secure the perimeter and serving as chief examiner himself. Lin Beiguang had counseled against such ostentation. Though the civil service examination evolved from the imperial examination tradition, we are not, after all, reinstating the old imperial system. It would be unwise to create such an impression among the citizenry. Simply deploy additional police forces to maintain order. As for the examiner position, Zhang Yunmi, current principal of the Guangzhou Cadres School, represents the most suitable candidate. When Liu Xiang appeared hesitant still, Lin leaned closer and whispered, "These candidates carry deeply traditional mindsets. Those who pass will inevitably regard the presiding senator as their seat master, their patron and teacher. With a young woman like Zhang Yunmi, it matters little, but if another senator were to serve..." The implication struck Liu Xiang like cold water. He cursed himself for overlooking this critical detail and promptly appointed Zhang Yunmi as chief examiner. Zhang Yunmi no longer felt flustered by her accumulating temporary assignments. She was beginning to grow into her various roles. "This place really is extraordinary," Zhang Yunmi murmured, gazing out from the Mingyuan Tower's height. The tower itself stood only 2 stories tall. But in 17th century Guangzhou, a city virtually devoid of multi-story structures, even this modest elevation commanded a comprehensive view of the entire tribute courtyard below. The compound faced south, its principal structures arranged in symmetrical rectangular formation. High walls enclosed the perimeter, with watchtowers stationed at each of the 4 corners. The effect resembled a miniature fortified city. The central axis proceeded from south to north. The main gate, the Yi Gate, the Dragon Gate, the Mingyuan Tower, the Heaven Opens Literary Fortune Archway, Zhigong Hall, Jishan Hall, Zhu Hall, and finally the rear gate. A stone-paved avenue formed the tribute courtyard's spine, flanked by towering ancient trees. The paving stones lay cracked and broken, choked with persistent weeds. Even the recent hurried cleaning had failed to eliminate the stubborn growth emerging from every crevice. Under Ming rule, the tribute courtyard had been utilized only once every 3 years. Given its vast extent, proper maintenance had proven a challenge, lending the entire compound an atmosphere of melancholy neglect. Dense rows of examination cells lined both sides of the stone thoroughfare. Each row contained dozens of individual cells, marked at its entrance with a character from the 1,000-character classic: Heaven, Earth, Black, Yellow, Universe, Vast, Wilderness. Heaven stood to the east, Earth to the west, Black to the east, Yellow to the west, continuing in this pattern until the cells were exhausted. The Mingyuan Tower occupied the precise center of the compound, ideally positioned for comprehensive surveillance. Curiosity had prompted Zhang Yunmi to inspect the examination lanes earlier. The cells proved cramped and low, a mere 3 kai wide, 4 kai deep, and 6 kai high. One could neither stand fully upright nor lie down. Sitting represented the only viable posture. Brick ledges protruded from the walls, designed to support wooden boards called cell boards, one serving as seat and sleeping surface, the other as writing desk. Within these confined spaces, candidates burned candles and composed their essays. During the autumn provincial examinations, when weather remained oppressively hot, thousands of examinees crowded into these tiny, airless chambers, sweltering beneath the heat, drenched in sweat, choked by candle smoke, tormented by biting insects, their minds strained to the breaking point as they labored to construct the required essays. The sheer ordeal of it defied imagination. What Zhang Yunmi found most intolerable was the presence in each row of a few rooms designated as stink cells, facilities containing excrement vats that served as communal latrines. Candidates relieved themselves mere steps from where others struggled to concentrate. The cell's narrow dimensions and poor ventilation created conditions of overwhelming foulness. Though considerable time had elapsed since the previous examination, Zhang Yunmi still detected the acrid stench of urine and feces when passing these areas during her inspection. She had immediately submitted a formal report requesting the construction of several large, proper latrines within the tribute courtyard for candidates' use. Should environmental hygiene be inadequately addressed, the risk of infectious disease outbreak became catastrophically real. Report to Chief, it is precisely 8 o'clock. Shall we admit the candidates? Open the gates, let them enter. Zhang Yumi nodded her assent. The new regulations specified that examination hall gates would open at 8 in the morning. The formal examination would commence at 9, and the first session would conclude at noon. The second session would begin at 2 in the afternoon and end at 5. Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizai waited before the main gate, part of a dark mass of candidates already assembled outside. Given the extraordinary numbers, police had cordoned off the surrounding streets, permitting entry only to those bearing official admission tickets. Everyone craned their necks with eager anticipation, anxious to witness what this inaugural Australian imperial examination would entail. Yuan Shizai had never set foot inside the tribute courtyard, but lore surrounding the provincial examination was well known. Entry, tradition held, was announced by cannon fire. 3 shots to open the main gate, 3 more for the Yi Gate, and a final 3 when the Dragon Gate swung wide. Only then did candidates formally enter the examination grounds. At that precise moment, a cannon's report echoed from Zhenhai Tower, followed by bells and drums resounding throughout the city in perfect synchronization, tolling 8 times in succession. Yuan Shizai understood. This was the Australian 8 o'clock, corresponding to the middle of the traditional Chen hour. Chapter 1912, Civil Service Examination, Part 8, Material 3. The theory of factions has existed since ancient times. A ruler need only discern which are the factions of gentlemen and which are the factions of petty men. As a general rule, gentlemen form factions with those who share the same principles. Petty men form factions with those who share the same interests. This is the natural order of things. I maintain, however, that petty men possess no true factions, only gentlemen do. Why is this? What petty men desire are profit and official salary. What they covet are wealth and treasure. When they share a common advantage, they form temporary alliances and call themselves a faction, but this is false. The moment they see profit, they scramble to get ahead. When the profits dry up and their relationships grow distant, they turn to harming one another. Even brothers and relatives cannot depend on each other. Therefore, I say, petty men have no true factions. Their temporary alliances are mere illusion. Gentlemen are different. What they uphold is righteousness and principle. What they practice is loyalty and trustworthiness. What they cherish is reputation and integrity. Using these virtues to cultivate themselves, those who share the way mutually benefit. Using these to serve the state, those of one mind accomplish things together. From beginning to end they remain constant. This is the faction of gentlemen. Therefore, a ruler need only dismiss the false factions of petty men and employ the true factions of gentlemen, and the realm will be governed well. On Factions by Aoyang Ziu, Great Song Dynasty Material 4. He Shijin was a member of the Donglin Party, listed in the Donglin Roll of Heroes as Assistant Star of Earth, Young Marquis Wen. In the 4th year of Tianqi, he served as Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi. In the 5th year, he was removed from office due to impeachment by the eunuch party. During his tenure as Governor-General, He Shijin reformed the collection of the Liao campaign tax, attempting to offset land assessment surcharges by increasing commercial taxes. His reform proposals included: first, investigate and donate public expenses and salary commutations. Second, eliminate redundant official positions and their wages. Third, levy miscellaneous taxes on market fares and increase revenue from customs posts. However, in the 4th month of the 5th year of Tianqi, because He Shijin's position on the cudgel strike case conflicted with the eunuch party, he fell victim to impeachment by the eunuch faction member Yu Tingbai, who accused him. Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi, He Shijin frivolously requested commercial taxes to offset the additional assessments, causing unrest throughout the region. Moreover, He is a partisan protector of Wang Zhikai and has instigated conflicts within the palace. The punishment of He Shijin did not end with his dismissal. In the 10th month of the 6th year of Tianqi, eunuch party member Liang Minghuan impeached him once more. When He Shijin was in Guangdong, there arose discussion of dismantling the Macau fortress. He intimidated and received bribes from the Portuguese headmen in Macau, accepting no less than 300,000 to 400,000 in illicit gains. Under the pretense of eliminating extra assessments, he actually used taxation as a vehicle for personal enrichment. Religious charlatans ran rampant, and the people could not make a living. The turmoil nearly erupted into catastrophe. By this time, He Shijin's reform proposal to eliminate surcharges and use commercial taxes to supplement the Liao campaign funds had been twisted into one of the charges the eunuch party used against him for corruption. In the 2nd month of the 7th year of Tianqi, the Ming court issued its final verdict on He Shijin's Liao campaign tax policies. According to the memorial, the levies collected in Guangdong to offset army provisions were actually miscellaneous tax surcharges transferred from military funds and reallocated from regular revenues, causing various harms. Additionally, the extra assessments on the Taiping Customs House caused merchants hardship and distress. It is clearly evident that these should be abolished and returned to land-based assessment, collected according to acreage to offset the Liao campaign tax. After the Liao campaign concludes, the matter shall be reconsidered. Ultimately, the court abolished He Shijin's proposal, and the Liao campaign tax collection reverted to land assessment. In the 7th year of Tianqi, at the eunuch party's request, commercial taxes in Shanxi were abolished. Abolish the commercial taxes at Tongyuan and Xianyang, in accordance with the request of Shanxi Provincial Inspector Zhuang Qiujing. This abolition of commercial taxes was later criticized during the Changzhen reign discussions on the Liao campaign tax as the eunuch party currying favor with merchants. The Tongyuan route is a vital thoroughfare between Shanxi and Shanxi, and the launch post station stands at the strategic junction of Shanxi and Hubei. Merchants gather and goods cluster at these key passages, making them ideal for commerce and convenient for tax collection. Tax officials have been stationed there for decades without the people considering it burdensome. In the 7th year of Tianqi, when Qi Wei seized power, they sought to court favor with merchants and abolished all posts at Tongyuan, Xianyang, Daqing, Qingyang, Fengxiang, Hanzhong, Lintao, Xian, and Sanyuan. That the profits from merchants should not be used to supplement the state's deficits is indeed a great miscalculation. Material 5. Political parties. Our Senate does not prohibit political parties. Within the Senate itself, there exist different factions. The more prominent ones include the Industrialist Party, the Law Club, and the Han Nationalist Party. A political party is a political organization whose ultimate goal is governance. Under the Senate system, political parties generally seek to govern through electoral participation, sometimes forming political alliances and governing in coalition when necessary. Political parties typically espouse specific political objectives and ideologies, advancing their positions on national and social issues while establishing platforms to display their vision. Political parties are the political organizations of the ruling class. The organizational form of political parties is determined by that ruling class. The formation of a ruling class within a single party and the formation of multiple parties within a ruling class. These describe the current political ecology of our great song. Question 1. Based on the content of Material 1, briefly summarize the relevant circumstances of the pseudo-Ming eunuch party, including the time of its rise, main representatives, and the class they represented. Requirements. Stay close to the materials, be comprehensive and accurate, organize clearly, no more than 300 characters. Question 2. Based on Material 2 and Material 4, analyze why the pseudo-Ming Donglan Party, despite advocating progressive slogans such as clean governance, revitalizing the bureaucracy, opening channels of speech, and eliminating long-standing abuses in court and society, nevertheless turned a blind eye to the tragic reality of famine victims and actively obstructed relief efforts. Requirements: 1. Cover all aspects while staying close to the materials. 2. State clear viewpoints concisely. 3. Write fluently and organize clearly. 4. No format requirements, no more than 400 characters. Question 3. Based on Material 3 and Material 5, compare the similarities and differences between the factions mentioned by our Great Song predecessor Zhu and our Great Song's political parties. Requirements: comprehensive, accurate, concise. No more than 450 characters. Question 4. The Great Song pioneer Chen Duxiu once said, "A party without factions is imperial thinking. Factions within a party are strange indeed." This means that even within a political party there will be different voices. Please write an essay based on your reflections on this statement. Requirements: 1. Choose your own angle and title, present clear and profound insights. 2. Organize your thoughts clearly, write fluently. 3. Reference the given materials but do not be constrained by them. 4. Total word count, 801,000 characters. After reading through the examination materials, Yuan Shuzhai settled into deep contemplation. The provided sources presented starkly contradictory viewpoints between materials 1 and 4. Clearly, the Senate held both the Donglin Party and the Eunuch Party in equal contempt. Despising the Eunuch Party seemed unremarkable. They were already rats scurrying across the street, universally reviled. But this naked assault on the Donglin Party for ruining the nation. If those Donglin worthies still serving in the pseudo-Ming court saw this, they would surely explode with indignation. Still, the criticism was not entirely without merit. Wei Zhongxian might have been a faithless villain, yet he was a great villain who feigned loyalty. The current sorry state of the pseudo-Ming, wasn't it precisely those sanctimonious officials running the government who had brought it about? Wasn't his own unrecognized talent perfect proof of this systemic failure? Better focus on the examination first, score an Australian Jinchi degree, and show those posturing Donglin Party members what real capability looked like. Question 1 required summarizing the Eunuch Party, a genuinely challenging task. Yuan Shuzhai recalled from the Zheng Huan study materials that summary questions must derive entirely from the provided sources, no fabrication permitted. After a moment of consideration, he began to write. Eunuch parties have existed since ancient times, causing great harm. Both Han and Tang suffered grievously from them. The pseudo-Ming dynasty's eunuch party proved especially severe, originating with the pseudo-Ming Yongle Emperor Zhu Dai, then growing in power through the Xuan, Yingzong, Xian, Wu, and Zai reigns. Throughout pseudo-Ming history, powerful eunuchs ran rampant. First there was Wang Zhen who manipulated power, then came Wang Zhai, Liu Jin, and others. By the Tianqi reign, Wei Zhongxian's power overwhelmed the court and he stood unmatched. Looking at all history, eunuch parties were never parties of eunuchs alone, but rather household slaves of emperors. The emperor is but a despot. Without eunuchs to run his errands, he would find himself at the mercy of outside ministers. Members of eunuch parties are either poor or suffering. Many are sons of impoverished families, either peasants or workers or even displaced refugees. Thus, when famine strikes the realm, eunuchs abound. When the realm enjoys peace, they vanish from sight. After completing his response, Yuan Shuzhai felt this summary proved harder than composing 8-legged essays. With such brief materials, one still had to produce something substantial. Fortunately, his foundation was solid enough to generate a respectable answer. At the end, he'd even managed to subtly flatter the Senate. After all, the Senate had no eunuchs. Having completed question 1, Yuan Shuzhai proceeded to question 2. This was an analysis question, and he knew from his study materials that such questions allowed him to express his own views based on the materials. The difficulty could be considered greater or lesser than the previous question. It all depended on individual comprehension. He carefully reread the materials and began to write. The Donglin Party was not the emperor's Donglin Party, nor was it the Donglin Party of the common people. It was actually the running dog of the Jiangnan gentry. Their words such as the sounds of wind, rain, and reading. Every sound enters the ears. Family affairs, national affairs, world affairs. Every affair concerns the heart, though appearing as expressions of great loyalty, were actually meant to conceal their vile deeds. The Donglin Party, pursuing their own selfish interests, treated the common people as straw dogs and disregarded the state entirely. First, they imposed crushing agricultural taxes, provoking public outrage. Then they abolished all courier stations throughout the land, leaving men like Li Chuang with no means of livelihood. When the Great Famine years came, they did not implement relief policies for the realm, but instead doubled the agricultural taxes, ultimately igniting fires of rebellion throughout the Ruimings' northern territories. First came Gao Chuang's uprising, then Li and Zhang followed. Even at such a critical juncture, there were Donglin members who said, "Rather be a peaceful starving corpse than imitate the praying mantis raising its arm." Their true nature was thus revealed. As for the defeats in Liaodong, one can well imagine, it was not that Ruiming soldiers failed to fight courageously, but that the Donglin Party held sway in the court. As for the Jiangnan gentry families, they live in extreme extravagance. Jiangnan alone hoards 7 or 8/10 of the Ruiming's wealth, yet commercial taxes remain impossible to implement there. Is this not because the Donglin Party acts as their running dog? Alas, the Donglin Party members speak nothing but high-sounding words, yet prove less beneficial to the nation than the eunuch party, less hopeful to the people than the eunuch party. Thus, when the Donglin Party governs, the emperor has no recourse, the people have no sustenance, bandits cannot be repelled, and the state cannot be governed. The fall of the Ruiming is imminent. After finishing question 2, Yuan Shizai's forehead glistened with sweat. He thought uneasily that praising the eunuch party seemed highly inappropriate. But then again, the eunuch party was a dead tiger, while the Donglin Party was a living tiger that the Senate clearly meant to deal with. He turned his attention to question 3 and rubbed his temples. This question troubled him considerably. He understood what the old drunkard meant by factions, but as for great song political parties, he knew virtually nothing. What was the Industrialist Party? What was the Law Club? He'd never heard of them. As for this so-called Han Nationalist Party, he couldn't fathom its purpose at all. After struggling for a while, Yuan Shizai decided to write some general observations. The factions mentioned by the old drunkard and our great song's political parties share the similarity that both are groups formed by like-minded people of similar interests. However, their differences are vast. The Xu says, "Party means not fresh." The character for party consists of worship and black. The factions mentioned by the old drunkard, whether parties of petty men or parties of gentlemen, were all parties of single families and single surnames, parties of emperors and generals. Private, dark, without the constraints of party rules, without clear platforms, with free entry and exit, one could join in the morning and betray by evening. What such parties sought was nothing more than the private interests of single families, emperors and generals, with no benefit whatsoever to the common people of the realm, treating the needs of ordinary folk as grass and weeds. End of chapter. Chapter 1913, Civil Service Examination, Part 10. Now that the examination had concluded, all that remained was to await fate's verdict. Yuan Shizai understood the ancient truth. Fine essays had always been at odds with fortune. No matter how learned one might be or how brilliant one's writing, in the end, nothing could overcome the caprice of luck. The Ming Dynasty's civil service examination pass rates were appallingly dismal. While achieving Ziyukai status presented manageable difficulty, the provincial examination, that crucial gateway into the gentry class, admitted less than 4% of candidates. From the first year of Longqing, 1567, through the Ming Dynasty's final days, The pass rate for provincial examinations across the 12 provinces, including Fujian and Guangdong, averaged a mere 3.1%. This figure represented only those who actually sat for the examination. In reality, because each province produced far too many preliminary degree holders, candidates first had to pass selective screening examinations to even qualify for the provincial level. Certain prestigious academies controlled considerable numbers of provincial examination slots, further compressing ordinary students' opportunities for participation. Given this intensity of competition, achieving degrees like Juren or Jinshi remained something most scholars could only dream of but never attain. Beyond attributing success or failure to the whims of fate, there was nothing else to be done. Zheng Huan's parents, accompanied by little Mingnu, waited outside the tribute courtyard. The child was small and they didn't dare venture into the crowds, so they maintained their distance. The moment Mingnu spotted the two men emerging, she bounded forward to greet them. The entire family surrounded them with solicitous attention. Yuan Shuzhai basked in Zheng Huan's reflected warmth, his heart filling with deep emotion. It had been far too long since he'd enjoyed such tenderness. Upon returning to the Zheng household, they found a pot of sand clams already simmering in the kitchen. The family had purchased them the previous day from Tonka fishing folk and kept them alive until they'd expelled all their grit, then stewed them in a copper pot. The entire family gathered around the stove to eat together. The milky white broth proved fragrant and delicious. Zheng Huan's mother had prepared an array of small accompanying dishes. Agui arrived for the feast as well, bearing 2 bottles of Lingao-produced fruit wine. Glass bottled with pale yellow liquid, they looked utterly premium. Supposedly this fruit wine was made from jackfruit, then infused with various fruits and medicinal herbs. The wine had been awarded to him after the public trial of the Maojia in case. Even the elders loved drinking it, Agui gestured animatedly. Since even the elders favor it, let us also taste this Australian flavor. Father Zheng's spirits soared. He had never felt so jubilant. The moment they opened the bottle, fruity fragrance filled the air. Yuan Shuzhai and old Zheng were both seasoned drinkers who had never encountered such aromatic wine. Their mouths watered immediately. Everyone except Mingnu served themselves. The child naturally drank her favorite kombucha. The family gathered around the table, cups raised in joyful celebration. Everyone plucked out clam meat and dipped it in sauce, savoring each morsel. This style of eating required no technique. It relied entirely on the ingredients' inherent freshness. At this moment, Yuan Shuzhai, slightly tipsy, watched everyone sweating profusely as they concentrated on their meal. Suddenly he thought of his own father and mother, dead these many years. This sensation, this warmth he hadn't experienced for far too long, gripped his heart with a wave of sorrow. He forced himself to suppress the emotion. Just then Father Zheng handed him a wine cup. "Old brother, let's have a drink. Fine wine like this, old brother, I truly thank you. Without you, Zheng Huan might not have studied so diligently." "Not at all. Young Zheng Huan is clever and quick-witted. I should be the one offering thanks." He drained his cup in one gulp. After finishing the clam meat, the broth at the bottom represented the true essence. Mother Zheng dropped in a handful of noodles to make clam noodle soup. Everyone enjoyed a small bowl, ending the meal in complete satisfaction. That night, Yuan Shuzhai slept dreamlessly. He felt he had rediscovered a long-lost sensation, the feeling of having a home. The days of waiting always proved especially difficult to endure. While awaiting the posted results, Yuan Shuzhai dreamed more than once that he had failed, forced to return to the ruined temple and resume his existence through petty theft. Each time he awoke, he felt ashamed of his former behavior. Yet having read various Australian books, he'd come to understand that his past miserable circumstances had not been of his own making. They'd been caused by the detestable Pseudoming. Each time this thought occurred to him, his hatred for the Pseudoming's Zhu family deepened another degree. Before the results were posted, Yuan Shuzhai remained indoors. Each day he stayed at the Zheng household, leisurely reading Australian books to pass the time. This served as part of his preparation as well, for if he passed the written examination, an interview stage awaited. According to the study guides, the interview had no specified examination scope. It primarily assessed candidates' experience, interpersonal skills, and ability to respond to situations. To demonstrate these qualities, rich life experience represented one advantage, while extensive reading provided another. Especially since the Australians represented a new regime, candidates had not yet determined which tradition their examinations followed. Reading more Australian books would surely please the examiners. Yuan Shizai proved extremely fond of various Australian novels. Unlike younger readers like Zheng Huan, Yuan Shizai was not particularly enamored with the legend of the Condor heroes. What captivated him completely was another Australian novel called Dream of the Red Chamber, also known as The Story of the Stone. This book had only recently entered the market, yet it had already taken all of Guangzhou by storm. From gentry households to common families, anyone with literate women in the household tried every possible means to obtain and read it. Truly a marvelous work. It recounted the rise and fall of four great families, Jia, Shi, Wang, and Zhu, while using the inner chamber sentiments of Jia Beiyu, Lin Dayu, Zhu Beichai, and others to tell countless human stories. This Cao Zukin was said to have had ancestors who served as high officials during the Great Song, but after the Yashin disaster, they drifted to Australia. The latter half of his life endured extreme poverty, and owing to his rich experiences, he wrote this masterpiece. However, many of the allusions and descriptions were clearly neither from the Song dynasty nor from the Great Ming. The text employed place names like Jiangning and such truly befitting false village talk. Presumably the author harbored certain scruples and dared not speak of current affairs directly, using fictional place names as cover. Rumors in the marketplace suggested that this Cao Zukin was actually a pseudonym of literary chairman Wen. This literary chairman Wen and others were supposedly descendants of Australian officials who, having lost a political struggle, had no choice but to cross the sea on rafts. Thus, during the voyage back to the old country, literary chairman Wen composed this timeless masterpiece. Of course, this was all speculation and should not be taken as verified truth. Yuan Shizai became utterly obsessed with Dream of the Red Chamber. He had nearly worn the book to tatters from constant reading. Whenever he encountered the author's self-describing poem, pages full of preposterous words, a handful of bitter tears. All say the author is mad, who understands the taste within. His eyes would inevitably well with tears, and passages like birds when food is gone, scattering to the woods, leaving only a vast white expanse of clean earth. By then his lapels would already be soaked with tears. Whenever this happened, if Mingnu was nearby, she would invariably ask, "Grandpa, why are you crying?" Yuan Shizai would quickly wipe his tears and say with a smile, "Mingnu dear, Grandpa isn't crying, it's just that this book has a sour quality that stings my eyes." Grandpa's fibbing. How can books have taste? Mingnu is still young and doesn't understand. When you grow up, you'll know. But sometimes Grandpa truly wishes you would never grow up so you could remain this happy every day. The world of adults. Well, let's not discuss such things. Shall Grandpa give you a horsey ride in the courtyard? Yes, horsey ride. Mingnu and Yuan Shizai proceeded to the courtyard, once again a picture of grandpaternal joy. During this period, having nothing to do except play with the child or read Dream of the Red Chamber, Yuan Shizai developed remarkable expertise. Many years later, this old Kong actually became one of the inaugural scholars of Red studies in the Australian Song dynasty. He worked diligently to prove that the author was actually literary chairman Wen, and that Lin Dayu represented the daughter of Obama, the Australian Grand Chancellor who had persecuted Chairman Wen and others, one Ao Mixu. Meanwhile, at the Examination Academy, grading work for the civil service examination proceeded with intensity. All behavioral aptitude questions were scored by students from Fangkiati School. They were comfortable with such evaluations, and errors were easily caught. To prevent grading mistakes, the examiners specially employed a system of dedicated reviewers to reduce error rates to the lowest possible level. As for scoring the essay portion, these subjective questions were greatly influenced by graders' personal biases, particularly since the grading team included both naturalized citizen cadres, who came from Fangqiati, and cadres, who had defected from the old literati ranks. The two groups possessed vastly different experiences, world views, and aesthetic sensibilities. To prevent either side from deliberately rejecting candidates from the opposing camp or favoring those from their own, Zhang Yunmi employed cross-grading. The same paper would be scored once by a naturalized citizen cadre and once by a defected old literati cadre. If the two scores differed excessively, she as chief examiner would personally grade it. At this moment, one particular paper had sparked intense controversy between the two camps of examiners. A naturalized citizen cadre, originally a failed scholar, first reviewed the paper. One glimpse of the mixed classical vernacular writing angered him. What nonsense is this? Displeased, he thought. This writing, what is it even trying to say? Half classical, half vernacular, the literary logic doesn't flow at all. Truly dogshit composition. He assigned it a score of 30. When the old literati cadre reviewed it, he slapped the table in approval. Such an excellent paper, yet those upstart peasants had given it only 30 points. Truly a disgrace to scholarship. No, he couldn't allow such talent to go undiscovered. Since he now ate song grain, he should fulfill his responsibility in selecting talent for the song. This paper deserved at least 70 points. Such wildly discrepant scores emerged. The paper was then sent to both sides, who promptly began to quarrel. The old literati cursed the naturalized citizens as crude boors who couldn't even write the 4 variations of the character for chicken, yet dared to pontificate. Giving such dogshit writing 70 points, truly a case of crude fellows sticking together and covering for each other. The naturalized citizens cursed them as pedantic fossils who thought knowing a few archaic phrases made them special, while actually suppressing genuine talent. Thus the dispute arrived before Zhang Yunmi. Zhang Yunmi examined the paper carefully. The classical language was not profound, and as for elegance, that was entirely absent. Judging by the language education she had received, the phrasing and sentence construction were indeed clumsy. In all likelihood, this represented the work of an unsuccessful Tengsheng. However, the writing was reasonably accessible. As for content and viewpoints, the insights proved quite outstanding among works by traditional scholars, especially lines like, "Beneath the sacred ships there are no private factions." Such flattery was extremely well executed. After careful consideration, Zhang Yunmi settled on a score of 60 points. To help everyone understand her reasoning, she offered an explanation. First, the essay's thesis was correct. Though the prose level was not particularly high, the viewpoints were accurate, the logic was clear, and it conformed to the Senate's consistent political positions. Politically, it passed. End of chapter. Chapter 1914. Announcement of results. Once political qualification was established, Zhang Yunmi examined the writing and argumentation. There were commendable elements. The analysis and arguments proved quite novel. Ordinary traditional scholars rarely possessed such insight. This was clearly the work of someone with at least some cultivation in Australian studies. Such a person was inherently, actively seeking progress and merited favorable consideration. As for weaknesses, they amounted merely to limitations in the writing itself, some typos and grammatical errors. But the logic flowed smoothly, accessible even to readers with lower cultural levels. Therefore, excessive fastidiousness about prose elegance and word choice seemed unwarranted. Zhang Yunmi delivered a stern criticism to the naturalized citizen cadres, instructing them that one could not judge matters based on personal likes and dislikes. The more challenging the situation, the more essential it became to maintain impartiality. Simultaneously, she addressed the defected old literati cadres. Everyone was now an Australian official and should work together in sincere unity. The Senate supported letting 100 flowers bloom and 100 schools of thought contend, but personal attacks were unacceptable. And as for those 4 ways to write the character for Chicken, she herself didn't know them either. Thus, with both sides receiving equal reprimand, the matter was laid to rest. Liu Xiang and the other senior officials attached considerable importance to this inaugural civil service examination. Though it qualified as a local examination, given that the Senate would soon relocate its capital to Guangzhou, a substantial number of these civil servants would likely receive promotions to central ministries. Therefore, during selection, reliability from a political perspective remained the primary consideration. However, upon reviewing applicants' personal information, the reliability concern proved unfounded. Of the 1,899 individuals who sat for the examination, only 27 held former Ming Dynasty degrees, slightly over 1% of total examinees. Not a single Juren or Jinchi appeared among them. Before recruitment began, the Lingao Senate had engaged in heated debate about whether Ming Dynasty Juren and Jinchi should be permitted to participate in the civil service examination. Many voices, speaking from a perspective of purifying the ranks, insisted that such individuals absolutely must not be allowed to infiltrate the revolutionary ranks. Infiltrate the revolutionary ranks, indeed. Liu Xiang thought to himself. These people were actively trying to distance themselves from the new regime. Still, this distancing worked to their advantage. Though the absence of defecting Juren or Jinchi eliminated a potential propaganda coup that would surely have disappointed the publicity department, it also spared the Senate endless arguments and disputes. Examining the registration data revealed that civil service examination candidates consisted mainly of Tongsheng from community schools and private academies, along with small traders, shop assistants, and craftsmen who had studied for several years before engaging in various trades. Overall, they derived basically from the urban citizen class, with some rural households from nearby areas. Very few came from truly destitute backgrounds. Most belonged to the urban middle and lower classes, confirming the old adage that studying requires capital. Though all possessed some education, the vast majority of candidates lacked foundation in Australian studies. Even though the aptitude test questions weren't particularly modern, for many scholars who had spent their lives immersed in classics and 8-legged essays, the questions still resembled incomprehensible foreign texts. Liu Xiang estimated that those who answered correctly were probably just guessing. To select talent as effectively as possible, the grading process didn't simply mark answers right or wrong and assign scores. Graders also categorized and screened each paper. Candidates who scored high on mathematics and logic questions were singled out, even if their scores in other sections ran lower. It didn't matter. For many candidates, their aptitude test score essentially determined whether they would proceed to the interview stage or even secure admission. Of course, if a candidate's essay proved too deficient, it basically precluded such examinees from entering administrative management positions. Yuan Shizhai remained ignorant of his examination fate, but his current mood was rather calm. He was already a man past 50, his days numbered. If he failed to pass, he would simply become the tea house's accountant and live out his remaining years in peace. The Australian new calendar year-end was approaching. Yuan Shizhai kept busy helping with accounts while Zheng Huan went out collecting debts daily. On this particular day, year's end, the accounts had already been balanced. Yuan Shizhai had eaten breakfast with little remaining to do, so he sat in the accounts room and picked up Dream of the Red Chamber to read. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion in the street. Many students were hurrying toward the tribute courtyard. Quickly, quickly, go. The elders are about to post the results. At this outcry, the crowd erupted. Examinees' faces flushed with either anticipation or anxiety. Many people in the tea house who had been washing up or having breakfast couldn't even wait to finish eating. They rose impatiently to join the stream of people rushing outside. Suddenly, Zheng Huan burst in, breathless. He drained the teacup on Yuan Shizai's table in one gulp, caught his breath, then announced loudly, Old Yuan, the results are posted." Hearing the words, "results are posted," Yuan Shizai jumped to his feet. "Young Master Zheng, is it true? Don't tease me." "Of course it's true. Today is December 30th. I had just stepped out when I heard people saying the Australian song examination results were posted, so I immediately ran back to tell you. Let's go look together. I can't bear the suspense alone." "Good, good, good. I shall accompany young Master Zheng." Yuan Shizai and Zheng Huan immediately departed for the tribute courtyard. Dashi Street, where the tribute courtyard was located, was already in an uproar. The area before the posting location was surrounded so densely by crowds that it was impenetrable. Not only candidates and their families had come, many idle spectators had gathered as well. Everyone wanted to witness what kind of Australian spectacle this first examination result announcement would produce. There were even quite a few parents with daughters of marriageable age, positioned at the entrance like hawks ready to pounce, watching for any newly minted Australian jinchi of suitable appearance and talent to snatch up as sons-in-law. The posting location was on the wall screen outside the tribute courtyard, the same place where examination results had been posted throughout history. To symbolize breaking with the old and ushering in the new, Liu Xiang had specially ordered a colorful canopy erected overnight. Though the appointed hour had not yet arrived, the area beneath the colorful canopy was already packed with student candidates, each jostling for advantageous position. Having arrived late, Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizai could only remain at the outer edge. Fortunately, the list had not yet been posted. Some students pressed their palms together, murmuring something. Closer listening revealed prayers to gods and Buddhas for blessings. Creak. The courtyard gates opened punctually at the C hour. 4 people in Australian Cadre uniforms emerged from within. 2 held wide sheets of white paper, while the other 2 carried a ladder and a bucket of paste with brush. Those waiting outside couldn't help feeling secretly disappointed. The Australian ceremony proved far too simple. Never mind cannons and drums, at least there should be some formal ritual. Just 4 minor clerks coming out to paste sheets on the wall. Even so, everyone immediately parted to make way. The 4 cadres approached the wall, set up the ladder and began pasting up the notice. A roster of black characters on white paper slowly unfurled. This format was unprecedented. Though provincial examination announcements weren't as elaborate as metropolitan examinations, at least they traditionally used red paper. Who ever heard of simply posting a sheet of white paper? Was this some great song legacy? Though puzzled, the candidates didn't care. Fame, fortune, and advancement moved hearts. Even if it were purple paper with green text, the examinees wouldn't mind. The moment the cadres stepped back, the crowd surged toward the roster with a tremendous whoosh. Only then did everyone observe that this roster differed fundamentally from Ming Dynasty format. Each entry was preceded by an examination number in those curly Arabic numerals, followed by the candidate's name, the position applied for, and their ranking within that position category. Knowledgeable spectators explained that this represented the list of those who passed the written examination. An interview stage still awaited, analogous to passing the metropolitan examination, but still needing to undergo the palace examination. Soon the crowd erupted in chaos. Cries of ecstatic joy and bitter sorrow rose in alternation. Some shouted euphorically, I passed, grabbing the shoulders of whoever stood nearby, familiar or not, and shaking them violently. Others burst into tears crying, No, this can't be true. And similar laments wailing to the heavens, tears staining their clothes. Yuan Shizai was too old to push through the vigorous young men, so he could only ask Zheng Huan to squeeze in alone. After Zheng Huan pushed into the crowd, he still couldn't penetrate past the outer ring. He stood on tiptoe, craning his neck, searching meticulously for his own name and examination number. He had only gotten halfway through the roster when he spotted Yuan Shizai's name. He immediately shouted, "Old Yuan, you're on it." The roster read, Sanitation Bureau Administrative Position. Yuan Shizai Aptitude Test 41 Essay 60 ranked first for this position in the written examination. Before he could report the scores, Zheng Huan was shoved aside. Being short of stature, he was nearly suffocated by the jostling. Struggling to speak, Yuan Shizai outside grew even more anxious, shouting, "Young Zheng, tell me, did I pass or not?" Zheng Huan summoned all his strength, his voice emerging from deep in his throat. "Damn it, old Yuan, you passed. Aptitude 41 Essay 60. First place for the Sanitation Bureau position." Boom. Everyone who heard first place exploded with excitement. How capable must this person be? First place for the Sanitation Bureau position virtually guaranteed selection. Some low-scoring passers felt relieved they weren't competing for the same position as this formidable ancestor. Others who had failed clenched their fists, determined to seek out this expert for guidance before attempting next year's examination. "I passed. I passed. I passed. Everyone look, number 1269, that's me." Yuan Shizai clapped his hands and laughed toward the sky. His face flushed with excitement, as though he had returned to 18 years of age. The furrows on his face, bunched together from laughter, seemed filled with renewed vitality. Heedless of the surrounding crowds, he began loudly reciting, "A dragon stranded on the beach is mocked by shrimp. A tiger fallen from the highlands is bullied by dogs. The tiger lies deep in the mountains, listening to wind howling. The dragon rests in shallow waters, waiting for the tide. Where the ocean ends, the sky becomes the shore. Atop the highest peak, I am the summit. Like the sun rising in the east can rise again, the great rock spreads its wings and resents the low sky. Who hasn't had days as a tiger fallen on the plains? Wait until I rise again from the mountains." Yuan Shizai babbled these half-poem, half-song phrases incoherently, looking as though the world's wind and clouds emanated directly from him, his brows brimming with triumphant joy. Meanwhile, Zheng Huan had no leisure to listen to his recitations. He searched the list from top to bottom, then from bottom to top, but still couldn't locate his own examination number or name. Anxiety gripped him, fearful he had misread from too great a distance. Disregarding everything else, he burrowed deeper into the crowd, forcing his way to the very base of the notice and starting his search again from the top. End of chapter. Chapter 1915, ups and downs, yet searching through the entire roster there was still nothing. Zheng Huan's heart burned with anxiety. He had been extremely confident about passing, but now his name remained conspicuously absent. He steadied his nerves, telling himself, "Old Yuan passed, so I definitely will too. His Australian studies were even deeper than mine. How could I possibly fail?" He continued his search, but after combing through the roster several times in both directions, his name and number remained frustratingly elusive. Dejection settled over him like a heavy cloak. Yuan Shizai had vented his elation thoroughly. As he calmed himself, his mind cleared from its euphoric daze. At that moment, he made a resolution. He would perform exceptionally in the Australian interview to justify all his hard work. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he glimpsed Zheng Huan squeezing out of the crowd, looking completely crestfallen. Yuan Shizai started momentarily, then realized, could young Zheng have failed to make the list? Impossible. His Australian learning ran deeper than mine. How could he fail? He silently cursed himself for thoughtlessness, too caught up in personal joy. Young Zheng had helped him so much, yet he'd just gotten carried away in celebration. He was wondering how to offer consolation when a disturbance rippled through the crowd. It turned out that the cropped-hair Ziyukai, Xu Laowu, had also come to view results with several companions. He felt confident of success. Sure enough, there in the first row of the roster appeared his name. Xu Laowu, Comprehensive Governance Office Clerical Position, Aptitude 32, Essay 80. This score placed him among the top examinees on the list, first for his position category. Xu Laowu was extremely pleased with himself. A group of former classmates crowded around to congratulate him. Having previously caught Australian favorable attention for knowing how to handle affairs, and now with such outstanding examination results, he was implicitly becoming their leader. The dozen or so students who had taken the examination together surrounded him like stars orbiting the moon. HMPH, truly it's said that wealth in the mountains draws distant relatives, while poverty in the marketplace draws none. Yuan Shuzhai secretly sneered. Having experienced every variety of human warmth and coldness, he most despised such behavior. Isn't that Awan from the candle shop? You came to take the examination too. A green-robed young man standing beside Xu Laowu spotted Zheng Huan nearby and called out. The entire group turned to look. Some who didn't know Zheng Huan nodded in polite acknowledgement. Others, observing his plain clothes and dejected expression and assuming he hadn't made the list, put on airs of superiority. A former classmate who had maintained good relations with Zheng Huan approached with a delighted expression. Awan, did you pass? I barely scraped in at the bottom. That was close. This fellow was perpetually careless and hadn't noticed Zheng Huan's dark expression. The green-robed man beside Xu Laowu spoke in a mocking tone. I'm sure with Awan's mastery of Australian learning, passing was no problem whatsoever. His accent was pure New-style Cantonese, which Yuan Shuzhai could barely understand. This person had apparently had some conflict with Zheng Huan at the academy. He had noticed Zheng Huan early and observed him for quite a while. Seeing his dejected appearance, he was now quite certain the fellow had failed, and wanted to thoroughly humiliate him before everyone assembled. Ahum, fellow examinees, the sun grows scorching. Let's not linger here. Another day I shall host a dinner for everyone. Yuan Shuzhai deliberately coughed several times and stepped forward to diffuse the situation. He gave a perfunctory bow, intending to lead Zheng Huan away from this unpleasant scene. The student who had first spoken wasn't about to release them so easily. His eyes rolled and he casually remarked to his companion, Awan must have topped the list. The likes of us will never be worthy of his company from now on. Hearing this, Zheng Huan's face instantly darkened. He was at the breaking point. This was simply too much. He was about to rush forward and deliver a solid punch if only to vent his frustration. But the more experienced Yuan Shuzhai grabbed his arm and gave him meaningful looks. Yuan Shuzhai sized up this fellow with narrowed eyes, triangular eyes, several prominent pimples gleaming on his face, flower-patterned head ornament, green-patterned jacket, jade at his waist. The outfit slightly ostentatious. The family likely possessed some modest property and connections. From his experience, it wasn't difficult to guess this person harbored some grudge against young Zheng. Isn't that the one who stole books from Shanky? That whoever. Surnamed Yuan, that's it. That's you. The green-robed man thought for a moment, and then declared loudly, as though he had discovered something remarkable. They say when cursing someone, don't expose their shortcomings. Even Yuan Shuzhai's generally good temper couldn't prevent his expression from souring immediately. Xu Laowu, who had been observing the escalating situation from the sidelines, quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Fellow scholars all came here to take the examination, surely harboring ambitions in your hearts. Why quarrel over momentary gains and losses? Starting a brawl at this cultured ground of the tribute courtyard, wouldn't that invite ridicule? I hope you might give me, some face and let bygones be bygones. Brother Yuan possesses considerable talent. How can we carelessly comment? Saying this, he actually bowed toward Yuan Shuzhai and Zheng Huan, performing a 90-degree bow with most proper attitude, though the contempt deep in his eyes was well concealed. The green-jacketed man bowed back with a smile. Brother Hu is quite right. I wonder if these two great talents passed or not. Ahahaha. Yuan Shuzhai squinted up at the sky and said unhurriedly, Unworthy as I am, the Senate did not reject me. I have the fortune to be among those on the red list. Saying this, he even brushed off his long robe, feeling quite vindicated. Everyone was startled. Xu Laowu immediately put on a smiling face. Congratulations, congratulations. The green-jacketed man, unwilling to concede, pressed further. And what about Zheng Huan? Just as Yuan Shizai was about to claim that Zheng Huan had merely escorted him to the examination, someone in front shouted, "Quick, look, another roster is coming out." "Ha ha ha, I think Zheng Huan hasn't made the list." The green-robed man's braying voice rang out again. This time, neither Zheng Huan nor Yuan Shizai paid him any attention, for they observed two more guards carrying a roster on red silk backing. This roster was clearly thinner than the first. Zheng Huan's eyes lit up. There were still more names to post. When the guards finished pasting it up, everyone gathered once more beneath the notice, carefully searching for their names. This roster contained far fewer names than the first, only about 30 in total. Everyone quickly realized that these examinees' scores ran somewhat higher than those on the first sheet, though only by several points. Some transitioned from grief to joy, others experienced fresh disappointment. Just then, a piercing laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha, didn't I say so? Zheng Huan hasn't made the list," the green-robed man gloated. Yuan Shizai caught a glimpse of him seemingly breathing a small sigh of relief as he mocked. "A bunch of wretches who can't stand seeing others do better than themselves." Yuan Shizai silently sneered. Zheng Huan's name was still absent from this roster, but Wu Ming's name appeared. Aptitude 61, Essay 81. Written examination overall ranking, 15th. Zheng Huan showed no expression this time. He had calmed down by now. Senior Wu was like him, well-versed in Australian books. Though Wu Ming's essay ability certainly exceeded his own, he possessed the review materials that Li Ziyu had given him, making his preparation more targeted. That 200 essay topics with true solutions book, there couldn't be more than a few copies in all of Guangzhou. He had studied it thoroughly, so his scores shouldn't run too low. He carefully reviewed his examination performance in his mind. He was quite confident about the aptitude test. Many questions he had either practiced from the review materials or encountered before in Australian books. If there was any major loss of points, it would only be in the essay section. But he had practiced his essays repeatedly as well. The Australian's question setting wasn't tricky or strange. He had written according to the formulas in 200 essay topics. It should have been methodical and steady. Even if he didn't score high, achieving above 60 shouldn't have posed a problem. There was no reason his paper would. He waited to verify his judgment, waited to slap those people's faces hard. Sure enough, soon the third roster emerged. 3 rosters now hung neatly in a row, and this final one contained only 3 names. Zheng Huan's name was prominently among them, listed first. Aptitude 79, S80. First place for Tax Bureau Tax Source Management position. First place overall in the Civil Service written examination. This immediately caused a sensation. Overall first place. Wasn't that the equivalent of Huiyuan? Never mind the metropolitan examination. Even the top scorer in the provincial examination. The Jiyuan represented an extraordinary figure. The 2 characters, Zheng Huan, on the roster landed like a resounding slap across the faces of the green-robed man and others who had mocked him. Overall first place, smack, smack, and especially loud. The green-jacketed man looked as though he had swallowed something foul, staring wide-eyed at the roster as if trying to dissolve the characters through sheer force of gaze. This is impossible. They must have graded the papers wrong. The green-robed man was hysterical. "Dear brother, mind your words. Beware that disaster comes from the mouth," Xu Laowu warned. In truth, the green-robed man simply couldn't accept this reality. Everyone knew the Australians were renowned for their rigor and efficiency. For such an important talent selection ceremony, they maintained strict anti-cheating regulations and procedures. They couldn't possibly make such a low-level mistake as grading the wrong paper. Hadn't everyone observed that even collecting the papers didn't involve local people, but rather students brought in from Lingao? Water flows downhill while people climb upward. Human nature was always to look up, not down. The group that had just been lording over everyone now instantly wore faces full of friendly smiles. By now no one bothered with the green-jacketed man anymore. They all crowded forward to congratulate Zheng Huan. As the saying goes, you don't slap a smiling face. Though their behavior proved too calculating, they had at least observed proper etiquette. They would be working together as colleagues in the future. Maintaining good relations with coworkers was something Zheng Huan understood. He possessed at least that much emotional intelligence. Yuan Shizai was genuinely happy for Zheng Huan. Young Zheng was well versed in Australian learning. Placing first seemed only natural. After exchanging some auspicious words, suddenly a group of servants arrived, carrying groom's ceremonial attire. The one who appeared to be the butler stepped forward and clasped his fists. Would this be young Master Zheng? Zheng Huan nodded and returned the bow. I am he. May I ask what business brings you here? Would young Master Zheng please come with us for a moment? Come now, help young Master Zheng change into the auspicious robes. You, what are you doing? Zheng Huan was utterly bewildered. He observed that all the newcomers were smiling with no fierce expressions. Personal safety wasn't a concern. Who would dare commit crimes right under Australian noses? But what exactly was this about? His mind churned with questions. Yet no matter what he asked, these servants only kept repeating, "Congratulations on your success, master," while crowding around trying to get him to put on the ceremonial clothes. Yuan Shizai suddenly slapped his thigh, catching a son-in-law from below the notice board. End of chapter. Chapter 1916, Interview, Part 1. This was absolutely out of the question. First, though the Zheng family were modest urbanites, they still observed the proprieties of parental arrangement and matchmakers' words. Having just passed the civil service examination at this moment of triumph, there was no way he could simply be dragged off into marriage. Second, Zheng Huan had long harbored secret feelings for Zhang Yu's cousin Zhang Ting, and had also been exchanging glances with the young miss from the tofu shop across the street. Yuan Shizai knew a bit about Zheng Huan's romantic entanglements. He observed the servants pushing and shoving, about to carry Zheng Huan off bodily. He quickly squeezed forward and declared loudly, "My young master already has a marriage engagement. We appreciate your kind intentions, but please go back." Saying this, he grabbed Zheng Huan's arm and pulled him backward. Instantly, Zheng Huan found himself caught in the middle like a rope in a tug-of-war. Right in the midst of this chaos, a police whistle sounded. Officers maintaining order nearby rushed over, shouting, "What's going on here?" The servants recognized the situation's volatility and quickly released Zheng Huan's hands, melting away into the crowd. Only then did Zheng Huan escape this romantic tribulation. The two of them didn't dare linger to show off anymore and hurried home. The news that both Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizai had passed the written examination, and that Zheng Huan had placed first overall, immediately set the entire neighborhood abuzz. Whether new neighbors or old, relatives and friends from all directions descended upon the Zheng household to offer congratulations. Some even brought gifts. There were quite a few who came specifically to propose marriage matches for Zheng Huan as well. The elder Zhengs were elated beyond words, quickly ordering the tea house to prepare refreshments and tea to entertain the stream of well-wishers. Only the relatives from Zheng Huan's deceased sister's former husband Cao Zhuguang's clan remained glum, with Zheng Huan already having Li Ziyu as a backer, and now becoming an Australian official himself. The Wanqinglu tea house was now thoroughly and irrevocably surnamed Zheng. The coming and going kept them busy until the first watch before the crowd finally dispersed. Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizai, having spent the entire day viewing results and receiving guests, were already so exhausted they swayed on their feet. Yet after nightfall, instead of resting, the two gathered in the study to discuss matters. It turned out that Yuan Shizai and Zheng Huan found themselves somewhat at a loss regarding this Australian palace examination. In traditional civil service examinations, after the metropolitan examination came the palace examination. Though the palace examination was ostensibly presided over by the emperor himself, in practice it still consisted of writing essays. After completion, examiners would grade them and categorize them for submission. The emperor didn't actually read the essays. At most, he might glance at the quality of calligraphy. Yuan Shuzhai said, "Young Zheng, this Australian palace examination, this interview, represents something unprecedented in the Pseudo-Ming or any previous dynasty. This Australian interview requires only speaking, not writing. How extraordinary." Though oral policy examinations were frequently employed in the pre-Qin era, could the great Song be imitating that ancient tradition of rulers and guests debating to select talent? Yet this seems quite different from those classical dialogues, Zheng Huan said. "What are you worried about, old Yuan? You've seen the examination guidelines. The written test counts for 60% and the interview only 40%. Your essay score is not low. As long as you don't freeze up and become speechless during the interview, you should have it secured." Let's quickly review the interview materials and discuss how to answer the questions. With that, Zheng Huan produced an Australian civil service interview study guide rarely seen on the Guangzhou market. Zhang Yu had arranged to have it brought from Lingao. What a true good brother. Money aside, this book was scarcely available even in Lingao. Even naturalized citizens from Lingao might not be able to obtain it. The textbook explained that this Australian civil service interview was officially called a structured interview, which differed from any past form of oral examination. The book's explanation stated, based on the competency requirements for specific positions, following fixed procedures, using specialized question banks, evaluation standards, and assessment methods, through face-to-face verbal communication between an examiner panel and the candidate, to evaluate whether the candidate meets the requirements for the recruitment position, a talent assessment method. This explanation might as well not have been explained at all for the two of them, so they gave up trying to comprehend what a structured interview meant and proceeded straight to practicing questions. They took turns playing examiner, practicing different modules. The first question was Yuan Shuzhai asking Zheng Huan, "Young Zheng, please listen to the question." It goes like this: a deputy director of the tax bureau, "Hey, isn't that future young Zheng? Haha, attended a banquet. During the event, you encounter your childhood sweetheart whom you haven't seen for many years. What kind of question is this from the Senate? What respectable young lady would attend a banquet? Isn't this implying that this deputy director's childhood sweetheart is a prostitute?" Zheng Huan quickly interrupted Yuan Shuzhai. "Old Yuan, have you forgotten who you are after a few days of good meals? Have you forgotten that our great song advocates equality between men and women? How long has Governor Liu's abolition of foot-binding decree and encouragement of remarriage decree been in effect? Have you never observed Commander Lion Nisheng, the female superior of Ziyu and Agui? As for Elder Pei Ziulai of the Purple Light Tower, Elder Zheng Shangji of the Commerce and Industry Department, and various other female elders, have you forgotten them all? Never forget State Councilor Ma's teaching that women can also hold up half the sky. Old Yuan, your thinking must change, otherwise you'll definitely suffer in the interview." Yuan Shuzhai slapped his forehead and immediately replied, "Young Zheng is absolutely right. I was confused. I shall certainly correct this. Let's continue examining the questions." Finally, the interview day arrived. Zheng Huan put on the Australian-style clothes that Zhang Yu had brought him from Lingao. They were said to be personally designed by Elder Literary Chairman Wen, basically just a cadre uniform minus 2 pockets. Being young, Zheng Huan looked especially sharp in this Australian suit. Only his topknot sitting atop his head was rather cumbersome and didn't match the Australian clothing at all. He kept examining himself in the mirror, thinking it would be better to cut off the topknot. Yet somehow he couldn't bring himself to make that decision. In the end, he changed back into the traditional Lancian robe. Yuan Shuzhai was still dressed in standard scholar's attire, a plain blue straight-cut robe with a square scholar's cap on his head. Though somewhat shabby-looking, at least he appeared clean and neat. The examination venue was once again at the tribute courtyard. This time the security proved even simpler. One needed only the retest notification to enter. Candidates first registered at the Mingyuan Tower, then were grouped and drew lots. Yuan Shizhai and Zheng Huan were assigned to different groups. Both proved fortunate. One drew number 5, the other number 4. Near the front but not first, they could finish in the morning while the examiners still maintained attentive focus. The interview venue was established in the public hall area, north of the Heaven Opens Literary Fortune archway. This was originally where officials and staff handled affairs during civil service examinations, centered on the Hall of Ultimate Impartiality, Hall of Careful Vigilance, and Hall of Gathered Brilliance, a large complex of buildings with quite ample space. At the staff's direction, candidates dispersed to several halls to sit and wait for their numbers to be called. Zheng Huan went in first. The moment he walked through the interview room door, Zheng Huan felt his heart would leap from his chest. He steeled his nerves and advanced carefully. The interview room had originally been a garden pavilion behind the official hall, used for rest and relaxation. The furniture and decorations had not changed substantially. Only a row of tables and chairs had been placed in the center, seating 5 examiners. Today's chief examiner was Tax Bureau Director A.I. Jixin, an elder, with 4 senior naturalized citizen cadres flanking him. Across from the examiner's table stood a separate desk and chair, the candidate's position, with stationery paper and an abacus prepared. Zheng Huan walked to the interview desk, bowed, and said loudly, "Greetings, examiners." A naturalized citizen cadre responded, "Greetings, candidate. Congratulations on advancing to the interview stage of the Great Song Guangzhou Special Municipality Civil Service Examination. You will now answer 3 questions within 15 minutes. Questions will be read aloud to you. There is paper and pen before you for taking notes. You may only begin answering after hearing begin your answer. After completing your response, you must state, "Answer complete." Otherwise, no score will be given. Does the candidate understand? Understood, Zheng Huan said loudly again. Very well, let us begin. Please listen to question 1. Why did you apply for the Great Song Senate Civil Service Examination? What do you believe is the spirit of the Senate Civil Service Examination, and how does it differ from the Ruimings imperial examinations? Begin your answer. Hearing this question, Zheng Huan mentally exclaimed in dismay. What appeared to be one question was actually 3 questions. A chain question. His luck seemed rather poor, but he steadied his nerves, began writing an outline on the paper, and then answered. Respected examiners, this candidate begins his answer. I chose to take the Great Song Civil Service Examination for several reasons. First, I saw hope. Hope that I never witnessed under the Ruiming. Under the Great Song Senate's governance, the common people's lives improve day by day. As long as one is willing to work hard, everyone can be self-sufficient. The Senate has reformed customs, swept away all the backward rules, systems, and customs of the old Ruiming, transforming Jiangsu and Guangzhou into the only peaceful paradise in all the 9 provinces. As someone who has personally experienced this transformation, I feel I cannot stand apart. I too want to contribute to the Senate's great enterprise. Second, there are practical considerations. I am the only son in my family. I have elderly parents to care for and my late elder sister's orphaned child to raise. I need this well-paying position to be self-sufficient and contribute to my family. As for the spirit of the Great Song Civil Service Examination, I believe it can be summarized as the fighting spirit of courageously striving for the Senate, the learning spirit marked by hardship, diligence, and endeavor, the sacrificial spirit of giving one's life for the great song and the people, and the combat spirit characterized by initiative, liveliness, and readiness to engage. The essential difference from the Ruiming imperial examinations is that the Ruiming examinations were conducted solely for the private interests of their Zhu family, while the Great Song Civil Service Examination serves all the people under heaven. Examiner, this candidate has completed question 1. Finishing question 1, Zheng Huan released a long breath. This question had been truly difficult to answer. Thanks to Zhang Yu's textbook, he had at least managed a fluent response. Elder AI was very pleased with this answer. Such political awareness, excellent. He even momentarily mistook this for a naturalized citizen trained at the Lingao schools. He nodded with satisfaction and continued. Candidate, please listen to question 2. Please calculate the following. 267 plus 876 plus 890 times 12-678 plus 556 equals. You may request an abacus from the proctor. Arithmetic. This was not difficult for Zheng Huan. He requested the abacus from the proctor, quickly transcribed the problem from memory, and with rapid click-clack, Zheng Huan produced the answer. Respected examiners, the answer is 24,274. This candidate has completed his answer. End of chapter. Chapter 1917, Interview, Part 2. Elder AI Jixin was especially pleased. Such arithmetic ability was outstanding even among the naturalized citizens. Excellent. The Tax Bureau currently had no computers available for general use. Strong abacus skills and sensitivity to numbers were essential for collecting taxes effectively. This was a fine prospect indeed. Then came the final question. Now, please listen to the last question. After you begin working, you once discover someone carrying gifts walking into your bureau, then proceeding directly into the director's office. Faced with this situation, what would you do? Begin your answer. Hearing this question, Zheng Huan momentarily panicked. He had encountered similar questions in his interview study guide. This was a classic interpersonal relations problem. How to answer presented a genuine dilemma. If he didn't advise against the gift-giving, that made him a person without principles in modern parlance. But if he did speak up, he was just a lowly newcomer. How could he presume to discuss such matters with a superior? Though it might be proper in principle, it didn't accord with human sentiment, and saying so would sound hypocritical. If the examiner pressed him on this issue, the slightest flaw in his answer would invite relentless follow-up questions. He pondered again and again. Seeing the hourglass for thinking time nearly run out, he steeled himself and gritted his teeth, thinking, whatever. It's not my business anyway, just deflect it. He steadied his nerves and said, respected examiners, this candidate begins answering the final question. Faced with such a situation, I would not make any unnecessary moves, because I believe every official under our great song is certainly one who upholds the law impartially and would not accept anyone's illicit benefits. I believe my superior is certainly a great song civil servant who can withstand any test. The only thing I need to do in this situation is remind other colleagues who witnessed it not to spread talk that would be detrimental to internal workplace harmony. At the same time, I would work even harder at my assigned duties as a way of repaying the trust that the Senate and the people have placed in me. Respected examiners, this candidate has finished answering. Hearing this, Elder AI Jixin wanted to slap his thigh in approval. Damn. This was the makings of an official. Just before, that old literati candidate had invoked Zhu Qiujing, satirizing the king of Qi into accepting advice, rambling on with a load of sanctimonious nonsense that made him want to doze off. But this lad was clever. Yes, very clever. However, he was after all an elder, and some dignity was required. So he casually indicated that Zheng Huan could leave. Zheng Huan bowed once more, said, "Thank you, examiners," and departed the examination room. The moment he stepped outside, Zheng Huan felt completely drained. He couldn't help feeling somewhat anxious, uncertain whether his answer to the final question had been appropriate. His extremely strong desire for success inevitably made him prone to worry. When Yuan Shizai's number was called, it became his turn to enter. Being older, he had weathered many examinations and possessed a better mindset than Zheng Huan. Hearing his number called, he remained quite composed. But the instant he crossed into the examination room, he still felt nervous. The examiners sat in a row, just as in Zheng Huan's room, an elder in the center with naturalized citizen cadres flanking him on either side. The elder in Yuan Shizai's examination room was none other than Dong Yizhai. Although the entire examination was conducted fairly with appropriate recusal systems, elders always enjoyed certain privileges. Dong Yizhai had long known that this old scholar before him was the one Zhang Yunmi had designated as receiving a high essay score. He had personally reviewed this candidate's essay and felt that while the prose wasn't particularly sophisticated, the thinking represented a rare example among traditional scholars of someone who could grasp the Senate's spirit. Because Dong Yizhai had already made up his mind, as long as Yuan Shizhai wasn't mute, he would admit him. As for Yuan Shizhai, when he observed that the chief interviewer was actually the examination official who had altered the conditions to accept his application, his spirits immediately lifted. According to old customs, he would be this examiner's protege. If he passed, this teacher-student relationship would be established. This made Yuan Shizhai extremely excited. If he could attach himself to an elder's coattails, wouldn't he rise straight to the clouds? So he collected himself and strode toward the examination desk. Like Zheng Huan, Yuan Shizhai followed the standard procedure from the textbook and took his seat. Then the naturalized citizen cadre began reading the questions. Congratulations on advancing to the interview. We won't say much else. Let's begin the interview directly. Please listen to question 1. Some people say that age is a treasure and learning serves as reference. What are your thoughts on this statement? Begin your answer. Encountering this question, Yuan Shizhai silently groaned. This question seemed aimed straight at him. At his age, he couldn't act pompous based on seniority, but neither could he claim that having lived most of his life, he amounted to nothing. So he could only brace himself and answer. Respected examiners, I believe this saying has merit. Emperor Gyazu of Han once issued a decree. Select commoners of 50 years or more who are virtuous and capable of leading others to do good, and appoint one as a township elder for each township. Choose one township elder to serve as county elder, who together with the county magistrate and officials shall educate the people in proper matters, and shall be exempt from labor and military service. On the 10th month, bestow wine and meat upon them. This demonstrates that elders are often highly virtuous and respected, with broad experience, and can offer much guidance to the younger generation. Thus age is indeed a treasure. However, Master Han Yu's on the teacher states, what I follow is the way. Why should I care whether someone was born before or after me? Therefore, whether noble or base, young or old, wherever the way exists, there exists my teacher. He also said, where 3 walk together, one must surely be my teacher. Therefore, a student need not be inferior to his teacher, nor a teacher necessarily wiser than his student. Understanding may come early or late, and each person has their own specialty. That is all. From this we can see that learning knows no age, young or old. As long as the way is present, there lies the teacher. If it benefits the resolution of a matter, whether the person be elderly or a mere child, one should treat them with the courtesy due a teacher and seek their guidance. Even Confucius could not explain the debate between 2 children about the sun, how much less so for ordinary people. This candidate has finished his answer. When Yuan Shizhai finished, Dong Yizhai wanted to exclaim, excellent, several times. The old scholar had indeed not disappointed. Originally, Dong Yizhai had felt some displeasure at the criticism he'd received from the Senate for changing the rules to recruit this old scholar. But now he felt his decision had been absolutely right. If not for altering the age restriction, this would have been a pearl cast aside. This old fellow was good, his efforts had not been in vain. Having finished his answer, Yuan Shizhai's blue robe was already soaked with perspiration. But to maintain composure, he steadfastly did not wipe it away, quite admirable for a man of his age. Very well, let's proceed to question 2. The naturalized citizen cadre continued, please listen. Some people say that achievement brings position, others say that position brings achievement. Please share your thoughts. Hearing this question, Yuan Shizhai breathed a sigh of relief. This question was straightforward, just demonstrate some flattery. Respected examiners, I begin answering question 2. I believe both statements correct, but it depends on the circumstances. Under the pseudo-Ming, how many great talents with vast learning could not enter official service? Great talents like Tang Yin and Su Wei were never employed and died in obscurity. Yet those who did obtain office gave no thought to speaking on behalf of the people, only engaging in factional attacks and lining their own pockets. Under the pseudo-Ming, those of achievement could not obtain position and perished. Those with position gave no thought to their duties and were despised. Thus achievers without position died, and those with position accomplished nothing. The realm teetered on the brink of collapse. As for our glorious Senate, the civil service examination is opened wide to search for heroes throughout the realm and employ them, so that the talented obtain their positions and the knowledgeable can display their abilities. Achievement and position complement each other as inside and outside, striving to restore our great songs 10,000 li of rivers and mountains, and dispel the century of darkness over Huaxia. Truly it is as the saying goes, the orange grown in Huainan is an orange, planted in Huaibei it becomes a thorny citron. This candidate has finished answering question 2. Hearing this, Dong Yizhai couldn't restrain himself from slapping the table. This startled Yuan Shizhai considerably. The assisting examiners beside Dong also felt somewhat awkward. Dong Yizhai had to pretend to cough to cover it up, then continued. Candidate, please listen to the final question. Tell us about a book that left the deepest impression on you. Yuan Shizhai's first thought was Dream of the Red Chamber, so he immediately answered. Respected examiners, the book that left the deepest impression on me is our Australian song masterpiece Dream of the Red Chamber. This work encompasses everything, yet is neither scattered nor disordered, tender and affectionate, yet neither licentious nor vulgar, appearing magnificent and splendid, yet filled with words of heartache. It speaks of philosophy, discusses enlightenment, tells stories, and describes the human world. Reading this book, I felt as if I had entered the grand view garden within its pages. Closing the book, it was as if I had visited some ethereal immortal realm, truly a fantastical dream of a marvelous work. These are but shallow views. I hope the examiners will not laugh at me. This candidate has finished answering. Dong Yizhai nodded with satisfaction. Were it not for examination regulations prohibiting direct announcement of results, he would have already proclaimed Yuan Shizhai an Australian song civil servant. But procedures still had to be followed. Procedural justice remained justice. So he assigned a high score and the other cadres followed suit. This old Kong's score would certainly not disappoint. As for Yuan Shizhai, though he sensed the examiner viewed him favorably, he still couldn't entirely fathom these Australians' temperament. With an anxious heart, he exited through the main gate, reunited with Zheng Huan, and concluded this examination. The moment he walked out of the examination hall, Yuan Shizhai felt as if everything had been an elaborate dream. The number of candidates attending interviews today was quite substantial. In fact, this civil service examination proved rather lenient. If judged by the old timeline's written examination standards, barely anyone would genuinely qualify. During the grading phase, some elders had pointed out that the examination content was too advanced, too difficult for people educated under traditional educational models, exceeding their comprehension. In the wildly varied answer sheets, it was evident that most candidates' knowledge structures were quite lopsided. Directly recruiting them and assigning them to work positions would likely prove challenging. Some candidates also lacked practical understanding of the positions they had applied for. Judging from their answer content, they were completely unsuited to their chosen roles. However, among the various written examination papers, Liu Xiang, Lin Beiguang, and others still filtered out quite a few talents worth cultivating. Broadly speaking, any candidate displaying even the slightest bright spot was placed on the interview list. More than 500 people ultimately advanced to the interview stage. The principles for the interview were also set quite loosely, because Liu Xiang had already decided that this batch of successfully recruited civil servants could not proceed directly to work. All of them had to undergo re-education at the Guangzhou Cadre Training School. Honestly speaking, they are indeed talented but not the kind we need, Liu Xiang said to Zhang Yunmi. However, they are all very clever and adept at learning. In this timeline, educated people excel at learning. As long as we guide them onto the correct path, they will become our talents. End of chapter. Chapter 1918. Announcing good news after the interview concluded, Yuan Shizhai and Zheng Huan once again began the endless waiting. This time differed from before. The first round had been the written examination, when they'd had no confidence at all, completely without assurance. They hadn't been overly concerned about whether they would pass. Now they felt positive about their performance, yet this very confidence made them anxious, caught between hope and fear. These past few days, Yuan Shizhai had lost even the mood to read novels. Aside from playing with Mingnu briefly, he spent his remaining time either sleeping with his head covered or staring blankly at a book. Zheng Huan was much the same, simply hiding in his room and not emerging. A week passed. From the distant alley entrance came the faint sounds of drums and horns. The sounds gradually grew louder, and when they reached the vicinity of the Zheng household, deafening firecrackers erupted. The neighbors had already gathered together. Yuan Shizhai and Zheng Huan's hearts leaped into their throats when they heard someone announce loudly, "Good news! Congratulations to Zheng Huan of the Zheng residence. The civil servant appointment notice has arrived." The Senate originally had no tradition of announcement ceremonies. Those who typically served as announcers were mostly minor clerks from education offices, prefectural schools, or tribute courtyards colluding with vagrants, using the occasion to solicit rewards. As passing the imperial examination was a joyous occasion, those announcing good news naturally wouldn't incur resentment. However, announcements came in first, second, and third waves, each requiring a tip and refreshments to be served. Wealthy households naturally thought nothing of it, but modest households were often severely burdened. Though since it was a joyous occasion, one would borrow money from neighbors to purchase wine and meat if necessary. Since the men from the Guangzhou temple had been disciplined, no one dared engage in announcement schemes anymore. This time the announcements were not the work of professional announcers, but rather authorized by Liu Xiang and carried out by the newly established Guangzhou Postal and Telegraph Bureau. The purpose was simply to create a public spectacle. At this moment, the entire alley naturally erupted. Neighbors all rushed to congratulate Zheng Huan's parents. A stone lifted from Zheng Huan's heart as well. Tears of joy streamed down his face as he immediately knelt and kowtowed 3 times toward Lingao and the Senate, shouting, "Long live the great Song Emperor! Long live the Senate! 1,000 years to the elders!" Then he turned and kowtowed several times more to his own parents in gratitude for raising him. Only after completing all these rituals did Zheng Huan rise to accept the bright red civil servant appointment notice, admiring it with immense satisfaction. It was merely an ordinary oversized envelope of red craft paper, with a line of words written in formal regular script in ink at the center, and an official seal stamped across the envelope's flap. Truly it was the plainest of things, yet he held it as though it were a priceless treasure. Zheng Huan's parents hurried to give the messenger $1 silver as a reward, but were refused. "We are staff of the Guangzhou Postal and Telegraph Bureau. This is our duty. We certainly cannot accept money." The Good News team, delivering the notice, all wore dark green short jackets with canvas bags slung across their shoulders. "Then please rest for a moment while we prepare some simple refreshments to serve you. We still have other notices to deliver. Please celebrate amongst yourselves." The leader was very polite. At this moment, no one noticed Yuan Shizhai standing in the corner. He remained there alone, feeling utterly dejected. Sometimes nothing is harder to bear than witnessing a good friend achieve success while you languish in failure. But he couldn't display his disappointment and could only stand silently in the shadows. He felt the entire sky had turned gray. Just as Yuan Shizhai was approaching despair, the announcing worker asked, "Since this is the Zheng residence, is there someone surnamed Yuan here?" Father Zheng was startled, then quickly replied, "Yes, yes, The accountant Yuan Shuzhai at Wanqinglu is staying at our house." Before he could finish speaking, several drummers struck up again. The postal worker pulled out a bright red envelope from his canvas bag and declared loudly, "Good news! Congratulations to Yuan Shuzhai of the Zheng residence. The civil servant appointment notice has arrived." Boom! The entire alley exploded once more, and even more completely this time. The Zheng family's feng shui proved too favorable, one household producing 2 Australian song officials. Incredible. Some neighbors even began scheming about how to borrow some of that fortune. Yuan Shuzhai accepted the notice with trembling hands. Written clearly on the red paper in black song-style characters was, "Great Song Guangzhou Special Municipality Civil Servant Appointment Notice," stamped with the seal of the Great Song Senate Cadre office. Holding this notice, he examined it again and again, feeling an overwhelming mix of sorrow and joy. Though after placing first in the written examination he had known there was a 90% chance of passing, at this moment with the notice in hand, it all felt like an elaborate dream. He was speechless. Even when the postal worker called for him to stamp here, he moved mechanically like a puppet on strings. "Old Yuan, congratulations!" Zheng Huan slapped his shoulder hard, immediately bringing Yuan Shuzhai back to his senses. He couldn't help but laugh toward the sky, saying, "I never thought I, Yuan Shuzhai, would see this day." With those words, tears were already streaming from the corners of his eyes. Mother Zheng quickly said, "Old Yuan, today is your good day, don't be sad." "Yes, yes, you're absolutely right." Yuan Shuzhai hurriedly wiped the corners of his eyes, carefully tucked away the appointment notice, and said, "Come, let's attend to the guests." The Zheng household overflowed with joy. Father Zheng allocated money to send someone to order several tables of banquet dishes to treat neighbors, relatives, and friends that evening. At the same time, he held this simple little notice in his hands, examining it left and right, tears flowing freely. "Son, you finally made something of yourself. Our family finally has a chance to rise up. Father, this isn't the formal appointment yet. We still have to undergo training before we can take office." Though Zheng Huan said this, his face was already beaming. These months of hard study had not been in vain. This examination's pass rate was about 35%. The acceptance ratio proved quite high, but many traditional scholars couldn't shift their thinking, writing their essays as though they were 8-legged essays. There were also those whose essays were completely off-topic, doing nothing but praising the great Song Emperor's sagacity, and these were naturally screened out in the first wave. He wanted to say more but was mobbed by endless streams of well-wishers. Most people, including his parents, believed that passing this Guangzhou prefectural examination was at least equivalent to the Jurin degree, and moreover, this was through the proper civil service route, far superior to someone like Li Ziyu, who was merely a policeman. Everyone agreed that the Zheng family was about to prosper. The family spent the day receiving visitors and sending people to spread the good news to relatives and friends. That evening, they held a great banquet to entertain the guests. The joy proved truly beyond words. Not until the guests had all departed and the dishes were cleared away did Zheng Huan and Yuan Shuzhai open their appointment notices. Inside, there were only 3 pages. One was the appointment notice stating the date to report to the Lingao Cadre Management School, with the location being the tribute courtyard. Another was a physical examination notice. The last was a political review form, several pages long, containing content that struck Zheng Huan as quite baffling, so detailed and cumbersome that he developed a headache just looking at it. Some of the terminology was completely incomprehensible, and he dared not rashly put pen to paper, fearing he might write something incorrect. "Never mind, we'll deal with it when the time comes," he said after studying it a while. The next day brought an unexpected visitor to congratulate them. It was Wu Ming. He too had passed the interview. After exchanging congratulations, Wu Ming explained his purpose in coming. "Awan, several students from the prefectural school also passed the examination. In a few days, they're planning to visit and pay respects to the chief examiner." I wasn't sure whether I should go, so I came to consult with you. Senior, no one in my family has ever been a scholar. What's this about paying respects to the chief examiner? This has been a convention since the Tang Dynasty. The chief examiner who selected your paper has a teacher-student relationship with you. If the education commissioner appreciates your talent and acknowledges the teacher-student bond, it becomes a great asset in your official career, Wu Ming explained. But we still have to undergo training before we're given positions. They won't listen to that. They think this is essentially the palace examination, and training is just a formality. This was not entirely mistaken. Zheng Huan listened in silence. With zero experience in civil service examinations, he truly couldn't form an opinion on whether they should pay respects to the chief examiner or not. In the past, one would certainly pay respects to the chief examiner. Not only that, but one would also need to pay respects to the reading examiner. He had heard that these teacher-student bonds and connections among examination classmates formed mighty networks of influence, the greatest support for anyone navigating officialdom. However, now they operated under the Great Song Senate's rules, which might differ from the Great Ming. After all, the Senate's institutions and systems differed dramatically from the Great Ming. After some thought, he said, "In my humble opinion, going to pay respects should be acceptable. First, this is a traditional examination convention, and the Senate has no explicit prohibition against it. Second, respecting one's teacher is a great virtue. Visiting to pay respects to the chief examiner is reasonable and proper." "I didn't expect your insight to be so keen." Wu Ming nodded. "This humble one thinks the same way, but what?" Wu Ming hesitated slightly. By convention, the chief examiner is the provincial education commissioner, the Zuaju. When a student visits, they must bring gifts, present a calling card identifying themselves as a disciple, address the Zuaju as teacher, and if there is a prior connection with the Zuaju, they may address them as master. Zheng Huan listened blankly, thinking there was nothing wrong with this. What was the issue? Seeing he didn't understand, Wu Ming said helplessly, "The chief examiner this time is Elder Zhang." Zheng Huan understood now. Elder Zhang was the defense lawyer from the witchcraft case, a girl who appeared to be only 15 or 16 years old. Paying respects to her as their chief examiner seemed utterly preposterous. Probably never since the imperial examination system began had there been a female chief examiner, let alone one so young. "So, those students don't mind?" Zheng Huan asked. "They said that learning knows no age, and those who have achieved mastery come first. Every Australian song elder possesses talents that surpass heaven and earth, more than qualified to be our teachers. Elder Zhang, despite her youth, holds the position of provincial education commissioner. Her future is limitless." Wu Ming rolled his eyes as he spoke. "Besides, the great song advocates equality between men and women. What's wrong with being a woman? Chief Du said women can hold up half the sky." Zheng Huan couldn't help laughing. "They learn quickly." However, kowtowing to a young girl for the sake of fame and fortune, and addressing her as teacher, one's face would need to be as thick as a city wall. Zheng Huan couldn't help but secretly scorn those preparing to visit the chief examiner. So this humble one finds it awkward. Going to pay respects, I cannot bring myself to do something so shameless. But if I don't go and this female elder takes offense, she might cause trouble during training. Wouldn't that be most improper? Zheng Huan thought this was indeed a valid concern. Just as he was hesitating, Yuan Shuzhai from the side spoke up. "Brother Wu is being obtuse. Since you've already bent over for 5 pecks of rice, why worry about such things? I say even if you were willing to go pay respects, she might not be willing to accept your kowtow." This single sentence was like awakening someone from a dream. End of chapter. Chapter 1919, Background Check and Physical Examination. Wu Ming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brother Yuan's guidance is excellent. I was truly confused. In vain have I read so many Australian books." Zheng Huan was still puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" Yuan Shuzhai explained. "Awan, do you remember how one of the essay questions was about factions?" Zheng Huan nodded. Yes, there was such a question, something about the eunuch party in Donglan. That's exactly it, Wu Ming understood. Since ancient times, courts have been most wary of factions, yet factions have never been eradicated, especially those formed by examination classmates and cohort mates. Since the late Wanli reign of the current Pseudo-Ming Dynasty, factional struggles have grown more severe by the day. Court ministers have often been implicated, and some have even lost their lives because of it. Since the Australians made this an examination topic, how could they not understand the harm it causes? So this chief examiner really cannot be paid respects to. Yuan Shuzhai nodded. Before the Senate descended upon Lingao, I heard this is the first time they've held civil service examinations. As the saying goes, a new dynasty brings new atmosphere, and taboos in these matters will certainly be stricter than in the Pseudo-Ming. Brother Wu must not overlook this. I see now. Zheng Huan was still young and hadn't developed this mindset of reading the materials to gauge the political wind. But from the exchange between Yuan Shuzhai and Senior Wu, he realized that being an official was no simple matter. A few days after receiving the appointment notices, 2 naturalized citizen cadres in Australian clothing arrived. Both wore stern, unsmiling expressions and carried canvas bags. Entering the door, they first displayed their credentials, identifying themselves as being from the 5th Office of the Senate Cadre Department, there to conduct external political review investigations. This 5th Office of the Cadre Department was actually a cover for the Political Security Bureau's review office. Because the Political Security Bureau's name proved somewhat imposing and might frighten naturalized citizens and commoners, when conducting cadre reviews they used the 5th Office cover. Once inside, the 2 thoroughly investigated the 3 generations of ancestry for both Zheng Huan and Yuan Shuzhai, not overlooking even the smallest details. Yuan Shuzhai and Zheng Huan had heard that before receiving their official appointments, successful candidates traditionally had to submit 3-generation genealogies to the Ministry of Personnel, so they weren't surprised. The cadre said with a severe expression, "You must answer all questions on this form truthfully. You must be absolutely loyal and honest with the government and the Senate. If you don't know or aren't clear about something, honestly say you don't know or aren't clear. Don't fill in anything randomly. We will separately verify all this information. If any problems are discovered, you will both be held responsible. Understand?" Both hastily nodded in agreement. The investigation began with examining their 3 generations of ancestry. Zheng Huan came from a family of modest urbanites. For generations, his family had been in the incense and candle business. Though the candle workshop was small, it had been operating for several generations, a well-established old brand. They were the type of cautious commoners who feared a falling leaf might strike their heads, naturally with no history of crimes or misdemeanors. When the investigation turned to Yuan Shuzhai, he seemed somewhat nervous. This old Yuan was not a native-born Guangzhou person. His ancestral family had originally farmed in the countryside of Nanhai County, with some land holdings. Yuan Shuzhai's childhood had been quite comfortable. Unfortunately, his grandfather fell seriously ill in later years, bedridden for many years. To pay for treatment, much of the family's land was pawned and sold. After his death, to hold a dignified funeral befitting filial devotion, Yuan Shuzhai's father and 2 uncles pawned and sold additional family land to give the grandfather a grand burial. After the funeral, the family had fallen into decline. Yuan Shuzhai's father could only move to the city to learn a trade, working as a shop assistant. From then on, they settled in the city and became urbanites. As for what happened after that, Yuan Shuzhai didn't dare go into excessive detail because he had once been processed by the police station for theft. Fortunately, his parents had passed away years ago, so he fabricated some details to get through. After questioning the 3 generations, they investigated family members, financial situation, social relationships, questioning every detail. For some sections, they even required the names and addresses of witnesses. This made both of them anxious. What was all this for? Only after the entire questioning was complete did they have them sign and stamp their personal seals on the back of the review form, indicating full acknowledgement of the form's contents. The Cadres stored away the forms, then took out a notebook and asked Zheng Huan, "Do you know Wu Ming?" "Yes, yes." Zheng Huan nodded hurriedly. "He was my senior at the academy. Very familiar. Are you friends?" Friends might be too strong a word. After all, he's much older than us. But he's been very friendly and helpful to us juniors. The cadre asked several more questions, mostly about Wu Ming's background and social connections. Some questions were quite personally detailed. Zheng Huan secretly worried. What had happened to Senior Wu? Had he just passed the examination only to attract the Australian's suspicion? Though concerned for him in his heart, he didn't dare show it on his face, following the principle of saying what he knew and saying he didn't know what he didn't know. "Very good," the cadre said. "Don't worry, this is our standard political review procedure. It's not that we distrust or suspect anyone. To prevent bad elements from infiltrating our ranks, we must strictly examine people at the point of entry." Both hastily voiced agreement that the Senate was wise and such examination was absolutely necessary. "Go for your physical examination tomorrow." The cadre filled in a date on the physical examination notice and stamped it. The next day, Zheng Huan and Yuan Shuzhai set out together from the city, heading toward the big world. Their destination was the Guangzhou Health Clinic, temporarily located in the big world. Lin Motion's Guangzhou Medical School affiliated hospital was still in preparation, so this served as a temporary facility. It was currently the New Year period according to the new calendar. Few people were on the streets. The two walked at a leisurely pace, exiting through the Great East Gate toward the big world. They had long heard about Australian medicine. Some said Australian doctors were divine healers whose remedies cured all ailments. Others said these Australian physicians were no different from butchers, constantly wielding knives. However, their medical skills were indeed immediately effective. Only the consultation and medicine prices were expensive, beyond what ordinary people could afford. Unable to discern truth from rumor, the two could only wait until the examination day to experience it for themselves. The health clinic only occupied a dozen or so rooms of various sizes in the big world. With several dozen examinees arriving, it felt somewhat crowded. Lin Motion was on site overseeing operations, directing the seconded health police to maintain order. "Look, these are the Australian doctors. Why are there women too?" "These are the ones who assist the patients and help the doctors. They're called nurses. They're all quite pretty, and those skirts are nice too. Australian women's clothing is most captivating. Heavens, I'm having impure thoughts again." This physical examination was organized by Lin Motion, with all physicians being interns from Lingao. They lacked experience as independent practitioners, but were more than capable of conducting basic physical examinations. Moreover, the health department's testing equipment was rudimentary, with examinations mainly consisting of palpation, auscultation, and visual observation. The examination's main purpose was to screen out those with infectious diseases and venereal diseases. Unfortunately, both types of diseases were extremely widespread at the time. Tuberculosis was strongly correlated with malnutrition and proved very common among the lower classes. As for venereal diseases, Guangzhou was the earliest point of entry for syphilis, and infection rates ran quite high. Lin Motion observed these prospective civil servants, old and young, dressed in various styles, gathering in groups of twos and threes, evaluating the health clinic and the doctors and nurses, completely ignoring the large character for quiet on the wall. He frowned slightly and ordered, "Shijime, take some people to guide them through the physical examination." This Shijime was a senior nurse in the health department who had served as head nurse in Sanya for many years. She had been transferred to Guangzhou to serve as chief nurse of the newly established medical school affiliated hospital. She had no patience whatsoever for these newly recruited native cadres. Looking at the chattering natives making a scene, she erupted. "What are you doing? What are you doing? Do you think this is a vegetable market? You're supposedly newly recruited civil servants. Can't you stop acting like country bumpkins gawking at Australian sights?" Most of these people did care about face. Being scolded by a woman made them all feel humiliated, yet they dared not protest, so they could only quiet down and wait for the examination. Only then did Xu Qiujing assign work. "Little Liu, take this group to internal medicine. Little Niu, take these few to dermatology." Yuan Shizai and Zheng Huan first underwent several simple procedures: height, weight, blood pressure, and such. This made Yuan Shizai feel strange, as if he were a pig about to be slaughtered. First weighed, then chop. The vision test became quite challenging. Teaching this group of country bumpkins to point in different directions for the letter E proved difficult for everyone. However, this examination came with a benefit. Those with nearsightedness were each given a pair of Australian black-framed glasses made with tortoiseshell frames, the standard Great Song Cadre style. Come back in 3 days with this slip to pick up your glasses. Since the Australians arrived, glasses were no longer a rarity, but for ordinary scholars they remained too expensive. Yuan Shizai was also nearsighted. After receiving his glasses slip, he cherished it dearly, thinking that the Senate was truly wonderful to have such benefits. When it came to the internal medicine examination, some native cadres made a fuss. The reason was that the examiner was a female doctor. Several native scholars, observing a young woman palpating the exposed bellies of men, felt the cropped hairs must be utterly depraved. A woman openly touching so many men's bodies in broad daylight. As the saying went, men and women should not touch hands when passing objects. Even holding hands was taboo, let alone lying face up having one's belly examined by a woman utterly obscene. Some refused the internal medicine examination. This made the female doctor quite displeased, but she said nothing, simply wearing an expression that said, "I'm just quietly watching you fools." That's when head nurse she began to roar. "You bunch of feudal remnants and reactionaries. I don't know how you infiltrated our cadre ranks. Our Senate has always advocated equality between men and women. State Councilor Ma said women can hold up half the sky. The sister doctor examining you is exceptional, an outstanding medical graduate recognized by the elders. If you don't want the examination, fine, don't become Great Song civil servants either." These native pedants seemed to have grown accustomed to this formidable nurse's scolding. One by one, like pigs awaiting slaughter, they lined up and mounted the examination table as if approaching the executioner's block. End of chapter. Chapter 1920. Shaved hair to avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Motion changed all the doctors examining the native cadres to males. But when it came to the surgical examination requiring complete undressing, another commotion arose. They claimed it was an affront to scholarly dignity. Zheng Huan and Yuan Shizai took the lead in stripping for their examinations, and helplessly, the others could only follow suit. Who told them to join the bandits? Lin Motion walked over to the head nurse and asked, "How's the examination going?" "Not optimistic. Look, more than half of these dozen or so people have various problems. Malnutrition, severe athlete's foot, skin ringworm. One has tuberculosis and will have to be advised to withdraw. As long as we have the ability to treat them, let them pass the examination. Recruiting people isn't easy." Lin Motion instructed. Just as the two were speaking, a commotion erupted from the examination room inside. Many people were discussing loudly, and someone was even speaking with great passion. It turned out that the purification procedure had caused an uproar. According to Senate policy, in territories under Senate control, not everyone was forced to adopt short hair and short clothing. However, anyone becoming a naturalized citizen had to undergo the purification procedure, including students in public schools, cadres, soldiers, and workers. In other words, anyone under direct Senate leadership or supported by government finances had to shave their hair and change their clothes. This wasn't merely about maintaining the traditional image of the cropped hair bandits. It was mainly for hygienic reasons. Of course, enforcing this measure on refugees and contract laborers was easy. They were all receiving grace and had no standing to object. But applying it to civil servants who had been ordinary citizens until recently proved somewhat difficult, especially since most of these people were traditional scholars who were particularly fastidious about such matters. Upon hearing they needed to shave their heads, they immediately began to clamor. Some even made gestures of resignation, loudly declaring, "What kind of Australian bird official would I become? This body, hair, and skin are received from parents and must not be damaged. We came here hoping to display the ambitions in our hearts, not to suffer such treatment. Since the Australian song doesn't treat scholars with courtesy, we shall have to leave." As they spoke, they made as if to depart, but their feet didn't actually move an inch. Zheng Huan didn't mind having a haircut, but seeing the crowd so agitated, he didn't dare be the first to step forward for shaving. At this moment, Yuan Shuzhai broke the stalemate. He stepped forward, scratching his head and saying, "My scalp is terribly itchy, shave me first." Then he added, "Tall caps and broad belts are the vulgar customs of the old country. Australian hair shaving is truly the elegant governance of the new dynasty." This declaration made everything clear to everyone. Shaving one's head meant completely joining the cropped hairs. Consider it a pledge of allegiance. Well then, let's treat it as cleansing ourselves by cutting off these 3,000 strands of vexation. And so, one by one, they all had their hair shaved. After the haircuts, everyone proceeded to the bathhouse for washing. Scrubbing attendants were already prepared, and they scrubbed each civil servant master from head to toe. Years of accumulated grime scrubbed off many of them, forming little rivers of mud on the tile floors. After the scrubbing, Yuan Shuzhai washed with hot water and felt thoroughly refreshed. Emerging clean clothes were already prepared, from the inside out, a complete Australian outfit, all made of cotton, quite comfortable to wear. Only the sizes were all somewhat oversized, but this suited these traditional scholars who were accustomed to wearing loose garments. These prospective civil servants examined each other, feeling somewhat awkward. Having shaved their hair and changed their clothes, they had completely changed dynasties. The great Ming was the past. Now they were all officials of the great Song Senate. Whether these posts were significant or minor didn't matter. At least a salary was guaranteed. When the Senate conquered all under heaven and the great Song Emperor returned to court, there would surely be rewards. Everyone could get their families enfeoffed and their children provided for. Thinking of this, the new civil servants who had been glum about being forced to shave their heads came around. The atmosphere livened up considerably. Besides the clothes they wore, each person was issued a canvas carry bag containing a change of clothes and some toiletries. Each person also received a canvas messenger bag embroidered with a row of red characters, "Serve the Senate and the people." Inside were notebooks, pencils, and similar stationery. Zheng Huan flipped through them, secretly admiring. The Australians truly were thorough, considering every detail. "Report to the Cadre training school next Monday," said the Cadre distributing supplies. "If you don't know what date that is, go home and check your calendar." A batch of freshly minted pseudo-cropped hairs appeared in 2s and 3s on the streets. Some felt embarrassed and hurried away with heads bowed, bags in hand. Others, wearing their short-style Australian outfits with bags in hand, still strolled home at a leisurely pace as if taking measured square steps. The commoners on the street could tell at a glance that these were likely newly minted cadres. Yuan Shuzhai, with his newly shaved head and wearing the issued four-pocket official uniform, felt exceptionally spirited. Walking down the street, he felt quite pleased with himself. The only pity was that great Song officials didn't get sedan chairs to ride. Most Australian officials, whether going out on business or commuting, traveled on foot. But today for Yuan Shuzhai, even walking possessed its own special flavor. Who knew how many people cast sidelong glances at him along the way? He felt utterly content, thinking that now with official status he was indeed different. He should find time to return to the countryside and repair the graves of his father and mother, then kowtow properly and inform his parents that he had finally brought glory to the family. Under the gazes, whether envious, jealous, or disdainful of the onlookers, Yuan Shizai and Zheng Huan walked back in high spirits. Having been through various procedures for half the day, the sun had already passed its zenith, yet neither had eaten lunch. Their stomachs were growling. They looked around for somewhere to purchase some food. They had arrived at Liyurong Street. Zheng Huan remembered there was a Dong family shop here that Li Ziyu had taken him to. The pancakes and snacks there had a distinctive flavor. Most importantly, the place was clean, the prices reasonable, and Mother Dong and her daughter were acquaintances. So he said, "Let's go to Dong family shop up ahead for a simple meal." Yuan Shizai naturally had no objection. They arrived at Dong family shop, which had hired several more assistants due to thriving business. Now at the entrance making pancakes was an apprentice who spoke barely intelligible Kaiju dialect, but was quite skilled at making pancakes. The attendant at the door was unfamiliar, probably newly hired. Seeing them enter, he hurried to lift the door curtain and welcome the customers. Dong Mingdeng was attending to customers. She was simultaneously calculating accounts and responding to regular customers' greetings, busy beyond measure. Seeing Zheng Huan enter wearing the four-pocket cadre uniform, she knew he must have passed the civil service examination from a few days ago. This Zheng Huan was Li Ziyu's close friend. Now that he too had become an Australian official, her family had gained another backer. She hurried out from behind the counter to warmly welcome them. "Awan, I haven't seen you for a while. Judging by your outfit, you must have become an Australian official." "Sister Dong flatters me. Just an ordinary minor clerk making a living is all." "You're always too modest." "Well, enough chatter. You two haven't had lunch, have you?" "We don't have anything fancy here, just some simple fare." "Sister Fengxia just made wontons. They're really good." "This elderly gentleman looks unfamiliar. He looks like a Senate cadre too. Are you from Lingao?" "Miss Dong, my respects. Please don't flatter this old man. I'm a local and, like young Zheng, have just been admitted as an Australian civil servant." "Ha, so that's it. I see you're even older than my mother by about 12 years. Passing at such an age isn't easy." "Please come inside and sit. The wontons will be ready soon." Besides pancakes, porridge, and small dishes, Dong family shop now also sold wontons, baked sesame cakes, and fried dough sticks. Business was booming. They had turned the inner courtyard into a private dining room, and Dong Mingdeng led the two inside. She personally attended to them, ordering 2 bowls of wontons and 2 pancakes, both with meat added. While waiting for the wontons, the two chatted about life and aspirations. Honestly, they had no real understanding of the work they would be doing. They could only imagine based on their own guesses, which inevitably led to some grand expressions of ambition. At that moment, because they were short-handed, Auntie Jiang came to bring the wontons herself. Yuan Shizai was busy eating his pancake with his head down, savoring the fragrance of sesame. Just as he lifted his eyes, he saw Auntie Jiang carrying the wontons toward him. Yuan Shizai was captivated by this middle-aged lady's bearing, staring at her fixedly. This made Auntie Jiang quite uncomfortable. It wasn't until Zheng Huan kicked Yuan Shizai under the table that Yuan Shizai came back to his senses, but the beauty had already departed. He felt a profound sense of loss. Zheng Huan chuckled. "Old Yuan, don't tell me you've taken a fancy to her. She's Miss Dong's mother, Auntie Jiang, the concubine of a deceased pseudo-Ming prefect." "Ah," Yuan Shizai exclaimed in surprise. Zheng Huan teased, "I see you have the look of romance about you. Could it be that along with your official fortune you're having romantic fortune too, a double blessing?" Yuan Shizai quickly waved his hand. "Preposterous, preposterous. I'm already half in the grave. To have encountered such fortunate times and still be of use to the Senate is already the greatest blessing. How dare I think of such matters of romance?" Returning to the Zheng household, everyone congratulated them again. They took out all the publicly issued clothing and items to admire Australian sights. Even the 3-0 briefs were taken out for the neighbors to marvel at. The two then spent several more idle days. Yuan Shuzhai took the money he had saved from working at Wanqinglu Tea House and went to pay off all outstanding debts at the shops where he had once bought on credit. He also bought some gifts to take to the temple where he had once lodged, to thank the monks. Finally, he gave all his remaining money to Zheng Huan's mother. "I've been eating and lodging here for a month or so. This money isn't enough to cover room and board, so consider it a small token of my gratitude." Zheng Huan's mother knew that despite his often slovenly appearance and self-deprecating behavior, he was actually a man of considerable self-respect. His lifetime of hardship had simply forced him to mask it with self-mockery. So she didn't refuse, only telling him to continue staying here. On the day to report, the two rose early, washed up, changed into their brand-new cadre uniforms, and headed to the tribute courtyard, the Guangzhou Municipal Cadre Training School. End of chapter. Chapter 1921. History of the Senate. The Guangzhou Municipal Administrative School found its home within the tribute courtyard. North of the heaven opens literary fortune. Archway lay the public hall area, a cluster of buildings centered on the hall of ultimate impartiality, and now all were pressed into service. Besides the infamous examination cells themselves, every usable structure had been commandeered. For convenient access, the school adopted the original North Gate as its main entrance. Yuan Shuzhai and the others found themselves following a bewildering circuit of directional signs before finally locating it. The buildings offered substantial space, but precious little of it was actually suitable. Every structure bore the weight of more than a century, leaking roofs, moldy walls, and the persistent odor of decay. By Senate standards, they were barely passable, but necessity made even dilapidated halls into classrooms. Still, running training programs was not unprecedented. The police training school had blazed the trail. The administrators simply transferred a third of the police academy's staff to form the new school's administrative corps, copied the regulations wholesale with minor modifications, and Zhang Yunmi found himself an administrator without much effort. Of the 1,899 examinees, 501 advanced to the interview stage. With the urgent need for personnel, standards remained lenient. Few were eliminated during interviews, and after political review and physical examination, 456 students ultimately enrolled. The cohort ranged widely in age. Yuan Shuzhai, in his early 50s, was not even the oldest. Someone with expertise in astronomy claimed that distinction. Though the curriculum emphasized physical training and military-style management, the reality of the student body required adjustment. Most came from urban petty bourgeois backgrounds, and many were older with less than optimal health. There would be no intensive military drills at the outset. First came medical triage. Students were grouped according to their physical examination results, and those with scabies infection, by far the largest category, received urgent treatment. Based on Lin Motion's experience, many maladies stemmed from poor sanitation and chronic malnutrition. The first step was straightforward: cure the illnesses, cultivate hygiene habits, and improve diet to strengthen bodies. The training program followed a closed format, with all meals provided by the school according to strict nutritional standards. Meat, eggs, fish, vegetables, everything was amply supplied. This treatment is probably rare even among naturalized citizens, Zhang Yunmi remarked. Nutritious meals had been provided to the engine operation refugees as well, but those were people pulled from the brink of starvation, quite different from these scholars. If we don't build up their health first, forget running drills, they'll doze off during lectures, Lin Motion countered. They're different from farmers. Their families supported them through years of study. They never experienced the tempering of manual labor. Their bodies were broken down by endless hours bent over classical texts. For those deemed healthy enough, military training came first. This would establish obedience and team spirit while conditioning their bodies for the grueling work ahead. Senate civil servants did not enjoy 9-to-5 schedules. 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, that was commonplace. The training curricula were compiled by each department individually. The guiding philosophy centered on practical operations rather than theory. Procedures and document formats took precedence over abstract principles. Traditional clerks had dominated government affairs for precisely this reason. They knew the procedures and the formats. Elders with civil service backgrounds from their old lives agreed unanimously. Grassroots civil servants needed to follow established procedures. Decision-making was the province of higher-level cadres. The Unified Core textbooks covered 3 areas: basic cultural courses, general knowledge, and ideological political education. Basic cultural courses meant replacing the students' ingrained writing habits with simplified characters and vernacular Chinese. Since Ming-era vernacular differed considerably from its modern counterpart, thorough re-education was necessary. General knowledge, simple natural science and hygiene, would be a long-term project, taught in increments. Ideological political education, however, was complex and had sparked considerable debate. It required explaining the Senate's national polity, its origins, and its founding principles. The Truth Office had gone through years of revision and rounds of Senate debate before finalizing the official narrative. Since this concerned the very foundations of national legitimacy, the upper echelons had issued clear instructions. Material on the Great Song Australian Temporary Court. Origins should be broad rather than detailed, avoiding specifics that might prove difficult to reconcile with future revelations. By contrast, for post-D-Day history and policies, the Truth Office was instructed to write extensively to demonstrate both political correctness and the mandate of heaven. 3 cardinal points were emphasized relentlessly. First, the Senate was the sole representative of the Huaxia people's interests. Second, the descent of the elders had saved Huaxia from existential annihilation. Third, the Senate stood as the world's beacon, representing the most advanced productive forces, the most enlightened systems, and the most sophisticated culture. As the official motto declared, had heaven not sent the sacred ships, all ages would remain endless night. The Senate's legal succession derived from the Great Song. This was not the rise of a new dynasty, but the return of rightful kings from exile. The dynasties that had ruled after Song, Yuan, and Ming were not recognized as legitimate. The Mongol Yuan was denigrated as false, a barbarian usurpation. The Ming was treated as mere usurpers, caretakers of a throne not rightfully theirs. However, the differences between this song and that song had to be made unmistakably clear. If the Great Song succession were overemphasized, it would dilute Senate authority and create exploitable openings for ambitious pretenders claiming descent from ancient bloodlines. Therefore, the Truth Office compiled an official history. March 19, 1279, the Battle of Yamen ended in catastrophic defeat. Lu Xiufu, the last loyal minister, carried the 8-year-old Emperor Bing into the sea. The Southern Song fell. September 1279, the Southern Song remnants sailed for 6 months through uncharted waters before entering a gigantic maelstrom in the South Seas. After days of violent storms and capsizing waves, they emerged into brilliant sunshine over unknown waters. They landed on a verdant, uninhabited island and named it Australia. January 1, 1280, the exile government established its capital on this distant shore, the Great Song Australian Temporary Court. A new emperor was enthroned. Through fortuitous circumstances and relentless toil, the Great Song achieved tremendous development in its Antipodean refuge. After more than a century, productive forces had increased dramatically. Contradictions between the emerging capitalists and military nobility on one side, and the old landlords and traditional aristocracy on the other, became irreconcilable. This sparked the First Civil War. When the dust settled, the emperor issued a self-criticism edict and established the Senate, incorporating the commercial and military elites into the ruling power structure. Decades later, contradictions between the emperor's faction and the Senate itself triggered the Second Civil War. This conflict ended in the complete and final defeat of the imperial faction. The Great Song name was preserved for the sake of continuity, but the emperor became a mere figurehead with only ritual authority. All substantive power now belonged to the Senate. While these tumultuous events unfolded, the Australians expanded across the vast landmass and established colonies far and wide across the southern hemisphere. Exploration ships periodically attempted to return north, but none could break through the maelstrom. Every few decades, however, wrecked vessels from the maelstrom's far side drifted through, bearing passengers of various ethnicities: Portuguese, Dutch, Japanese, and others. The descendants of these castaways formed Australia's multicultural population. The sacred ships were a carefully planned expedition, launched only after astronomical observations revealed that the maelstrom could be safely traversed at certain times. Considering that the voyagers might never return, the ships were fully stocked with provisions, tools, and knowledge. All passengers were granted the title of elder before departure, a recognition of their sacrifice and authority. The Truth Office had invented this maelstrom narrative deliberately, intending it as a veiled hint at a wormhole, comprehensible only to those with the conceptual framework to grasp it. Since Australia bore no traces of prior civilization, fabricating a non-existent maelstrom, one that could be interpreted however future circumstances required, would facilitate ongoing narrative adjustments. End of chapter. Chapter 1922, Divine Instrument, January 1636, early morning. Since the Senate's recovery of Guangzhou in March 1635, more than half a year had passed. In those 10 months, the city had endured a tempest of changes. The initial citywide demolition, the subsequent citywide excavation, comprehensive household registration, the New Life movement, then the eruption of the witchcraft case, vice industry rectification, forced collection of vagrants and beggars, and finally the plague outbreak that only subsided shortly before year's end. One upheaval after another had left indelible impressions on both the city's residents and the elders themselves. Fortunately, 1635 ended on a joyous note. The Senate's first public civil service examination had concluded successfully. This recreation of the old timeline's examination system, whether or not it truly resembled its model, fully demonstrated the Senate's determination to start fresh with new methods, and held significant symbolic weight. Accompanied by the biting north winds of the Little Ice Age, an H-800 class transport ship belonging to the Navy was towed slowly into position by a tugboat, gliding toward the VIP pier of Guangzhou's Big World. Unlike the other piers already piled high with materials and equipment, this one was clean and quiet, as if it had never been used. This was the Big World's internal pier, reserved exclusively for elders and naturalized citizen cadres. As a brief military bugle call sounded from the ship, a squad of guards deployed from within, taking up positions along the pier. Everyone knew another elder had arrived in Guangzhou. After Guangzhou's initial stabilization, many elders who had been hibernating in Lingao for years had awakened, one after another, swarming toward Guangzhou like flies sensing blood. Almost every ship arriving carried several of them. Most had already donned titles like Director, Division Chief, or Bureau Chief of some Guangdong or Guangzhou department. Others held vaguer designations like Inspector, Special Commissioner, or Specialist. These were the more cautious ones, reluctant to abandon their comfortable nest in Lingao, preferring to make an inspection tour of Guangzhou before committing. Today's situation was different, however, because elders had actually come to the pier to greet the arrivals. When Guangzhou had first been recovered, Liu Xiang, adhering to the principle that courtesy never offends and everyone coming is here to help, would either personally welcome any arriving elder, whether coming to assume a position or merely visiting, or at minimum send a member of the municipal government leadership team to the pier to offer greetings. As the workload grew increasingly demanding, and the arriving elders ever more numerous, this courtesy died a natural death. Now when elders arrived in Guangzhou, apart from staff dispatched by the Guangzhou Municipal Government's General Affairs section for reception, Mayor Liu, Director Lin, and the other top brass were nowhere to be seen. Only occasionally would the corresponding department's elder come to greet someone. The elder who had come to the pier today was Ai Jixin, Guangdong Regional Tax Commissioner and concurrent Guangzhou Municipal Tax Bureau Director. In truth, the elders arriving on the ship were not from the finance and taxation system. They could even be said to have nothing whatsoever to do with that department. But they were crucial to the next phase of the finance department's work. The cold wind blowing over the river in the morning was genuinely biting. "Is this really Guangdong?" Ai Jixin muttered, involuntarily pulling his wool overcoat tighter. If he didn't absolutely need their consultation, he would never have bothered with this early morning errand. The municipal and police departments clearly also have needs, so why does welcoming them fall to me? He grumbled silently, watching the sailors mooring and setting up the gangplank. These people are way too slow. As he watched a group cluster around several pot-bellied men descending from the deck, Ai Jixin knew without seeing their faces that those walking with hands clasped behind their backs were elders. He hurried forward, forcing a sunny smile onto his face. "Welcome to Guangzhou, comrades." Halfway through his greeting, Ai Jixin suddenly realized something was wrong. These elders approaching him were from education. In Lingao, elders not knowing each other wasn't unusual. After all, there were more than 500 people. Some were away for extended periods, others rarely participated in public activities. But education department elders had unusually high recognition. Most departments had to deal with them at some point. The one in front was Yuan Ziguang, followed by Dong Yizhai. Ai Jixin recalled that the latest issue of Weekly Developments had carried an appointment notice. Yuan Ziguang was now chairman of the Guangzhou Education People's Committee. He hadn't expected Yuan Ziguang to arrive on this very ship. That was fast. Yuan Ziguang spotted him as well. The two immediately firmly shook hands, and Ai Jixin found himself forced into exchanging pleasantries. "Director Ai, Dong Yizhai and I are coming to Guangzhou to run education. We're short on people and funds. You, the god of wealth of Guangzhou, must lend us much assistance." Yuan Ziguang had been calculating on the ship. Now, seeing Ai Jixin deliver himself to his doorstep, he wasted no time making his pitch. Ai Jixin found nothing more annoying than being called god of wealth. These past months, just sorting out the fiscal and taxation system had added dozens of gray hairs, not to mention the hopelessly tangled mess of the tax structure itself. What kind of god of wealth am I? I'm just District Chief Wen and Mayor Liu's accountant. Ai Jixin laughed, then immediately changed the subject. What's this? You've come to Guangzhou to establish a girls' middle school. As organizer of the Pleated Skirt Club and one of the founders of the idol group, 4 Seasons, Yuan Ziguang's desire to establish a girls' middle school to satisfy his own and certain other elders' peculiar interests was well known in Lingao. Not long before the Guangdong campaign began, he had lobbied the Senate relentlessly to split up Fangqiati School. Obviously, Zhu Qiujing had no interest in either splitting Fangqiati or establishing a girls' middle school. He had banished Yuan Ziguang far off to Guangzhou, telling him to start from scratch on his own. This kept him from constantly organizing coalitions in Lingao and stirring up sentiment. Out of sight, out of mind. The guiding principle was simple. Whatever you want to do is fine, as long as you can convince the Planning Commission to greenlight it. The ideal is bountiful, reality is bone-thin, Yuan Ziguang sighed. The little capital given to me might not even be enough to run a few elementary schools. Just as Ai Jixin exchanged pleasantries with Yuan Ziguang above deck, down in the H-800's VIP cabin, Feng Yuo and Xu Laowu were sweating profusely, searching the compartment for something. What they sought was an utterly unremarkable item in the old timeline. Neither in terms of ubiquity nor price could a multimeter be considered anything precious. But in this timeline, setting aside the fact that even a 21st century plastic bag was controlled material under the Planning Commission, for Feng Yuo and Xu Laowu, a multimeter and soldering iron were their divine instruments. Without these two items, they couldn't perform even the most basic work. Though the Planning Commission warehouse had multimeter inventory, this Hioki unit was Feng Yuo's personal possession, used for years. He had been using it on the ship to repair computers. Now they were about to disembark and the multimeter had vanished. This search cost them considerable time. By the time they finally fished the multimeter out of a suitcase, only AI Jixin remained on the pier, breathing into his hands and stamping his feet against the cold. "If you hadn't come down soon, I would have frozen to death right here," AI Jixin complained, his nose running. "We couldn't find an important item just now, took some time," Feng Yuo said apologetically. "Let's hurry and go." Wait, where's the stuff you brought, the computer?" "That thing is still in the lower hold, dozens of crates. The three of us can't carry it ourselves. After unloading, it still needs installation and debugging. Won't be ready for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. Alas, I thought it could be used right away." AI Jixin's face showed visible disappointment. "What we desperately need right now is data processing capability. Without data reports, I'm completely flying blind here. Rest assured, while this equipment can't compare to old timeline standards, compared to abacuses and hand-cranked calculators, it definitely deserves being called a divine instrument." Feng Yuo paused. "However, this system also requires many operators. Old Su brought over some girls from the data center, but that's definitely not enough. You'll need to train local personnel as well. Personnel is no problem. What we have most of here is people." AI Jixin led them into the big world's inner sanctum and sat down in the elder rest area. "But training probably can't be done in a day or two." "That's not an issue. We have training experience," Xu Laowu said confidently. "The key is care and patience. Literacy and numeracy are sufficient." The man called Xu Laowu was actually named Zhu Qiujing, serving as Planning Commission Data Center Director. A middle-aged man, he had previously run his own IT company in the old timeline, with modest success. Being also a mathematics graduate from a 985 university, these two qualifications combined made him the natural choice to oversee the Senate's big data work. This time he and Feng Yuo had come to Guangzhou specifically to establish a computing center to process the ever-expanding torrent of statistical data. Naturally, with server and component reserves only ever diminishing, the Planning Commission couldn't possibly allocate precious reserves of modern electronics for this work. Therefore, this South China data center would be, like Lingao's National Data Center, a hybrid indigenous modern product. However, this time the indigenous method wasn't limited to manual calculation. They would use the IT department's newly developed mechanical computers, and Feng Yuo was one of the main developers of this divine instrument. He had come to Guangzhou for assembly, debugging, and user training. The mechanical computer, currently lying in the H-800's cargo hold, could, strictly speaking, only be called a semi-finished product. Many early mechanical computer functions were limited by the Senate's gaps in electromechanical capabilities and couldn't yet be replicated. Thus, it was destined to be a clunky, difficult-to-use machine. But even clunky and difficult to use, its processing efficiency was dozens, perhaps hundreds, of times faster than manual calculation. Most crucially, its indexing and statistical functions meant the vast amounts of data collected by the Senate could now be put to actual use, rather than merely sitting idle on statistical forms. End of chapter. Chapter 1923, Mechanical Computer. Is it entirely mechanical this time? AI Jixin asked with visible concern. To be honest, he wasn't reassured by the combination of mechanical and computer. The finance department had used several hand-cranked mechanical calculators. On the whole, the results were barely satisfactory. Aside from being clunky, oversized, and ugly, they frequently malfunctioned. Still, he had to admit that even in their unreliable state, their efficiency far surpassed manual calculation with an abacus. There are also some electronic computers, Feng Yu said, hesitating slightly when he mentioned the term. What he called an electronic computer had been cobbled together by the IT department using stockpiled microcontrollers and other salvaged components. For most people, a pile of messy circuit boards hardly qualified as a computer. That's good, then. The hand-cranked calculators we use in the finance department are just passable, but the failure rate is abysmal, AI Jixin shook his head. Of course, they're still much faster than clerks with abacuses, but they can't automatically summarize. Without statistical functions, we still have to manually consolidate and fill in forms. The margin for error there is massive. The more hands numbers pass through, the greater the probability of error. That's why what we brought this time is a computer, not a calculator, Feng Yu said. Where will our office be located? This set of equipment isn't small. Director Liu's opinion is that your office should be temporarily located in the big world. As for the computing center itself, there are plenty of houses in Guangzhou City, but most decent ones are government offices or temples, all over 100 years old. Many have leaking roofs and mold, and there are swarms of rats and insects. They're not suitable for housing precision equipment, so the plan is to put it in the Guangzhou New District on Henan Island. It was no secret that Henan Island was planned to become Guangzhou's new urban core. The planning maps had long been released. In a sense, all the agencies currently working in the old city were merely temporary. How long will it take to build the computer room on Henan Island? Feng Yu asked, clearly concerned. The computer room is basically finished, but the conditions on Henan Island are still relatively primitive. It's essentially a large rural village, AI Jixin said. Though honestly, I think it's quite good. Guangzhou City is currently being dug up everywhere, so it's not much better than the countryside. Feng Yu and his colleagues had little interest in this medieval city anyway, especially after seeing the notifications about plague outbreaks. They felt absolutely no nostalgia for the old city of Guangzhou. Hearing that the computer room was already built, they immediately expressed readiness to move there the next day. Don't rush, AI Jixin waved his hand. Rest for a few days in the big world first. After seeing off AI Jixin, Feng Yu and Xu Laowu found themselves with little to do. They had rested enough on the boat, basically sleeping as soon as they boarded, and even when they couldn't sleep, they just lay there. Now was a good time to stretch their muscles, so they walked and chatted through the inner sanctum of the big world, discussing their vision for the future Southern Computing Center. Speaking reasonably, this computing center should be equipped with servers. After all, Guangzhou will be our capital for the next few years. Will this thing really work? Zhu Qiujing finally voiced what he had been thinking all along. The computing center Zhu Qiujing managed in Lingao ran largely on servers from the old timeline. Though he wasn't a professional hardware technician, he was well aware of the enormous generational gap between electronic and mechanical computers. This machine, touted as the first practical mechanical computer manufactured by the Senate, fell far short in computing power, not only compared to the world's first electronic computer, ENIAC, but even compared to the mechanical relay computer designed by the German Zeus. Zhu Qiujing had participated in the development process of this computer in Lingao. Looking at it objectively, he felt it should at least be upgraded to a relay computer to have genuine practical value. Actually, we don't have many usable servers left, not counting the systems sealed for backup at Gaishanling, and you know those systems can't possibly be put into daily use. The final backup system at Gaishanling was the last resort for preserving and accessing the vast ocean of data in the Great Library. The Senate hoped to use it to survive the looming dark age of computers. It wouldn't be touched now under any circumstances. Our IT department has a plan to build computing servers using ARM processors. The Planning Commission has a shipping container full of those reserves. It will be no problem to use them until the day we can replicate vacuum tube or transistor computers. The key bottleneck is that our peripherals are dying. Keyboards, mice, monitors, hard drives, printers, all of it had finite lifespans, and the Planning Commission's reserves were not inexhaustible. Without peripherals, servers were meaningless. And now the demand for data processing was expanding exponentially. Just from the perspective of census and household registration alone, the expansion of data processing volume brought by the conquest of Guangzhou had increased by orders of magnitude. So we can only use punched cards. Exactly, Feng Yuo confirmed. After speaking, he fell into deep thought, his mind returning to the bumpy journey of developing this computer. 10 months ago. PR-14 is not conducting. Dr. Zhang, good news, it's just a current limiting resistor that's broken. I should have a spare. Feng Yuo stood up from his chair and walked to an iron cabinet in the corner of the room. The cabinet rested on what appeared to be a new white wood table, its height exactly level with Feng Yuo's upper body. Zhang Lishi saw that the cabinet was about half a meter high, half a meter deep, and 1 meter long. Much of the surface paint had peeled off, though the handle was polished to a shine, and the keyhole sat in the middle of the double doors. It looked like junk salvaged from the Fengcheng, probably originally a storage locker in the crew quarters. The steel plant and machinery plant could now roll out cabinets of the same specifications. There were plenty in Zhang Lishi's office and warehouse. But for some reason, compared to what had been brought from the original timeline, even compared to junk like this, the products of this timeline always looked rough, yet one couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong. Zhang Lishi was reminded of the feeling he'd had comparing American goods with domestic products when he first went to study in the US in the 1990s. For his own clock and battery products, the situation was even more severe. Maybe it will be better in a few years, he thought to himself. In the old timeline, by the year 2000, Made in China had swept the world. Feng Yuo took out a key and opened the cabinet door. There wasn't much inside. A stack of untidy printed materials mixed with quite a few handwritten and hand-drawn blueprints, several light bulbs, a roll of solder, a few self-sealing plastic bags, and a few iron boxes. Feng Yuo extracted a battered Xinghualu mooncake tin, opened the lid, and took out a paper packet. The packet was stamped with a blurred black marking. Do not eat, obviously desiccant, manufactured by the chemical plant in this timeline. Feng Yuo closed the cabinet door, walked back to the desk, set the tin on the workbench, and shook it under the desk lamp. The few components inside rattled. He picked one up, looked at it for a moment, shook his head, and tossed it back. Doesn't seem quite right. Better not just swap it in for you. He paused to think, saw Zhang Lishi's dejected expression, and quickly added, last month Lin Shen's computer broke. It was also a Sony, seemed to be a similar model, maybe an older one. His problem was pretty serious. Screen artifacts caused by loose soldering on the screen cable. Couldn't fix it with a soldering iron. We don't have specialized equipment or materials now, nor a clean room, so it's definitely a write-off. Zhang Lishi understood. Feng Yuo was being long-winded, laying so much groundwork just to tell him to check Lin Shen's scrapped motherboard for a similar component. He grew anxious, worried that Lin Shen's broken computer was no longer in his possession. Just as he was about to speak, Feng Yuo continued. Shen went to Gaishanling to scrap the computer and happened to run into Feng Zong's going to store his. He's rarely in Lingao all year round, wouldn't have come back if not for this plenary session. The computer he brought hadn't been used much, so he planned to store it at Gaishanling. Seeing him drag Feng Zong's into it, Zhang Lishi hurriedly interrupted. Then I'll go ask Shen. I might need your help to take a look in a few days. Thanks in advance. With that, he slipped out of the room. Feng Yuo was left momentarily stunned, having to swallow back the gossip about Shen borrowing Feng Zong's computer. He suspected it would be difficult for Dr. Zhang to get parts from Lin Shen's old machine. Since that gentleman's computer couldn't be repaired, it was already scrapped. Technically, ownership had reverted to the Planning Commission and the Senate. Since the crossing, as time passed, more and more personal items from the old timeline belonging to elders were being scrapped. Elders generally had deep sentimental attachments to these items, especially alien tech products like computers that were unlikely to be revived in their lifetimes. Most hoped to preserve them in a more professional environment like the Planning Commission's controlled goods warehouse. The hot and humid environment of elder apartments or offices would only accelerate deterioration. Out of consideration for preserving old timeline technology, the Planning Commission offered a paid service to recover obsolete items from elders. Though the recovery conditions offered by the Planning Commission were very attractive, often new timeline high-grade special supplies, plus some old timeline office supplies, expired or nearly expired food and luxury goods, many elders still hoped to rent a sealed storage box in the Planning Commission warehouse to preserve these old items, waiting for the slim chance they might see the light of day again. However, electronic and electrical items like computers were not within the scope of the storage service. Once maintenance personnel confirmed an item as unrepairable, it would be forced into the scrapping procedure, so the Planning Commission could dismantle the device to obtain spare parts. Though modern electronic equipment mostly used large-scale integrated circuits, and there weren't many components that could be desoldered, every additional spare part meant one more possibility of repairing other equipment. This was crucial for the Planning Commission, whose stock of electronic and electrical equipment was constantly dwindling due to attrition. End of chapter. Chapter 1924. The man who fixes computers. The Senate strongly supported this matter. Not only did they allocate special funds to expand the old timeline goods warehouse at Gaishanling to store elders' scrapped personal items, but they also spared no expense offering consumer goods to buy back these items. On one hand, this recovered precious resources. On the other, it prevented these items from flowing into society and causing information leaks. These items from the old timeline, even something as simple as a notebook, demonstrated the backwardness of the Senate's existing industrial products in terms of material quality, processing technology, and performance. Why were Australian products so advanced, yet the Senate could only produce clunky, big, and ugly austerity versions? This doubt had long festered among naturalized citizens. Regarding the origin of the elders, the Australia explanation was currently in use, but the Australia story wasn't a panacea. Therefore, for a long time, information about the original timeline was handled with a strict policy of containment. The General Office and the Great Library jointly issued the notice on preventing the diffusion of old timeline intelligence. Zhang Haigu of the Truth Office took the lead and, based on this, formulated the Advanced Technology Protection Regulations draft. The seemingly innocuous title concealed many controversial clauses, inspecting the preservation status of old timeline items in elders' private spaces and offices, conducting random checks on life secretaries' knowledge of old timeline technology and history, and monitoring and preventing core naturalized citizens from discussing the origins of the transmigrators. This draft was unsurprisingly rejected, but it had left a significant mark. The result was that the Senate and the Executive Committee formulated a series of policies to prevent intelligence diffusion based on the original notice. This trade-in policy for personal items was an important measure among the confidentiality protocols. Lin Shen probably felt his computer was beyond repair, and having borrowed Feng Zhang's computer gave him something to fall back on, so he simply handed it over to the Planning Commission for scrapping and recycling. So if Dr. Zhang wanted to get his hands on this scrapped computer, it would likely be handled according to the procedures for accessing Senate-reserved old timeline materials, and the approval process for that was notoriously complex. Besides, Lin Shen's machine had a broken screen cable, while the rest of the motherboard functions remained relatively intact. It was uncertain whether the Great Library would agree to let him remove a component from the power module. In truth, Feng Yuo also had a say in this matter, especially regarding the removal of parts. Of course, the approval process wasn't under his control. He just signed off as the head of the technical department. If Dr. Zhang can settle everything beforehand, doing a favor wouldn't hurt, he thought. Anyway, only one of the two computers can survive. Saving one is as good as saving the other. I haven't refused elders' requests on similar forms before, transmigrating and actually bringing a Sony. Feng Yuo shook his head, replaced the desiccant in the iron box, returned it to the cabinet, relocked it, and went back to his desk. In the old timeline, Feng Yuo had been a PhD student in the computer science department of a university in Beijing. His supervisor was a big name in the field of computer architecture, mediocre academic standards, but exceptionally skilled at bragging and maneuvering. Not that this had much to do with Feng Yuo. He wasn't an angry youth. It wasn't easy for the boss to feed a large group of people, and he treated Feng Yuo reasonably well. Unfortunately, Feng Yuo wasn't a creative person. One might even say he was rather inert. By his 6th year of PhD study, he had written a mountain of code and a heap of applications, guides, patents, and reports, but had barely managed to churn out a few papers, published in journals of mediocre quality. The boss didn't give much guidance but had high standards for graduation and wouldn't relent to let him defend his dissertation, let alone drop out to find work. Feng Yuo's face didn't matter, but the boss's face did. Feng Yuo felt boxed in. In those 2 years, PhD students jumping off buildings was a trend. Feng Yuo could well understand the depression brought by graduation pressure, and was genuinely worried that one day his dopamine levels might happen to dip, and he would take that path. Of course, hindsight proved Feng Yuo had worried in the wrong direction. His hormone levels seemed to remain consistently high. Combined with graduation pressure, this led him to resolutely join the transmigration expedition. Perhaps due to his hormone levels falling back after the crossing, he soon regretted it, and regretted it many times. The most recent instance was just now while talking to Dr. Zhang, when he suddenly remembered he was just an ungraduated PhD student. In the early days after the crossing, Feng Yuo was deeply depressed for a while. In truth, he wasn't suited for transmigration. He was the kind of person who couldn't function outside the modern technological environment and the internet. Fortunately, relying on the golden signboard of his school and years of coding experience, Feng Yuo infiltrated the IT group and hung around for a long time. Of course, he claimed to be a PhD, boasting about how great his academic achievements were, and how he had only transmigrated in anger because his achievements had been usurped by his boss. This routine had truly inherited the essence of his former supervisor. In fact, no one had the time or inclination to scrutinize the authenticity of his doctorate, so he hadn't been exposed yet. However, this was of limited use. There were plenty of people in computer-related majors in the Senate, but it was one of the most useless specializations. Feng Yuo called it a former sunrise industry. Everyone knew this stuff was too advanced, so much so that the first generation couldn't possibly restore the electronic information industry of the old timeline in their lifetimes. So Feng Yuo quickly put away his boasting and settled into muddling along. Working in the computer room offered unique advantages. His job was mainly maintenance, which wasn't particularly demanding. The spare time was spent playing games, reading forum posts, watching movies. He was like a fish that had accidentally swum into a water-filled rut, greedily breathing the modern atmosphere in the computer room every day. The place where he worked was called the Senate's Computing and Data Center, and the director was Xu Laowu. However, Xu Laowu didn't manage the computer room directly. He was the overall person in charge. Feng Yuo's current official title was Director of the High-Performance Computing Resource Management Office of the Planning Commission. His main task was managing all electronic computing equipment brought by the transmigrators from the old timeline. From the large computing clusters deep in the general manufacturing plant down to the Delhi solar calculators in the hands of individual elders. Although he held several other concurrent positions with different names, it amounted to this. He was the Senate's computer system administrator plus repairman. Considering confidentiality requirements, he also had to moonlight as a cleaner. Fortunately, later there were life secretaries. He applied to have one come over to work part-time as security duty, though the main work was cleaning and helping with repairs. Feng Yu originally had several colleagues, including many coders, system administrators, database administrators, and others whose skills far exceeded his own. They all despaired of this former sunrise industry one after another and changed careers. After all, most IT group people had data analysis and processing skills. Some went outside to be leaders, some went to the planning commission, some to various departments in the industrial sector, some to the general staff to develop combat training simulation and logistics management software, and of course, some went into general administration. The list went on. Fewer and fewer people remained, but coincidentally, the work in this former sunrise industry grew heavier day by day. The reason was simple. It had been 6 or 7 years since the crossing. Under the hot and humid conditions of Hainan, lacking necessary maintenance facilities, with unstable power supply and bumpy transport, the lifespans of various electronic components were running out one after another. Dr. Zhang this morning and Lin Shen earlier were just microcosms of the larger trend. Feng Yu's job was nominally called management, but in the past 2 years, most of his energy had actually been spent on repairs. Feng Yu remembered a joke that circulated when he was in school in the old timeline. Hearing you studied computers, all your aunts and relatives ask you to install systems and fix computers. Damn it, who can tell them universities don't teach computer repair? Go to the computer tech city to clean dust and install systems. And now, Feng Yu felt that he, a PhD, wasn't even as competent as someone who studied computer repair in a vocational school. Fortunately, his previous research direction had been hardware-oriented, and he had actually gone to the computer city to learn some practical skills for a few days. In the past few years, he had supplemented his knowledge and practiced regularly. He finally upgraded his computer repair skills from swapping graphics cards and memory to being able to replace individual components, thus securing his position as director of the High-Performance Computing Resource Management Office. It was hard to say whether fixing computers counted as private work or official business. Calling it official business, most of the equipment he repaired belonged to elders personally. Calling it private work, these elders' personal computers were actually the pillars of various aspects of the Senate's undertakings, involving the allocation of large amounts of top-controlled old timeline materials and components. However, officially speaking, Feng Yu's most important work duty remained the management of the computing center. Contrary to most people's imagination, the computing center and data center were not located in the stronghold of Senate Black Technology, the Gaya Shanling Great Library, but in a separate courtyard deep within the general manufacturing plant in Bern City. This was a deliberate choice. The Senate's network infrastructure capabilities were running purely on legacy capital, and there was no hope of establishing a self-reliant system in the foreseeable future. Therefore, being able to post on forums, check databases, or connect to computing clusters to run simulation data at any time could only be done within Bern City. The Senate didn't have enough equipment and cables to support network access in Gaya Shanling or Lingao County. To conserve materials, most of the wired and wireless network connection equipment originally provided in various office buildings and elder apartments had been dismantled, retaining only a small number of access nodes. For elder apartments, if one wanted to use the network, one had to go to a dedicated internet room. Office networks were strictly limited to a few access nodes per department. Having the computing center's servers together with the precision processing equipment from the original timeline at the general manufacturing plant, also facilitated stable power supply and security protection. For dispatched agencies in Sanya, Guangzhou, and elsewhere, as well as places around Lingao with power supply like Bapu Port, Gaoshanling, Tabai Observatory, Maniao Industrial Zone, and Maniao Fort. Even if elders could use personal computers for work, information exchange could only be done using USB flash drives. This had once caused the USB ports of the receiving servers to age and break successively. The Planning Commission had to requisition USB hubs from all elders. This small item, which sold for only a few yuan in the original timeline, had been completely forgotten by the vast majority of people, becoming one of the few items not brought from the ship. In the end, Feng Yuo only managed to collect a meager handful of hubs, using them carefully and sparingly every day. End of chapter. Chapter 1925. Not a life secretary. During a casual chat, Dr. Zhang remarked that USB ports had no technical complexity and could likely be produced locally. Feng Yuo dismantled several damaged ports and found Dr. Zhang was right. Almost all damage stemmed from frequent use, causing wear and oxidation of the copper electrodes and mechanical destruction of the plastic tongue. Damage to chips and cables was rare. As for the port itself, perhaps they could try manufacturing it themselves, using wood or similar materials for insulation. But Feng Yuo wasn't confident whether such an austerity version would actually function. Some work still required professional expertise. He drew a so-called design blueprint of his own on paper. Feng Yuo hadn't formally studied related design, so this blueprint was based entirely on the USB port he had disassembled, sketching out what materials and processing methods should be used to fabricate each component. Near noon, Feng Yuo's student, Feng Shan, walked into the room carrying 2 lunches. When the first 2 batches of life secretaries were distributed, Feng Yuo, who had high aesthetic standards, had gone to draw lots for an A-class assignment but never won one. Later, when he was called to substitute a class at Feng Qiati, he had taken a fancy to a little girl in the class, Feng Shan. In that class, Feng Yuo assigned an expository essay, asking students to freely write based on the curriculum content they had learned in school. Yes, Feng Yuo was actually substituting for a Chinese class. Given his professional background, teaching Chinese was the most realistic option. However, he found this girl's Chinese wasn't particularly strong. Seeing the title, The Chicken and Rabbit in the Same Cage Problem, he frowned. This was a top student in the fast-track group. Feng Yuo felt puzzled, but upon reading more closely, he found the content the little girl had written was actually quite good. The problem was explained clearly, and the solution method was rigorous and standard. He couldn't help but look at the girl with renewed interest. Though she had a thin frame and a somewhat pale complexion, her features were delicate, her eyes lively, and her smile gentle. The classical phrase, "her artful smile is captivating, her beautiful eyes look with longing," rose unbidden in Feng Yu's mind, and he felt some strange switch flip in his heart. A few days later, Feng Yu seemingly casually mentioned this girl to Yuan Ziguang and learned that her mathematics grades were extraordinarily striking. She had not only completed most of the junior high school math content from the old timeline, but could also teach the entire curriculum to the regular senior elementary classes. Though Yuan Ziguang didn't show anything unusual when discussing this girl, Feng Yu sharply detected a scent similar to his own in Yuan's expression and tone. The little girl looked about 11 or 12 at the time, but Feng Yu knew that girls in the new timeline suffered from poor nutrition, so he estimated she should be about 15. He decided to act quickly to avoid being beaten to the punch. Initially, Feng Yu planned to take the roundabout route of sponsorship to get close, but later, thinking of President Wen's teachings, he steeled his heart and brazenly went to cultivate rapport with her. It didn't take much effort to win the little girl's quiet affection. After all, how many girls at Feng Qiati could resist an elder's goodwill? But Feng Yu was soon dumbfounded. He checked the student register at Fang Qiadi and found this girl really was only 12. She was a refugee bought from human traffickers in Guangzhou in the first 2 batches and was also one of the earliest students of the national school. Perhaps due to adequate nutrition at Fang Qiadi in the first 2 years, she had grown relatively tall for her age. Not good. Feng Nuo felt deeply uneasy. He had taken a fancy to a 12-year-old girl. If this news got out, he would be labeled a shameless beast, subhuman worse than dogs and pigs. Though many elders harbored Hikaru Genji fantasies, he hadn't heard of anyone daring to pursue them openly. The key problem was that the general office would never approve transferring this little girl to be a life secretary, not even to the maid school. After thinking it over, Feng Nuo had to brace himself and discuss this matter with Hu Qingbai. Old Hu was well-connected and presumably had some leverage. Maybe there were even case studies or insider knowledge to reference. After listening to him hesitantly explain the whole story, Hu Qingbai grinned. "Your guess isn't wrong. I do know of precedents involving national school female students transferring to the maid school. But you really are setting a new low." Feng Nuo nodded like a chicken pecking rice, squeezing out a few awkward smiles, looking attentive. But Hu Qingbai didn't reveal more details about the precedents, only saying, "The age is indeed a bit young, but that's not an insurmountable problem. The maid school has girls her age, but according to the rules, the allocation standard for life secretaries is at least 16 full years of age. Even if she transfers, you'd have to wait 4 years before allocation. I'm not in a hurry for that." Feng Nuo quickly cleared himself of implication. "There's another point. She's currently a student in the fast-track group. Female students at Fang Qiadi originally aren't allowed to flow into the maid school, let alone elites from the fast-track group. The few precedents were older students with relatively poor grades. Even then, they had to transfer to the vocational training department first and become administrative trainees." Seeing him speaking in circles without giving a straight answer, Feng Nuo felt impatience rising. But since this matter wasn't exactly glorious, he forced himself to endure and listen to the end. "I think you should just register directly with the general office, but don't transfer her to the maid school. First, that violates the system. Second, it's a waste of talent," he sighed. "This girl is a math prodigy and was originally on a full scholarship." There was genuine regret in his voice. "Given her grades and learning ability, going to high school won't be a problem. Maybe later she'll be one of our first college students." Feng Nuo hurriedly guaranteed that it would absolutely not affect the girl's studies. She didn't need to go to the maid school, didn't need to perform maid duties, and could continue living in the dorms and eating in the cafeteria, everything the same as before. But he needed a guarantee that this girl wouldn't be snatched away by other elders. "Don't mention college student. Even graduate student is no problem." Feng Nuo patted his chest in assurance. "I absolutely won't delay her future because of my own preferences." "You are too impatient," Hu Qingbai smiled. "All right, how about this? You go register at the general office first. You'll cover her tuition, or to go a step further, just take her as your student. After all, you're in a technical profession, efficient and legal. At the same time, declare that you guarantee this girl's studies at Fang Qiadi and future work won't be affected." Feng Nuo nodded in agreement. "We will also issue a supporting explanation here, verifying that the girl," he paused, weighing his words carefully, "is willing." The general office didn't make things difficult for Feng Nuo, and the matter was settled. The girl's life was almost entirely unaffected, except her name was changed by Feng Nuo to Feng Shan. She continued attending school at Fang Qiadi. When she had no classes, Feng Shan would come to the computing center to help clean and inspect equipment, learning computer and network knowledge along the way. However, Feng Nuo could see she had no real interest in hardware, but was genuinely interested in the mathematical theories underlying computer applications. For this reason, Feng Nuo started giving her private lessons, sporadically lecturing on topics from higher mathematics. She was now 16 years old. Not only had she entered middle school, but she also undertook some math teaching tasks for senior elementary classes and had even begun participating in the planning of the Senate's mathematics education system. Though it was basically copying the math education of the old timeline, students' acceptance capacity had to be considered, and Feng Shan served as an upper limit benchmark. Combined with her part-time work at the computing center, she was extremely busy, at least busier than Feng Yuo. In situations like today, Feng Yuo would have her bring food back from the Fangqiadi cafeteria for the two of them to eat. "Teacher, time to eat." Hearing Feng Shan call him teacher, Feng Yuo always felt a pang of guilt. After all, teacher-student romance carried the taint of forbidden love. But if she changed to a formal chief, it sounded unbearably distant to him. Feng Shan laid out the lunch boxes on the table. Having lived a collective life at Fangqiadi for so long, Feng Shan naturally couldn't cook, nor was she as understanding and considerate as the graduates of the maid school. Though she roughly understood what would happen to her in the future, she still maintained a respectful student's distance from Feng Yuo, which made him somewhat discontented. What the two discussed at the dinner table was almost entirely academic problems. Growing up in Fangqiadi, Feng Shan had no entertainment activities and no hobbies to speak of. The only thing she could talk to Feng Yu about was her studies. Such table conversations either ended with a spirited discussion of a math problem or concluded with an awkward silence when they had nothing to say. "This girl is really not cute," Feng Yu secretly complained. After lunch, Feng Shan went to the General Affairs Office of the General Manufacturing Plant to collect replacement desiccant, while Feng Yu began his routine inspection of equipment operation. After Xu Laowu became the director of the data center a few years ago, he had put great effort into infrastructure improvements, which greatly reduced Feng Yu's maintenance workload. Originally, every summer and typhoon season had been a time of fear and trembling for Feng Yu. High temperatures, heavy rain, and typhoons worsened conditions for the data center housed in shipping containers and elevated factory buildings. Every year before summer, he had to spend enormous effort on various protective measures. This month the computing center was in a shutdown state, while the data center was running. No major inspection was needed today. Feng Yu just checked the health status indicator lights of every hard drive in the cabinets one by one, and that was it. Yesterday, he had replaced a hard drive whose indicator light had turned yellow. Though post-detection showed it could still be used in a pinch, Feng Yu sincerely hoped there wouldn't be any more problems today. The spare hard drives he had on hand were left over from canceling a raid group, and there weren't many left. For the yellow light hard drive, he routinely ran a disk detection program to check the damage. Generally, hard drive problems involved bad sectors, so he would have to either shield the bad sectors or perform a low-level format based on the extent of damage to extend the hard drive's lifespan as much as possible. End of chapter. Chapter 1926. Initial exploration in the old timeline. This wouldn't have been much of a problem. Ordinary server rooms maintained multiple data backups. If a hard drive broke, you simply bought a new one. But here, hard drives were carriers of precious data storage, extremely valuable items. Once a hard drive was damaged without a backup, it meant the complete loss of a portion of irreplaceable knowledge. Feng Yu had to attend to them with meticulous care, squeezing the maximum value out of every drive. Elders' personal computers had begun to malfunction and suffer irreversible damage. Those that weren't broken still exhibited varying degrees of component wear, aging, and failure. Although the high-performance, large-capacity clusters of the computing center and data center were currently operating normally, he had to ensure carefully that the servers could run for another 10 or 20 years. The computing center brought by the elders on the ship consisted of several sets of blade servers, plus some fat nodes, accompanied by high-speed disk arrays with capacities measured in tens of terabytes for storage. The data center consisted of a small number of service nodes and ordinary disk arrays measured in petabytes. There was also a tape backup system. Equipment wasn't abundant, but the total investment had exceeded 10 million. The Senate couldn't afford any more. After all, every industry was reaching out for funding and quota allocations at that time. If computer systems didn't carry huge reserves of knowledge, they would have been completely dismissed as luxury toys by some elders. Because computer components were essentially impossible to manufacture within the elders' lifetimes, the storage and use of equipment were calculated down to the last penny. According to relevant orders issued by the Planning Commission in previous years, one set of all equipment had to be set aside and transported to Gaishanling to be sealed as original standard equipment templates, not listed in usable reserves. Therefore, Feng Yu reduced the number of operating units, ensuring only necessary usage. Now a mirror of the data center was placed at the Great Library. Feng Yu's equipment here was barely maintaining normal operation. In the early days after the crossing, the computing center's protection measures against moisture, dust, static electricity, and temperature control were severely insufficient, which had somewhat affected the lifespan of the equipment, especially the hard drives in the disk arrays. Theoretically, the operating life of servers is very long. Running without shutdown for 7 or 8 years is common. If maintained properly, running for more than 10 years poses no problem. Of course, the key premise is sufficient maintenance, especially timely replacement of accessories. This is why servers need to support hot swapping. To ensure hot backups of all cluster disk arrays as much as possible, Feng Yu currently operated only half the blades. Then he adopted a rotation method of periodic booting to extend their lifespan. The computing center was powered on for 2 months out of every 4. The data center rotated operation with the mirror at the Great Library. Speaking of which, the data center was actually more important than the computing center. The computing center was mainly used by people in the industrial and military sectors. Large-scale computing tasks in other fields were few, mostly handled on elders' personal computers and departmental-level small servers. The data center, however, was indispensable to every department. Over ownership and management rights of the data center, the Great Library and the Planning Commission had clashed repeatedly. The Great Library argued that their core resource was actually the content in the data center, while the Planning Commission insisted on the principle of centralized management and use, demanding the computing and data centers be placed together. The two sides took the dispute to the Executive Committee. In the end, indexing, management, viewing, and auditing of data content went to the Great Library, while the Planning Commission remained responsible only for hardware and software maintenance. Later, during the second anti-encirclement combat readiness period, a set of mirrors was transferred to the Great Library for offline operation, first, as a secure backup, second, to facilitate the Great Library's compilation of indexes and planning of the data paperization project. Moreover, the power supply there had also stabilized. The data center was originally planned to have 3 sets of mirrors backing each other up. Running in the current rotating boot mode, it was estimated that maintaining operations for another 10 to 20 years wouldn't be a major problem. What was concerning was that recently there had been cases of personally carried portable hard drives breaking. Feng Yu could still fix simple computer glitches, but if a hard drive broke completely, he didn't have the expertise for data recovery. Equally worrying as hard drives was memory. Fortunately, these components were small in volume, and they had stocked quite a few memory chips preserved in sealed, deoxygenated packaging. All signs indicated that the data and information processing capabilities the Senate prided itself on had begun to decline. Feng Yu felt both his position and his livelihood growing increasingly precarious. Currently, the Senate's deinformatization process had been proceeding for several years and was quite advanced. Not only had a large batch of important technical and historical materials completed synicization, paperization, and indexing, But departmental business dealings had also completely detached from computers and networks. New office buildings no longer installed wired and wireless networks. Elders' private and official information transmission gradually stopped using USB drives or email. Fewer people posted on the BBS, while weekly developments and Morning Star grew thicker. Nature and Science changed from a monthly to a weekly publication. Even after relevant executive committee agencies moved to the county seat, work efficiency had slightly improved. It could be said that even if all computer equipment collapsed immediately, the Senate could continue to function. Of course, the replication of the tech tree would suffer a severe blow. After all, paperizing petabytes of data wasn't realistic. Currently, only the most conceivable, most critical technical data was being preserved. After the start of the second five-year plan, the Planning Commission, the technology sector, and the industrial sector were already compiling the Senate's medium to long-term technology and industrial development plan. That is, roughly determining the tech tree for the next 20 to 50 years. Only then could they clarify needs and carry out the next step of technical data paperization work. As for computing power, the Senate still had a final batch of reserves. In the dark, oxygen-deficient Planning Commission special controlled goods warehouse in the Gaishanling caves, several tightly sealed containers held the IT group's final reserve. Everything was tightly sealed in special packaging. Most were industrial-grade microcontrollers using embedded systems. At least their computing processing power was absolutely sufficient. Most critically, they were light and cheap. A single container could hold tens of thousands. There were also smartphone motherboards, some wholesale from Huaqiangbei, some cheaper imported electronic waste, plus portable scientific calculators. The goal was to ensure that for 100 years, the Senate would possess computing power and data processing and analysis capabilities superior to other regions of the world. Before most of the Senate's computer systems failed, these unremarkable little devices could at least barely sustain operations until the Senate could rebuild the computer industrial system. Feng Yuo estimated that, optimistically, it would take about 50 years. Naturally, Feng Yuo set his sights on the predecessor of the computer, the mechanical computer. In fact, the development plan for mechanical computers had a long history. As early as the first five-year plan, the industrial sector had begun work on imitating hand-cranked calculators. Yes, imitation. As the saying goes, what those above favor, those below will outdo. Hand-cranked calculator manufacturing had been initiated 2 years ago, but no one had asked Feng Yuo if he wanted to participate, so he had remained an outsider. This wasn't really a matter for computer people. It was purely a mechanical design and manufacturing problem. Can a hand-cranked calculator even be called a computer? At best, it's just a calculator. Feng Yuo thought with some sourness and would complain fiercely whenever he cornered an old colleague. Even Feng Shan's ears had grown calluses from listening. But the imitation project for this hand-cranked computer, or hand-cranked calculator, didn't go smoothly and hadn't completely succeeded even now. Initially, of course, the project team aimed at the pinnacle of hand-cranked calculators, the CURTA. Before the crossing, the preparatory group had specifically bought 2 original units from eBay at a high price, one Type I and one Type II. Disassemble, imitate, fail. It was no wonder. The CURTA was only the size of a spice jar, but was actually composed of more than 600 parts. The design was exquisitely elegant, and the processing extraordinarily precise. There were many springs, gears, rollers, and other components that Lingao's current processing technology couldn't handle or wasn't mature enough for, and they were extremely small with high precision requirements. There were even rubber and plastic auxiliary parts. In Lingao, these could only be replaced with wood and leather. Although the era that produced the CURTA didn't have the divine tool of CNC machine tools, and it was entirely completed by workers' manual manufacturing and assembly, the Senate didn't have such skilled workers. If CNC machine tools were used for processing, the precision could be met, but the materials completely failed to meet processing needs. Exact replication was impossible, so they had to settle for second best, scaled-up replication. The successfully replicated sample turned out to be the size of a water bucket. Not only was the crank position no longer ergonomic, but human strength could barely turn it. The self-weight was a major problem. Forget portability. Even moving it was difficult. Because tolerances didn't meet requirements and material mechanical strength was inadequate, wear was severe during testing. A few units of the Curta scaled-up replica were eventually sent to the Human Computing Center. At least for calculating 4 arithmetic operations of more than 10 digits, as well as reciprocals and square roots, it was more powerful than an abacus. So when it was first delivered, it caused quite a stir among the naturalized human calculators. However, it quickly became obvious that this contraption was a serious waste of manpower. To be used for extended periods, 1 or 2 dedicated crank turners had to be assigned to cooperate with the calculator. Otherwise, the calculator would soon be exhausted. Next came replicating earlier desktop hand-cranked computers. The target was a cultural brand hand-cranked computer. In the old timeline, the types of hand-cranked computers produced domestically were very limited. The most common were only the cultural brand from Tianjin Red Star Factory and the Flying Fish brand from Shanghai Computer Typewriter Factory. The former was lever style, while the latter was keyboard style. Both were imitations of foreign brands like Brunsviga, Felix, Tiger, Marchant, and Monroe. The control methods differed, but the mechanical principles were largely the same. Later there were also electric computers, but they merely changed hand crank to electric, saving the human effort of turning the crank. End of chapter. Chapter 1927. Basic theory. The reason for choosing cultural over Flying Fish was that the project team had already spent considerable time on the Curta and accumulated some valuable experience. Compared to the keyboard-style Flying Fish, imitating cultural seemed somewhat easier. The main components of the lever-style hand-crank computer included left and right digit dials, actuator, carry mechanism, stepped drum, counter, shift mechanism, and check mechanism. The manufacturing difficulties still lay in the material strength of mechanisms like the carry, counter, and shift components. Sometimes the setting levers, teeth, and tooth plates wore excessively. Sometimes the torsion springs and compression spring sheets lacked sufficient elasticity. Sometimes the 11-tooth gear tolerances were too large, leading to problems like number skipping, dragging, or half numbers. The lifespan of individual components was only about 10,000 cycles. The solution could only be frequent oiling and parts replacement. Fortunately, the volume and weight were actually smaller than the scaled-up Curta version, and the lifespan was more durable. After all, the mechanical structure was simpler. Though not as exquisite, it had the advantage of simple durability. A few samples had been produced, but they were still undergoing repeated testing and improvement. Most elders had actually brought enough calculators, and the manual computing tasks of the computing center's human group rarely utilized hand-crank computers. The demand for these devices wasn't originally very urgent. Relevant design, manufacturing, and testing personnel, including elders, were frequently borrowed by other projects, so the overall efficiency of the project remained low. However, the project received overt or covert support from the steampunk group led by the governor as their spiritual leader, so it had remained in a research and development state, a famous fishing project in the mechanical industry sector. However, with the expansion of occupied territories, especially as the future controlled area would expand to include Guangdong and Guangxi, local governments could no longer continue. The central government covers all system used in Hainan and Taiwan. Various fiscal, tax, and statistical tasks had been performed by dispatched teams from the Administration Council. Whether in Hainan, Taiwan, or Jeju, the economic scale and population density were relatively low, calculation volumes weren't large, and basic statistics and analysis could be completed relying on very few modern devices. But now, starting from Guangzhou Special Municipality, every locality needed to establish its own fiscal, tax, and statistical institutions, and the demand for calculation suddenly exploded. So the progress of the hand-cranked computer project suddenly accelerated. Feng Nuo visited the hand-cranked computer imitation project once. He had to admit he really couldn't contribute much basically. Anyone who didn't understand benchwork was useless. Feng Shan, on the other hand, occasionally took students to the Human Computing Center to visit the few existing miracles of Senate wisdom, and periodically gave practical lessons on hand-cranked computers to students of the electrical calculation training class at the vocational technical school. It seemed he had to put effort into other aspects. Feng Nuo carefully considered where his professional advantage actually lay. He opened his notebook and started browsing old forum posts. After a while, the words "punched card" appeared in a corner of an article. Feng Nuo's eyes lit up. He faintly felt he had grasped a breakthrough point. Next, he researched extensively and flipped through past issues of Nature and Science, gradually forming a preliminary plan in his mind. Troops and horses have not moved. Fodder and provisions go first. Having navigated the Senate for so long, Feng Nuo clearly understood the basic principle of preparing public opinion before taking action. He spent several nights using scissors, paste, and original writing to craft 2 articles. One was From the 1890 U.S. Census to the Rise of IBM, a brief discussion on the historical contribution of mechanical computers. And the other was 3 basic components of analytical computers and the origin of general computer architecture. The first article naturally extolled the glorious history of mechanical computers, but the focus was to elevate the status of punch card computer systems while diminishing hand-cranked computers. Undoubtedly, compared to manual information processing, the combination of cards plus mechanical processors is far more advanced, with very obvious advantages in numerical computation. As for complex work like file classification processing, mechanical computers can crush the most diligent administrators. In 1890, computers showed their power for the first time. That year's U.S. Census information was ultimately summarized and processed by a punch card programmable computer originating from Babbage, completing the entire task in 6 weeks. In contrast, the previous 1880 census took 7 years to process all data, resulting in final data that was completely obsolete. This victory marked the arrival of the computer age. With the invention of internal combustion engines and electric motors and the progress of mechanical industry, mechanical computers covered even more fields. By the mid-20th century, IBM, established in 1911, was already producing mechanical computers on a scale of thousands per year to process billions of card records. Strengthened by relays, a new generation of computers using precision hydraulic components forming calculation units was about to hit the market, capable of performing hundreds of basic operations per second. First, invoke the governor's authority to support his position. Of course, the part about mechanical computers quickly being surpassed by ENIAC would be conveniently omitted. Next, Feng Nuo cited several examples of business tabulating machines operating in the U.S. government and enterprises, finally writing, "In our era, computer applications arguably divide into 8 fields: scientific computing and data processing, industrial control and real-time control, office automation and management information systems, computer-aided design manufacturing, CAD/CAM, Internet and communications, multimedia, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence." Among them, the first 3 application fields gained broad recognition in government, enterprises, and academic institutions back in the mechanical age. The origin of computers was certainly for rapid and effective calculation. However, even in the mechanical computer era, Scientific computing was merely a part of computer applications. What truly caused computers to flourish and become widely known was their important applications in data processing, industrial control, and office automation. This is what the Senate must carefully consider in computer industry planning. This is because, compared to business applications like data processing, scientific computing differs less in the method of processing than in the relationship between the quantity of data material to be processed and the quantity of operations to be performed on that data material. When computers are used in research fields like aerospace, mechanics, meteorology, and nuclear physics, they utilize relatively small amounts of data material, but to obtain answers, thousands upon thousands of operations need to be performed on these data. Relatively little data and massive calculation is typical scientific computing. In contrast, in commercial, industrial, and social applications, we often have massive data materials but only need to perform a relatively small number of operations, such as census and statistics, wage calculation and distribution. This is typical business-nature data processing. As for simple logarithmic or trigonometric function calculations, the slide rule is still a relatively good choice. Scientific computing might solve harder problems, but business data processing solves more problems. This is the difference between MATLAB and Excel. A few sets of MATLAB are sufficient, and our existing equipment can still be used for decades, whereas the demand for Excel is endless, yet we cannot divide the data processing power of personal laptops into thousands of shares. Which is more urgent is self-evident. This metaphor was effective. Most elders could probably understand it. Feng Yue was quite satisfied. He then wrote bluntly, "Obviously, before the 1970s, mechanical computers not only completed massive calculation tasks for science and engineering, but more importantly, effectively supported social and commercial progress in business processing and office automation. They were a necessary prerequisite for the prosperous development of large and super-large enterprises. The needs appearing in data statistics and analysis, industrial control, and similar fields, such as stored program, instruction controller, input-output, data representation, data carrier, logical operation, are the key concepts that ultimately form the general computer architecture and are the true origin of modern computers. Hand-cranked or electric mechanical calculators are merely the embryonic form of the arithmetic unit within this massive architecture. Ultimately, it was IBM, not some exquisite hand-cranked calculator manufacturer, that rose as the giant of computer manufacturing. This is undoubtedly the best footnote to this conclusion. This article was naturally destined for weekly developments. The second article was intended for Nature and Science, focusing on elucidating the various components of the punch card computer system. First, it had to echo the article in weekly developments. Second, it had to demonstrate his technical ability and professional background. Third, it had to imply that the mechanical design and manufacturing difficulty of punch card computers was actually less than that of hand-cranked calculators. Sets of machine equipment used to calculate large amounts of data material, formerly called analytical computers, are widely used in government departments and large enterprises with data statistics and repetitive business processing needs. Their most obvious feature is the use of punch cards as data carriers. Every punch card computer set includes several machines with different uses. By function, they can be divided into three main categories. Category 1 comprises machines truly used for grouping, summarizing, and calculating, generally called basic machines or main machines, such as sorters and tabulators, accounting machines. Category 2 comprises machines that prepare for all grouping, summarizing, calculating, and printing work, generally called auxiliary machines or accessory machines, including punches, key punches, verifiers, etc. Category 3 also comprises auxiliary machines, but designed for certain specialized business applications and only used to complete specific additional operations during the machine summarization process, called special performance equipment, including reproducers, collators, interpreters, etc. Punch card computers rely on mechanical design and transmission as programs, relying on mechanical mechanisms and punch cards to temporarily register or permanently store information. Depending on the format of the punched card, they are also divided into different models. Although later punch card computers mostly adopted electromagnetic power and control mechanisms, they remained mechanical computers in essence, or electromechanical computers, capable of being designed not only as fully mechanical structure schemes, but also operating via human, animal, or even steam engine power. End of chapter. Chapter 1928, Project Initiation. The punch card computer system includes three most basic components, or rather, these three devices can constitute the simplest punch card computer system: the punch, the sorter, and the tabulator. Depending on the complexity of the problem, multiple devices of the same type can also be combined to flexibly respond to various business needs. It is worth noting that the punch is actually equivalent to the input structure of a general-purpose computer. The punched card itself is the main memory. The arithmetic parts of the sorter and tabulator are equivalent to the arithmetic logic unit of a general-purpose computer. The wiring structure is equivalent to the instruction register and controller, and the printing part of the tabulator is equivalent to the output structure. The architecture of future general-purpose computers already appeared in embryonic form in the basic composition of the punch card computer system. Compared to hand-cranked calculators, each basic device of the punch card computer has relatively singular functions and simpler design. With our continuous progress in electrical equipment manufacturing technology, the author believes it is feasible to directly launch the development and research of electromechanical computer systems. After all, when such computer systems developed to their peak, they involved at most about 1,000 wiring jacks. For early applications, the wiring and programming process is even easier and can be realized with simple circuit boards as control mechanisms under current technology. It is even feasible to start with non-programmable specialized systems, such as census systems. As for the card reading system, it is just the simplest brush drum structure. This structure had replaced the mercury probe structure from when punch card computers first appeared as early as the beginning of the 20th century, 10 years earlier. Of course, punch card computer systems also include statistical arithmetic components like addition and subtraction. In later designs, multiplication and division were included in the arithmetic components. These arithmetic components of electromechanical punch card computers often use relays and such to register values and perform calculations, with internal structures quite different from hand-cranked calculators. Developing this type of arithmetic component does not require high mechanical design and material strength, but poses certain challenges to the Senate's weak current technology development level. After the article was published, it goes without saying that it sparked heated debate in the tech community. The electronic computer faction immediately wrote articles opposing this project. However, because that faction split into the vacuum tube fundamentalist faction and the transistor reformist faction during the debate and started fighting each other, criticism of the electromechanical computer suddenly ceased. Feng Niu readily signed the Class I Controlled Material Usage Application form Dr. Zhang brought over and handed it back. Then he casually started talking about punch card computers. "You've made quite some moves lately. I've read several of your articles. The data is substantial and the arguments reasonable. It's just that you're trying to snatch food from the hand-cranked calculator project. Those guys won't be happy," Zhang Lishi said with a frown, taking the punch card computer's volume Feng Niu had dug out from the data center. "Where would I have the ability to do this project alone? Even if the project launches, I have to bring in people from the mechanical and electrical sectors to do it together. I just play the role of an advisor, Feng Yu said modestly. He knew that among the key support targets of the second five-year plan, the Ministry of Culture and Science had a relatively large say in precision instrument equipment projects. As the head of the technology department, Dr. Zhang wielded considerable influence. Some projects were even undertaken by Dr. Zhang himself. Currently, these projects hadn't officially launched. Under the guiding spirit of the Senate's third plenary session, the degree of regularization, or bureaucratization, of various affairs was increasing day by day. What the plenary session passed was just an outline. Next, the Planning Commission would convene elders from ministries like industry, technology, and medical to write guidelines based on the outline. After the guidelines were released, various project teams would start writing applications. There were no conditions for anonymous review of applications. After all, there were too few people. In the vast majority of fields, the outline, guideline, and application were probably all written by the same elder. Moreover, climbing the tech tree was currently like playing a game with a walkthrough or acting in a movie with a script. There was no issue of evaluating innovation and feasibility, so the review process was effectively skipped. The application was more like documentation of the R&D and manufacturing plan, but project members and elders from similar discipline groups still had to sit together and discuss, which, although less efficient, at least pooled wisdom. The final step was budget and material coordination by the Ministry of Finance and the Planning Commission. At this stage, departments generally divided the cake and reported the totals. The Ministry of Finance side was just a formality. The real wrangling happened over controlled materials at the Planning Commission. Budgets weren't itemized either. Elders didn't need travel expenses for meetings, so most budgets covered material, energy, equipment, and testing costs. Labor could directly use naturalized citizens from the supporting unit, or even natives, just the cost of a Filipino maid. However, what was special this time was that the Planning Commission had specifically set aside a small experimental budget to encourage naturalized technical workers, research assistants, students, and apprentices in factories, laboratories, hospitals, and schools to engage in technical improvement and innovation. They would report to the responsible ministry through a combination of individual application and unit recommendation, and funding would be decided after centralized review. Feng Yu's plan was to persuade Zhang Lishi to participate in the drafting and discussion of guidelines for precision instrument equipment manufacturing, communicate directly with elders of the hand-cranked calculator project team, and expand the project into a mechanical computer project that included punched card computer systems. He also planned to pull in people from the electrical and postal sectors. After all, it involved electromechanical system design and manufacturing as well as information carrier standard setting. I've already called Xiao Zong and Tom Liu and roughly communicated the idea. They're very interested in participating in this project. 2 days ago, Yang Yun from the Ministry of Civil Affairs came here to fix his computer, and we chatted for a long time. He was very interested in the census example in the Weekly Developments article, saying the Ministry of Civil Affairs plans to launch the first census this year or next. If we can produce relevant equipment, they can consider using it. He also strongly supports quickly launching a punched card information storage and processing system, as well as punched card resident ID documents. His personal computer has the most statistics of all kinds, and this malfunction scared him quite a bit. Although mentioning computer repairs was still somewhat embarrassing, it did demonstrate that Feng Yu knew quite a few people and maintained good relationships. Zhang Lishi was a bit surprised by Feng Yu's improved ability to mobilize support, getting the major clients lined up so quickly. But thinking again, these departments had enormous needs for statistics and retrieval, so they would welcome any device that could improve work efficiency. The demand was rigid and huge. Feng Yuo's proposal had hit the mark. He thought for a moment and said, "Next week we'll hold a coordination meeting for projects related to precision instrument equipment manufacturing. You should come and participate in the discussion. Everything is waiting to be done. We only have projects lacking people to do them, not people worrying about finding projects." "That's excellent. I understand this well. After all, I'm considered the IT guy from the Planning Commission, and many in the industrial sector use supercomputing, so I'm familiar with them." Feng Yuo breathed a sigh of relief. This was basically settled. At this moment, Feng Shan brought 2 cups of tea to them. She was still wearing the Feng Qiati girl's uniform. Besides the 2 white lines on the sailor suit collar indicating the selection group, a morning star symbol signifying normal school had been added, indicating she was a student qualified to teach classes. Zhang Lishi looked at Feng Shan and said with a smile, "Oh, so this is. I heard little Ying mention you. Heard your mathematics is very impressive, better than many elders. Interested in coming to work at our Teibai Observatory after graduation?" Feng Shan responded graciously, "Thank you for the compliment, Chief Zhang. There are classmates better at math than me. Besides, Sister Zhao Ying's erudition is unmatched by anyone in our cohort. I still have much to learn from her. Little Ying is transferring to the academy in a few days. Didn't you plan to let her transfer too? With her qualifications, it's definitely no problem." "Haven't planned that yet. Feng Shan and little Ying are a bit different after all. Also, she's somewhat specialized in her subjects. Particularly, some grades aren't high, so her comprehensive assessment score isn't enough to enter the fast-track group. Besides, Feng Qiati values her quite a bit now. Although nominally a middle school student, she doesn't need to attend math classes anymore. Instead, she teaches others. Other courses are also optional. She already has a lot of freedom. However," he changed the subject, "a girl learning math well and fast before middle school doesn't necessarily mean she's a math genius or anything. Back then she did surprise me, finishing junior high math in just over 3 years. But actually, another 4 years have passed now, and she's only at the level of basically mastering calculus." "Only basically mastering? Did you master calculus in high school?" "Yeah, she's indeed better than me. Not to mention high school, even now I can only give her a cursory introduction to some modern mathematics, but she isn't the strongest in math at Feng Qiati. There are stronger talents." Dr. Zhang nodded. He had indeed heard of several eccentric talents at Feng Qiati. In terms of mathematics level, they were material for the University of Science and Technology of China's youth class in the old timeline. Feng Yuo pulled Feng Shan's hand, making her stand closer. Zhang Lishi noticed the girl's body stiffen for an instant and couldn't help smiling slightly. "I actually wonder if it's good for her to be stuck in mathematics all her life. Even if she's better than me compared to those math geniuses or mathematicians from before, she's really nothing special. Her rapid rise now is all because she's learning the higher mathematics knowledge we brought. Earlier it was lectures. Now it relies mainly on self-study, with a few elders able to give her slight guidance. But the ability to truly face the unknown void, discover, summarize, raise questions, and prove theorems yourself, that's the essential quality for being a mathematician." End of chapter. Chapter 1929. Establishing the agenda. Do you mean that bringing too many theoretical and technical materials will cause the naturalized students we train to rely too much on existing routes and lack innovation? Feng Yuo nodded. "For decades, we don't need to worry about the technical materials we brought becoming outdated. But it takes 10 years to grow trees and 100 years to cultivate people. We 500-plus people actually can't claim to have cutting-edge research abilities. Will this technology development strategy of restoring black technology, along with the team of naturalized scientific and technical workers trained by relying on ready-made materials for decades, cause them to lack true research capabilities? There doesn't seem to be a need for such pessimism. In the past, not to mention domestically, even in European and American research institutions, how many groups were really doing influential research? 1 in 100, arguably. But countless small improvements, repeating others' work, discussing, meeting, reviewing, and bickering with each other eventually slowly pushed technology forward. Before the 20th century, doing technology indeed relied on geniuses, but now that we've formed a system of mediocre research in advance, it might not be that bad. There will always be some good seedlings. Zhang Lishi nodded, seeming unconvinced. This time for the Naturalized Citizen Project application, I plan to let Feng Shan apply for one too, Feng Yu said. Zhang Lishi was slightly wary. He had been somewhat touched by Feng Yu's previous thinking, but now suddenly felt this fellow wasn't just pulling a project for himself, but also pulling one for his maid immediately after. This practice of accumulating qualifications for one's maid, student, or apprentice had already quietly started among some more ambitious elders. These elders mostly engaged in technical work and understood the importance of qualifications deeply. Therefore, while teaching everything they knew, they began to list these close naturalized personnel as members of the research group. Some were purely nominal, some actually participated in the project work, of course, just doing odd jobs. Even Dr. Zhang himself couldn't be exempt from vulgarity. Of course, as the head of the Science and Technology Department, he still had to consider the impact of some things. So he didn't openly list Zhang Xiaoying in various research groups, only guiding her to participate in publishing a few papers, as second author, of course. Of course, she doesn't have any ideas yet. Aside from mathematics, she's just at a middle school level in other aspects. It would be good if she could develop a topic at the level of past middle school science competitions. I asked her to discover or think of a problem herself, forbidding her from looking up materials in the data center and then figure out a solution. Feng Yu spoke in a parental tone as a matter of course. Your Hikaru Genji plan style is really weird enough. What kind of girl are you trying to raise? Zhang Lishi noticed Feng Shan looking at Feng Yu with a mix of worship and respect, and suddenly felt a bit grotesque. Feng Yu laughed. He had worn the Hikaru Genji label in the Senate for several years and didn't care anymore. At most, I'm picking up a girl and turning her into a wife. Unlike you, picking up a girl and turning her into a daughter. If your little Ying is interested, it would be more appropriate for her to propose a topic and let them team up to solve it. Actually, I still hope Feng Shan uses her math foundation well and eventually turns to the field of solving practical application problems, rather than drilling into mathematical theory. I think mathematics talents will be the first category of scientific and technological talents to explode among naturalized citizens. After all, mathematics can be pursued without any experimental facilities. Domestically during the Republic of China, and even for a long time after liberation, the only science that really had a place in the world was mathematics. So one less of her doesn't matter. Dr. Zhang gave a dry chuckle, thinking he was really an optimistic person. Hu Wenyang, Chief Secretary of the State Secretary of the Administration Council, pushed open the door and saw Ma Qianju studying a report. He placed a document on the table and hesitated a moment before saying, "Chief, this is the report forwarded by Provincial Chief Liu Muzhu and Chief Yang Yun." Ma Qianju nodded, picked up the document and scanned it. The title was Report on Applying to Carry Out the 1635 Census Work. He frowned. The engine plan ended 2 years ago, but population transport and settlement were only completely finished last year. The population allocation plan was all handled by the Human Resources Division, and the quarantine camp also had corresponding records. The population situation within Hainan Island was currently relatively clear. He continued reading. The Civil Affairs Ministry proposed 2 key points for this census. First, the gender balance problem. Second, the conflict between locals and Hakkas, guest people. The gender imbalance problem has always been a severe challenge facing the Senate. It was once very serious. Although alleviating somewhat after the All-Island campaign and the engine action, it is still in a state of considerable imbalance. The local gender ratio in Lingao once reached an astonishing 8. one when Lingao County had a scale of about 120,013,000 people. After the All-Island campaign, the population controlled by the Senate increased by more than 200,000. These 200,000 people were basically gender-balanced. Even though the inflow population to Qiangshan over the years was mainly fleeing males, it is inferred that it would not exceed 6-4. The engine action obtained a total population of about 480,000. Excluding the 100,000 Taiwan and Fujian immigrants staying on Jeju Island and prepared to be sent to Jeju Island, plus immigrants to Taiwan and Hong Kong, about 280,000 landed on Hainan Island, with females accounting for more than 40%. Therefore, after the engine action, the gender ratio under the Senate's rule is inferred to be about 13:7. The age distribution is not yet clear. It is more optimistic than before the second anti-encirclement campaign, but there are still nearly half of the men facing the problem of not finding a wife. The internal society under the Senate's rule is relatively stable and basically unlikely to be smashed to pieces. Therefore, abnormal deaths in the population will be greatly reduced, and average life expectancy will increase. The Senate's army is small and elite, so even with continuous external wars in the future, the male population killed in action will not be numerous enough to affect the population ratio like in Vietnam and the Soviet Union. Our population structure is very young. Of the population absorbed by the engine action alone, only 5% were over 50 years old. Most were young adults and children. Combining all the above factors, it can be concluded, without external population inflow for correction, the gender imbalance on Hainan Island will be a problem plaguing the Senate for a long time. The conflict between locals and Hakkas was intensively reflected in this round of Elder Squat Point investigations. Although we tried our best to take measures to reduce this problem during immigration settlement work, under the Senate's current strong public security capabilities, the conflict has not intensified. However, the Squat Point investigation results show that undercurrents are surging in many villages. Some local gentry forces that were struck or actively lay dormant show a trend of raising their heads again because of this. Ma Qianju put down the report, feeling the local Hakka conflict problem was really a headache. Now the Fubo army would fight on the mainland for a long time, and the armed forces on Hainan Island were weakened. If any armed fights or the like broke out, it would look ugly. The Senate's control over the grassroots is still not strong enough, Ma Qianju thought secretly. This is the consequence of not thoroughly liquidating the landlord class. In his view, the essence of the local Hakka conflict was also class struggle. If the liquidation were thorough, class conflict could suppress the local Hakka conflict. However, given the Senate's current situation, liquidating the landlord class was out of the question. By comparison, gender imbalance wasn't a big problem. There were still many people on the mainland. When Chuang and Xi'an started making trouble, when the Manchus entered the pass, there would still be plenty of opportunities to scoop up female population. Given the mainland's massive population base, just what leaked through the fingers would be enough to balance the ratio on Hainan Island. However, considering the mainland was also the Senate's planned territory, it actually faced the same problem. In addition, in natural and man-made disasters, the first to be lost were the old, weak, women and children, followed by young adults. How many old, weak women and children could survive in an area beaten into a white land? If the Senate no longer intervened with full force like in the engine action, how effective absorbing the female population would be was still an unknown. In the future, we can encourage young male populations to follow the Fubo army to colonize Australia and the New World to relieve pressure. Ma Qianju noted this idea in his small notebook, but he soon thought that immigrants also needed wives to start families. The mating gap period caused by colonization would at most last only a few years. Forget it, this is fine too. At least it can buy a few years, then we'll think of a way. Ma Qiujing had become accustomed to the treat the head when the head aches, treat the foot when the foot hurts mentality in administrative work. This was something he used to criticize frequently, often talking about considering century-long plans. But after a few years, he deeply appreciated the difficulty of governance. Ideally, for a regime, even a very small-scale one, to keep running, it often has to adopt many expedient measures. He could only hope the expedient measure wouldn't be a dose of poison. He continued flipping through the report. It is proposed to use new punch card machines for this census. Currently, the Senate's main census data is electronically archived, which not only contradicts the national policy of deinformatization, but is also extremely inconvenient for naturalized staff to consult and use. With equipment aging, paperization of census information is imperative. However, paperizing the 1633 version of census data is not cost-effective. Therefore, the Ministry of Civil Affairs intends to use punch cards as the storage form to reconduct the census work and issue punch card identity documents to all naturalized citizens and natives. Seeing this, Ma Qiujing's interest was piqued. He picked up the phone. "Connect me to the Human Resources Division of the Ministry of Civil Affairs." "Seen it. Yes, the report is with me." "Right, that's what I wanted to ask too." Preparing based on unsuccessfully developed technology seems likely to be questioned. "Oh, when? Okay, I'll check the schedule." Ma Qiujing hung up the phone and rang the bell. Hu Wenyang walked in. He was much more mature and steady than a few years ago. In a few days, he would also be sent to Hong Kong to stand by, ready to enrich the new regime on the mainland. He was expected to be among the first batch of naturalized county magistrates. "Arrange 2 hours of meeting time for me next Wednesday afternoon." End of chapter. Chapter 1930, Card Standards. Since becoming the state secretary of the most powerful administration council since D-Day, Ma Qiujing had lost quite a bit more hair. His schedule was calculated in minutes. Squeezing out 2 hours to attend a meeting was considered a great grace. Feng Yuo knew he had completely scratched the itch to fully explain his concept and plan, although conditions didn't permit him to make glass slide PPT presentations. He specially produced an outline and materials. The former was for the leader to grasp the main points. The latter provided details for the leader to read carefully if interested. As for other participants, they were all experts. Providing a simple technical description was sufficient. The meeting was held in the Administration Council conference room. Feng Yuo first introduced his technical approach and various technical solutions currently under discussion, then entered the main topic. Why use punch cards? Actually, it's very clear. To solve the 3 major difficulties in data processing. First, too many document sizes and shapes. Second, too many transactions recorded on a single document. Third, too many forms and methods of recording data. In other words, the problem of standardization. Feng Yuo paused for a moment to calm his nervous emotions, feeling his pitch was a bit high. He hadn't expected Yang Yun to actually mention this punch card computer system, which hadn't even started in the report, and actually land the big fish, the governor himself. Feng Yuo knew too well the importance of a leader's visit to a cause. It wasn't just a matter of showing one's face before the leader. Even if the leader listened without saying a word and left, it would have a very important promoting effect on the future of this project. Same logic as asking a leader for an inscription when doing business in the past. This opportunity must be seized. The project initiation seminar for the punch card computer had been held once, basically determining the participants and rough plan. This meeting was mainly a discussion on the punch card itself. Because the punch card computer differed from the hand-cranked calculator, the data carrier, the specifications and various standards of the punch card had to be determined first before mechanical design could proceed. The Senate had no physical object to imitate and could only reverse engineer based on information and the cards themselves. So the first task for the project was to determine the punch card standard. Feng Yuo, naturally strove to secure responsibility for this part. He had done extensive research and was the representative of the Planning Commission, while those elders in mechanics and electricity weren't particularly interested in this matter. Therefore, we must determine the punch card specifications from the beginning, unifying them at least in all civil applications. There are 45-column, 80-column, and 90-column types of punch cards, but the most common, also used in the earliest 1890 U.S. Census, is the Hollerith punch card, later commonly known as the IBM card. This card is made of durable cardstock, printed with 10 rows times 80 columns of numbers, with numbers in each row being 09. In addition, there are 2 rows of punching positions, 11 and 12 on the card but without printed marks. Row 11 is also called row X, and row 12 is also called row Y. Their positions are actually located above the number rows. These 2 rows, plus row 0, are collectively called the zone rows or high zone. The period of domestic application of punch cards in the past was relatively short, and the industries were relatively limited. Therefore, the standard for punch cards completely copies the IBM card standard. Its manufacturing standards are as follows. Rectangular card with a corner cut, horizontal direction as the long edge, length 187.32, error not exceeding 0.12, vertical direction as the short edge, length 82.55, error not exceeding 0.18, thickness 0.175, error not exceeding 0.005. Paper fiber direction should be horizontal. Straightness tolerance of each edge is 0.08. Parallelism tolerance of corresponding edges is 0.08. Perpendicularity tolerance of adjacent edges not exceeding 5 minutes. Corner cut angle 60 degrees. Please check the materials distributed to you. Then the punching specifications. Card reference line X, i.e., the horizontal reference line, is the upper edge line of the card. The card reference point is a point on the right edge 41.27 from reference line X. Card reference line Y is the line passing through the reference point, and perpendicular to reference line X, the 80 lines parallel to reference line Y on the card are called the columns of the card, with column spacing of 2.21. The 12 lines parallel to reference line X on the card are called the rows of the card, with row spacing of 6.35. Punch shape is rectangular, hole center located at the intersection of row and column, long edge parallel to Y, short edge parallel to X, dimensions long edge 3.2, short edge 1.4, error not exceeding 0.05. Minimum edge distance between code holes on the same horizontal row should be greater than 0.51. Error between hole center line and row column, standard line less than 0.25. Currently, the venue was silent. Participants were probably wondering whether they could build equipment to read and punch such precise cards. Feng Nuo, however, was thinking that he had forgotten to invite people from the paper mill to participate in the discussion. Whether paper meeting the specifications could be produced right now was highly doubtful. Climbing the tech tree, every step was a pit, a myriad of loose ends. But he was prepared and continued. This is the punch card standard released domestically in the late 70s. Its manufacturing precision was naturally established to meet the requirement of punch card computer systems, processing 1,000 to 2,000 cards per minute at that time. We currently don't have early card standards for punch card computer systems, but it is certain that early 20th century technology couldn't reach such precision standards. In fact, in a 50s document, the card dimensions were simply introduced as 18.6 cm times 8.3 cm. Therefore, punched card precision and error standards suitable for our self-made equipment remain to be further explored during development. Each column of the punch card can be used to record one character, including numbers from 0 to 9, 26 English letters, and several symbols like equal signs, percent signs, etc. Each column records one character. The entire card can record 80 characters. Characters are realized by punching. If a column is to express a number, Punch directly in the corresponding row from 0 to 9. If a column is to express an English letter, simultaneous punching in the high zone and number zone is required. Usually, the value of that column is printed at the top for reference. Please turn to Appendix 2 of the materials for the specific scheme. Each column of the punch card represents one English letter, the scheme being 121A, 111J, 01/122B, 112K, 02S, 123C, 113L, 03T, 124D, 114M, 04U, 125E, 115N, 05V, 126F, 116O, 06W, 127G, 117P, 07X, 128H, 118Q, 08Y, 129I, 119R, 09Z, punching in the zone rows paired with number rows 19. Gives 3x9 equals 27 schemes. Excluding the 01 position representing the special symbol slash, it exactly represents 26 letters. Interestingly, the reason 01 represents a slash is that, in the entire scheme, only this encoding has the two holes closest together, making technical implementation more difficult. In addition, other special symbols can be solved with several schemes punching 3 holes per column. The Hollerith code only used hole 8 as a pairing hole, but this also reveals that 3-hole coding is technically possible. The reason for mentioning 3-hole coding is considering the problem of Chinese character encoding. At this moment, quite a few whispers appeared in the venue. Chinese encoding was a major problem for the Senate's application of punched cards. Back then, punch card computers weren't produced domestically, and their use wasn't widespread, so there was actually no standard Chinese encoding method. Compared to data storage carriers known to elders, the capacity of punch cards was pitifully small. Each 18.7x83 card could only store 80 characters, and only English letters at that. If it were government or business processing, it would be fine. At worst, use more standard numbers. For example, the National Standard Code System pushed by C. Kaid and Hong Huangnan a few years ago finally had a place to be used. Just for the current census needs, fields like gender, native place, birthplace, birth time, current residence, education level, family background, etc., could actually be easily solved through coding. In the past, the 18-digit ID card used only 6 digits to indicate everyone's birthplace nationwide. The reason was simple. Many people hit each code, so compiling a code table was appropriate. Anyone who learned databases would easily discover from drawing an ER diagram that it should be done this way. But there was one field, the name, that could never bypass the Chinese encoding problem. The specific design work of census form fields could be thrown to people from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but this Chinese encoding must be solved now. Actually, the Chinese encoding problem isn't hard to solve. The problem is it takes up too much space. The code of Chinese graphic character set for information interchange, commonly known as GB 2312 encoding, promulgated in 1980, not only stipulated the representation method of Chinese characters on computers, but actually also defined a method using 4-digit decimal numbers to represent Chinese characters, which is the Kuwaima zone-bit code. Kuwaima includes 3755 level 1 Chinese characters, 3008 level 2 Chinese characters, and 682 symbols, basically meeting current needs. So the simplest Chinese coding method is to encode 1 Chinese character every 4 columns. Everyone filled in their names during the college entrance exam in the past. What was used then was Kuwaima. Currently, the Ministry of Post and Telecommunications has basically completed laying the telegraph system across the island, and several batches of telegraph operators have been trained. I think it might be more convenient to directly use our standard Chinese telegraph code. Manpower can also be interchangeable. At this time, Xiao Zong, who hadn't spoken much, opened his mouth. Kuwaima is sorted by pinyin within each level of characters, so it doesn't need much training. Standard telegraph code, on the contrary, is sorted by radicals, which is actually much harder to master than Kuwaima. Standard telegraph code had prototypes from the end of the 19th century, compiled directly since the Qing dynasty. It's the natural choice for Chinese character encoding at this stage. Is speaking easier or writing easier? Standard telegraph code starting from character shape is because those who used telegraphs initially were the scholar class. Our national universal education starts from pinyin, actually already overturning the past system. Ordinary people naturally use Kuwaima more conveniently. American passports use standard telegraph code all along back then. End of chapter. Chapter 1931. Punched cards. The debate between the Kuwaima encoding system and the standard telegraph code proved mercifully brief. In the end, Kuwaima secured tentative approval from the majority of participants. Its direct compatibility with the future GB code for Chinese characters in electronic computers proved too compelling an advantage to ignore. Agriculture controls land. Industry controls technology. Finance controls currency. Military and administration control seats. Feng Yu's smile carried a mysterious edge as the thought crystallized in his mind. But for us in the IT circle, we must control the standards. He understood precisely what the Administration Council sought to dominate: big data itself. Statistics formed the lifeblood of rational governance. Without reliable figures, every administrative measure became a tree without roots, water without a source. The Senate's sprawling Administration Council system possessed an insatiable appetite for data collection and organization, with countless applications waiting to be deployed across the expanding realm. Using a 4-digit numeric code per Chinese character, each punch card can store 20 characters. The encoding scheme and its physical representation on the card were distinct problems, though intimately related. From a binary perspective, punched or unpunched, each column possessed 12 bits, 1.5 bytes of information, sufficient in theory to encode over 4,000 unique characters. That's pathetically inefficient, someone objected. Less information density than 80 English letters. You'd need 7 cards just to post a Weibo message, and that's not even counting punctuation. A 4-digit Chinese encoding can actually be represented using only 2 columns, Feng Yu countered, though the mechanical complexity increases significantly. The specific implementation is detailed in Appendix 3. His proposed solution was elegant in its ingenuity. Punch 3 holes per column to represent 2 digits. 2 holes punched in the 0-9 positions of each column encoded the actual digits, while a hole in row 11 of the high zone indicated ascending order, and row 12 indicated descending order. What about identical digits? Punch both rows 11 and 12 simultaneously, with only a single hole in the 0-9 range. Details on the next page. Despite the appeal of this 3-hole method, which would double storage capacity to 40 Chinese characters per card, both the electromechanical and control systems required to implement it couldn't be developed overnight. After extensive discussion, the meeting settled on adopting the more conservative 4-digit numeric encoding for the census. After all, as someone pointed out, European and American names frequently ran to a dozen letters. Comparatively speaking, Chinese names remained reasonably compact. Feng Yu concluded his presentation with appropriate modesty. We completed this work under significant time pressure, and some aspects may require further refinement. We'll continue perfecting the system. He paused deliberately. Secretary Ma has conducted extensive research into mechanical computers. We would be honored to receive his guidance on strategic direction and technical details. Ma Qianju's smile carried warmth. I came today intending only to listen, but since the discussion has proven so engaging, allow this enthusiast to offer a few observations. He leaned forward slightly. Your work demonstrates both thoroughness and attention to detail. I'll raise just 2 points. First, regarding the electromechanical manufacturing, what assurances exist for relay development? We should proceed from simple to complex, urgent to gradual. For the census, what's most critical? Punching machines, mass-producible, reliable, portable, and durable. The punching machine represents the most fundamental and simplest equipment in the entire punch card system, and the easiest to design and manufacture. The survey itself will take time. Subsequent equipment can be developed in parallel. Once the survey concludes and cards are collected, some delay in processing is acceptable. Better to have data waiting for machines than machines waiting for data. He raised a second finger. The cards themselves. Precision requirements must align with our current productive capacity. I suggest inviting representatives from the paper mill and printing plant. DeLong is printing banknotes now, and their experience would prove invaluable. What card standard can we achieve that's technologically mature, capable of stable mass production, and economically viable at this stage? Starting somewhat slowly or roughly doesn't matter. Once we have a functional prototype system, refinement becomes far more manageable. Ma continued, his tone gaining historical perspective. Consider the 1890 punching card technology. I researched this recently. The 1890 U.S. Census also employed 80-column cards, but with round holes and different dimensions than modern IBM cards. The punching equipment was remarkably primitive, essentially glorified ticket punchers from trains, entirely manual, without any function to print corresponding values. Error and skew rates reached 1 in 20. The sorters and tabulators of that era were presumably equally imprecise. Yet even with such crude equipment, statistical efficiency exceeded the 1880 census by hundreds or thousands of times. We can absolutely surpass that benchmark. Industrialization is neither instantaneous nor linear, he said, his voice taking on a philosophical quality. The technology tree doesn't grow a single branch. All points must advance together. Our hand-cranked calculator project exposed numerous shortcomings in mechanical manufacturing, yet simultaneously drove leaps in certain technologies. Punch card computers encompass virtually all industrial technologies of the pre-digital age, and they'll inevitably encounter myriad problems. Conquering each difficulty will mark another step forward in our industrialization level. Feng Nuo nodded while transcribing notes. Though these instructions offered limited technical content, they provided perfect material for an article to the Lingao Times, demonstrating leadership attention, would smooth countless bureaucratic obstacles. The final decision favored a fully mechanical punch structure. With Feng Nuo's 3-hole double-column encoding scheme temporarily shelved, they could directly replicate the 1923 IBM 011 numeric key punch. Originally designed for 45-column cards, it had been adapted to the 80-column standard IBM card after 1929. This model eschewed alphabetic punching entirely, remaining purely numeric with 14 keys. 09, X, Y, S, and R12 keys corresponded to rows 09, 11, X, and 12, Y. S represented space, no punch, while R meant release, end punching. The IBM 011 boasted compact dimensions and straightforward structural implementation, perfectly adequate for census requirements. The only frustration was the absence of a physical specimen to reverse engineer. Feng Nuo scoured the data center, eventually unearthing some technical parameters and several grainy photographs. Fortunately, the underlying principles proved clear enough. After consulting with elders from the mechanical sector and the typewriter project team, blueprints were finalized. With the project approved, Feng Nuo found himself temporarily without concrete responsibilities. He defined the technical roadmap and standards. Actual manufacturing fell to the mechanical sector. They'd already compiled an extensive memorandum cataloging technical challenges requiring breakthrough solutions and various material and process issues demanding support. Feng Nuo received a copy, but understood perhaps a quarter of it. He set it aside for later consideration. Nothing left for me to interfere with, but I need to monitor this project closely. It's crucial for my professional transition. He conducted another patrol of the computer room. Satisfied that everything operated normally, he decided to visit the front offices. He hadn't seen Zhu Qiujing in quite some time. This project bore significant connection to him as well. Administratively, Xu Qiujing and Feng Niu existed in a superior-subordinate relationship, overall management versus specific responsibility. In computational terms, it resembled the relationship between peripherals and CPU, or in biological terms, between brain and sensory organs. For most elders and naturalized cadres who frequented the computing and data center on official business, Feng Niu might as well not exist. Xu Qiujing embodied the institution itself. This arrangement suited Feng Niu rather well, exhausted as he was from computer repairs and server room maintenance. Xu Laowu handled all miscellaneous administrative burdens. Feng Niu need only focus on technical matters. He started to call for Feng Shan to retrieve the memorandum from his desk, the weekly status report covering current conditions, problems, and improvement measures. This document served as Xu Laowu's ammunition for battles at the Planning Commission. Receiving no response after several calls, he remembered she'd scheduled a project coordination meeting with several naturalized technicians today. Having accompanied Feng Niu frequently to the mechanical sector recently, Feng Shan had ultimately forsaken a pure science topic like Zhang Xiaoying's, instead selecting research on alloy thermal processing properties. Her proposal had been approved. Feng Niu peered through the glass at the computer room operations, verified the temperature and humidity logs, then inspected the backup power room. Lingao's domestically produced UPS units featured absurdly large battery casings relative to their meager capacity. Ensuring stable operation of 2 backup power systems required dedicating separate rooms to each. They enjoyed the same treatment as the servers themselves. Today all indicators fell within normal parameters. Computer room equipment hummed along without incident, nothing but the monotonous, reassuring thrum of cooling fans. He briefed the other part-time elder on rotation about several monitoring points, then headed outside. Through the first sealed door of the computer room, he changed from anti-static work attire and shoes in the changing area, donning his standard elder uniform before passing through the second sealed door into the corridor connecting to the outside world. The printing plant had called that morning, requesting his attendance at a discussion meeting on punched card printing technology improvements. The numerical precision on punched cards had never been ideal, merely passable, while banknote printing technology remained prohibitively expensive. Apparently they'd achieved a breakthrough. Once we clear the card production hurdle, the census can finally launch in June. This project will have shown tangible results, making future funding requests far easier. He exhaled with relief, his thoughts turning slightly calculating. I may only be an ABD PhD, but my old advisor's approach never fails. Though Feng Niu had retained his surname across timelines, his given name was new. Walking, he suddenly recalled that when registering for the crossing expedition, he'd chosen this name with a specific aspiration. Even if he couldn't match von Neumann's genius, he should at least reach half that level. He pushed open the door to the outside. This is just the beginning, he thought, squinting against the dazzling morning sun. End of chapter. Chapter 1932, Xu Laowu Old Xu. The familiar baritone carried a note of weary desperation. Senator Xu Qiujing, hunched over the Senate BBS trying to gauge the prevailing winds of opinion, already knew what was coming before the speaker finished. Could I trouble you to watch the main hall again? The kindergarten just called, the child won't stop crying. He looked up at the middle-aged face before him, a portrait of exhaustion and anxiety. Any inclination toward teasing evaporated instantly. They were old colleagues, after all, brothers in arms who'd weathered years together. Being reduced to the disgrace of the Senate was punishment enough. Ever since the second plenary session had authorized the General Office to intervene in senators' domestic affairs, when necessary, and under the senators' pointed, strong suggestions, the General Office had weaponized the implementation of the centralized rearing system for senators' children. They'd effectively stripped Zhang Yunmi's father of his parental authority as living secretary, consigning both children to the nursery affiliated with the academy. This arrangement satisfied the senators while condemning Zhang Yunmi's father to a peculiar bureaucratic hell. With Yunyu no longer managing the children, the nursery contacted the father for every trivial crisis. Old Zhang found himself drowning without tears, while Yunyu's complaints echoed through their household daily. Old Zhang frequently unburdened his domestic catastrophes to Xu Laowu, whose ears had developed calluses from the repetitive litanies of woe. For such tangled messes, where household duties and emotions knotted together inextricably, Zhu Qiujing, an outsider, possessed neither standing nor wisdom to intervene. He maintained an attitude of understanding and sympathy, offering assistance where feasible, so naturally he didn't make things difficult this time either. After accepting Zhang Yunmi's father's profuse thanks, Senator Su locked his computer desktop, pushed open his door, and stepped into the corridor. He locked the door reflexively and traversed a hallway punctuated by the diamond-shaped transoms characteristic of local architecture. Crossing a modest courtyard, he arrived at the main hall. From the exterior, the Senate Computing and Data Center resembled any truss-structured building common to the Bern City Industrial Zone. The towering wrought iron framework was infilled with locally fired red bricks, the outer walls devoid of ornamentation. At first glance, it appeared indistinguishable from a large factory building that might have belonged to the former Manufacturing Commission. Careful observation, however, revealed telling distinctions. On one side of the ground floor, steps ascended to a wide gate leading directly to the second level. The remaining three sides consisted almost entirely of solid red brick masonry. Only a few narrow ventilation openings and two sentry-guarded passages interrupted the expanse. No windows. The second and third floors, by contrast, featured expansive glass windows gleaming with light. As evening approached, brilliant illumination shone from within, not the slightly flickering yellow glow of gas lamps, but the steady white radiance of electric lighting, still rare even in Lingao. From an aerial perspective, one would observe rows of skylights arranged across the sawtooth-shaped roof for lighting and ventilation. Near the ridge, instead of the transmission shafts typical of factories, crisscrossing wire tracks created an impression of spider webs blanketing the hall, somewhat evocative of a modern art gallery from another timeline. Combined with its prominent mass, this building, completed barely 6 months ago and still undergoing expansion, frequently drew passers-by to pause and stare. Indeed, many years hence, this so-called Sino-New style, which harmonized modern architectural functional structure with plain brick walls and traditional proportions, contours, and details, would become emblematic of early Austral song architecture. Though this was an internal passage, and the guards recognized him, entering the hall still required presenting credentials. The Data and Computing Center served as the Senate's black technology nucleus, harboring too many secrets and housing equipment too valuable to leave unprotected. A system of passes with varying colors and validity periods governed access, with each pass color restricting the holder's permitted locations and permissible activities. Even senators faced restrictions within the data center. The system applied universally. Xu Laowu held the data center's highest-level pass. Only a handful existed, all possessed by senators working within the facility. "Good day, Chief." The guard beyond the door opened the entrance to the main hall. As Senator Su crossed the threshold, warm air redolent with ink, paper, faint cosmetics, and human presence enveloped him. Simultaneously, the staccato clicking of abacuses, the swishing of clips sliding along wires, and the low thrum of ventilation fans assailed his ears. Combined with the brilliant electric illumination, Senator Su often experienced the disorienting sensation of returning to an old-fashioned accounting firm from his original timeline. Proceeding a short distance, he reached the arcade at the third floor's midpoint. Against the backdrop of the enormous Star Fist national emblem and Morning Star flag adorning the opposite wall, one could discern clearly the two radial patterns formed by the iron wire web network. One terminus connected to a service counter reminiscent of the DeLong Bank lobby. Messengers and clerks in gray naturalized citizen uniforms continuously ascended the stairs before the entrance, delivering sheaves of documents to the counter. Female clerks behind it, also gray uniformed, checked and organized materials before issuing receipts listing type and page count, stamping them, and returning them to the submitters. After labeling the materials, they placed them in overhead folders and, with a gentle push, sent them flying toward designated zones in the rear hall. With a satisfying whoosh, folders glided toward high platforms labeled for specific reporting groups, where they were swiftly retrieved. Surrounding each platform stood rows of IKEA-style wooden desks and chairs. Retrieved materials were distributed by group leaders to desk-bound clerks for calculation, verification, and summarization into standardized data tables. Following typically a burst of dense abacus percussion, original materials were consigned to small carts awaiting warehouse storage on the first floor, while summarized data tables were inserted into fresh folders and sent flying once more along the web-like tracks toward a counter at the hall's rear. After verifying count and quality, female clerks at this counter continuously passed through a door, delivering data tables into a glass-partitioned sanctum behind them. Senator Xu knew what resided within those walls, the absolute divine artifacts of this timeline, dozens of computer terminals for input and the servers powering them. Thanks to these sacred relics, this was one of precious few rooms in Lingao, indeed, in this entire timeline, to possess a ground-source heat pump air conditioning system. Even the intake air underwent multi-stage filtration to minimize dust and contaminants entering the chamber. Those laboring inside were female trainees he'd cultivated personally. Recalling their initial appearance for training still made Senator Xu want to tear his hair out. Training a cohort of illiterate ancient women who didn't speak Mandarin to operate computers ranked among the most arduous accomplishments of his existence, this timeline and the previous combined. Many times, Senator Xu had entertained fantasies of thrashing several of them with a rattan cane. For a period, the computing center became the third-largest consumer of standard rattan canes manufactured by the wood processing factory. Yet after exhausting Xu Laowu physically and mentally, reducing trainee girls to tears begging for their parents, and driving Feng Nuopale from round-the-clock computer repairs and system installations for months on end, traditional Chinese diligence and eagerness to learn seemingly activated. After eliminating approximately two-thirds of trainees, Zhu Qiujing successfully cultivated the inaugural cohort of operators capable of essentially independent function. This group could execute general data entry tasks with remarkable proficiency. With them mentoring subsequent recruits, the process finally simplified somewhat. But Senator Xu soon discovered these girls clutching objects against their chests and murmuring incantations before assuming their stations. One day, unable to suppress his curiosity, Senator Xu semi-forcibly extracted one such item from a girl's bodice, a small wooden pendant painted with a fox head. Investigation revealed the cause. The senator who initially developed the data entry interface, seeking expediency, had used Foxbro's fox head as the splash screen. Thereafter, the legend that fox immortals inhabited these mystical shells proliferated throughout the Senate Planning Agency's data center. Events proved these immortals' power immense, thoroughly demonstrated during the previous engine operation. Population statistical analysis and material loss assessments that historically consumed years or even decades were completed within weeks with these divine artifacts' assistance. Not only could relevant department leaders consult them real-time on their computers, but even the Senate's soy sauce backbenchers could access remarkably detailed and specific data via the BBS. Though judging from sparse replies and anemic click counts, most such data held minimal significance for these senators. Yet among the executive committee and relevant bureau personnel, the Data and Computing Center had irrefutably established its reputation. This presumably explained why this building secured construction funding at such high caliber. However, Senator Xu understood these formidable divine artifacts would inevitably fail someday. Feng Yu reminded him daily. Beneath the glamorous facade lurked trembling maintenance anxiety. Xu Laowu never visited the server room, partly because he didn't truly comprehend the internal technology, partly to minimize disturbance. In that tranquil, fully enclosed, constant temperature and humidity sanctum, fewer visitors meant better conditions. This consideration had been thoroughly integrated into the building's design. Before long, input data tables would no longer be archived as currently practiced, but transferred to the adjacent hall currently under construction. There, a cohort of clerks would attempt manual data aggregation and decomposition, conducting statistics directly by hand or via the planned future mechanical computers, submitting final reports while synchronously updating several massive data tables occupying entire walls and corresponding large demonstration sand tables. This methodology had previously seen deployment in the Planning Agency, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Civil Affairs. Now the Planning Agency resolved to promote it comprehensively, introducing it to the Computing Center for larger-scale operation, gradually filling gaps and replacing the constantly degrading computer systems. Feng Yu's tireless advocacy for the electromechanical computer system in previous phases stemmed precisely from recognizing this inevitable trajectory. End of chapter. Chapter 1933. Naturalized citizens of the data center, the Secretary of State, and the Minister of Planning sought to reduce current machine time consumption through this strategy, cultivating statistical analysis capabilities independent of computers, maintaining some ability to govern through data even in a post-computational future. On this foundation, the Planning Agency planned to consolidate relevant departments and expand existing operations under the unified external designation of National Data and Computing Center. This policy brought the calculation and data processing departments of all ministries under the Data and Computing Center's umbrella, implementing vertical management. Ministerial calculation and data departments were reclassified as dispatched agencies. Simultaneously, a comprehensive audit of departmental equipment and personnel was conducted, with underutilized or misused equipment confiscated. Related operators were uniformly subjected to rotational training in batches by the Calculation and Data Center. Consequently, Xu Laowu's operation expanded dramatically. Collected equipment passed to Feng Yu's team for maintenance and refurbishment, while operators concentrated for remedial training. Xu Laowu harbored considerable dissatisfaction with the operators he inherited. These individuals had worked in scattered locations without holistic training, and a substantial number exhibited deplorable usage habits. Quite a few relationship hires had infiltrated agencies as operators through various connections, inevitably carrying airs of "I have pull," particularly those who'd entered via senators' living secretaries. Xu Laowu resolved to administer a brutal first lesson, an unmistakable show of force. He specifically recruited several ruthless aunties from the quarantine camp to deliver outward-bound training. Let them learn the power of the Data and Computing Center, Xu Laowu thought with grim satisfaction. He glanced at the enormous quartz clock adorning the wall, a threefold creation combining a movement brought from the old timeline, a battery homebrewed by Dr. Zhang, and a casing crafted by a naturalized artisan. The Data and Computing Center maintained relatively stringent timekeeping requirements, thus was entirely equipped with quartz clocks transported from the old timeline. The clock indicated 5:30. The middle shift staff began organizing their work in preparation for changeover. With no high-intensity tasks like the census currently underway, today's operations were winding down. According to center regulations, the daily data declaration deadline was 18:00. By this hour, departments generally ceased submitting documents. Folder movement frequency dropped precipitously. The front-end reception counter had commenced filling daily work logs for archiving. Reporting groups in the central zone had people tidying desktops in anticipation of departure. Even the back-end data entry group, still operating under high load, was conducting middle-to-evening shift handovers. Occasionally, girls finishing their shifts could be glimpsed leaving the work area to change in the staff rest area at the rear. The calculation and data center's working environment likely surpassed all other Senate institutions in Lingao. The rest area subdivided into several rooms of varying dimensions. Beyond coat lockers lining walls and independent changing cubicles, each room featured 2 rows of long tables with corresponding benches. Table ends hosted self-service beverage stations stocked with drinks and small snacks. 3 insulated buckets containing hot water, black tea, and coffee respectively sat atop the tables. Unlike certain powerful departments providing copious so-called energy potions, Senator Xu adamantly refused such kill-the-goose-that-lays-the-golden-egg substances, advocating instead for reasonable scheduling and management systems. Quite a few girls occupied the benches. Some organized personal items, others seized moments for water and rest, while groups gathered discussing topics of particular interest to young women. Seeing the senator enter, they rose in unison before immediately dispersing. Given the proximity to quitting time, Senator Xu simply nodded repeatedly, signaled them to sit, and walked past. Due to the work's nature, the data center's reception and data entry groups constituted female domains, and for an extended period, Senator Xu remained an object of envy, jealousy, and hatred from various otaku, soy sauce senators. But heaven knew, for quite a protracted period, this place had essentially been the realm of all varieties of dinosaurs. Senator Xu felt he was beginning to comprehend Hong Changqing. Facing such appearance levels, having no amorous thoughts was perfectly normal. However, this had begun changing recently. With the new office building's completion, the data center's office conditions and benefits gained renown, particularly attracting College of Arts and Sciences graduates. After all, the location lay within Bern City where senators congregated. The working environment was excellent, compensation was respectable, and one could acquire genuine skills. Senator Xu realized this had evolved into a quintessential white-collar occupation of this timeline. Especially following the maid school's abolition, many trainees transferred here for employment. Correspondingly, staff appearance levels escalated rapidly, and College of Arts and Sciences students pioneered this timeline's fashion trends. Even girls originally employed here began attending to clothing, cosmetics, makeup, and similar matters. As the adage proclaimed, there are no ugly women, only lazy women. Former dinosaurs had undergone remarkable transformations recently. Correspondingly, the frequency of various senators arriving to inspect and coordinate work had increased exponentially. Xu Laowu was compelled to issue a decree: no visits or inspections without legitimate business contact. Observing everything proceeding normally, Senator Xu prepared to descend for server room inspection, the Senate's precious darling. But turning around, through the window by the stairs, he spotted several Golden Star Zero vehicles parked in the lawn's parking lot. Though access control to Bern City had relaxed with the new administrative center's gradual activation in the original county seat, it wasn't accessible to any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Needless to say, behind every vehicle lurked a certain senator, and every vehicle awaited a certain girl or girls within the building. "Damn it, it's become a mistress concentration camp," Senator Xu muttered, shaking his head to dispel a slightly acidic sensation in his chest, and descended the stairs. He changed into the smock, shoes, and cap worn by operators in the dedicated changing room, washed his hands, then entered the dedicated corridor. Pushing open the thick soundproof door wrapped in kapok at the corridor's terminus, he entered the planning agency data center's highest confidentiality zone, the entry center and server room. A frigid blast struck him in the face, instantly creating the sensation of stepping into a refrigerator. In fact, calling it a refrigerator wasn't inaccurate. The design here paralleled the mobile coal gas cold storage that had performed admirably during the Pearl River Delta invasion. The surrounding outer walls contained thermal insulation layers filled with multiple strata of diatomaceous earth and kapok, and even the door was a composite structure sandwiching insulation. Apart from the cooling primarily employing a ground source heat pump and the installation of ventilation fans, it was essentially identical to cold storage. Exceedingly stringent temperature and humidity controls were implemented here, no less rigorous than Feng Niu's computer room. Thermal hygrometers brought from another timeline strictly monitored indoor conditions, ensuring equipment operated under optimal parameters. Dedicated personnel inspected thermal hygrometers everywhere every 15 minutes. Once needles exceeded corresponding zones, immediate corrective measures were enacted. The rationale for adopting such a seemingly deranged design, to Senator Xu's mind, originated from a major BBS discussion among code monkeys during the traversal's early years. To the Senate's various industrial party members, code monkeys appeared to possess the least promising futures. Even if the ultimate first-generation traversers devoted entire lifetimes, no one anticipated producing electronic products at 21st century levels. Though some proposed that simple 8-bit machines could potentially be developed eventually, Senator Xu estimated successfully creating a Lingao version of ENIAC would already warrant thanking the heavens. Thus, maintaining usage efficiency and lifespan of precision electronic products represented by computers as extensively as possible became a major preoccupation for code monkeys still willing to remain in their profession, and for the planning agency, which harbored special preferences for digital management grounded in computer databases. To ensure equipment could extend its operational life maximally, once material conditions permitted, the data center's new building fully integrated these considerations during design. Though the current Senate couldn't yet manufacture complete anti-static flooring, a copper mesh laid on iron framework was indeed installed beneath the machine room floor, with wires directly grounded. To ensure safety, the machine room itself possessed no windows, relying entirely on electric lighting and mechanical ventilation. To achieve temperature and humidity control efficiently and economically with reduced costs, designers essentially replicated the coal-gas cold storage's design philosophy and material technology, ultimately forming the current appearance. More than a dozen computers lined both sides of the room, with a relatively spacious passage down the center. Tables requiring input were passed through a small door at one terminus and dispatched directly from a small door at the opposite end upon completion. Girls responsible for input wore half-cotton padded uniforms similar to Shandong detachment attire, inputting data into screens whose principles they utterly failed to comprehend. Though after discovering the Fox immortal legend, Senator Xu had requested replacing the Foxborough Fox pattern with the Star Fist national emblem, whether they still worshipped remained unclear. After all, Senator Xu wasn't sufficiently perverted to inspect girls' bosoms daily. However, to some extent, these girls should indeed thank the divine artifacts before them. Thanks to their skills scarcity, their job grades all reached the technician level assessed by the Senate, and several leading team leaders were even assessed as associate engineers. Coupled with work meals and employee dormitories originally provided by the data center, these girls unquestionably lived well in Lingao. Since most originated from the initial refugee intake, and some were taken in without even fathers or brothers, their monthly salaries suddenly appeared quite substantial. These girls possessed high incomes and broadened horizons, inevitably becoming selective about men. Consequently, in Lingao, where the gender ratio was so disparate, a leftover women phenomenon actually emerged. The shift leader walking towards Senator Su exemplified this category. End of chapter. Chapter 1934, Zhu Qiujing. This shift leader, 20 years old, carried the designation widow. Zhu Qiujing hailed from Guangzhou's outskirts. Married at 15, she became Madame Hizhu, mother at 16. At 17, first her son perished, then her husband followed. She became a widow. Her resume wasn't particularly uncommon among women of this timeline. Having lost her husband, both in-laws and natal family schemed toward her remarriage. Widowhood was actually uncommon among commoners. Establishing a moral exemplar required substantial economic foundation. Otherwise, survival proved unsustainable, particularly since her husband had left no children. From both families' perspectives, a woman in her prime obviously constituted a valuable asset. Failing to liquidate it would be wasteful. Her in-laws and natal family waged fierce battles over her ownership. Ultimately, Zhu Qiujing's father, an old scholar who'd studied lifelong without passing examinations, leveraged connections with classmates from his scholarly days to forcefully reclaim his daughter's custody. He promptly married her to a second husband. Though Zhu Qiujing hadn't necessarily harbored profound affection for her first husband, she felt absolute aversion toward the new one. This man was a notorious bachelor from the neighboring village who indulged in eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling, perpetrating every conceivable evil. The advantage: he possessed considerable liquid funds, owned substantial fields, and had no living parents-in-law. However, she possessed no voice in this transaction. Speaking would only earn severe beatings. Even her mother dared not utter no. Zhu Qiujing's father coveted the generous betrothal gift, thus sold the daughter he'd reclaimed. Consequently, Zhu Qiujing transitioned from Madame Hizhu to Madame Wangzhou. The ensuing days gradually devolved into nightmares for Madame Wangzhou. A husband absent for days on end, creditors constantly arriving to seize everything, thieves rampaging through the countryside, and increasingly punishing taxes with myriad surcharges. She could only subsist through perpetual concealment. Finally, discovering herself becoming an object creditors intended to claim, this girl who'd always been honest and dutiful made her life's greatest decision. She packed remaining money and provisions, fleeing to Guangzhou City with her widowed mother. Guangzhou City naturally proved no paradise for the old and young. Her mother fell ill within days. Desperate reality, depleting funds, various risks facing women outside, temptation of legendary divine medicine, collectively pushed desperate Madame Wangzhou to Sihui Hall's doorstep. Thereafter, this dark-skinned, short-statured girl entered a brand new world. Benefiting from her father's instruction, Madame Wangzhou passed the Type B diploma shortly after purification, becoming among very few educated naturalized women. Following political review, she embarked on serving the Senate and the people, allocated to the planning agency's data and computing center. People purportedly find faith most readily when confronting drastic environmental changes. This axiom certainly applied to Madame Wangzhou. For her and many naturalized citizens, the Senate had become their deity. The Senate opened a door, a portal to a world she'd never imagined even in dreams. In this new world, she was no longer merely Madame Wangzhou without even a personal name, no longer compelled to silently endure fate. She could become an independent person who fed and clothed herself through her own efforts. In a Senate-organized lecture for newly employed female naturalized citizens, the story of Austral song heroine Xu Jin, told by a short-haired female senator, profoundly impacted her. Though she only half comprehended the new language spoken then, she grasped the story's essence. A woman who'd married just like herself could abandon family and children, even shed blood and sacrifice her head, to resist the tyranny of the 8-foot traitorous minister. Such seemingly treacherous behavior became the woman knight of Mirror Lake, praised universally in the Austral song. To commemorate this sage who imparted completely new life philosophy, she changed her name to Qiujing. As among the data center's earliest qualified employees, after several years' diligent work, she not only became a team leader managing a dozen girls, but was also allocated a small one-bedroom apartment to settle herself and her mother as technical backbone. Though this residence was modest and carried a 10-year mortgage, for her this was personal paradise. It featured bright glass windows, a convenient coal briquette stove, clean corridors and chambers, and IKEA-style furniture influenced by Senator's living habits. Though her elderly mother still nagged, hoping she'd remarry promptly, for current Zhu Qiujing, marriage no longer constituted life's core, she already possessed her own life. Having married and birthed, though young in years, she was considerably more mature in self-positioning. Zhu Qiujing never wore makeup and dressed simply, despite above-average looks and figure. Such deliberate austerity and never participating in organization-arranged blind date events made everyone feel it was regrettable. Some rumored she preserved chastity for a man. Zhu Qiujing invariably scoffed at such claims. She reported today's input group work situation to Xu Qiujing. The input group's work wasn't difficult once familiar. The key was speed and error rate. Input speed was straightforward, mainly proficiency, emphasizing hand-eye coordination. Error rate was far more critical, regardless of computational power. If original data entered incorrectly, conclusions drawn would inevitably prove problematic. Simple numerical errors weren't catastrophic, but misplaced decimal points or extra missing digits meant final calculated conclusions would deviate wildly. Human attention and energy possess limits. Under poor conditions, data input inevitably yields higher error rates. To maximally ensure inputters could work in optimal states, inputter work was not only strictly limited to 8 hours per shift, but also permitted 15-minute rests every 2 hours. Work meals were specially supplied with balanced fish, meat, and vegetables, containing abundant protein, vitamins, and trace elements. Therefore, being a computing data center inputter constituted excellent employment. However, this was merely material assurance. Ensuring input error rates remained at acceptable levels required constant supervision. Therefore, within the input group, error-checking work had always been focal. Not only was special accuracy education conducted continuously, but verification was also implemented. Beyond assigning dedicated personnel to verify each input task, scheduled and unscheduled spot check verifications were adopted to assess each inputter's input error rate. This is today's spot check verification situation. Zhu Qiujing handed him a report. The error rate has dropped slightly compared to last time, but Xu Qiujing knew content lurked behind that but. The rest area was crowded and noisy, naturally inconvenient for extensive discussion, so he beckoned her to the nearby small lounge. There are a few people whose error rates remain high. From Zhu Qiujing's hesitant expression, Xu Laowu knew without being told it was likely the 4 Heavenly Kings again. These 4 Heavenly Kings were 4 members infamous throughout the computing center for elevated error rates. Their origins varied, but their common characteristic: all possessed countless ties with senators. Some had sisters who were senators' living secretaries. Others had been personally favored by senators. Still others had families with business dealings with Senate enterprises, important partners. Female inputters with similar backgrounds weren't uncommon in the computing data center, but their error rates and input speeds at least reached passing levels. Whereas these 4, whether regarding error rate or input speed, had never attained tolerable states. Xu Laowu had already shown these 4 Heavenly Kings considerable leniency, not eliminating them or changing posts according to normal procedures, organizing special training multiple times, seemingly with negligible effect. He examined today's spot check table. Predictably, these 4 occupied top positions again. Viewing the adjacent monthly average error rate statistics, their average error rate was 2.7 times that of ordinary inputters. Slow input, high error rate. No wonder Zhu Qiujing's expression soured mentioning this matter, but Xu Laowu found himself somewhat conflicted, because the senators associated with these four included some who'd greeted him personally and others with whom he maintained good relations. He felt somewhat unable to disregard these connections. Yet allowing this indulgence to continue wasn't advisable either. If hearts scattered, the team would become unmanageable. Especially Zhu Qiujing. Her serious, responsible work attitude made her particularly intolerant of such matters. His leniency toward the four heavenly kings had actually generated very detrimental influence within the computing data center. He considered momentarily and said, "I'll first eliminate Fang Qi, who has the highest error rate. I hope this can shock the others somewhat. If there's still no improvement, I'll eliminate one weekly starting next month." Zhu Qiujing said nothing, merely nodded. From her expression, she was obviously somewhat dissatisfied with Xu Laowu's handling plan. Zhu Qiujing was exceedingly serious about work, treating Senate regulations as immutable laws, and had always harbored opinions about this obvious favoritism. Moreover, she discussed these matters with Xu Laowu numerous times. Ever since Du Wen selected her to attend the women cadres training class, Xu Laowu found her assertiveness had grown, and her conversational expression had become substantially clearer, completely different from ordinary female employees who revered senators as deities. What Zhu Qiujing didn't yet know, her name had appeared as a typical example in the Instructions on Strengthening the Training of Women Cadres, just issued by Queen Du under the Administration Council's authority. This document, partially plagiarizing a report on women's work during the War of Liberation from the old timeline, stated, "We have the responsibility to cultivate numerous outstanding women cadres to support long-term warfare and various rear work. Methods for cultivating cadres should be based on differing local conditions, adopting forms such as holding short-term training classes, participating in takeover work teams, and having the advanced constantly mentor apprentices to cultivate women cadres." As Queen Du's proud disciple, and being Guangzhou native herself, she'd already entered the Senate's line of sight. End of chapter. Chapter 1935. Women Cadres of the New Era, the Qiangya Detachment's first cadre selection roster for northward political takeover operations, originally excluded Zhu Qiujing's name. She belonged to purely technical cadres, not immediately needed. However, establishing a computing center in Guangdong had been placed on the agenda. With the South China strategy's continuous advancement, plans to establish a new data center in Guangzhou had been explicitly scheduled. Though senator personnel arrangements remained unclear within the Naturalized Cadres deployment list, Zhu Qiujing's name ranked paramount due to her Guangzhou familiarity, excellent professional qualities, and sufficient management experience. Since she was destined to shoulder burdens, Xu Laowu didn't include her on the cadre promotion list. With imminent external transfer and promotion, occupying a position here proved unnecessary. This promotion therefore focused entirely on technical cadres in back-end departments, especially several apprentices following Feng Yu, repairing computers. Zhu Qiujing harbored no objections. Instead, Du Wen arrived to champion justice. 2 days prior, she dispatched a memo with stiff tone, reminding Xu Laowu that as a venue with dense female cadre and employee concentration, the data center should treat women's work as important core tasks, particularly strengthening women cadres' cultivation and appointment. Though no names were directly mentioned, Senator Xu recognized this as protest against his delay in further promoting Zhu Qiujing. Leaving that aside, the memo's second half naggingly reminded Xu Laowu to earnestly safeguard women's rights and interests and improve women's status. Xu Laowu personally supported this attitude, but such platitudes mixed into official documents made Xu Laowu cry out intolerably. After all, if she embedded it in official documents, he couldn't not read it. What if some actual business lurked within? For extended periods, controversy had simmered within the Senate regarding women's status and policies in this timeline. Regarding the radical complete gender equality policy, advocated by factions led by Queen Du and Jai Xin, many harbored doubts. Some even proposed advocating gender equality prematurely might not necessarily align with women's current self-positioning and identification on one hand, while on the other, could easily trigger backlash from forces traditionally centered on male power, detrimental to uniting and expanding the ruling base maximally. Yet on one hand, old timeline ideological influences remained, while on the other, more realistic needs, liberating productive forces, releasing human resources, expanding consumption demand, meant most senators still recognized that in new society, women's status must improve. Regardless of how many explicit or implicit glass ceilings existed in reality, at minimum in laws and norms, gender equality should be supported, striving on this foundation for broader mass understanding and support. As a certain male senator from the Social Work Department who assisted drafting the instructions, stated during Senate defense, gender equality constitutes an important symbol distinguishing new society, or modern society, from ancient, feudal societies. Moreover, old timeline experience clearly demonstrated the women's liberation process was simultaneously a process of liberating considerable productive forces. In numerous social positions, women could work better and more stably than men. Additionally, establishing gender equality principles definitely didn't mean factual inequality between men and women would immediately disappear. Even in the old timeline, in Nordic high-welfare countries where so-called equality had somewhat entered obsession's realm, those controlling power were actually mostly still men. What the Senate needed was pushing open this door, clarifying its determination as long-term national policy, leaving the remainder for history to accomplish itself. Against this general backdrop, less than 2 years after the second plenary session, the Senate successively passed multiple programmatic documents involving women's legal status, personal rights, social and economic rights, and female cadres cultivation and appointment. The most important among them were summarized by later generations as 3 regulations and 1 instruction. The regulations on establishing the legislative principle of gender equality, regulations on guaranteeing women's rights to schooling, employment, and promotion, regulations on ensuring women's personal safety and inheritance rights, and the aforementioned instruction on strengthening women cadres cultivation. This series of policies and regulations not only clarified gender equality principles at legislative levels, but also proposed specific measure series in judicial and administrative practice, while carrying out corresponding organizational guarantees. Many years later, when global historians with conscience, not necessarily youthful ones, constantly unearthed numerous dark histories from the Senate's early days, the Maid Revolution, slave trading and usage, the Ximing Building Entertainment Group, and the action in Dengzhou, no one dared deny the empire's many pioneering contributions promoting human rights and equality. Regardless of empire attitudes, historians had to admit, even with abundant shortcomings and limitations, what arrived globally simultaneously with the empire's warships and bayonets were unprecedented rule of law, equality, and freedom. Among them, gender equality was an absolute highlight, as renowned future female scholar Beauvoir Du praised unreservedly. In gender equality fields before the Senate, there was only eternal night. God said, "Let the senators come." Thus, everything became bright. Of course, current Senator Xu knew none of this. For him, what required consideration presently was merely how to select naturalized cadres. Anyway, they were basically all women here, and every cadre promotion saw women comprise majorities, so no headache-inducing sex ratio problems existed. Moreover, Queen Du had always been at odds with him, and since she didn't name names, let her say whatever she loved to say. Taking the record book from team leader Zhu's hand and chatting briefly, Senator Xu conducted another internal patrol. After checking original data materials constantly accumulating on ground floor shelves, arranged like an old timeline library, plus the manual statistics hall where data was being synchronized to wall charts via ladders, Senator Xu confirmed current work progress was entirely normal. After departing less than an hour, he returned to his office, sat before the ThinkPad laptop brought from the old timeline, and continued his exploratory journey on the Senate BBS. This wasn't an outburst of Senator Xu's otaku attributes, but because in several threads recently discussed heatedly online, Senator Xu detected conspiracy sense, and even more unfortunately, he was actually named and involved. Speaking of this, it related to Queen Du's positioning of Senator Xu, a typical representative of the decadent and declining bourgeois forces in the Senate. Senator Xu graduated from a 985 university in the late 90s majoring in computational mathematics. Upon graduation, he caught the first internet bubble's favorable timing, successfully launched a startup with several senior classmates, secured some venture capital, sold to a listed company, and netted a modest fortune. Speaking frankly, as a successful person who possessed house and car at young age in the early 21st century, Senator Xu should have absolutely zero motivation or determination participating in the transmigration, nor did he fit most transmigrators' standard image. However, fate embodied such an elusive entity. Currently high-spirited Senator Xu first married his university girlfriend. Though they didn't immediately have children, their years together were harmonious and happy. What followed was a typical third-rate television drama plot. During business dealings, he met a stylish, beautiful female client. Senator Xu, half a Phoenix man, uncontrollably had something transpire with her. But unfortunately, Senator Xu didn't possess the skill to keep colorful flags fluttering outside while the red flag at home didn't fall. His first wife resolutely divorced him, taking substantial family property. The subsequent plot was equally cliched. Shortly after the mistress upgraded to fiancé, Senator Xu discovered he was never his future wife's only one. What attracted her was probably just his modest wealth. Senator Xu dealt a crushing blow, wanted to return and consume grass he'd left behind, but suddenly sadly discovered his first wife had already taken a step ahead. She'd married a former high school classmate. This time, Senator Xu felt somewhat like all hopes were dashed. For a while, he resorted to forums and gaming to amuse himself. Precisely then, by chance, he saw CEO Wen's recruitment post. If before, such a post would be merely another MLM advertisement form to Senator Xu. But to eyes of someone who just experienced drastic life change, if there truly existed chances to change time and space to live, it might prove quite interesting. Holding the mindset that worst case was a seaside trip, Senator Xu boarded the plane heading south and finally got on the Transmigration Company's pirate ship. After surviving chaotic days following D-Day and acting as basic labor, which helped Senator Xu reduce his waist size by 3 increments, due to Senator Xu's information system design and management work experience in the original timeline, coupled with his older age and more mature work style, Senator Xu was chosen by the planning agency to establish the Planning Agency Data Center, mainly for data statistics and management. He could claim to have built this institution and team single-handedly, brick by brick, though work couldn't be called completely satisfactory. Seeing his efforts bear fruit still granted him considerable satisfaction. With the new data center building's completion and activation, work in all aspects showed even more flourishing momentum. As all this is promoter, Senator Xu's days during this period could be counted as smooth sailing. But just these few days, a post by a senator who'd long opposed the Senate's ruling system suddenly appeared on the BBS, targeting the long-standing senator share dividend system. The senator's shares issue was first clarified at the first Transmigrator conference in the old timeline, the so-called Training Ground Conference. though later revised and detailed through 2 plenary sessions, with relatively clear methods for acquiring and calculating this 1/5 of the Senate. Initial shareholding ratios and amounts didn't change significantly. That is, senators' shareholding ratios were mainly calculated from funds and materials they provided in the old timeline, bearing little relationship to their new timeline performance. This post's main attack point was here, and unfortunately, Senator Xu was cited as an example and became a target. End of chapter. Chapter 1936. Data publication. The reason was simple. After deciding to venture into the new world from the old timeline, Senator Xu, due to his long-standing engagement in medical system informatization business, leveraged his connections to secure substantial medical instruments and equipment for the Transmigration Group, while simultaneously funding targeted donations of extensive medical supplies. Whether this stemmed from public spirit, merely considering personal well-being post-transmigration, or simply a tycoon's nature, the result was undeniable. Opening the Transmigration Group's equity conversion list, Senator Xu's name ranked within the top 10. Since Senator Xu was already 35 when he transmigrated, and single, he could already be classified among middle-aged uncles within the senator team generally in their early 20s. Thus, he earned the nickname Xu Laowu, Xu the Fifth, within familiar senator circles. The post and its hyped replies repeatedly emphasized the so-called unfairness this engendered. It was nothing more than questioning. Just because one possessed wealth in the original timeline, should they also control vast wealth in the new timeline? For instance, should a military senator from a loser background in the old timeline, who braved death on frontlines, endure seeing most of the world he'd fought hard to conquer, distributed to these old timeline tycoons sitting in offices, while he only received returns from a mere 100,000 basic shares? Take this Xu Laowu as example. He'd possessed some coins in the original timeline, so he could lord it over others in this new world. Though because the issue was sensitive and involved personal attacks on senators, this post-series was deleted by admin shortly after. Senator Xu knew this could only be the next political storm's beginning. When first seeing it, Senator Xu was shocked, then inevitably filled with indignation. Leaving aside agreed contract spirit and such, just being singled out as an example in this post, fiercely criticized as a negative model merely based on good office working conditions without knowing or understanding his work's hardship and value at all, Senator Xu was a million times unconvinced in his heart. Being chosen as an example was really just the poster picking a soft persimmon to squeeze. If one opened the roster, besides CEO Wen mentioned earlier and the North American Gang of Three as the Otaku Party's core, listed in the top 10 were also incumbent Senate Chairman Wang, Minister of Economy and Industry Zhan Wuya, and Landu who'd paid a high boat ticket price, etc. Even Secretary of State Ma, known as the proletariat's spokesperson, and Director Zio, who usually didn't show off, were actually ranked within the top 50. It was just that these people were either high-ranking and powerful, held guns, or had large interest groups supporting them. A post meant to test waters naturally wasn't suitable for poking these hornets' nests. He, a decadent and degenerate element from the old timeline, a technical worker who only knew how to bury his head in work in this new world, undoubtedly became the best scapegoat and stepping stone. However, thinking again, Senator Xu's anger subsided somewhat. In the end, wasn't this similar to the common conflict between venture capital and employee stock ownership in the old timeline? Initially, capital was undoubtedly urgent and necessary. When you provided help in someone's hour of need, it was easy to get a larger share. But as business continuously developed and grew, employees who became more confident would inevitably be dissatisfied with interest distribution. They naturally hoped to get more. So, there's never anything new under the sun. What he encountered now was just the struggle between VC and employees in the new timeline. Moreover, in this company, management itself was the largest shareholder. Even if the sky fell, tall ones would hold it up, so what was he anxious about? Subsequent developments confirmed his judgment. The admin quickly deleted posts and silenced users, and related remarks didn't appear again. No trace was seen in any public meetings or paper records. Obviously, current powers didn't want to open this jar. But Senator Xu's intuition told him this matter wasn't simple. An undercurrent or several undercurrents had already fixed their eyes on this topic, and consequently, he'd also entered the attention scope of certain people or forces. Perhaps in the not-so-distant future, a bigger storm would fall on his head. Obvious evidence. Though everyone pretended this post didn't exist, his nickname Xu Laowu had already spread widely. Apart from checking the BBS situation periodically, Senator Xu handled some routine official documents of waiting for this and that. Then began the day's final heavyweight task, checking and approving this week's data statistics report. This work originated from the second plenary session, where senators expressed that, as the plate became increasingly larger, everyone usually knew very little about work progress outside their own turf, especially lacking authoritative statistical data. They believed this situation affected senators' due right to know and right to participate in and deliberate on state affairs, even triggering a cohort of soy sauce senators to verbally attack the ruling class for data deception. In response to criticism, the newly established cabinet tasked the planning agency to take the lead, with the data center specifically responsible, to establish a data reporting system open to all senators. According to requirements, the data center would submit a report on the latest weekly data every week, and a quarterly overall situation report every quarter. Simply put, the weekly data report was relatively simple, mainly including business progress summaries, such as this week's purified people count, important materials imports, exports, and inventory changes, industrial sector major products output, commercial sector sales volume, and so on. The quarterly report covered far more aspects, including quarter-dealing effectively controlled area changes, currency issuance and tax revenue, quarterly population changes, quarterly important projects progress, etc. Currently, the weekly data report was only released in network form, while the quarterly report had a paper version issued as needed, mainly provided to senators stationed outside who couldn't access the internet. Data publication useless. Everyone just slaps their head to find evidence. When you bring out figures, they say you're forging them, Xu Laowu complained. As this work-specific person in charge, Senator Xu's biggest bellyful of complaints was just how many people actually read these reports that took countless time and energy to summarize and organize. The paper version's effect was unclear, but judging from the web version's page views, the situation was really not optimistic. Naturally, professional departments needed these data, but those senators who took senatorial power very seriously and often wanted to sit and talk about the Tao, to reflect their senators participating in state affairs, mostly used "I feel," or "I think," or simply fabrications during certain discussions, completely ignoring serious data. You complain daily that the Ming Dynasty lacked digital management, but you yourselves act like Ming bureaucrats. Xu Laowu continued complaining in his heart while looking at these dense data. He knew very well how much manpower and material resources it took to collect and generate these data. It could be said this was the most important basis for a country and regime to formulate policies and laws, worthy of being called a huge fortune. However, for future historians and economists, these reports would become the most important authoritative information source, and quite a few PhD dogs would dig out core dissertation material from them. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Senator Xu. By the time he finished checking the report's data, confirmed it met release format and standards, and submitted it to his direct superior, Minister of Planning Wu De, via internal workflow, the wall's hour hand had already passed 8 p.m. Normally, Zhu Qiujing should have gone home to rest by now. but substantial work remained to complete on tonight's shift. Feng Yu in the back-end hadn't left either, so he decided to stay here and work overtime. Firstly, to keep an eye on inputters. Though the 4 heavenly kings had got off work, in the night shift there were still the 3 noble families whose input error rates were barely passing, so he had to keep close watch. Secondly, both the Secretary of State's office and the planning agency had greeted him. A second data and computing center would soon be established in Guangzhou, and he needed to prepare relevant plans and proposals. One obvious thing, due to the Senate's electronic equipment reserve's critical state, the data computing center in Lingao would be the most powerful data computing center in their lifetime. These already built facilities and operational equipment wouldn't be considered for dismantling or relocation. Thus, how to configure equipment and arrange personnel for Guangzhou's data center became a rather complicated issue. It was necessary to consider maintaining this Lingao computing center's original scale and capacity, while also enhancing the new Guangzhou center's computing capacity as much as possible, and also considering a third computing center's opening and future spare parts issues. If only the reserve issue needed consideration, things would be easier to solve. Ever since Feng Yu took the lead and the Ministry of Science and Technology started that mechanical computer project, the new computing center's design had to consider how to fully utilize these devices currently still on paper's efficacy. This is a tough nut to crack. Xu Laowu was somewhat troubled. He wasn't clear to what extent the so-called mechanical computer Feng Yu bragged about could actually achieve, and to what extent it could replace currently used equipment, so he couldn't estimate related equipment needs. He decided to think it over carefully in the office tonight. He couldn't get anything done at home. Here he could think about problems and formulate plans quietly. Home wasn't so peaceful. Xu Laowu had 2 living secretaries at home, one Chinese and one Western, who'd each given birth to a child for him recently. It was said to be a complete family with a son and daughter, but a family of 5 squeezed into a 2-bedroom apartment, with 2 infants who couldn't walk crying and shouting at night, was not a pleasant taste. Xu Laowu often complained about this, running to the 17th century to be a master, only to become a household with extreme housing difficulties. Naturally, under such an environment, if Xu Laowu could sleep peacefully at home, it would be considered extremely lucky. So his going home now was basically just for eating and sleeping. Even discussing matters with people required going out to the Nanhai coffee house, or simply sitting on a bench by the residential area's green space. End of chapter. Chapter 1937. 2 senators originally. The General Office planned to expand the senator residential area, but with the Lianguang strategy's launch, the Senate planned to relocate to Guangzhou. After seeing planning and design drawings and renderings of the Guangzhou senator residential area, drawn by the Planning and Construction Department, the senator's calls for changing houses were suddenly not so strident. "Draw you a big pie and you quiet down," Senator Xu complained again. He asked someone to fetch him a meal from the industrial zone canteen, then opened the door to his office's inner room, his personal dormitory. It wasn't large, but comfortably furnished. It also possessed necessary washing facilities, making it very convenient for habitation. Here he could contemplate work problems with peace of mind. It could be considered a small harbor in his work and life. On the desk sat his confidential document box, containing planning agency documents he'd requested to access, all reports on various computer equipment's storage capacity and status. Among them were both precise tables and regular reports. Some reports were written by his partner Feng Yu, others by planning agency senators. From the wording and phrasing to the superfine management style, where every capacitor was accounted for, one could perceive how profoundly the planning agency valued these devices. Senator Xu still remembered the time when various gods on the BBS offered their advice and suggestions. Some discussed electronic equipment aging and wear causes from multiple angles such as electromigration, power supply principles, and capacitor design. Some gave relevant suggestions for extending service life from their own work experience perspectives. Others considered how to effectively seal and store electronic products. Finally, the planning agency issued a document titled Provisional Regulations on Maintenance, Care, and Life Extension of Precision Electronic Equipment in Dispersed Use. This document regulated every aspect in meticulous detail, from hardware to software. The document's most significant measure, except for a few machines with special applications, the Windows series was completely discontinued for computer operating systems, switching to operating systems without complex background scheduling such as DOS or Linux. Some equipment requiring visual operations also tried switching to Linux systems with visual interfaces as much as possible. The more he read the reports, the more pressure Xu Laowu, as main user and manager, felt. No wonder Feng Nuo was fussing about launching mechanical computers all day long. If they continued relying solely on reserves like this, one day the Senate's refined digital management would collapse. No wonder Feng Nuo has been so active recently. His sense of crisis is stronger than mine, Xu Laowu thought to himself. Once this system collapses, Senator Feng will become a complete idle senator. While reading the report, he took notes on key points, especially estimating how much equipment and materials could be applied for, how large a scale of data computing center should be configured. Zhu Qiujing estimated that demand for the Guangdong Data and Computing Center would differ from Lingao's. Besides substantial data management, Lingao also had numerous production and research projects requiring computing services. But Guangzhou was different. There was no modern industry to speak of, but the population and total economic volume were far larger than Hainan's. So the main demand should be in population management, economic statistics, and tax administration. The demand for storage, retrieval, and classification was far greater than for calculation. If these applications were primary, the mechanical computer proposed by Feng Nuo could indeed replace part of the computer's functions. He took notes and wrote outlines while reading the report. After a while, someone brought him dinner. Xu Laowu ate, then took a walk in the computing center's corridors and hall, which served as both after-meal exercise and a chance to supervise night shift work. Then he began his report writing work. By the time the first draft was basically formed, it was already past 2 in the morning. Forget it, let's sleep for a while. Xu Laowu fell headlong onto the bed and immediately sank into dreamland. It seemed like only a moment later that he woke. Looking up, the sky was already bright. Xu Qiujing got up and stretched. While washing up, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." His administrative secretary entered. She reported, "Chief Feng is here to see you. Ask him to wait a moment." Xu Laowu hurriedly wiped the water from his face with a towel. "Tell him to have breakfast together." Breakfast was set in the conference room adjacent to the office. The breakfast was made by Xu Laowu's living secretary, Xu Shanshan. His other living secretary, Zara, delivered it. Zara had also made him traditional Persian-style breakfasts, but Xu Laowu had a stubborn Chinese stomach and really couldn't enjoy snacks that abused spices and sugar without restraint. So cooking was completely delegated to Xu Shanshan. The breakfast delivered by Xu Shanshan always came in large portions. A steamer basket of buns with various fillings plus rice porridge cooked in an earthen pot, delivered in a dedicated insulated box. The leftover porridge and buns were routinely welfare for the night shift inputters outside. The buns made by Xu Shanshan were a computing center famous item, a hot commodity that was gone if your hands are slow. The porridge cooked slowly with Senator Special rice over low heat also wasn't comparable to what the general canteen supplied. The secretary set 2 sets of tableware on the table. Feng Nuo was already sitting there eating a bun. Xu Laowu didn't mind this. Seeing his complexion and dark circles, it seemed he hadn't slept all night again. Didn't sleep all night again. Get some good sleep later. Being a few years older, Xu Laowu naturally had to care about Feng Yuo. Pushing too hard mainly hurts yourself in the end. I'm not tired. Feng Yuo's eyes were dull. I have to go to the printing factory for a card manufacturing work meeting in a while. This mechanical computer thing finally has the beginnings of success. Xu Laowu was very concerned about this and asked, I haven't read the documents recently. How is your project progressing? It has entered the engineering prototype stage. The punch card machine has produced a finished product. It's just that the paper card's quality is not good enough yet. This thing is easy on the blueprints, but once it enters manufacturing, all the problems emerge. Materials processing. It's a headache. Although Feng Yuo said it was a headache, his appetite was very good and he started eating his third bun. I remember this thing is said to be mechanical, but actually it still needs relays. Can you handle it? I've consulted others and pondered it myself. It should be doable. Feng Yuo had repaired computers for many years and was considered half an authority in this regard. Actually, including things like capacitors, even simple printed circuit boards, with our current capabilities we can make them. It's just that the yield is not high and the quality is unstable. This instability could be fatal. That's right, but having something is better than nothing. Rough first, refined later. As Feng Yuo spoke, he extracted a document from his briefcase. This is the specific data and design drawing of the first mass-produced computer in the plan. The shape and structure will be modified somewhat, but the data processing capability should be about the same. Xu Laowu knew this document's purpose was for him to write his report. They'd been partners for many years, and though usually just a working relationship without much private friendship, they both felt the other was reliable. He accepted it without comment. After eating Xu Laowu's free breakfast, Feng Yuo hurried to the paper mill. He held meetings with the senator in charge of technology at the paper mill all morning. When he returned, he brought a bag of punch card samples of different sizes, thicknesses, and materials for him to test. Actually, he didn't even have a finished machine on hand yet. Returning home at noon, Feng Shan hadn't come back again. The stove was cold and the pot was clear. Not even a boxed lunch was prepared. The room had been tidied up, but looking closely, the floor hadn't been swept, and the tables, chairs, and furniture hadn't been wiped for a long time, covered with a thin layer of dust. Feng Yuo felt somewhat lost. The Hikaru Genji plan he'd painstakingly cultivated didn't seem as enticing as imagined. Though he knew Feng Shan's study and work schedule was very tight, and he'd given maximum understanding and support compared to other senators' maids, especially the breakfast he ate at Xu Laowu's place this morning, Feng Shan could be said to be too incompetent. Going out to eat was naturally easy. Whether it was the canteen or the Nanhai coffee house, food was available. However, clearly having a maid but still living a single dog's life, Feng Yuo couldn't help but sulk. Forget it, better roll back to the computing center. At least there's someone to order around there. Feng Yuo casually left a note for Feng Shan, telling her to come to the computing center immediately after returning home. Teacher Zio Feng. Feng Shan stopped. She looked somewhat confusedly toward the voice's source. A teenager wearing an apprentice uniform was standing at the door of a room on one side of the computing center hall looking at her. The teenager was about 14 or 15 years old, of medium height, with medium-length hair and a very ordinary appearance. I am Qian Yuzhai. I attended your class before, Teacher Zio Feng. Feng Shan still had no impression. She taught more than 20 classes weekly at the National School, the College of Arts and Sciences, and the Vocational School, with varying depths and progress. Especially the vocational school classes were large classes exceeding 200 people. She simply couldn't remember all students' names. Moreover, she had many affairs to attend to. Besides continuing her own studies and substituting for Feng Qiati, she also had to care for Feng Yu's daily life. So she merely substituted and didn't hold positions like homeroom teacher or counselor, thus she had no mind to remember students' faces. Seeing that Feng Shan still didn't seem to remember, the teenager seemed somewhat embarrassed, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He walked over and said, "I am Qian Yuzhai from the 6th term of the class of 1634 at the vocational school. I listened to your lectures several times before. I sat in the last row of the classroom by the window. I even asked questions several times after class, but maybe you don't have much of an impression." Feng Shan nodded blankly. Because she was beautiful, had a gentle personality, dressed more fashionably than ordinary naturalized substitute teachers and senior students at Fangqiati, and was close in age to the vocational school students, she was very popular among the students. Every time after class, apprentices asking questions would surround her in 3 or 4 circles, sometimes not leaving until the next class's bell rang. Therefore, asking questions really couldn't recall any valuable information for her. However, she still smiled and chatted with the teenager for a while before carrying the food box into the management area on the 2nd floor. End of chapter. Chapter 1938. The punching machine. Feng Nuo was currently on the BBS reading a post. If there were another wormhole, would you go back? This was a perennial thread on the BBS, but over the years, not only were fewer people visiting the BBS and less frequently, but replies to this thread were also dwindling. A new reply wouldn't appear for 10 days or half a month. Of course, this also related to the BBS's overall cooling. Senators' enthusiasm for the BBS had dropped significantly. Let alone bumping threads, very few even started new ones. The grand occasion of the past where a senatorial power thread could build thousands of floors was gone. Firstly, senators were busy with affairs and had no time to bicker on the BBS. Secondly, everyone's titles were getting bigger and their power heavier, so spouting off on the BBS would inevitably be beneath their dignity. Consequently, proposals, memos, circulars, these official documents with various titles replaced online discussions. Because Feng Nuo managed the server room and concurrently served as a BBS administrator, he had to check in periodically, maintaining the forum database. He'd also check if there were new replies under this thread, but he never spoke up on it. Actually, until a few months ago, he felt his answer was still yes. But he would never say it aloud. Others' replies might just be idle chatter or venting dissatisfaction, but he absolutely could not show the slightest wavering of revolutionary will. Staring at the BBS in a daze for a while, pondering what answer he would give now. For the first time in months, he felt his connection to the world. Networking, meetings, looking up materials all night, reviewing university textbooks he'd 90% forgotten, just to be able to interject a sentence or two when discussing design proposals with mechanical department senators. This was a sense of fulfillment he hadn't experienced even in the old timeline. So this is how those red-faced guys feel. A grumbling sound from his stomach interrupted his thoughts. He turned his gaze to the materials on the desk. As the computer project deepened, his desk became increasingly messy, piled with documents pouring in from all sides. Just reading through them all made Feng Nuo feel exhausted. There were too many places needing coordination. He now fully understood why his supervisor was not attending to proper duties all day long. Pity he didn't have any graduate students at his disposal. The first report was a trial report on the punching machine. The punching machine had been in use for several weeks, and currently, pilot work for the population census was being carried out in Lingao and Qiangshan, where grassroots conditions were relatively good. The census results naturally could not be preserved solely on punched cards whose reliability remained unproven. In fact, it still took the form of census takers entering households to fill out the permanent population registration form. The census results of each sub-district or commune were then uniformly cardized. Though the punching machine had insufficient material strength, a high damage rate, poor card quality, and the naturalized staff had short training times, leading to a waste card rate exceeding 50% in practice at one point. The entire census work had been basically completed. To cooperate with subsequent tabulating machine development, several subdistricts, permanent population registration forms, and statistical results were transferred to facilitate proofreading and verification. All materials were moved from the Ministry of Civil Affairs and temporarily piled in a warehouse at the General Machinery Plant. The card feeding and transmission system seemed to have finished development. Under manually controlled laboratory conditions, the current card feeding and transmission system could complete a series of processes, reading cards one by one, feeding them at uniform speed to the processing unit, stopping to accept processing, and sending out process cards. Limited by card quality, however, transmission speed remained very slow, and paper jams occurred occasionally. This system was the common basic system for subsequent tabulator, sorter, and reproduction punch development. The so-called sorter drove different card output mechanisms to send cards to different card pockets based on punched information read in series-connected multiple processing units. The so-called reproduction punch consisted of two sets of transmission processing systems, where one processing unit was responsible for reading punched cards information, and the other unit punched holes in the same positions for new cards. The tabulator accounting machine, on the other hand, performed basic statistics after card reading by the processing unit and relied on programmable plugboards or even control cards to perform digit character conversion operations. This part had little to do with the power source. It was more about mechanical structure design and development. If an electric method was adopted, transmission stability would be stronger, and card feeding accuracy would also be higher. Of course, electricity was also the prerequisite for automatic control based on punched cards using relays. Designing an electromechanical control system was much simpler than a purely mechanical control system. Feng Yu himself could barely handle it, whereas purely mechanical control design would probably require asking someone else for help, which Feng Yu was unwilling to do. The tackling group's next plan was tabulator development. The tabulator was roughly divided into two functional parts. One was data statistics and calculation, and the other was the output structure. Data statistics and calculation went without saying. The word calculation in mechanical computer fell on this, and it was a subject that had to be conquered. The output structure involved another massive project, the Chinese typewriter system. The mechanical department had previously imitated a Chinese typewriter, but the result was only marginally better than that hand-cranked calculator project, basically considered usable. Moreover, because typing efficiency and the problem of memorizing the character table couldn't be solved, the Chinese typewriter in the old timeline was never considered popular. Except for necessary formal documents and printed matter like books and newspapers, it wasn't more convenient than handwritten mimeographing in ordinary occasions, and far from comparable to English typewriters. However, an automatic typewriter system was still very tempting. Not only would it save the difficulty of manually memorizing the character table, but if the automatic control system passed muster, character picking efficiency would also be greatly improved. Feng Yu even utilized his free time managing the computing center to re-optimize the character tray layout. The Chinese encoding scheme passed some time ago was the section position code arranged by pinyin. The lead types in the Chinese typewriter's character tray were mainly classified by radicals. These were all arrangements adopted to facilitate human memory. But an automatic typewriter didn't have this necessity. It only needed to arrange lead types with the goal of minimizing the expected value of the average moving distance of the machine body during the character fetching process. Therefore, Feng Yu calculated the transition probability between commonly used characters based on the massive corpus extracted from the data center, constructed a huge Markov model, and solved it in the computing center intermittently for 2 or 3 months before coming up with an optimized character tray scheme. Feng Yu estimated this scheme was 30% to 50% more efficient than the character tray used in the old timeline. Of course, manual character picking became completely impossible. Feng Yu excitedly took the plan to the Chinese typewriter project team to pitch his idea and request cooperation, but was soon doused with cold water. The Chinese typewriter project team was a group of mechanical department senators who had no intention of electrifying or automating the Chinese typewriter either now or in the foreseeable future. These people were quite generous in introducing abundant relevant information and experience to him, even taking him to visit models and prototypes. However, Feng Yu's scheme had to rely on a complex wiring structure to transform the section position code into character tray coordinates, then calculate the machine body's moving distance based on current coordinates, and precisely drive the motor to run to achieve the goal. Though Feng Yu didn't understand electromechanics, he knew this thing wasn't in a position on the tech tree reachable within these few years. After this setback, regarding the Chinese output mechanism, the tackling group organized several more discussions and finally concluded that the difficulty was too great, deciding to suspend development and focus mainly on the card information statistics function. At most, simply develop an automatic number printing function as the output mechanism. The card statistical function could be divided into two schemes. One was to make several accumulators based on electromagnetic storage mechanisms, advantages over purely mechanical storage mechanisms. The second was to follow hand-cranked calculators' mechanical storage mechanism, with relays only used for automatic control. More complex calculations would be completed through the combination of multiple sorters accounting machines. Feng Yu naturally favored the first scheme in his heart, but it was hard to ignore the advantage of mechanical storage being simpler to realize at the current stage. However, regardless of which scheme, the electromagnetic control system was unavoidable. The tackling group's senators each had their own affairs. Though professionally speaking, Faraday and others were more suitable for relay development than him, getting a few people together for a meeting to brainstorm was fine, but asking them to act as the main force for tackling the problem was impossible due to lack of time. The electrical department senators were currently bent on engaging in strong current systems like generators and motors. Relays were temporarily not on the schedule. If Feng Yu wanted to quickly push this project forward, he had to go down to the field and tackle this technical difficulty himself. A restrained knock sounded on the office door. "Come in." Feng Yu noticed Feng Shan walking in. Her eyes had dark circles. He asked, "Added classes again this morning?" He remembered there were no classes scheduled at Feng Qiati this morning. "Temporarily added classes," Feng Shan said. This kind of thing was common. Feng Qiati's class scheduling was of the Big Four accounting firms type, but a trace of suspicion rose in Feng Yu's heart. He felt Feng Shan seemed to be hiding something. This thought passed in a flash, because he suddenly noticed that his maid was wearing the uniform distributed by the General Office for Living Secretaries today, commonly known as the maid uniform. Because of substituting classes at Feng Qiati, Feng Shan almost never wore the maid uniform. Why did she think of wearing this today? Unlike many maids who liked wearing this uniform to show off their distinctive status, Feng Shan didn't like wearing the maid uniform, even resisting it somewhat. Feng Yu generally didn't force her. Wear whatever she liked, he wasn't a maid fetishist. The reason shouldn't be that too many dirty clothes had accumulated and there was nothing to change into. The service agency had laundry services. Feng Yu was very considerate of Feng Shan's busyness and hardship. Many rough and heavy chores were outsourced to the service agency. But he didn't have time to delve deeper. Find time to clean up the house sanitation. I've been very busy recently and can't attend to it at all. End of chapter. Chapter 1939. The tenant in the past, Feng Yu's work was relatively leisurely, and he'd do some housework when at home. However, recently, he couldn't manage it anymore. Home hygiene was degrading steadily, yet he had quite a few components and professional books at home, so he wasn't at ease hiring cleaners from the service agency. Relying solely on Feng Shan's rushed tidying every morning, the home hygiene situation could be imagined. Feng Yuo was already dissatisfied when he went home today. Added to not having lunch, he was inwardly angry when he returned to the computing center and saw Feng Shan bringing a boxed meal. Of course, he, Feng Yuo, prided himself on being an activist for women's equal rights, and cultivating Feng Shan into a top student was also facilitated by him personally. Now that Lady Murasaki was accomplished in her studies and busy with her career, he naturally couldn't openly drag her back, otherwise he'd be schizophrenic, so he just reminded her very politely, but the displeasure in his tone was obvious. Feng Shan also realized his dissatisfaction. She lowered her head and said, "Yes, I'll clean up when I go back tonight." Feng Yuo vented and calmed down. He started eating the boxed meal Feng Shan brought. Dual-income couples really can't afford this. Should I buy another living secretary? Feng Yuo thought to himself. Qian Yuzhai stared blankly in the direction Feng Shan went upstairs. So she really is. There had long been rumors in the vocational school that teacher Xiao Feng was actually a certain chief's living secretary. This was originally unbelievable because Feng Shan had always studied and worked at Fangqiati, never wore the maid uniform, and no one had ever seen her having an intimate relationship with any senator. Feng Yu's nature of work and otaku attributes, Feng Shan's own heavy studies and work, and of course the factor of the Hikaru Genji label back then, all determined that they rarely went out on dates to show off. However, the facts were before his eyes. Qian Yuzhai certainly wouldn't mistake the maid uniform. From the initial maid outfit to the latest style suit, every version of the maid uniform was an important topic for dormitory night talks at the vocational school. He, Qian Yuzhai, betting his reputation as the #1 expert on maid uniforms in the vocational school, definitely wouldn't have seen wrong. This discovery made him somewhat distracted all afternoon. Teacher Xiao Feng's silhouette wearing the maid uniform was like a speck of dust firmly stuck to his eyelids. It would emerge as soon as he closed his eyes. He managed to endure until dinner time, and because he was constantly zoning out, slowing down the work progress of the entire team in the afternoon, he was scolded by the section leader and told no need to come for the night shift, roll back and reflect. Only then did he recover slightly. Qian Yuzhai ate a half-full meal tastelessly in the canteen, bought 2 sweet potato flour cakes for tomorrow's breakfast, and walked out of Bern City toward Eastgate Market. He was a local. His mother died early, and his father was a sailor in the Coast Guard. 3 years ago, he was transferred to the Hong Kong base for garrison duty. Once, he went on a sea patrol mission and never came back. There was no body, not even ashes, leaving only him and his sister, 2 years younger, to depend on each other. Benefiting from the Senate's preferential treatment policy, he and his sister entered the national school to study free of charge as relatives of martyrs. Even his name was changed to the refined Yuzhai. After finishing 2 years of junior primary school, Qian Yuzhai's grades were average, and he was getting older, so he transferred to the vocational school. Because his status as a martyr's relative was favorable, he was assigned to the Bern General Machinery Plant to be trained as a technician apprentice after graduation. His sister entered the Ministry of Health's nursing school. Last year she was sent to Kaohsiung for an internship. Though the siblings lost their father, their economic conditions remained good. As orphans of a martyr besides a pension, their food and lodging were free during schooling. The housing was handed down from the family. It was originally very dilapidated, but after their father sacrificed himself, the Ministry of Civil Affairs stepped in, took back the old house in the village, and allocated them a cell-phoned small apartment in the large batch of naturalized citizen collective dormitories built near Eastgate Market. He rarely lived in this small apartment usually, so he rented it out. Housing in Lingao was tight, and rental income was very good. But after graduation, he could no longer live in the Fangqiati dormitory. So at the end of last month, he mailed the notice to take back the house to the Lingao Commercial and Residential Housing Management Association. The Lingao Commercial and Residential Housing Management Association was a new state-owned mixed-ownership enterprise under the commercial department, with a nature similar to a mixture of a housing management office and a real estate agency. His house was entrusted to the association for rental management. Qian Yuzhai entered the courtyard of number 15, East Gate Market 3rd Ring Road. This was housing built in batches by the Civil Affairs Department for naturalized employees. Densely packed red brick bungalows stood one after another, each facing south and extending very long. If a Japanese person came, they would definitely find it familiar. This was just a Nagya longhouse. The so-called Nagya was a long bungalow sharing one eave. The housing under the eave was separated by walls according to certain areas and distributed to different families. The Nagya built by the General Construction Company weren't completely single-story. There was a loft above where one could stand upright in the middle of the ridge. A Nagya had layouts of 3, 5, or 7 suites depending on length. In front of each household in the Nagya dormitory, there was a small yard along the road, surrounded by a unified style of low fence. It was used for drying clothes and was also a place for the family to eat and enjoy the cool air. Many families built trellises in the yard, planting vegetables like loofah and pumpkin, with tables and chairs placed under the trellis. It was already past quitting time. No. 15 courtyard was coming and going with people. Employees getting off work, children finishing school, housewives returning from shopping. Women's laughter, children's playing noise, accompanied by greetings between off-duty workers. The thick aroma of food permeated the air. He walked along the gravel-paved road, passing through the wet public well platform. A dozen women were washing clothes and rinsing rice by the stone water trough, the windlass creaking constantly as buckets of water were lifted. Beside the well was a sign. In addition to the routine warning not to pollute water quality and reminding to save water, there was a dark green mark indicating that the well water could be drunk after boiling. Though he'd been allocated housing here long ago, he rarely came. He felt somewhat strange and restrained in this lively living atmosphere. He walked all the way to the gate of his own yard. The yard was quite clean, but there were neither flowers nor plants nor tables and chairs inside, looking very deserted. The house door was closed. According to the lease, the tenant should have moved out the day before yesterday. Qian Yuzhai listlessly took out the key. He'd left a bad impression on the team leader just days after entering the factory and could not help but feel uneasy. He opened the door. The room was very clean. According to the association administrator, the tenant was a female naturalized citizen. It seemed she was a diligent woman. It was getting late and the room was pitch black. He was too lazy to light a lamp and too tired to move after a long day. He put down his luggage, felt his way to his bed and fell onto it. He felt he'd fallen onto something warm and soft, then heard a "yuh," and the back of his head suffered a punch, making him see stars. Then he was kicked onto the ground, knocking over a pile of sundries. Before he could react to what was happening, a knee pinned him firmly to the ground and his arm was fiercely twisted behind his back. "Who are you?" a crisp voice asked behind his head, while his arm was twisted another half-circle, making him grimace in pain. Qian Yuzhai almost fainted from anger. He shouted at the ground with anger and some fear. "Who are you? This is my home." The hand twisting his arm loosened slightly, then tightened again. "Really?" The voice behind him was somewhat suspicious. "Then why did you sneak in without making a sound?" Qian Yuzhai thought. "Do I have to knock before entering my own home? This is my home." As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something was wrong. Why did he have to explain this to this person? The person behind him finally released him. He scrambled up and looked warily at the silhouette in the gloom. Judging from the voice and figure, it should be a girl about his age. Could it be that my sister came back? He immediately rejected this idea. The voice and figure didn't resemble his sister at all, and his sister didn't have such formidable skills. The silhouette opposite sighed and said, "Sorry, light a lamp first." Qian Yuzhai lit a Lingao-produced oil lamp. This light source, many times brighter than candles, had now entered thousands of households. He guessed right. It really was a girl of similar age, with a fair face, flickering eyes, and a playfully upturned nose. Looking further down, he was stunned. The girl was actually wearing the new style-made suit he just struggled to expel from his mind. "Are you the landlord?" the girl asked again. "Of course I'm the landlord." Qian Yuzhai had roughly guessed the identity of the girl before him. This must be the tenant who should have moved out days ago. I clearly notified her last month to take back the house. Why is she still lingering in my room? Such thick skin. However, seeing the girl's uniform, Qian Yuzhai's anger suddenly inexplicably dissipated by more than half. Sorry. The girl was somewhat incoherent. "I didn't find a place to live for a moment, and seeing you didn't come back, I just stayed on." She suddenly spoke fluently again. "I will pay you rent." Qian Yuzhai hadn't quite recovered yet. Seeing him staring at her clothes, the girl felt increasingly embarrassed and slightly annoyed. However, thinking that she was the intruder, she held back and didn't flare up. Moreover, Qian Yuzhai's dumbstruck appearance made her feel somewhat amused. However, she was a College of Arts and Sciences student, and had seen more of the world than Qian Yuzhai, and her mind was more agile. She saw that he was an honest teenager who probably didn't have much chance to talk to girls in the vocational school. "I am Li Jianai, also graduated from Fangqiati this year. I am from the College of Arts and Sciences." She first introduced herself generously, then said, "I see you are also a new graduate this year. You are still wearing the old uniform of the vocational school." End of chapter. Chapter 1940, Relay. I work as an apprentice at the General Machinery Plant. I don't have a place to live for the time being. Your attic upstairs is still empty. Can I live there? Don't worry, I will pay you the same rent as before. Qian Yuzhai was usually not a person without ideas, but at this moment he seemed to be led by the nose. Li Jianai dominated the conversation and showed Qian Yuzhai her work ID and identity card. Within a few minutes, the matter was decided. Li Jianai picked up a small rattan suitcase at the bed's end and walked toward the simple stairs. "Help me bring the bedding over, thanks." At this moment, Qian Yuzhai heard a growling sound from her stomach. Li Jianai's face immediately turned red. She turned her head and gave Qian Yuzhai a preventative glare, as if implying that if he dared to mention it, he would be in trouble. Qian Yuzhai had to pretend he didn't hear anything and carried the bedding behind her. The attic used to be his sister's bedroom, so the bed and furniture were already made. It was cleaned spotlessly. It could be seen that Li Jianai was a very good tenant. "All right, I'll reluctantly live here then." Li Jianai sat on the bed and said, "I won't return the key to you. I usually eat in the canteen and definitely won't cook, so don't think about mooching meals off me. I wouldn't do it even if you paid for the food. I eat at the factory too." Qian Yuzhai felt somewhat stifled. Inexplicably, it turned into him intending to take advantage of her. He suddenly remembered something. Men and women are different living in one place. Hey, I didn't expect your mind to be so old-fashioned. Didn't you live with a girl in the past? There are many girls' things in this room. That was my sister. Since you care so much, consider me your sister. Cousin will do, coming to stay with you temporarily. Qian Yuzhai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These female students from the College of Arts and Sciences were really bold, living under the same roof with a man of similar age just like that. Was she not worried or afraid at all? Or did she trust too much that he was a gentleman? Qian Yuzhai found himself surprisingly kind today. Not dragging Li Jianai to the police station was already polite enough, yet he'd even agreed to rent her the room. In the past, he and this girl would both be considered improper, though rural people didn't pay much attention to this. A man and a woman living in one house basically meant they were a couple. Could it be that this girl was really interested in him? Looking at Li Jianai's uniform, he thought of teacher Xiao Feng again, and his heart felt somewhat restless, just like every teenager entering puberty. "I'm going to sleep now." Qian Yuzhai felt his face heating up, so he hurriedly went downstairs. Feng Yue walked toward the train station panting heavily. He was going to take the small train to the steel plant in the Mao industrial zone. After walking briskly for less than 10 minutes, he was somewhat out of breath. "This won't do. I need to exercise," Feng Yuo said to himself silently. He was probably among the most otaku-like people among the senators. Administrative leaders of various Senate institutions usually had to take considerable time to go down to the grassroots for inspection, but he sat in the office all day. If there was any exercise, it was walking back and forth between the server room and various offices. Walking onto the platform, he was already sweating profusely. This can't go on. If the capital collapses before the revolution succeeds, it would be a huge loss. Feng Yuo said to himself silently. He still couldn't help but sit down on the waiting bench. It wasn't peak commuting time now, so there were very few people on the platform, mostly messengers from various departments carrying dedicated communication backpacks. He slumped on the bench, remembering what a certain senator from the electrical department said just now, feeling very unhappy in his heart. The current punch card machine system was a dedicated machine for the census, not yet a general-purpose machine. Therefore, in the design, the tabulating machine only retained the functions of counting the number of cards and counting the number of cards meeting certain punching conditions. The latter could actually be achieved by a sorter plus the former. But it did not have the functions of an accumulator or even a multiplier like the tabulating machines in the old timeline. Feng Yuo also knew that this configuration reduction was indeed suspected of cutting corners, but the logic required to implement an accumulator with relays was slightly complex, and he didn't even know where the relays were right now. So he planned not to do the accumulation function for the time being. Anyway, the census was 1 card per person, and probably only the average age calculation would use this function. When the time came, it would be fine to run it a few more times with the sorter. Unexpectedly, during the meeting just now, a sharp senator saw through this problem at a glance and said, "Your tabulating machine can't accumulate. What's the difference between it and a banknote counter?" This remark was somewhat harsh, but not unreasonable. Though Feng Yuo cursed secretly in his heart, he could only joke. "The technical content of a banknote counter is much higher than ours," and laughed it off. He laughed it off, but Feng Yuo began seriously considering implementing an accumulator. However, this would impose higher requirements on the relay's performance and volume, probably requiring better magnetic cores, thinner winding wires, and more effective insulation layers. He felt quite unsure and planned to ask Faraday, who didn't attend the meeting today. Feng Yuo walked around the electric power equipment factory and learned that Faraday went to the steel plant to check silicon steel production. Silicon steel quality stability had always been a sore point for the electrical department. He walked around the steel company and finally found Faraday in the workshop with great difficulty. He saw his hair was messy and his face and work clothes were stained with coal dust. Hearing Feng Yu's question, he thought for a moment. 1 copper wire has been available for a long time. 0.5 should be available too. 0.1. Probably difficult. We haven't used it before. You'd better confirm with the machinery factory again. Feng Yuo thought that small relays in the old timeline should generally use winding wires with a diameter of less than 0.1. He didn't know how much impact using 0.5 as a substitute would have. He would have to ask Feng Shan to calculate it when he got home. Then he asked about insulation materials. Insulation layer. I've always used asphalt plus mica for insulation here. I've also tried silk, cotton, paper, and glass wrapping. Then do some oil immersion treatment. Always used asphalt insulated wire. Feng Yuo was very disappointed. Relays had low working voltage, small wire diameter, and many turns. It was neither necessary nor possible to use the same insulation materials as motors. What about enameled wire? He pressed. Of course we thought about it before, but this thing can't be made manually. We wanted to ask the machinery factory to produce a set of dedicated enameling machine equipment for us, but the lacquer used for enameled wire was always lacking this or that. There are so many things going on here. The manufacturing of electric power equipment involves thousands of loose ends, so this small matter was put aside first. Faraday scratched his head and replied, "How about you try it yourself? I have some materials here that can give you a reference." Feng Yuo thought this technical bottleneck was really pulling one out to bring out a string. If this continued, he would have to start from mining and planting trees. Where was the promised power of the grand industrial system? He said very hesitantly, "But for someone with an IT background like me, doing relays is already the limit. At least it's considered a weak current system. This chemical industry stuff." Before he finished speaking, Faraday rolled his eyes grumpily and said, "I didn't study metallurgy either. Haven't I been squatting by the blast furnace every day for more than a year?" Feng Yuo was choked by this sentence and lost his temper. He could only resentfully take the few documents on enameled wire production given by Faraday and return to the Bairn General Machinery plant. After returning to the machinery factory, he didn't go back to his office first but walked toward the office of Sun Li, the director of the precision machining workshop, planning to borrow some workshop space, equipment, and manpower from the machinery factory, and talk about making an enameling machine. This time it went smoothly. Sun Li said that the workshop space wasn't a problem. An old workshop next to the computing center could be vacated, but they didn't have enough manpower either, so they could only transfer 2 or 3 people over first. Equipment and power could be applied for. As for the enameling machine, the machinery factory was always at full load. He suggested Feng Yuo wait until the insulating lacquer was settled before discussing it. After Feng Yuo left, Sun Li rang the bell and called the Naturalized section leader, asking him to transfer 1 or 2 workers for Feng Yuo to use. "The tasks are heavy recently. Try not to affect the normal production of the workshop." Finally, he added a sentence seemingly casually. "Yes, Chief." The section leader walked out understandingly. He returned to the section and waved to Qian Yuzhai, who was dazing again. "Qian Yuzhai, come here for a moment." Feng Yuo didn't know yet that the section leader had sent over Qian Yuzhai, whom he considered the most unreliable. Next, he went to the standard parts factory to inquire about copper wire drawing. Currently, the industrial sector already had the ability to produce electrolytic copper and simultaneously produce electrolytic copper wires of various diameters. But the senator at the standard parts factory said that there was no 0.1 wire drawing machine yet, so the smallest diameter was 0.3. However, trial production could be considered. When can it be manufactured? The machine itself is not difficult. It's mainly the accuracy and strength of the drawing die. The senator replied, "Accuracy is actually not too big a problem. At worst, apply to use a CNC lathe. It's just that the strength of this material's a bit uncertain. The basic principle of a wire drawing machine is simple. The bar stock passes through conical drawing dies of different calibers